The Earth's celestial army has vanquished the insectoid race beyond the galaxy and established a new era. With technological advancements and a burgeoning population, major corporate conglomerates are fervently expanding extraterrestrial enterprises, extracting resources from various planets, ushering humanity into a grand interstellar age. Yet, alas, this has inevitably unleashed Pandora's box. The insectoid menace reemerges. The star beasts descend. Chapter 1. The H3 type mining vessel. Awaken. Tian Xiao jolted awake from a harrowing nightmare. The excruciating pain from the star beast's claws piercing through his protective combat suit lingered vividly in his memory, the image of spouting hot blood still fresh. A sheen of cold sweat adorned his forehead. Gazing at the dampness in his palm, Tian Xiao felt ensnared in a dream rife with the dread of death, caught beneath the crushing grip of numerous star beasts, each as towering as SK. Scrapers. A complete battalion, each soldier equipped with a class standard combat capability. Annihilated. The lightweight nanomolecular blanket exhibited remarkable thermal retention. Upon descending from his bed, he sensed a notable drop in surface temperature. A measured voice echoed in his ear. Master, body temperature is decreasing. Please take precautions. Tian Xiao frowned slightly. In his recollection, the chip indeed automatically regulated temperature to prevent ailments such as colds or fevers due to thermal discrepancies. However, he had long since deactivated this basic function due to his enhanced physical constitution. It felt rather peculiar. How to articulate this? Tian Xiao turned his head, surveying his surroundings. The environment was simultaneously alien and familiar. He was no longer amidst the star beasts on the front lines. This place is remarkably secure and exceptionally tranquil. The dimensions are those of a standard 100-meter living room, featuring a radiant floor and crystal-clear windows. The most striking element, however, is the alloy aircraft, measuring 21 meters in length and 3 meters in height, adorned with H3 and numbered 3377. At this moment, it resembles a docile puppy, nestled before the expansive floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the starry sky. Such a spacious living room has been specifically designed to accommodate this aircraft. Tian Xiao immediately recognized its origins. An H3 model mining aircraft? Number 3377? Is this not the operational machine assigned to me by the subordinate Feiyin company of the Yinchong Group after my graduation? What is happening? His pupils constricted slightly as the notion of rebirth flashed through his mind. Indeed, after graduation, he had spent 6 months working at a subsidiary of Yinchong Group, equipped with the very aircraft and serial number 3377, H3. The smooth walls of the room reflected a familiar, yet slightly youthful visage. The young man, possessing a handsome countenance and a well-proportioned physique, was incongruously matched with a pair of eyes that radiated brilliance, currently filled with confusion. How did I end up here? I should have already perished. Qinglong, report the time. Tian Xiao commanded his steward. Qinglong was the name he bestowed upon his intelligent chip, and it had served as a steward for 27 years, overseeing his daily life while also assisting him in work, life and combat through computational support, providing various necessitize a continuation of what was once known as a smartphone several centuries ago. A methodical voice responded. On the 7th day of the 7th month in the year 777 of the new calendar, at 7:10 in the morning. Self-check. Name. Qinglong. H2 type national chip, capable of executing 3.7 units per second, 300 million computations equate to 1 unit. Current energy storage comple. TE, fully loaded with 1,000 units of energy consumption. Tian Xiao furrowed his brow. The H1 type is designated for minors. The H2 type national chip merely serves as the basic standard for adults on Earth. Indeed, Qinglong has returned to 3 years prior. As for himself, the disorientation of time and space left Tian Xiao in disbelief. He had truly been reborn. However, as a soldier of the Earth's celestial army, belonging to a Clevel Legion with C2 level comprehensive combat power and having served as an acting deputy regiment leader for 3 YS, Tian Xiao possessed ample experience. He approached the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the starry sky, inhaling deeply as he searched for familiar celestial points of light. Matching them with their scientific names while swiftly pushing aside the chaotic thoughts swirling in his mind. This was an emergency calmness technique for the battlefield. By concentrating and accessing stored memories, one could swiftly attain tranquility. The luminous points of various celestial bodies sketched invisible patterns before Tianxio's eyes. Above the starry sky, invisible star maps began to emerge, becoming increasingly rich and detailed. Tianxiao gradually regained his composure, murmuring to himself, "The region near the Pegasus constellation. Indeed, this is the first location where I was stationed in the Yunyan group. My current identity is that of a newly employed miner." His gaze descended. Beyond the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows lies a brilliantly illuminated base city. Numerous standard living quarters resemble meticulously arranged squares, with towering edifices standing majestically. This base was originally designed to accommodate 10,000 inhabitants. As his thoughts drifted, Tianxiao took a deep breath. His emotions had settled completely, and the memories of his past life vividly unfolded before him, a cascade of recollections. Flooding his mind, he recalled that his tenure as a miner in this company was relatively brief. Following a failed transportation mission that resulted in casualties among the security team, a vacancy arose in their ranks, allowing him to be selected for the security detail. There, he was introduced to the semi-combat H-6 aircraft, thereby elevating himself from the depths of co-mon miner to a position within the semi-combat echelon. In the subsequent 2 years, he journeyed across a dozen different planets aboard the company's transport vessels, safeguarding the excavation teams from the ferocious beasts, insects, and various cosmic creatures lurking in the depths of space, amassing considerable practical experience. Due to his commendable performance and significant achievements, he was chosen for the Earth Sky Army when the insectoid and star races made their resurgence. As a soldier hailing from a non-military academy, he, along with his like-minded brothers, carved out a place for themselves on the battlefield through tangible military accomplishments within the Earth's Sky Army. As he recalled those brothers who had perished beneath the claws of the star beasts, Tianxiao's gaze gradually filled with a cold gleam. Thankfully, they were all alive now. Qinglong, Tianxiao's demeanor and tone transformed into one of resolute authority as he issued the command. Immediately display the map of the current region. Simultaneously, retrieve the work logs from the past 7 days. Fetch the mission progress of the company on this planet. Understood. Although the Azure Dragon is merely a standard national chip with average computational capabilities, it swiftly retrieves existing data and promptly projects the required informati onto the wall. Tianxiao observes with keen attention. Mastering the memories of the forthcoming 3 years constitutes a vast treasury. By adeptly utilizing this resource, one can expedite the enhancement of the chip's computational prowess, unlock greater permissions, harness more abilities, and simultaneously integrate into the Earth's Sky Army sooner, rallying the comrades from a previous life to confront the invasions of the insectoids and star clans. Chapter 2. Citizenship. The H1 level minor citizenship grants access solely to learning privileges, restricted to mathematics, physics, chemistry, literature, and the arts, prohibiting access to inappropriate films. The H2 level national chip unlocks a myriad of features, encompassing a broad spectrum of dynamic intelligence across various sectors, from culinary arts to aerospace, from gymnasty, CS to galactic maps. The H3 level citizenship signifies formal citizenship within the Earth Alliance, bestowing a range of privileges, including access to and control over weaponry. The first 2 chip levels can be acquired effortlessly once the requisite time has elapsed. The H3 citizenship offers 3 channels for unlocking. Firstly, those who receive recommendations from their schools, demonstrating outstanding academic performance and possessing a clean criminal record, will be given priority for admission into military academies, thereby qualifying for the H3 citizenship and becoming reserve officers for the Earth Alliance. Secondly, within a decade of obtaining the H2 national chip, individuals with no adverse records and meeting physical standards may apply to join the Earth Alliance. Upon passing the review, they can serve as ordinary soldiers, fulfilling their military service and subsequently obtaining the H3 citizenship. Lastly, individuals with no criminal records who have paid taxes exceeding 1 million or made donations of the same amount may apply to the state for citizenship. Upon acquiring citizenship, they can procure the H3 citizenship through legitimate channels, thus unlocking certain privileges. The first pathway is designed to select talent for the Alliance. The second provides a straightforward route for the general populace. And the final pathway, that serves as a backdoor for the affluent and influential. Tian Xiao, having graduated less than 2 months ago at the age of 24, find himself with no more than 1,000 yuan to his name, lacking both wealth and power. His performance during his academic tenure was insufficiently remarkable. Although he could obtain the citizenship through military service, he would be just another face in the CR. Out, facing challenges in advancement and limitations in mobility. In fact, maneuvering within a familiar environment would be far more advantageous. Moreover, in this era of rapid expansion on colonized planets, embarking on a career as a miner appears to hold greater promise than that of a mere soldier. Zoom in here, Tian Xiao instructed, pointing to a specific black dot on the map. Qin Long swiftly complied. The magnified satellite imagery vividly reveals a chasm approximately 1,500 meters in diameter, with an unfathomable depth that appears as an abyss, resembling a gaping eye of this planet, staring into the void, evoking a sense of dread. Such profound pits are abundant across this world, numbering in the tens of thousands. Only regions rich in vast mineral deposits exhibit such brutal marks of predatory excavation. Although the surface of the pit measures merely over 1,000 meters in diameter, the depths below have long been hollowed out, with no knowledge of the extent of the caverns beneath. However, in the vicinity of this chasm, a dozen H3 type aircraft are observed hovering and maneuvering in and out. This is due to the fact that large excavation machines are no longer suitable for deployment in a desolate mine that squanders energy and time, yet the residual minerals still yield considerable profit for the miners. This explains why thousands of miners are stationed in this area. By breaking down the operations into smaller tasks, they can continue to analyze and extract the planet's resources, with minimal energy and labor expenditure, seeking potential overlooked treasures. In Tian Xiao's recollection, this very chasm would ultimately collapse a month later. During a violent thunderstorm, the already unstable voids within the structure became tumultuous, losing all support. The initially 1,500-meter pit transformed into one exceeding 20,000 meters in diameter, causing severe upheaval and resulting in the demise of several miners who were working in the area at the time. The reason this group of miners forced their way into the depths of the pit during a thunderstorm was due to a serendipitous discovery made by one of the miners at the bottom, where he uncovered a vein of ore. Several individuals became instant millionaires overnight because of this vein. It is said that this vein is valued at over 30 million even after the company takes its 37% cut. The miners could still reap nearly 10 million in profit. It's you, Tian Xiao decided to intervene and do a good deed. Initially, the news of the vein had been tightly sealed, only gradually leaking out after substantial excavation had taken place, which led to a dozen miners, lured by the rumors, being buried alive. 3 years have passed, yet no remnants of the aircraft or any remains have been unearthed. Qinglong, Tian Xiao commanded, prepare 3 portions of nutrient solution. We are going to work overtime. As soon as he spoke, Qinglong reminded him, Master, you seem to have forgotten that your schedule for today is to take a leave of absence to rest and remain at the base to prepare you. Birthday gift for Miss Wang Jingyi. Wang Jingyi? The mere mention of her name stirred a tempest within Tian Xiao's previously calm demeanor. Her birthday, he recalled. Wang Jingyi was a classmate from his school, stunningly beautiful. After graduating and joining the Yunchong group as a novice miner on the assembly line, she had come to him several times in tears, lamenting her failure to meet the quotas for her collection tasks. Tian Xiao, overflowing with compassion, embraced a spirit of mutual assistance with his classmate, helping her to accomplish their assignments. Together, they diligently conducted analyses, seeking metallic mineral resources within the rock layers. As a result, Wang Jingyi was liberated from the dilemma of her daily tasks remaining unfulfilled. Gradually, rumors of their romantic involvement began to circulate within the base. However, this situation was fleeting. On Wang Jingyi's birthday, with his pockets feeling rather empty, he opted to create a homemade birthday cake as a gift. When Tian Xiao delivered it, he inadvertently overheard Wang Jingyi conversing with her close friend about him. The precise words she uttered had faded from his memory, yet two phrases pierced his heart with their harshness. The toad aspires to dine on swan meat. A miner so impoverished that he cannot afford a gift has no prospects. He should take a look at himself in the mirror. With a heavy heart, the toad turned away. The cake intended for the swan was cast into the trash. From that moment on, he ceased to seek out the swan and instead immersed himself in his work, desperately striving to uphold the last vestiges of dignity and pride that a poor Mank will possess. Subsequently, he learned that Wang Jingyi had become involved with a junior supervisor from the Yunzhong group and was living quite well. Cancel the leave. Cancel the itinerary. Tian Shao commanded Qing Long. Qing Long promptly complied and then inquired, "What shall we do with the cake in the refrigerator, master? Should it be delivered in advance?" "No need." Tian Shao turned and approached the refrigerator. The cake had been prepared just a few hours prior. While it lacked elegance, it was indeed crafted with heartfelt effort. Tian Shao retrieved the candles, carefully inserting them one by one. The Azure Dragon inquired, "Master, shall I contact Miss Wang Jingyi to come and blow out the candles? I could enhance the ambience to be more beautiful and romantic." No. Tian Shao placed the last candle atop the cake and declared, "This cake is prepared for myself. Today is not your birthday, master." Indeed, Tian Shao reflected inwardly, "Today is not my birthday. Yet it marks the day of my rebirth." Chapter 3. The Safety Commitment. Crack. Hiss. Unilaterally deciding to terminate the entanglement with Wang Jingyi, Tian Shao stepped into the H-3 type mining aircraft, numbered 3377. The Yunzhong Group's mining machines are specifically designed to extract raw metallic ores from geological strata, capable of executing near-Earth orbital flights and effortlessly navigating various deep mining pits. Equipped with an advanced chip, they possess formidable analytical capabilities and can detect diverse raw metallic ores, complete with obstacle avoidance, signal processing, self-diagnosis, and extraction functions. Ordinary individuals can adapt to its operation within a few days, comfortably engaging in exploration and mining tasks. However, only a woman like Wang Jingyi, who holds lofty aspirations and is singularly focused on finding a golden partner, could take half a month to find her footing. A genuine vase. Such individuals would not survive 3 episodes when faced with the onslaught of star beasts or insectoid hordes. Buzz thought the cockpit illuminated. It was quite compact aside from the pilot's seat. The remaining space barely allowed for movement and rest. Just as Tian Shao settled into position, the front display screen flickered to life. Data leaped forth in lines. ID 3377, pilot, Tian Shao in excellent condition. Age, 24. Muscle strength, 9.7. Muscle flexibility, 9.3. Bioenergy, 100 units. Equipped with H2 model chip, Azure Dragon. Currently at full capacity, with 1,000 units of energy available. Upon completing the self-diagnostic upload, Tian Shao promptly issued the command, "Aircraft, self-check." Affirmative. A standard report resonated within the cabin. ID 3377 fully charged, 1,000 units of energy consumed. Shell integrity at 100% circuit efficiency is exceptional. Signal reception is good. Processing speed is normal. Multifunctional drill integrity at 93%. Operational continuation possible. Self-check complete. Status satisfactory. Ignition can commence. During his tenure as a novice, Tian Shao had meticulously maintained the mining aircraft, for he understood its significance as the lifeline of every miner. Miners venture out to work unarmed, with energy consumption being paramount as it pertains to the aircraft's energy storage and operation, alongside the multifunctional drill, wick. H determines the feasibility of excavation within the rock strata. Ignite, Tian Shao commanded. The tempered glass, floor-to-ceiling windows of the living quarters gradually opened. A chill breeze surged into the room. The temperature within the living quarters plummeted rapidly. The aircraft ascended steadily, gliding silently out of the living quarters, the motion exquisitely smooth. Ascending, 2 white streams of high-speed air sliced through the atmosphere behind the aircraft's wings. Outside, morning had already dawned. The miners at the base adhered to their own schedules, as the spacecraft gracefully soared from the station, following the flight path designated by Tian Shao, heading towards the G46 region. Within the base, life thrived. Outside, however, lay a scene of devastation. Ascending 100 meters, Tian Shao gazed through the cockpit window at the myriad of varying depths and sizes of craters below, rendering the entire planet reminiscent of a sieve, riddled with countless holes. A frown creased Tian Shao's brow, his mood heavy. These craters, characterized by their loose and unstable structures, claimed the lives of numerous miners each year. According to the statistics from the Earth Alliance, the number of missing individuals annually exceeds 1 million. This alarming figure stems from the reckless surge in colonization of planets, where the exploitation of resources has escalated dramatically. An array of technological and genetic products has emerged, accompanied by chip upgrades, leading to an astonishing extension of human lifespan from the initial average of around a century to over 300 years. The population has spiraled beyond control, and the total human populace now stands at. Tian Shao hesitated momentarily, then casually inquired, Qinglong, what is the current population of the Earth Alliance? Qinglong promptly responded, approximately 37 billion. Goodness, this figure only accounts for those registered within the Earth Alliance system. Many have ventured into extraterrestrial territories, severing ties with the Earth Alliance, and a significant number are even preparing to establish their own nations with others, descending into the ranks of interstellar bandits. When accounting for these individuals, the population has long surpassed 4 billion. Number 3377 AS Tian Shao continued to gather current information. An unfamiliar voice emerged from the communicator. This is the base control tower. You have entered the G46 zone. The G46 region is currently designated by the group as a medium-risk operational area, with potential dangers of landslides. Recent heavy rainfall increases the likelihood of landslides and debris flows, rendering entry inadvisable. This message was relayed from the headquarters of the Cloud Group. Safe areas and those deemed of general risk may be accessed directly, though such locations seldom yield any valuable resources. High-risk and extreme danger ratings typically occur in environments affected by magnetic storms, thunderstorms, earthquakes, or volcanic eruptions, rendering them temporarily inaccessible. Medium-risk areas are frequented by miners in their daily operations. If you insist on entering the G46 zone for work, you must sign a personal safety commitment. The headquarters forwarded a succinct statement, affirming that they had fulfilled their duty of risk assessment and advisement. Consequently, any actions undertaken by miners in the G46 zone, should an accident occur, would bear no relation to the Cloud Group. The Cloud Group will not engage in excessive compensation claims. During his 6-month tenure with the Cloud Group, Tian Shao had signed at least 170 similar safety commitments, with 10 days remaining for rest. Thus, this is utterly ridiculous. Verbal acknowledgement was recorded, confirming his intention to venture into the G46 zone as the aircraft maintained its speed, approaching the terminus of his planned flight path. A deep pit, measuring 1,500 meters in diameter, loomed before him, instilling a profound sense of dread. Tian Shao recalled the phrase, "When you gaze into the abyss gazes back at you." Qinglong, designate this deep pit as the collection operation point, and commence analysis and calculations to conduct a thorough safety assessment. Although Tian Shao was aware that no accidents would occur in the mine at present, adherence to basic procedures must be executed with professionalism. After all, the analysis and calculations would not consume excessive energy nor take much time. Qinglong swiftly provided the evaluation of the operation point. The geological structure in Zone G46 is currently stable, with no occurrences of rockfall or extensive soil cracking. The supporting surfaces are intact. 17 operational teams are currently working within the deep pit of Zone G46. Adhering to operational protocols, all is proceeding normally. External weather conditions indicate a north wind at level 4, with localized rain clouds expected to sweep across Zone G46 in half an hour, potentially causing rainwater backflow and altering the internal air pressure, which would exert pressure on the rock layers and affect the visibility and balance of the aircraft. The risk assessment indicates a moderate risk. Moderate risk, as anticipated. While Qinglong reported, Tian Shao manually operated the aircraft, guiding it into the depths of the pit, aiming towards the direction rich in vein metal ore. A vein valued at 30 million lay just ahead. Unfortunately, 3 clusters of light flickered within. Someone was conducting excavation operations. Has someone gotten there first? Let's take a closer look. Chapter 4. level H7 purple, or a small aircraft plunged into the abyss of a dark mine. The surroundings fell into an eerie silence, akin to entering a shadowy realm. Even Tian Xiao, possessing the resolve of a soldier, could not help but feel a shiver run down his spine. Bright red lights illuminated both sides of the aircraft, piercing the darkness with two clear beams that ventured into the deeper, shadowy tunnel. Within a tunnel exceeding 100 meters in width, 3 clusters of light flickered, emitting 12 warning signals as they buzzed their way through the rock layers. These were 3 other H3 mining machines from the Yunzhong group, albeit with earlier identification numbers. One was numbered 246, another 099, and the last 712. It was evident that these individuals had secretly formed a team. In the Yunzhong group, the base was indifferent to miners forming alliances, provided they fulfilled their daily quotas and refrained from causing trouble. However, Tian Xiao was concerned. What he did not anticipate was that these 3 had already infiltrated this area early on, seemingly having discovered something and commenced mining operations here. No, that could not be right. Being H3 mining machines, their exploration capabilities were comparable and their range was limited. Even seasoned miners among them would not necessarily be able to uncover the secrets buried deep within the rock strata, nor would they require a month to extract resources from it. Tian Xiao keenly sensed that something was amiss. Adjusting the direction, the aircraft veered, and the beams of light shifted as it turned back, exiting the tunnel. Just before exiting the tunnel, a pocket-sized drone aboard the aircraft was quietly activated. 2 machines, no larger than insects, rolled to the edge of the tunnel, their 4 delicate mechanical arms gripping the sides as they swiftly advanced towards the 3 nearby aircraft. Tian Xiao, having departed from the tunnel, did not venture far. Instead, he opted to extinguish the lights and warning signals, hovering silently in the profound darkness of the abyss. The screen displayed the feedback from the drone. This diminutive drone was capable of static movement, leaping, and flight, primarily employed for probing hazardous environments or for precise exploration of rock fissures, boasting formidable capabilities and crystal-clear imagery. The area being excavated by the 3 aircraft was soon detected by the drone's proximity sensors. The footage revealed 1 mining aircraft illuminating the surroundings and analyzing the situation, while the other 2, positioned to the left and right, operated multifunctional drilling heads, working fervently. Debris erupted. Fallen rocks tumbled within the tunnel, creating a chaotic scene. Through the drone's shifting perspective, Tian Xiao observed that the tunnel's sides had been punctured with hundreds of holes, clearly the handiwork of these 3 machines. Damn it! What was the meaning of that aircraft just now? It nearly intruded. Such a blatant disregard for protocol. Inside aircraft 246, 1 individual erupted with a rapid-fire tirade, his temper unmistakably volatile. Another voice chimed in. Indeed, I nearly broke into a cold sweat from the scare. We painstakingly pinpointed this location, discovered the mark left by your cousin, and gathered some resources. If he were to crash into us, it would be a colossal loss. The speaker is the spacecraft numbered 712, whose tone is cautious, as if harboring a guilty secret. It's nothing, a third voice emanates from spacecraft 099, calmly reassuring. I just checked. Number 3377 is a novice, having joined the Yunzhong group less than a month ago. He knows nothing and may be unaware of the rules. Or perhaps he simply did not notice us. Are you certain it's nothing? Rest assured, everything we have excavated is buried underground. It is utterly impossible to discover it without close inspection. That is good to hear. If it were to be uncovered, I would have his heart on a platter. Damn. In this day and age, one fears the audacity of novices, brazenly encroaching on others' territory. Forget it. Let us proceed. 099 interjects, halting the grumbling of the other 2. The faint sound of drilling continues, with splintered rocks striking the exterior of the spacecraft and cascading into the tunnel. Unbeknownst to them, beneath their vessel, a diminutive flying device, no larger than a fingertip, is positioned with its camera aimed at their excavation site. Suddenly, a clatter resounds. Within the feed from the Woodrin, Tian Xiao clearly observes a streak of blue-brown material emerging from the cavernous rock, astonishingly hard, causing the multifunction drill bit to become lodged aside. Tian Xiao instinctively leans forward. Qinglong. What is this? In a sense, he is not a professional miner and does not recognize every type of mineral. However, Qinglong is different. An encyclopedia, ready to answer questions. Master, this is H7, grade purple ore, which contains H5, grade phenanthrene ore. The latter's primary function is to shield against the erosion of numerous external strong light rays, and it is often employed in the production of exterior coatings for aircraft ranging from H7 to H9 levels, currently valued at approximately 2,000 yuan per kilogram. The former is around 10,000 yuan per kilogram. As these words were spoken, laughter emanated from the drone, belonging to Unit 246. Haha, another one. This piece weighs approximately 3 kilograms and is worth at least 20,000. Unit 246 has successfully extracted the ore embedded in the rock formation, using a mechanical arm to deliver it directly into the hands of Unit 099 in the observation environment. Continue. Unit 099's voice was tinged with excitement. The information left by my cousin is indeed invaluable. This area is scattered with purple ore, and initial estimates suggest there are at least several tons. We are about to strike it rich. Haha. The trio continued their endeavor. The footage relayed by the drone revealed that Unit 099 did not deposit the purple ore into the aircraft, but instead lifted a slab of rock beneath. At the moment the slab was removed, Tian Xiao felt his heart skip a beat, accelerating in its rhythm. Numerous pieces of purple ore filled the cavity, estimated to weigh over 300 kilograms. This equates to nearly 2 million in funds, all to be submitted to the base, with a potential profit share of 600,000. At that moment, Tian Xiao comprehended fully. The so-called severed vein was utterly fictitious. The purple ore was fragmented and scattered throughout the entire tunnel, resembling a trove of broken minerals. Individuals 099, 246, and 712 cunningly retained all the purple ore within the tunnel, laboring for over a month. They simultaneously extracted their amassed raw minerals, feigning the discovery of a vein, thereby creating an illusion of sudden wealth. Such cleverness ensured the secrecy of their operations, preventing detection by the base and other miners, thus averting competition. However, the misleading news of the vein led several miners to risk their safety during a thunderstorm, ultimately resulting in tragic fatalities. Chapter 5. The Vase, the Stars, and the Sea. The trio, designated as 099, stealthily excavated their stockpiled purple ore, while Tian Xiao resolved to act preemptively. He intended not only to seize this cache of purple ore, but also to leak information about it beforehand, striving to curb the avarice of those at the base and spare the lives of the ill-fated miners. Yet, the mere 2 million worth of purple ore proved insufficient. After meticulous calculations, Tian Xiao decided to wait 25 days before proceeding, ensuring his benevolent deeds remained anonymous. Leaving a drone for continued surveillance, Tian Xiao piloted his craft, meticulously inspecting the depths of the G46 zone. He diligently attended to his responsibilities. The vocation of a miner possesses its subtleties. Like many newcomers, Tian Xiao once operated the mining machinery aimlessly, hoping for luck, only to exhaust his energy without discovering substantial raw minerals, ultimately facing losses from maintenance expenses. His capacity for learning was remarkable. He concluded that miners must first learn to examine the soil and analyze the geological structure of the rock layers. They should excavate in areas where there are signs indicating a high probability of the presence of raw ore, thereby enhancing their success rate while minimizing energy consumption and avoiding futile efforts. By mastering the art of extracting raw ore at minimal cost, one not only fulfills the daily quotas set by the base, but can also earn additional allowances from the novice miners. After a month, one could accumulate approximately 8 to 10,000, a respectable sum within the mining community. Thus, although the miner operating the 3377 mining vessel was a newcomer, his excavation experience was on par with that of the 3 seasoned miners of the 099 team. Tian Xiao decided not to disturb the 3 experienced miners extracting the purple mineral and focused on completing his daily tasks. The miners from Yunzhong Group were paid daily, using their earnings to purchase nutritious meals and maintain their mining vessels. They saved the larger sums for future endeavors while earning smaller amounts in the meantime. Tian Xiao quickly entered the zone, drawing upon his extensive knowledge and expertise as a seasoned miner. Utilizing the analytical computations of the Qinglong, he leveraged his experience to probe the interior rock layers of the deep pit, occasionally extending a multifunctional drill to etch marks upon the rock, assessing its density and texture. Qinglong, mark this section, Tian Xiao instructed. Have you found a target? Shall we commence excavation? Qinglong inquired. Tian Xiao shook his head. Not yet. Let's first analyze the structure of the rock layers to ensure the support remains intact. He was acutely aware that the stability of the G46 district's deep pit was inherently poor and would soon be completely buried within a month, transforming into an abandoned mine. Consequently, he proceeded with heightened caution. Qinglong complied promptly, and the results emerged swiftly. It was determined that the structural integrity of the rock layers would remain unaffected, provided that the area and depth of disruption did not exceed 100 meters. Tian Xiao decisively operated the multifunctional drill head to commence excavation. The mining machinery experienced a slight tremor as the conical drill head spun at high velocity, extracting copious amounts of rock powder from the layers. On the operation platform, the temperature of the drill head began to rise sharply. A smile appeared on Tian Xiao's face. The cavern of, or was indeed present. In truth, any environment that generates raw or is inherently unique and typically extremely resilient. When the drill head encountered more tenacious rock layers, the excavation proved to be particularly laborious, causing the temperature of the drill head to escalate more rapidly than when boring through ordinary strata. Most individuals would remain oblivious to this nuance, lacking the insight to discern it. Only those with genuine intent would take note and transform such observations into invaluable knowledge, incrementally widening the gap between themselves and the ordinary populace. After a few minutes, the process continued. The energy consumption of the mining aircraft steadily declined. Qinglong maintained vigilant oversight of the rock structure and internal conditions. Approximately 45 minutes later, the drill head seemed to have encountered an obstruction. Tian Xiao methodically began to polish and cut around the opening, gradually revealing the true nature of what lay within. A solid chunk of black raw ore, approximately 2 meters in diameter. Qilong reported with delight. This is H4, grade scale iron ore, suitable for crafting the shells of vessels below H4 grade. While its value may not be substantial, its quantity is considerable. From this single piece of ore, we can earn at least 3,000. 3,000 is equivalent to half a month's wages for an ordinary miner. With 30 million worth of purple ore at hand, Tian Xiao naturally wouldn't be overly excited by a mere 3,000 in scale iron. However, this marks the first spoils from mining since his rebirth, signifying a promising start. With a smile, Tian Xiao shattered the piece of ore and sent it into the storage compartment of the mining machine, securing his gains. At that moment, a video call came through, and Qinglong remarked, "It's Zhu Xiaodian." Tian Xiao paused. He had heard of her, a girl from the same school, sweet in appearance, and a close friend of Wang Jingyi, seemingly like bosom buddies. It appeared that she had also joined the Earth Army, rising to the rank of company commander. Thus a formidable woman indeed. Without needing to inquire further, Tian Xiao surmised that Wang Jingyi must have noticed his absence in extending her birthday congratulations and encouraged her friend to check on him. Glancing at the time, it was already 9:30 in the morning. He had been busy all this time and had yet to send his birthday wishes and gifts to Wang Jingyi. He could only imagine her confusion and curiosity. Initially reluctant to engage with her, the caller was Zhu Xiaodian. He felt obliged to extend some courtesy. Upon answering the call, the screen revealed the backdrop of the headquarters, showcasing a girl with bangs, her large eyes locking onto Tian Xiao's. "Tian Xiao, where are you? Do you not remember what day it is today? We are still waiting for you to celebrate Jingyi's birthday with us. Everyone has already arrived." Zhu Xiaodian was astonished to see that Tian Xiao's background was in the cockpit. "What is wrong, Tian Xiao? Did you have a quarrel with Jingyi?" Zhu Xiaodian could clearly sense something amiss. Tian Xiao smiled faintly. "My relationship with Jingyi is merely that of ordinary classmates, but the rumors outside have become increasingly ridiculous. Some classmates even called to ask if I was in a romantic relationship with Jingyi. It's absurd. Do you think so too? That I could end up with her?" Zhu Xiaodian fell silent. As Jingyi's close friend, she was well aware of Jingyi's character, her high standards, her refined lifestyle, and the improbability of her pairing with an unremarkable, impoverished young man. At that moment, Tian Xiao spoke from the screen. "How could I possibly forsake conquering the vast cosmos for a mere trinket?" Upon hearing this, Zhu Xiaodian was left in a daze. Who am I? Where am I? Chapter 6. Self-Awareness. Xiaodian, has Tian Xiao's call connected? Where is he now? Just as Wang Jingyi approached with her bag in hand, Zhu Xiaodian hurriedly turned off the video function on her wristwatch, flustered. One must admit that Wang Jingyi indeed possessed some allure. She was tall and beautiful, with an impressive aura, and had already attracted many eager glances from the miners at the base headquarters. As Wang Jingyi arrived in front of Zhu Xiaodian and noticed her flustered expression, she couldn't help but inquire, "What is wrong?" "No, it's nothing, just that Tian Xiao just now." Zhu Xiaodian recounted Tian Xiao's earlier words. deliberately omitting the final sentence. Upon hearing this, Wang Jingyi displayed a hint of regret. Did he truly say that? Well, it is a relief. At least he possesses self-awareness. Zhu Xiaodian was momentarily taken aback. Wang Jingyi smiled at her, saying, "In truth, I have always been grateful for his assistance. However, as he stated, we are not meant to be together. Initially, I believe the rumors circulating about our supposed romantic involvement were intentionally spread by him, but it appears I was mistaken." As she spoke, Wang Jingyi's expression transformed into one of comfort and ease. "This is for the best. I was unsure how to clarify the misunderstanding with him. But since he has chosen to distance himself, it is beneficial for both him and me. Yet are you not close classmates, friends even?" Zhu Xiaodian was perplexed. Gazing at her dear friend, suddenly feeling a sense of estrangement. He willingly devoted his time to help you through your difficulties, and now, due to these misunderstandings, must you both end up unable to maintain even a friendship? However, if we continue to grow closer, outsiders will surely believe Tianxiao and I are in a romantic relationship. Is the opinion of outsiders truly that significant? Zhu Xiaodian refrained from voicing this thought. Wang Jingyi understood her unspoken concern but deftly shifted the topic, placing a comforting hand on her best friend's shoulder. "All right, today is my birthday. Let us not dwell on such disheartening topics. Instead, let us go shopping and later. We have someone inviting us to sing." Wang Jingyi remained unaffected by the earlier estrangement from Tianxiao. "Was it the person you spoke with on the phone?" "Yes. It was team leader Li from the logistics department." Wang Jingyi nodded, brushing her hair aside, and remarked, "He graduated from the same school as us, 2 years ahead. With an annual salary of 300,000, a commendable position." Zhu Xiaodian fell silent. Wang Jingyi had already begun to seek her next opportunity, or rather, her next stepping stone. For some reason, she was reminded of Tian Zhao's recent words, "How could I abandon the conquest of this vast ocean of stars for the sake of a mere vase?" Mustering a lackluster spirit, she caught up with Wang Jingyi. As for Tianxiao, Zhu Xiaodian's call did not dampen his mood. He regarded Zhu Xiaodian as a potential partner for future endeavors. The fact that she could ascend to the rank of camp commander in the Earth military within 3 years indicated that her will, capabilities, and talents were no less than his own. If the opportunity arose, he hoped to recruit Zhu Xiaodian into his team. Mining activities continued unabated. Drawing upon memories and experiences from a previous life, Tianxiao amassed a significant quantity of raw minerals within just half a day, returning with a full load. The logistics department was the busiest sector of the base, responsible not only for receiving the resources submitted daily by the miners and settling their wages, but also housing a large supermarket to cater to the daily needs of the base staff. Mining vessels hovered before 12 conveyor belts. The doors of the lead mining vessel opened, and the miners disembarked, joining the logistics department's officials and staff in monitoring the conveyor belts. A circular pipeline extends from the rear of the mining craft. The raw are stored within the vessel swiftly cascades down, landing upon the conveyor belt. Through the scrutiny and analysis conducted by the logistics department, the value of each piece of ore is meticulously calculated, with numbers on the adjacent display screen continuously fluctuating and ascending, reminiscent of a game. Remarkably straightforward. The final figure displayed represents the total worth of the raw, or crystal clear. The miners receive a 30% share. Moreover, should they fulfill their daily quota, exceeding a total value of 1,000 units of ore, the distribution is recalibrated to 33%. The miners at the forefront, seasoned veterans, have all extracted over 1,000 units. However, the excess is minimal, resulting in a daily wage just above 300. On another conveyor belt, a newcomer, having failed to meet the daily quota, faces a deduction of 100 from his earnings, taking home only a little over 70, his countenance pale. As he exits, many cast sympathetic glances in his direction. Such meager compensation barely suffices for the maintenance of the mining equipment. When it is Tianxiao's turn to step out of the cockpit, the conveyor belt begins to move. As a substantial quantity of H4, grade scaly iron, or evenly covers the belt, miners from other conveyors cannot help but glance over. Envy and jealousy evident in their eyes. The vibrating frequency of the conveyor belt reveals that newcomer number 3377 has made a significant haul, with thousands of units collected. His daily earnings have already reached 4 figures. Tianxiao stands with arms crossed, silently observing the numbers scrolling on the screen beside the conveyor belt, which continues its relentless motion. The unloading pipeline of the aircraft continued to resonate, with raw or tumbling down incessantly. The figures swiftly soared into 5 digits. At this moment, the 12 staff members responsible for the conveyor belt, along with the miners awaiting their daily wages, could not resist gathering closer. Goodness, it has surpassed 10,000. Wow, brother, you're quite something. Where did you find this? In which area? Count me in. Tian Xiao did not rebuff the inquisitive miners, promptly stating a price. A sudden silence enveloped the group. He was directly selling the day's task log. One could easily discern that 3377 was not a novice. His demeanor exuded the confidence of a seasoned veteran. Just then, the value of the raw ore on the conveyor belt had already exceeded 20,000. Yet, no one approached to purchase the task log. It was evident to all that the origins of these ores were disparate, rendering the acquisition of the task log worthless. Conversely, a supervisor from the logistics department, Li Ying, cast several glances in their direction. Although the Yunzhong group encountered many fortunate individuals daily, this young man before him was evidently a newcomer to the trade. Upon examining the other's identity information, he realized they were both alumni of the same university, with Tian Xiao being his junior. As the value of the goods on the conveyor belt gradually ascended to 27,000, it finally came to a halt. The staff member announced, the total value of the raw ore exceeds 27,000. According to the company's profit-sharing policy, your daily wage for today is 8,900, which has been credited to your account. Congratulations. Haha, thank you. Tian Xiao, elated with his earnings, departed from the logistics department of the base. Li Ying made a phone call from behind. Brother Gao, could you do me a favor? Please retrieve the task log for the new recruit from the tower, numbered 3377. As a token of gratitude, I'll treat you to dinner tonight and introduce you to a lovely girl, a friend of a friend, quite beautiful. Chapter 7. A grand spectacle. Having applied for energy supplementation and maintenance of mining machinery, Tian Xiao stood before the vast floor-to-ceiling windows, his mood exceptionally tranquil. An income of 8,900 in a single day was hardly remarkable. He had witnessed substantial sums before. During his assignments with the security team, he could earn 3,000 in a day, and when encountering the Zerg or star beasts, capturing a low-level specimen could yield over 100,000. Gazing down at the base building, illuminated as if it were day, Tian Xiao silently discarded the emptied nutrient solution vial and took a shower. The reflection in the mirror revealed a body that was quite standard, yet lacking the impressive 8-pack abs and the coveted V-line, particularly the curvature of the back, which showed a complete absence of exercise. It was high time to engage in physical training. Once he became a citizen, even with the ability to wield various weapons, without a sufficiently powerful physique, he could only resort to rudimentary firepower. Mastery over mechs and combat aircraft would remain elusive, and even the effectiveness of combat suits would be greatly diminished, rendering him merely a mediocre fighter. To truly meet the standards of a warrior, both muscle strength and muscle agility needed to exceed 12 points. The standard for adults is 10 points. The standard for warriors is 12 points. Bioenergy is the product of muscle strength multiplied by muscle agility. Tian Xiao's muscle strength is merely 9.7, with muscle stress flexibility at 9.3, and a biological energy level of 100 units. In stark contrast to the elite individuals whose biological energy often reaches the thousands, and who boast muscle strength and stress flexibility exceeding 30, he falls significantly short. With his current physical condition, he is even outperformed by some of the more distinguished security personnel within the base. He is simply too inexperienced. There are numerous methods to enhance physical fitness. A gradual approach, consistent daily exercise, could elevate his physical prowess to that of a soldier within 6 months. Alternatively, there are expedited methods, such as injections. The gene enhancement injections, costing a staggering million per dose, with the most common being the gene enhancement injection and the gene activation injection, are typically accessible only to the affluent and those warriors who have genuinely transcended their circumstances to achieve financial freedom. Furthermore, there exists another method developed by the Earth's celestial army, which utilizes the pancreatic tissues and saliva of formidable beasts, insectoids, and stellar creatures. After rigorous refinement, this combination can be ingested to produce effects akin to gene enhancement, lasting an entire day. Within this 24-hour period, the effectiveness of the user's training can be amplified tenfold or even more. As of now, this method has yet to be disseminated within the military. With newfound determination, Tian Xiao turned and exited the living quarters. This represents the most suitable shortcut for his enhancement. Coincidentally, he had frequently employed this method in his previous life to fortify his physique. Miners seldom encounter formidable beasts, insectoids, or stellar creatures, yet such entities exist, to varying degrees. On many planets, Tian Xiao, having previously served as a security personnel at the base, is well acquainted with this realm. He even knows of certain members within the security team who have a particular penchant for collecting the remains of formidable beasts and insectoids as trophies. Upon exiting the base's grand edifice, I fortuitously encountered a gathering of individuals on the street. Among them was Li Ying, the logistics team leader with whom I had recently made an acquaintance, my former romantic interest Wang Jingyi, and Zhu Xiaodian, whom I had met via video call. Accompanying them were 4 men and 3 women, friends of Wang Jingyi, alongside a tall, slender man adorned with gold-rimmed spectacles, Gao Chong, the tower liaison officer. This individual was quite memorable to me. Numerous women within the base had suffered at his hands. Subsequently, following an incident, he was ousted from Yunzhong Group and became a mercenary, yet his inherent nature remained unchanged, ultimately leading to his demise at the hands of another. I observed Gao Chong standing closely beside Zhu Xiaodian, eagerly vying for her attention. It was Zhu Xiaodian who first spotted me as I emerged from the building. Exclaiming loudly and diverting the focus of everyone present onto my face, including Li Ying and Gao Chong. The two exchanged a discreet glance, and Gao, adjusting his spectacles, exuded a subtle air of menace. "Ah, look who we have here, the lucky star of our base today. So, you are also a friend of Jingyi's. Come, shall we go sing together?" Li Ying stepped forward with an invitation. Upon hearing this, expressions of astonishment spread across Wang Jingyi, Zhu Xiaotian, and the others. "The one who achieves a daily performance of 27,000 is you? No wonder you didn't show up for Jingyi's birthday. Have you stumbled upon a gold mine? However, not attending a friend's birthday seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? After all, it's merely money." A group of friends, both male and female, who are acquainted with Wang Jingyi, spoke with a hint of jealousy. As the protagonist of the gathering, Wang Jingyi felt quite awkward. She had just introduced her friend Li Ying when she unexpectedly encountered Tian Xiao, her former romantic interest, who had not intended to show up. To claim that it was not embarrassing would be disingenuous. At this moment, she could only muster the courage to extend an invitation. "Tian Xiao, we're all classmates here. It's my birthday today. Surely, as an old friend, you wouldn't deny me this small favor?" Her expression was one of feigned vulnerability. "I'm sorry, but I have other matters to attend to." "Enjoy yourselves," Tian Xiao replied, not pausing as he walked past the group. Everyone was taken aback, not expecting Tian Xiao to be so unsparing, completely disregarding Wang Jingyi's feelings. Her countenance darkened, while Li Ying's face turned ashen. Gao Chong leaned in to whisper to Zhu Xiaodian, "How rude. What kind of friend is that?" Zhu Xiaodian was at a loss for words. The moment Tian Xiao brushed past them, she realized that Wang Jingyi and Tian Xiao had indeed become 2 individuals from entirely different worlds. Time had changed everything. She could not fathom why Tian Xiao had undergone such a significant transformation. Had he discovered something, or had something transpired? This scene did not escape Gao Chong's notice. A glint of coldness flickered in his eyes as he turned to watch Tian Xiao's retreating figure, his expression stern and shifting in the dim light. Li Ying had introduced him to Wang Jingyi's close friend, Zhu Xiaodian. Indeed, Zhu Xiaodian possessed a unique charm that set her apart from other girls. From the moment they met, he had already marked Zhu Xiaodian as his next target. Upon witnessing his beloved target surrounded by other men, his mood swiftly darkened. A recent graduate, he carried an air of unwarranted arrogance. Chapter 8. Reunion with old friends disregarding the throng of individuals surrounding Wang Jingyi. Tian Xiao made a beeline for the training ground at the base headquarters. Encountering Wang Jingyi and her companions was indeed an unexpected and rather awkward moment. However, Tian Xiao felt no particular sentiment about it. In the Earth's celestial army, he had grown accustomed to the realities of life and death. The diverse gazes from Wang Jingyi's circle held no significance for him. His sole focus was on one thought: to grow stronger. Within 3 years, he must master combat capabilities of grade C or above. Within 3 years, he must attain authority surpassing that of a regiment commander. Engaging in trivial pursuits like karaoke with a woman who is no longer relevant to him? Absurd. Nevertheless, the presence of Zhu Xiaodian and Gao Chong, who were with Wang Jingyi, piqued his interest slightly. After sending a text message, Tian Xiao, having fulfilled his obligation, stepped into the training hall. The training area was rather desolate, with only 2 receptionists stationed at the front desk. "Hello, how may we assist you?" A young girl with a pleasing appearance approached, bowing slightly with utmost politeness and a sweet smile. Tian Xiao glanced at her name tag, Su Cheng, a familiar face. During his first visit to the training facility, the security team had playfully teased him about this charming girl, only for him to later discover that she was, in fact, a biorobot, valued at 100,000 each. I require access to your training equipment. Su Cheng smiled and said, very well, our facility operates on a paid training basis, with a fee of 50 yuan per hour. If you agree, we can grant you access immediately and provide all the regulations pertaining to the training ground. Should you have any inquiries, feel free to consult with your steward. Tian Xiao, with familiarity, proceeded to activate the access, entering the vast expanse of the training ground. It boasted 36 levels, featuring various high-intensity venues including indoor skiing, surfing, skydiving, shooting, and combat, all accompanied by specialized biorobot sparring partners. The most economical option available was the combat training with biorobots, which were tailored to different skill levels, an exclusive privilege extended to employees by the Yunzhong Group. However, the hourly fee of 50 yuan was not something an ordinary miner could afford. In contrast, the security team at the base had different circumstances. These personnel were semi-combatants equipped with citizen chips, earning annual salaries ranging from 300,000 to 500,000. They required specialized training to hone their physical capabilities, thus spending most of their time within the training ground. Tian Xiao was aware that this particular group had discreetly dedicated an entire level of the training facility for their purposes, specifically to bring in ferocious beasts for barbecuing and storage. When the monthly supply ships departed, laden with resources, they would conveniently transport these items for sale at high prices. As he entered the 36th level of the training ground, a chilling gust of wind swept into the elevator. Before him lay a vast, pristine white skiing arena, a breathtaking sight. Qing Long swiftly completed the temperature control adjustments. Tian Xiao entered the ski resort and surveyed his surroundings. Not far away, he noticed a platform adorned with several tables, one of which was occupied by a boisterous group indulging in food and drink. The training grounds were typically unwelcoming to newcomers, particularly the 36th level. His unexpected presence immediately captured the attention of the rowdy table. The 8 members of the security team, ever vigilant, turned their heads, casting wary glances that conveyed a sense of superiority and scrutiny, their demeanor imposing. With their authority, they swiftly discerned the identity of the intruder, number 3377, a newcomer. Quite bold. It seemed he was also rather affluent. The expressions of the group gradually morphed into mockery. The security personnel harbored an inherent sense of superiority over the miners. Indeed, they were a select few who reigned above the miners within the base. Tian Xiao, seemingly unfazed by their hostile and scrutinizing glares, approached the group directly. He took in the sight before him, a table cluttered with bottles of liquor, predominantly empty, with a few conspicuous bottles of spirits prominently displayed in the center. Without hesitation, he reached for a bottle of strong liquor. This bold maneuver elicited immediate discontent among the group. The 8 pairs of eyes swiftly turned icy, and the atmosphere in the vicinity nearly froze. Undeterred, Tian Xiao uncorked the bottle and tilted it back, pouring its contents down his throat. Gulp, gulp. He consumed half the bottle in one breath, leaving the onlookers astonished. The frostiness in their gazes transformed into astonishment. One individual could not help but scratch his cheek, revealing an expression of admiration. The leader of the security team, Luo Fei, chuckled and glanced at his companions. Whose underling is this? Quite the drinker. I find myself inclined to take in a couple of such young subordinates. The atmosphere swiftly thawed, engaging with a group of imbibers. A round of strong spirits served in a single gulp is sufficient to command the respect of all present. The ice-breaking endeavor concluded. Tian Xiao had already consumed an entire bottle of potent liquor. He exhaled a long breath of alcoholic fumes, placed the empty bottle on the table, and with a broad grin, clasped his hands in apology to the assembled gentlemen. My sincerest apologies, esteemed brothers. Upon encountering such fine spirits, I simply could not resist. How much is this liquor? I shall cover the cost. Another bottle, and the tab is waived. Luo Fei leaned back, and the group once again donned expressions of amusement. Such a delightful prospect? Very well. It seemed Tian Xiao had anticipated this, raising his hand to seize a second bottle of spirits. Then I shall indulge without reservation. A splendid bottle priced at 2,500, why not partake? No one in the group objected. Excellent. Luo Fei could hardly contain himself, rising in hearty laughter. Ha. This lad possesses quite the charm, a true man of character. Work diligently, And once you have amassed sufficient funds, join the security team. I, Luo Fei, shall reserve a spot for you. Tian Xiao chuckled inwardly. Indeed, the demeanor of this boss Luo at the dining table mirrored precisely that of his previous encounters. The others shared this sentiment as well. Come, have a seat. The other security personnel grew increasingly warm, eagerly inviting Tian Xiao to take a seat. Tian Xiao's demeanor resonated perfectly with this band of drinkers. What is 5,000 yuan for a bottle of liquor? When one encounters kindred spirits, 1,000 cups are scarcely enough. Now, with the scent of liquor enveloping him, Tian Xiao found himself in harmonious accord with them. Come, lad, what is your name? Let us share a drink. Beside him sat a man with a nose marred by the ravages of alcohol, appearing to be in his 60s, displaying a set of yellowed, oversized teeth, who eagerly invited him to drink. Tian Xiao reached for the third bottle of spirits. Shall we drink from the bottle or use a cup? His face was slightly flushed, yet his spirits remained high. The surrounding crowd erupted in excitement. What the hell? Can he endure this? Old Lu, if I were you, I would challenge him. Yes, challenge him. The onlookers clamored, genuinely relishing the spectacle, eager to witness the newcomer's capacity for liquor while also anticipating old Lu's potential embarrassment. Luo Fei observed this scene with a radiant smile, subtly signaling to a young man who promptly stood up and fetched an unopened crate of spirits from behind. The atmosphere grew even more fervent. Chapter 9. The Torn Wolf meet at the table sat 8 individuals, 5 of whom Tian Xiao recognized. Leading the group was Luo Fei, the captain of the base security team, currently at H9 level standard combat capability, just a step away from G level. The man beside him, known as Old Lu, bore a weathered appearance yet was not yet 40. Having once had a kidney removed by the insectoid race, he aged prematurely and his strength had significantly waned, relegating him to the bottom tier among H3 level warriors. He was a slave to alcohol, though his drinking prowess was rather mediocre, allowing him only to savor it lightly. Tian Xiao dared to confront him, fully aware of his circumstances. The other man could barely manage to finish a single drink, taking an hour to do so. And his only redeeming quality was his unwavering respect for the liquor. A young man with remarkable vision placed a case of fine spirits on the table. He was Chun Wuling, the youngest member of the security team, who had only joined before the new year and was a trusted confidant of Luo Fei. His capacity for alcohol was commendable, and his innate abilities were quite impressive, making him one of the fastest to be nurtured among the young recruits. Chun Wuling set down the spirits and said to Tian Xiao, Old Lu is not in good health and has a moderate tolerance for alcohol. Allow me to accompany you in this endeavor. Let's enjoy a bottle together. Once we finish, should any matters arise at the base, I will have your back. With that, he flicked the bottle cap off with a subtle upward motion of his thumb and began to pour the liquor straight down his throat with fierce determination. Chun Wuling's capacity for alcohol was admirable. His boldness in drinking and his loyalty to his comrades were reasons why Luo Fei was willing to invest wholeheartedly in his development. Excellent, Tian Xiao exclaimed as he rose to his feet, seizing the third bottle of spirits. Undeterred by the onlookers, he engaged in a drinking contest with Chun Wuling, gulping down the fiery liquid as if igniting his throat. The two finished a 500 milliliters bottle in under 20 seconds. Bravo! Luo Fei finally could no longer contain himself and applauded vigorously. Chun Wuling set down the empty bottle and patted Tian Xiao firmly on the shoulder, declaring, A promise is a promise. From this moment on, we are brothers. If you wish to drink, feel free to seek me out. Should any issues arise within the base, just mention my name, and if that proves ineffective, invoke the name of Boss Luo. I am Tian Xiao, and I hope to receive the care of Boss Luo and Brother Chen from now on. Tian Xiao did not hold back, understanding that he had successfully passed the test. Gaining Luo Fei's approval also meant winning Chun Wuling's respect, rendering the opinions of the others inconsequential. As a member of the security team, I am already registered and can be summoned at any moment. Even though I currently possess only an H2 type chip and have yet to meet the standards for combat personnel. However, considering that even someone like Old Lu, who has had one of his kidneys removed, remains in the security group, adding another individual poses no issue. A bead of sweat trickled down. Chun Wuling noticed that Tian Xiao's forehead was covered in perspiration. Are you all right? Do you need to find a place to rest? Others inquired as well. It is not easy for someone like Tian Xiao, who had downed 3 bottles of strong liquor in one go, to recover. Those with slightly weaker constitutions might even require hospitalization for gastric lavage. Tian Xiao waved his hand dismissively. It's nothing serious. I just drank too quickly. I need something to settle my stomach. Brother Chen, do you have any vegetables? Some meat would be ideal. With a chuckle, Chen Wuling turned to Luo Fei. Luo Fei grinned and nodded. Let us prepare some hearty dishes to welcome our young brother. Understanding the cue, Chen Wuling turned and walked into the back room. Half a minute later, he emerged carrying a 2-meter-long beast, its flesh frozen, and tossed it onto the ground. The others, having procured 2 rifles and a barbecue grill from who knows where, busily set to work with great enthusiasm. With a smirk, old Lu approached proudly. Have you ever seen an H4 level ripping wolf? Look at that bullet hole on its left flank. I made that mark myself. Following old Lu's gesture, Tian Xiao indeed spotted several bullet holes on the rear of the ripping wolf. Impressive. The formidable H4 level beast possesses a physique capable of effortlessly countering heat and firepower below H4 intensity. The fact that Lao Lu can breach the defenses of the Tearmouth wolf indicates that his prowess has not significantly declined. At least not as severely as it will 6 months hence. Chen Wuling, by hoisting the entire Tearmouth wolf, not only demonstrates the strength and foundation of the security team, but also signifies the importance placed on the newly joined members. Naturally, Tian Xiao cannot simply sit idly like the esteemed elder, waiting for these seasoned predecessors to prepare and serve the roasted meat. Allow me, he volunteered, stepping forward to assist. One of the elders promptly handed him a flame gun. Having spent a year with Luo Fei in his previous life, indulging in wine and grilled meat was a frequent affair for him. Thus, he approached this task with remarkable ease, even surpassing Chen Wuling in skill. While grilling, he deftly extracted the most tender cuts of meat from the Tearmouth wolf using a small knife, slightly overcooking them before sprinkling a hint of spices and presenting them to Luo Fei. Boss Luo, would you care to sample my culinary skills? Luo Fei eagerly took a thick strip of meat, disregarding the searing heat of the fat, and stuffed it into his mouth, savoring each bite. Luo Fei's eyes widened with delight. His spirits lifted as he gave a thumbs up in enthusiastic praise. Outstanding. Who would have thought that someone so young could possess such remarkable talent? Delicious. Chen Wuling and the others were taken aback. They understood that aside from drinking and hunting, roasting meat was one of Luo Fei's greatest passions. Typically, he would not be impressed by ordinary grilled fare, yet Tian Zhao's culinary prowess elicited his admiration. The taste of the grilled meat was surely exceptional. Several individuals eagerly competed to grab the succulent meat strips, hastily stuffing them into their mouths, relishing the delightful taste. Indeed, how delectable. Damn it. Old Lu, you ought to refrain from ruining barbecued meat in the future. Compared to brother Tianxiao's grilling skills, your previous attempts were nothing short of a disgrace to the ingredients. Goodness, how could you dismantle the very bridge that brought you here? However, Tianxiao, your mastery in barbecuing is truly remarkable. Where did you acquire such skills? In no time, the group devoured the tender meat that Tianxiao had just grilled. Observing him deftly carving the meat with a small knife, curiosity piqued even further. The essence of barbecued meat lies in its freshness and tenderness. The cuts I provided earlier were from the finest portions, but subsequent flavors may not be as exceptional. Please be understanding. With a half-joking tone, Tianxiao sent out another platter of grilled meat. Quite impressive. This flavor surpasses anything old Lu has ever prepared, Chen Wuling remarked after tasting it. The others unanimously agreed, voicing their approval. Indeed, this flavor is quite delightful. Tianxiao, you are too modest. Boss Luo, you should recruit this lad soon. I have a feeling he is inherently suited for our security team, old Lu suggested. The others nodded in agreement. Tianxiao is a man of character. His drinking reflects his integrity, and he is generous. He seems like a perfect fit. Luo Fei felt a twinge of temptation as well. However, hastily bringing someone without a citizenship into the fold could prove troublesome and would require some connections. After a moment's hesitation, Luo Fei, while savoring his grilled meat, fixed his gaze on Tianxiao and remarked, your physical condition and chip capabilities still exhibit a considerable disparity. For now, focus on your work at the base. By the way, save some money. Once you accumulate 200,000, I will supplement the rest for you to purchase a citizenship. Luo Fei was not in want of money. Rather, he lacked capable individuals. It was Tian Zhao's remarkable knife skills and his calm demeanor in the face of a ravenous wolf that primarily influenced Luo Fei's decision. Chapter 10. The heartbroken young man. Although Luo Fei, the leader of the base's security team, wielded significant decision-making authority, his deputy, Wu Hao, was no pushover. He had been subtly competing with Luo Fei, establishing his own faction and rallying support to challenge Luo Fei's leadership, aiming to usurp him from his position. Wu Hao's prowess was comparable to Luo Fei's, having achieved H8 level in terms of mech control, fire control, and command capabilities, proving himself nearly equal to Luo Fei. The crux of the matter lay in Wu Hao's connections with a minor leader at Fei & Company, which had enabled him to arrange for over a dozen security personnel to come under his command. The entire security team comprised 36 members, and Wu Hao effectively controlled half of them through his own influence, leaving the remainder in a state of neutrality. This precarious balance meant that despite being the leader, Luo Fei was gradually being sidelined. Presently, Luo Fei felt a heightened sense of urgency and a desperate need for capable personnel. This was also the reason Tian Xiao chose to approach him directly, as he believed that Luo Fei's character and insight would not deny him an opportunity, as it would likewise present an opportunity for Luo Fei himself. Furthermore, every month, Luo Fei exploits the security team's escort duties for the transport vessel to smuggle goods, creating value exceeding $1 million. He is willing to invest in solidifying his foundation and nurturing more individuals to safeguard his interests as the leader of the security team. Luo Fei's declaration was within Tian Xiao's expectations. "Thank you, Boss Luo." Tian Xiao savored a piece of tinned meat extracted from the body of a torn wolf. Rising to raise his glass, "I am honored by your regard, Boss Luo. I shall drink this bottle." Boss Luo waved his hand nonchalantly. "Rest assured, Tian Xiao, I will not bring shame upon you or the security team." With the fourth bottle of strong liquor downed, Luo Fei casually poured himself a drink and finished it, showing respect to the newcomer. "You have a good capacity for liquor. Now let us eat. Do take care of your health, especially since you cannot afford to be intoxicated right now. Tian Xiao, your grilling skills are truly remarkable. Go on, you all wait a moment. Tian Xiao, do indulge yourself a bit. We have plenty of time to appreciate your barbecued offerings." Chen Wuling pushed aside old Lu and a few others. He couldn't quite understand why, but he felt an unusual affinity with this newcomer, both in their interactions and the tone of their exchanges, as if they had known each other for a long time. "All right, please excuse me while I have a few bites first, then I will toast each of you, my esteemed brothers." Tian Xiao, of course, understood the reason behind this connection. It was a matter of kindred spirits. Upon joining the security team, he found himself getting along well with Chen Wuling and Luo Fei. As he spoke, he continued his adept movements, skillfully slicing pieces of grilled meat to savor. Luo Fei began the inquiry. "As a newcomer, what prompted you to come to the training ground? Do you dare to approach our security team to steal a drink?" Tian Zhao's abrupt arrival and his oath of allegiance ultimately raised suspicions. The crowd collectively awaited an explanation from him. To be honest, from the initial unexpected act of seizing alcohol to the current atmosphere of unusual camaraderie, they were all quite bewildered. Luo Fei's remark brought a measure of calm to the group. Tian Xiao understood that if he did not resolve this issue today, there would be a lingering barrier between him and the others. He was well prepared and, unflustered, recounted the melodramatic tale that had befallen him. He had invested considerable time and emotion into a relationship, only to witness the woman he loved celebrating her birthday with another man, leading to his heartbreak and prompting him to seek solace elsewhere. Coincidentally, he stumbled upon a group of revelers at the training ground. Luo Fei exchanged a glance with Chen Wuling, which did not escape Tian Zhao's notice. With the authority of the security team, they were empowered to access various surveillance feeds across the base. He was confident that Chen Wuling had commenced an investigation into his social connections within the base. Chen Wuling did not disappoint. He swiftly sent a text to Luo Fei. "Tian Zhao's ex-girlfriend, Wang Jingyi, is currently celebrating her birthday with Logistics Department's Li Ying. My brother, I will avenge you." Chen Wuling clearly regarded a minor supervisor in the Logistics Department with disdain. Luo Fei frowned slightly, but ultimately refrained from intervening. He wished to observe Tian Zhao's reaction. Slowly, Tian Xiao plucked a white object from the inner lining of his torn garment, and, before the gazes of all present, nonchalantly placed it into his mouth. "Thank you, Brother Chen, for your concern. There is no need to waste time on a woman who has changed her heart. Moreover, I have come to realize that such a woman is of little worth. There are countless good women out there, and I shall find another. A wise man indeed. This is what defines a real man. You are still young, and joining the security team will be far more rewarding than languishing in the logistics department. However, rest assured, we will eventually deal with that rascal Li Ying, and I shall ensure that we avenge this grievance. Alas, we are all passionate souls." Tian Xiao lowered his head. completely engrossed in consuming the freshly harvested pancreas. The pancreas of the tearbite wolf serves as an organ for collecting mutated elements and possesses the ability to eliminate negative pathology. Once enough is accumulated, it can lead to a qualitative transformation, significantly enhancing the physical prowess of the tearbite wolf, and may even trigger a certain gifted mutation, advancing from H4 to H9, or even G grade, though the probability of such a substantial breakthrough is less than 1 in 10,000. Tian Xiao diligently spread his saliva to envelop every part of the pancreas, suppressing the foul taste as he began to chew vigorously. The sight of him grinding his teeth elicited a deeper sympathy from onlookers. The confusion in Luo Fei and Chen Wuling's eyes dissipated. He sought to alleviate his inner pain by consuming the raw flesh and blood of the tearbite wolf. What a man! Little did they know. Tian Xiao was fervently working to transform the nutrients within the pancreas into his own essence. As he chewed meticulously, his jaws began to tingle, and a warm current surged within his dantian. The moment of transformation had arrived. Tian Xiao lifted his neck and swallowed the already chewed and pulverized remnants of his pancreas, causing the warm flow within his dantian to become distinctly clearer and more intense. He abruptly rose to his feet. With a single breath, Tian Xiao raised a toast to the other 5 security personnel present, clasping his hands in farewell to Luo Fei. Boss Luo, I'm off to find a place to vent some of this drunken energy. Very well, Luo Fei waved his hand dismissively. Drinking too hastily can lead to inebriation. A bit of venting is indeed advisable. The others at the table exchanged knowing, mischievous smiles as they watched Tian Xiao enter the elevator. At the headquarters, a batch of biorobots had been specially prepared for the miners, capable of fulfilling their daily physiological needs just like real humans. However, Chen Wuling soon discovered that the elevator had stopped on the 15th floor. That floor was not designated for the biorobot service area, but rather for strength training. Was this fellow intoxicated? It was his first time at the training facility. Could he possibly be lost? Without hesitation, Chen Wuling accessed the surveillance footage from the 15th floor. The sight before Luo Fei and the others left them both amused and bewildered. There stood Tian Xiao, waist-bound with a powerful harness, sprinting with all his might. Chapter 11. The market opens. Ha ha. This kid, Tian Xiao, is quite entertaining. I thought he was heading to the first floor to find Su Chang. Ha ha. Could it be that he is still a novice? A chorus of laughter erupted among the group, with some unable to restrain themselves from pounding the table in mirth. Luo Fei and Chen Wuling were equally astonished to witness the individual they deemed a person of temperament expressing his inebriation in such an unexpected manner. Generally, after consuming a few bottles of strong liquor, most would struggle to maintain their footing. Yet this young man, remarkably, managed to stride steadily upon a training apparatus designed for intense weight-bearing pursuits. Unable to suppress their amusement, old Lu seized the moment. Come, let's play some bets. I wager that Tian Xiao cannot endure more than 3 minutes before collapsing. He produced a 1,000 yuan note, prompting immediate responses from the crowd. 3 minutes? This lad is merely a novice, akin to a young calf. I bet 5 minutes. I wager he will falter within 2 minutes. One by one, the spectators placed their bets, most predicting durations around 5 minutes. At that moment, Chen Wuling interjected. I bet 10 minutes. 2,000. The group turned to him in astonishment. 10 minutes? This fellow's veins are already bulging. He could collapse at any moment, and you still dare to wager 10 minutes? Old Lu, you've made a wise decision. Ha ha, the bet is sealed. Many thanks to Brother Wuling for your generous sponsorship. Old Lu chuckled as he tallied the stakes. 8 individuals, 7 of whom had placed their bets. What about you, Boss Luo? Care to join in the fun? Old Lu's eyes glinted as he sought to entice Luo Fei. Luo Fei, however, was transfixed by the monitor displaying Tian Xiao, who was sprinting under the strain of a 50-kilogram harness. His initial amusement transformed into a growing sense of uncertainty. The rigorous exercise of sprinting under such a heavy load demanded immense energy, and even individuals boasting a muscle strength and agility rating of 12 could not endure for long. Yet here was Tian Xiao, an ordinary person, having already sustained this effort for over 2 minutes. The flesh and blood of the torn-mouthed wolf harbor certain nutritional molecules capable of refining one's physique. Under the influence of alcohol, enduring for 2 minutes is hardly astonishing. As the leader of the security team, he had interacted with some Earth-esque galactic army warriors during patrols in the cosmos and possessed prior experience with them. Although the warriors of Earth-esque galactic army may not match his strength, the ferocity they exude and the intensity in their gaze linger vividly, in his memory. At this moment, Tian Zhao's eyes mirrored those of such individuals, focused, sharp, and brimming with fervor, radiating an undeniable brilliance. Remarkably, even when pushed to the limits of his physical condition, Tian Zhao managed to sustain his efforts for a full minute without faltering, while the adjacent counter registered subtle changes. Next to the powerful traction weight-bearing apparatus, the device recorded the user's current load and sprinting speed, simultaneously displaying the user's muscle strength and stress adaptability. Luo Fei keenly observed that Tian Zhao's muscle strength had surged from 9.8 to 9.9, while his muscle stress adaptability increased from 9.4 to 9.5. Luo Fei could no longer remain composed. Forgetting about old Lu's betting pool, he fixated on the data displayed on the surveillance screen, his eyes unwavering, growing increasingly serious. Meanwhile, a chorus of sighs surrounded him. Those who had wagered on 2 or 3 minutes had already lost their stakes, prompting old Lu to chuckle as he collected the money. However, his mirth was short-lived. 5 minutes elapsed, and old Lu was compelled to cease. This lad possesses remarkable tenacity. Enduring a high-intensity sprint for 5 minutes equated to running 1,000 meters with a 50-kilogram load, and given old Lu's current physical condition, he had been surpassed. Yet Tian Zhao persevered, leaving all 6 of them defeated. Only Chun Wuling remained. Chun Wuling laughed heartily, gathering all the stakes from the table. According to the rules of their circle, this sum was entirely his, an income of 6,000. However, he soon realized that the boss was still intently watching the surveillance footage. Boss, this newcomer is a promising talent with immense potential. Luo Fei replied with a nod, leaning slightly back, yet his gaze remained fixated on the monitor. There was a thought he refrained from voicing. The potential displayed by Tian Zhao had already surpassed that of Chun Wuling. Although Chun Wuling currently possessed the strength of H5, capable of effortlessly carrying 50 kilograms for over 10 minutes, Tian Zhao's muscle intensity was merely 9.9. At that moment, the small numbers on the surveillance screen flickered again. 10 points. Muscle intensity at 10, muscle responsiveness had also surged to 9.6. Luo Fei felt his eyelids twitch uncontrollably. Damn. In less than 10 minutes, his body's speed had increased by 3 units. This must be a cultivation method from the military. Unbeknownst to him, his slightly reclined posture had abruptly leaned forward, his breath growing hot and labored. Others began to notice the boss's unusual demeanor. Wuling, you've already won. Turn it off. Luo Fei did not afford them the chance. Tian Zhao's potential had shifted from surpassing Chun Wuling to eclipsing everyone in the security team. He had to seal off any information regarding Tian Zhao. Wu Hao must not learn of his existence. Indeed, although Chun Wuling was unaware of the reasons behind Luo Fei's abrupt change of subject, as Luo Fei's trusted aide, he naturally adhered to his directives without question. He procured a batch of raw ore from my private repository and arranged for its handover to Tian Zhao, ensuring his early integration into the security team. For an ordinary miner, a sum of 200,000 would require at least a year of diligent saving. Luo Fei had initially intended to observe Tian Zhao's character further. However, upon witnessing the immense potential he exhibited, he realized that he could no longer procrastinate. Prolonged delays could lead to unforeseen complications. Swiftly recruiting Tian Zhao into the security team would soon render him an indispensable ally, akin to Chun Wuling, thus enabling the rapid consolidation of their security forces. An additional investment of 200,000 was hardly a concern. The 7 individuals exchanged glances in astonishment. Their leader was prepared to dip into his own pockets. Though they were oblivious to the unfolding events, they seemed devoid of any resistance. Perhaps it was sympathy that stirred within them. Perhaps it was the resilience Tian Zhao demonstrated during his arduous training. Or perhaps it was the influence of those few bottles of wine. Thus, the matter was settled. At this moment, Tian Zhao was still on the 15th level of the training grounds, engaged in weighted sprints. The tearing of the wolf pancreas was continuously radiating heat, and the mutated substances accumulated within the pancreas further stimulated his physique. Under the strain of high-intensity exertion, his muscles rapidly consumed energy while maximizing the absorption of these substances, affecting a swift transformation of his physique. 10 minutes. Qing Long alerted him, noting that his muscle strength had reached 10.1, and his muscle response agility had elevated to 9.8. The burden on his body was immense, necessitating a period of rest. Yet, Tian Zhao pressed on undeterred. This is because the Azure Dragon currently holds only an H2 level, akin to an ordinary civilian safeguarding oneself, an H3 citizenship. possessing a greater breadth of knowledge and authority, would be aware of the breakthroughs, which only manifest under conditions of extreme pressure. Chapter 12. Zhu Xiaoyan's plea for help within the dantian. The aberrant substances amassed in the pancreatic body continue to emanate heat. Tian Xiao grits his teeth in perseverance. Despite the incessant reminders from his physical form, his spirit, and even the azure dragon urging him to pause and rest, his gaze sharpens and becomes ever more focused. True cultivation only manifests upon entering the Earth's celestial army. It is only within this realm that one comprehends the commencement of authentic cultivation. When an individual finds themselves at the limits of endurance, the body resembles a vessel being incessantly stretched, gradually expanding to accommodate more, bolstered by relentless effort, thereby growing stronger. The longer one persists, the greater the rewards. Particularly after consuming the pancreatic substance of a ferocious beast, the pancreas continuously releases aberrant nutrients, stimulating the fortification of the physique while endowing the body with increased biological energy. At such times, willpower becomes of utmost significance. Those with formidable willpower can ascend at a more rapid pace. After a high-intensity sprint of 3 kilometers, the data displayed by the instrument beside Tian Xiao indicates muscle strength 10. 3. Muscle stress flexibility 10. Biological energy has broken through 100 for the first time. Rising to 103, the initial use of the adenoid has yielded remarkably evident effects. The extreme training methods of the Earth's celestial army, combined with the stimulating effects of the adenoids, have propelled Tian Xiao beyond the average capabilities of an adult. 5 minutes elapsed. The training room was replete with the pungent odors of sweat and alcohol. The stench of alcohol emanated from Tian Xiao, leaving a damp imprint beneath his feet. Continue. Tian Xiao mechanically pushed through his exercises, exerting himself relentlessly. His body had long since reached its limits. Yet, a surge of warmth emanating from his dantian continuously invigorated his physique, providing him with a modicum of strength, allowing him to persevere despite the gradual depletion of his energy. Just as the relentless exertion reached the 25-minute mark, the elevator doors on the 15th floor opened, and Chen Wuling stepped inside, halting before him. She glanced at the numbers displayed on the nearby instrument and addressed the unyielding Tian Xiao, whose temples were visibly strained. Do not torment yourself for the sake of a woman. It is not worth it. I am fine. Tian Xiao struggled to maintain his breath and rhythm, forcing each word through gritted teeth. Stubborn mule, Chen Wuling remarked, shaking her head. To her, it was evident that Tian Xiao was ensnared by his emotions, suffering for love. I bring good news. She shifted the subject, saying, the boss has decided to personally contribute 200,000 to assist you in acquiring a citizenship, facilitating your early recruitment into the security team. From now on, we shall fight side by side as brothers. Tian Zhao's eyes widened in astonishment. Do not be overly astonished. The chief cherishes talent. Once you receive your commission, repayment is inevitable. By the way, let me inform you about the handover arrangements. Tomorrow, as I patrol, I will pass by. You should come by to touch base then. Indeed. Tian Xiao did not decline, gradually slowing down to a halt, replying, Chen Wuling exchanged contact information with Tian Xiao before turning to leave. A smile graced Tian Zhao's face. Engaging in a weighty dash on the 15th level, he aimed to achieve 2 objectives with one effort. Accumulating 200,000 is a straightforward task, yet accomplishing it discreetly poses a significant challenge. Time is of the essence. He does not intend to linger in mining endeavors. Over the span of 3 years, he must seize every moment. As for the purple sales mine in Area G46, he plans to refrain from early extraction due to the exorbitant costs associated with enhancing his cultivation. Transitioning from H2 to H3 demands an expenditure of millions. Advancing from H3 to H4 entails similar financial burdens at each step. The leap from H9 to G1, merely for chip enhancement, requires tens of millions. The most cumbersome aspect is the breakthrough in physical constitution. A single G1 gene enhancement syringe is immensely valuable, with a price tag of millions. Only the Earth's military possesses a relatively abundant quota, while civilians must resort to exorbitant black market prices, often doubling their expenses. This predicament elucidates why Luo Fei has yet to ascend to G1. Thus, it is imperative to secure the entirety of the funds from the purple sales mine and allocate them judiciously. Consequently, he must extract a modicum of resources from the once mighty Luo. As anticipated, Luo Fei fell into the trap. This investment is unlikely to prove detrimental for him. Among the 8 individuals encountered this time, 3 were strangers to him, as they would soon meet their untimely demise due to an unfortunate accident during a transport mission. Thus, Luo Fei's group of 8 was reduced to 5, with Wu Hao gradually usurping his influence within the security team until Luo Fei resolutely decided to instigate change. With Tian Xiao poised to join the security team ahead of schedule, he would undoubtedly devise a means to ensure the survival of these 3 individuals, a gesture of reciprocity. After Chen Wuling departed, Tian Xiao took a brief respite before ascending to the 36th floor once more. Hunger gnawed at him. He needed to eat again. The potency of his adenoids had yet to be fully expended. Under the strain of such rigorous exercise, the adenoids could endure for at least half a day to a full day, sufficiently potent to yield the effects of a gene-enhancing injection. An hour elapsed. According to the monitoring by Qing Long, Tian Zhao's muscle strength successfully surged to 11.3 points, while his muscle stress agility improved to 11.0, and his bioenergy reached 122 points. Impressive. After a brief rest, just as he was preparing to continue, Qing Long alerted him to an incoming message from Zhu Xiaotian. The content was alarming. "Help me." A succinct plea that sent a frown across Tian Zhao's brow. Ultimately, trouble had arisen. He swiftly removed the harness and ascended to the 36th floor. Luo Fei and his companions had already dispersed, leaving only Chen Wuling behind to tidy up. Seated before the barbecue grill, Chen Wuling smiled upon seeing Tian Xiao emerge from the elevator. "What's this? Hungry again? Come, Brother Chen, lend me a hand. Locate someone." Tian Xiao produced the message, prompting Chen Wuling to hastily set aside the meat he was grilling. "No problem. Just provide me with the name and number." "Number 3520, Zhu Xiaotian." Tian Xiao swiftly interjected. "If nothing unexpected occurs, the one who targeted him is Gao Chong from the control tower." A glimmer of cold light flashed in Chen Wuling's eyes. "It's that scoundrel again. Damn it. I've long desired to deal with this scum. I have a rough idea of where he might be. Follow me." As a security personnel, Chen Wuling was more aware of the darker aspects within the base. The two hurriedly entered the elevator, one after the other. Inside, Chen Wuling could not help but inquire. "I know this Zhu Xiaotian. She is new and quite beautiful. It seems she shares a good rapport with your ex-girlfriend. What's going on? You seem rather attentive to her, starting with a close friend. Impressive." Chen Wuling misunderstood. However, Tian Xiao felt it unwise to clarify that he was drawn to Zhu Xiaotian's capabilities, so he had to take the blame. "No need to feel embarrassed. I understand. When the time comes, make sure you take the lead in this heroic rescue. It's best if you take matters into your own hands." Chen Wuling chuckled mischievously. Clearly an experienced hand. Chapter 13. A deadly avoidance. After Tian Xiao departed, the atmosphere among Wang Jingyi and her group remained rather awkward. After all, Tian Xiao was regarded as Wang Jingyi's rumored boyfriend, at least in the eyes of the public. Tian Zhao's disregard for appearances only fueled speculation about their relationship and stirred further conjecture regarding Wang Jingyi and Li Ying. Li Ying felt immensely uncomfortable. Fortunately, he had summoned Gao Chong, using conversation to let time ease the tension. Upon arriving at the karaoke venue, Li Ying's status came into play. As he was greeted by the entrance staff, sales manager, and various princesses along the way, all offering their respects. As a lavish 9-tiered cake is gracefully wheeled in by a group of handsome men and beautiful women, a bouquet is presented to Wang Jingyi. The expressions of her friends instantly transform into eager smiles. In contrast to Tian Xiao, Li Ying exudes a distinctly more romantic and affluent aura. The combination of wealth and beauty is indeed a match made in heaven. How could I possibly forsake the conquest of this vast starry ocean for a mere vase? Compared to the financial prowess and poise displayed by Li Ying, Tian Zhao's remarks, as a recent graduate struggling financially, seemed tinged with a sense of sour grapes. Yet, the moment I recall the text message sent to me after their departure, the once clear image of him becomes clouded. Gao Chong, a friend of Li Ying's, is introduced by Wang Jingyi as a controller working at the tower, often engaged in communication with them, holding a status above that of a minor. But how does Tian Xiao know Gao Chong? How does Tian Xiao realize that Wang Jingyi intends to introduce him to Gao Chong? Zhu Xiaotian becomes notably more composed throughout the evening. She yearns to make a call to inquire further, yet the singing venue buzzes with excitement. And the atmosphere is delicately cultivated. It is essential to consider her friend's feelings at such a moment. Gao Chong, ever the gentleman, subtly smiles as he glances at the drink Zhu Xiaotian has consumed, rising to declare, "The next song is mine." Upon exiting the private room, Zhu Xiaotian hesitates. At such a time, Questioning Tian Xiao could lead to complications. What if Tian Xiao inquires about the events here? How would she respond? Moreover, Gao Chong has been nothing but courteous throughout the evening, presenting no issues. Just as Gao Chong finishes a song, he raises his glass in invitation. Zhu Xiaotian lifted her wine glass and took a sip, only to feel something amiss. Her vision became slightly blurred, her head grew heavy, and it felt as if the glass could slip from her grasp. Oh no, something has gone awry. Zhu Xiaotian swiftly realized that her drink had been tampered with. The butler was alerted to the situation. The chip exhibited no response, as if it had been rendered inoperative. Zhu Xiaotian slumped softly onto the sofa, seizing her last moments of consciousness to press a button on her wristwatch, selecting the final contact. Tian Xiao. Help me. Her faint voice was recognized and the message was successfully dispatched. Then, she succumbed to complete unconsciousness. Gao Chong had been observing Zhu Xiaotian from a corner, and as she collapsed, unnoticed by anyone else, a smirk of triumph crept across his lips. The drug he administered was designed to temporarily disrupt the chip's autonomous functions and analytical capabilities, including its automatic alert system. Only a few rudimentary manual commands remained operational, while the rest were rendered useless. Another individual who recognized the situation was Li Ying. He discreetly exchanged a glance with Gao Chong before approaching Wang Jingyi. Jingyi, let's turn off the lights and cut the cake. Sure. Wang Jingyi, having indulged a bit too much, nestled into Li Ying's embrace, her thoughts far from attending to her dear friend. Once the lights dimmed, no one noticed the absence of two individuals in the private room. Gao Chong dragged Zhu Xiaotian into the adjoining suite, his gaze lingering on the girl with flushed cheeks as he chuckled. Indeed, those freshly graduated from school are far more entertaining. Just as he prepared to remove her garments, the door was suddenly kicked open with tremendous force. Boom. The impact was akin to that of an H5 level assault, ferociously powerful. The door burst open, revealing the interior of the room to the outside world. Gao Chong was momentarily stunned. He looked up to see Tian Xiao, whom he had encountered before, striding inconfidently. Damn, you, a poor student, dare to ruin my plans. Although Gao Chong felt guilty, his audacity was anything but ordinary. In such a situation, he had to swiftly regain control. Otherwise, losing his job and tarnishing his reputation would be minor concerns compared to the decade-long prison sentence he could face for coercing a woman. With a flick of his wrist, a flying knife hurtled toward Tian Xiao. Had he been an ordinary student, Tian Xiao would surely have been unable to evade the attack. However, after his rebirth and through experiences akin to navigating a hail of bullets, he was already on guard, having anticipated Gao Chong's threatening gesture. He tilted his head and countered. The knife embedded itself in the doorframe. In a heartbeat, he closed the distance with a powerful punch, poised for an explosive strike. In a typical confrontation, the essence lies in ferocity. In a narrow encounter, the courageous prevail. With the knife as failure, Gao Chong sensed an impending disaster. Suddenly, darkness clouded his vision, and excruciating pain crashed upon his eye socket. He cried out, tumbling backward and shattering the table in the private booth. The commotion was too loud. The adjacent booth had fallen silent the moment the door was breached, and a group of men and women rushed over to witness the spectacle, only to discover that the three individuals in the next room were familiar faces. The scene jolted Wang Jing like a bucket of ice-cold water, snapping her back to reality. Her close friend, Zhu Xiaotian, lay unconscious and slumped on the sofa, appearing utterly vulnerable and oblivious. Li Ying, witnessing Tian Xiao relentlessly pummeling Gao Chong, widened his eyes in alarm and hurried forward to intervene. Stop. Are you out of your mind? Who are you? Someone blocked Li Ying's path. It was only then that Li Ying realized the man standing beside him was none other than Chen Wuling from the base security team. As the logistics team leader, he had encountered Chen before. A chill ran down Li Ying's spine as he sensed the precariousness of the situation. Members of the security team were present. He could no longer assist Gao Chong in controlling the scene. They are my friends, intoxicated, a misunderstanding, he stammered. Chen Wuling cast him a glance, lifted his chin, and pointed at Zhu Xiaotian, coldly stating, whether it is a misunderstanding or not depends on what that young lady has to say. Li Ying felt a surge of dread. This was it. The knowledge that Chen Wuling was aware indicated the security team's intervention. Given their responsibilities and authority, they could choose to involve themselves or not. Yet, it was evident that Chen Wuling was targeting Gao Chong. Enough, Tian Xiao shouted into the room. Don't beat him to death. It would be troublesome if there are no witnesses. Boss Luo is already on his way, and the rest will be left to the headquarters for adjudication. Rest assured, at least 3 years in prison is inevitable. Tian Xiao momentarily eased his grip, though he still clung to Gao Chang's collar, who was now bruised and battered. With a sneer, Tian Xiao remarked, "Hey, don't worry, I'm avoiding any fatal blows." His words sent a shiver through Li Ying, Wang Jingyi, and the surrounding acquaintances, all of whom wore expressions of sheer horror. Chapter 14. Swift Resolution. Was this really Tian Xiao, the warm-hearted, kind individual they had graduated alongside? With a couple of punches, Gao Chang's cheeks had swelled yet again. What audacious words were these? A group of individuals appeared to be encountering the true essence of Tian Xiao for the first time, their eyes widening in disbelief as they examined him from head to toe. Li Ying was equally bewildered. This marked his third encounter with Tian Xiao. The initial meeting occurred in the afternoon when Tian Xiao reported the day's yield to the logistics department. The impressive value of 27,000 in raw ore had captured his attention, igniting a sense of envy within him. Consequently, upon learning of the rumors surrounding Tian Xiao and Wang Jingyi, he refrained from mentioning it in her presence, maintaining an air of superiority during their second encounter. However, this third meeting was truly astonishing. A mere H2 level was decisively overpowering an H4 level, delivering a furious assault. Tian Xiao's demeanor had transformed from that of an inconspicuous and unassuming novice miner into a formidable figure exuding a violent aura, sending shivers down the spine of onlookers. Furthermore, it was astonishing to discover that Tian Xiao was acquainted with Chen Wuling, displaying an apparent camaraderie, while others were oblivious to the dynamics of the security team. Li Ying possessed a clear understanding. The security team not only safeguarded the base, but also dealt with the remaining ferocious beasts on the planet and took on escort duties during the transport vessels' arrivals and departures. Each member was a seasoned warrior, having battled such creatures, with salaries and authority surpassing his own. At that moment, another group approached with heavy steps. At the forefront stood Luo Fei, the leader of the security team. What had transpired? Luo Fei parted the crowd, his piercing gaze sweeping across the interior of the compartment. Tian Xiao finally ceased his actions, casting aside the bloody Gao Chong. Chen Wuling succinctly recounted the events that had unfolded. While Wang Jingyi and the others listened intently, Zhu Xiaodian was drugged, and her final message was sent to Tian Xiao. It is no wonder that Tian Xiao appeared so promptly. The several men and women present hung their heads in shame. As friends, they had failed to protect Zhu Xiaodian, nearly allowing her to come to harm. Wang Jingyi rushed into the private room, calling out, "Xiaodian, are you all right? Please wake up." Luo Fei entered, glancing at Gao Chong, who was unrecognizable to his own parents, and pressed his hand against the nape of Zhu Xiaoyan's neck. To everyone's astonishment, Zhu Xiaodian expelled a significant amount of alcohol, her eyes fluttering open in a daze. Wang Jingyi, with a voice thick with emotion, embraced Zhu Xiaodian, exclaiming, "Xiaodian, you terrified me." Upon regaining consciousness, Zhu Xiaodian saw Wang Jingyi and the other individuals in the room, feeling a wave of relief. Ignoring Wang Jingyi, she weakly nodded at Tian Xiao and managed to utter, "Thank you, Tian Xiao. Captain, how should we deal with this scoundrel?" Chen Wuling, in front of others, addressed Luo Fei with utmost respect. "Take him to the security department for detention. Gather all witness testimonies and surveillance evidence from here, and on the next return flight, transfer him to the judicial authorities for prosecution." Li Ying's expression darkened. Luo Fei's words had sealed Gao Chong's fate. Although he had not directly participated in this affair, Gao Chong was nonetheless a friend he had introduced. Wang Jingyi and her group of friends regarded him with heightened vigilance, their gazes tinged with resentment and skepticism. What a loss. He had to pay the price and also endure the loss of a friendship. The 9-tiered cake had cost him a considerable sum. Li Ying felt an indescribable frustration. He could only blame Gao Chong for being so careless, leaving behind evidence that led to his disgrace and inevitable imprisonment. A group of individuals under Luo Fei's command became busy, documenting the scene and escorting away Gao Chong, Zhu Xiaodian, and Wang Jingyi, along with Tian Xiao. The birthday party came to an abrupt conclusion. The crowd expressed their astonishment. Who would have thought Gao Chong was such a person? A refined beast. Thankfully, Tian Xiao arrived just in time. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. Upon reaching the security department, Chen Wuling and others donned their uniforms, conducting their duties with utmost professionalism. They collected all testimonies and extracted the composition of the drug from Zhu Xiaoyan's body. The evidence was irrefutable, both in terms of witnesses and material proof. Wang Jingyi stayed by Zhu Xiaoyan's side, while Gao Chong was confined in a dark room, awaiting transfer. With a grin, Chen Wuling remarked to Tian Xiao, "You, my friend, are quite fortunate. Brother Luo has just applied for a benevolence bonus from the company on your behalf, and it has been approved. They decided to reward you with 50,000 yuan, so remember to treat us." He chuckled, waving his hand dismissively. "I was just joking. Did you take that seriously?" Tian Xiao, signaling his understanding, departed from the security department. At the entrance, he encountered Zhu Xiaotian, Wang Jingyi, and Li Ying. Wang Jingyi stood up first. "Thank you so much for your help. It's a good thing you arrived on time." Tian Xiao ignored her, gazing intently at Zhu Xiaotian, saying, "I warned you to be cautious of Gao Chong. He's not a good person. Yet, you still fell into his trap. Be more vigilant. You may not always be so fortunate." Having said his piece, Tian Xiao turned to leave. Tears of grievance streamed down Zhu Xiaotian's cheeks. She was indeed grateful for Tian Xiao's timely appearance, as well as for his text message. Had it not been for her vigilant heart, that distress message might never have been sent. She could have, like the other victimized girls, fallen into a state of delirium, losing everything, rendering the chip steward incapable of protecting herself. Wang Jingyi felt even more aggrieved. Little did she know that her seemingly innocent birthday party had nearly implicated her dear friend in a calamity. She expressed her gratitude to Tian Xiao, yet the latter's eyes held no acknowledgement of her presence. Nonetheless, the absence of disaster was the best news. The night was still young. "Jingyi, you should take care of Xiao Tian and rest well, striving to recover soon." Li Ying was not ready to relinquish his pursuit of Wang Jingyi. Unbeknownst to him, she had already sentenced him to doom in her heart. Li Ying knew well who Gao Chong was. He had deliberately introduced Gao Chong to his friend, thus entangling himself in this affair. Although Wang Jingyi wished to associate with influential figures, she was certainly not a person of dubious morals. Her tone was decidedly dismissive. Li Ying felt utterly disheartened. "Jingyi, I truly had no idea that Gao Chong was such a person. I swear on my integrity." Wang Jingyi, however, was already aware that Zhu Xiaotian had retreated into her residence. Upon entering her room, Zhu Xiaotian turned to Wang Jingyi and said, "Xiaotian." Wang Jingyi, on the verge of tears, lamented, "I acknowledge that I was in the wrong today for introducing you to that beast, Gao Chong. I failed to take care of you properly. I am truly sorry. Please forgive me this once." Chapter 15. Deputy Leader Wu. How the events that transpired within the KTV were but a trivial interlude for him, as his relationship with Wang Jingyi remained distinctly fractured. Regarding the potential recruitment of Zhu Xiaotian into his team, a flicker of hesitation surfaced within him. Women, in matters of decisiveness, often lack the resoluteness exhibited by men. Fleeting compassion and indecision could pose a fatal threat at critical junctures. As the time spent in high-intensity, weight-bearing pursuits exceeded 5 hours, Tian Xiao, through the insights of Qin Long, discovered that his muscle strength had finally ascended to 11, with muscle responsiveness reaching 10.7 and biological energy nearing 120, surpassing the norm for an adult by 20%. This marked the threshold of H3 to H4 level comprehensive strength. The rigorous training regimen, harmonizing pancreatic capabilities with the Earth's celestial army's extreme methodologies, indeed expedited his development, akin to undergoing a genetic enhancement. After over 4 hours of intermittent high-intensity training, Tian Xiao felt a subtle resistance and spasms throughout his muscles. He hastily ceased his endeavors. He had genuinely reached the limits of his physical capacity. Continuing further would undoubtedly inflict irreversible damage upon his body. Tian Xiao halted his training and took the elevator to the 12th floor, seeking the services of a biomachine master for muscle relaxation and recovery. He soon succumbed to fatigue, drifting into slumber under the skilled ministrations. Awakened by Qin Long, he realized it was already 5 in the morning. "Master, you have spent a total of 10 hours in the training facility, incurring an expenditure of 500 federal coins, with an additional 50 for laundry, culminating in a total of 550 federal coins. During your period of rest, your muscle strength has increased by 0.1, and your muscle stress flexibility has improved by 0.2. I see." Tian Xiao is not surprised. The soreness in his muscles has largely dissipated, and his bioenergy has returned to its peak state. Truly, the biomechanical massage therapists at the base possess an extraordinary ability to control and rejuvenate the human body. Through a balance of tension and relaxation, the strained muscles have been remarkably released, which can indeed yield positive effects and enhancements for the body. This expenditure is well worth it. Tian Xiao rose and quickly donned his already dry clothing, feeling invigorated and spirited, with a gleam of vitality in his eyes. He still had 4 hours before the scheduled handover with Chun Wuling. The first intake of pancreatic essence, with an ordinary person's physical constitution, will determine how much nourishment he can absorb, entirely dependent on his own grasp of the process. Tian Xiao could sense that after several hours of restful sleep, a considerable amount of heat had accumulated within him, which needed to be digested promptly. Otherwise, it would be gradually expelled from his body, ultimately through perspiration. The training field in the early morning was desolate. Tian Xiao engaged in a vigorous workout for 3 hours, gradually attracting others to the 15th floor. The first individual to arrive at the training area was clad in the uniform of a security team member, capable and agile, with sharp eyes. Noticing the figure in the corner, drenched in sweat and furiously running on the machine, he cast a sidelong glance before striding directly towards the strength training equipment on the opposite side. Following this individual, 2 others entered. One towering at 2 meters and 3 centimeters, with a robust physique that instills a palpable sense of intimidation. The other, a gaunt man whose gaze is particularly frigid, casting a piercing glance through the array of training equipment, sending a shiver down Tian Xiao's spine. These 3 individuals are all familiar to him. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiao continued his actions. The leader among them is Wu Hao, the second in command of the security team. Possessing an H8 level of strength, second only to the base commander and Luo Fei within the facility. The burly giant, Iron Bear, Wu Hao's most trusted aide, holds an H7 level of strength, his formidable physique and biological energy surpassing that of the average person, rivaling Wu Hao's prowess. The lean man, Zhao Jia, known by the moniker Assassin, excels in dagger combat and long-range sniping, also at an H7 strength level. This trio forms the iron triangle of the security team and represents the greatest challenge Luo Fei currently faces. Had it not been for Chun Wu Ling's rise in the later stages, alleviating some of Luo Fei's burden, the combined strength of these 3 could have easily toppled him. Unlike Luo Fei, who indulges in alcohol, Wu Hao possesses clear ambitions and goals, dedicating his mornings to rigorous training in pursuit of enhancing his physical capabilities. His competitive intent unmistakable. As this thought crossed his mind, a shadow of foreboding clouded Tian Xiao's eyes. Wu Hao has a multitude of misdeeds witnessed and heard by him. Particularly after Wu Hao ascended to the role of commander of a planetary base, his ambitions and desires erupted fully, posing a threat far greater than that of an ordinary individual. After approximately 15 more minutes of relentless pursuit, Tian Xiao sensed that the 3 individuals on the opposite side remained fixated on him. Wu Hao is also a connoisseur of talent. Without a doubt, his identity has been thoroughly discerned by him. In the corner, the lean Zhao Jia sheathed his dagger and approached the training area of Tian Xiao. A conspicuous puddle of sweat lay beneath his feet. Zhao Jia activated the deliberately shut-down apparatus beside him, and after a few deft manipulations, he scrutinized the data displayed on the screen. Turning his gaze towards Wu Hao, he stated with a measured tone, an H4 level of strength. A promising prospect indeed. I have inquired, and it appears this young man aligns perfectly with Luo Fei's preferences. He may very well become the next Chen Wuling. Zhao Jia stepped closer and lowered his voice to inquire. Wu Hao, maintaining a steady breath, continued to lift weights while replying, regardless of the circumstances. Luo Fei currently holds the position of head of the security team. Last night, he granted this young man considerable favor. What grounds do we have to negotiate with him? It seems unnecessary. Furthermore, for an H4 to catch up, it requires time. By the time that day arrives, the head of the security team may have already changed. Wu Hao exuded confidence. The contract has yet to be signed, covering his face. Chapter 16. The transformation of Zhu Xiaotian. Another visit to the 12th floor was made to seek the services of a biomechanical masseur for a thorough rejuvenation. Tian Xiao continued his training. At this moment, the mutated nutrients from the torn wolf pancreas had been nearly depleted. After merely 2 hours of exercise, Tian Xiao could no longer sense the internal heat flow within his body. His muscle strength plateaued at 11.8, muscle flexibility at 11.6, and bioenergy at 134. His prowess was firmly established at the H4 level. The standard combat power of H level, in terms of physical fitness, necessitates a score above 11.5 to be considered at H4, and once it surpasses 12, it would signify crossing into the threshold of H5. The physical prowess of Luo Fei at the H9 level exceeds 14. However, to transcend to the G level, one must elevate their physical attributes to a remarkable 16. This enhancement of merely 2 points is a trivial endeavor for the elite class, easily achievable with a vial of G-grade gene enhancement serum. If necessary, 2 vials may suffice. The H-grade gene enhancement serum is priced at around 1 million, with the black market price hovering near 2 million. Conversely, G-grade gene enhancement serums commence at a minimum of 5 million, and their availability in the black market is scarce. The methodology for utilizing the pancreatic tissue of ferocious beasts remains undiscovered and unrecognized thus far. Tian Xiao understands that this aspect constitutes his most significant advantage since his rebirth. This singular factor enables him to advance more swiftly than others. Therefore, it is imperative to join the security team promptly. Securing the opportunity to embark on missions to hunt ferocious beasts, thereby acquiring more pancreatic tissues from these beasts as well as from higher-tier insect beasts. Zhu Xiaotian, with her long flowing hair now transformed into a chic bob, exuded a poised and commanding presence. She addressed Tian Xiao directly, her words resonating with strength, akin to a resplendent rose reborn with thorns. At that moment, Tian Xiao experienced a profound sensation. The memory of Zhu Xiaotian in civilian attire from the military camp seamlessly merged with the Zhu Xiaotian before him. A smile involuntarily graced Tian Xiao's lips. Zhu Xiaotian indeed possessed an inner fortitude. Following that incident, she had awakened ahead of time. He surmised the purpose of her visit with remarkable accuracy. I wish to join the security team at the base. Zhu Xiaotian articulated her intention. Among those who arrived yesterday was Luo Fei, the leader of the security team. It seems you share a good rapport with him. I hope to receive your endorsement. While there are no issues with your recommendation, entry into the security team necessitates possessing a citizenship. I sold the house my parents left me for $1 million, donating the proceeds. And my chip has now been upgraded to H3 level. I am now a citizen of the Earth Alliance, qualified to learn about, engage with, and operate certain simple weapon systems. Zhu Xiaotian's words left Tian Xiao somewhat astonished. How remarkable it was to sell a house so decisively. This resolute demeanor was not inferior to his own. No wonder the other party had ascended to the rank of company commander in just 3 years during his previous life. Tian Xiao pondered deeply. Zhu Xiaotian had, at present, acquired the citizenship even more swiftly than he had. He believed that his recommendation would likely gain the approval of Luo Fei, especially since Luo Fei was currently in need of personnel. No problem, Tian Xiao affirmed. Thank you. Zhu Xiaotian nodded and, just before departing, suddenly remarked, Tian Xiao, I owe you a life. With that, she turned and left. Tian Xiao stood in place, momentarily stunned. It soon dawned on him what she meant, and he couldn't help but sigh. If it weren't for my interference, you would not have encountered Gao Chong. He piloted the mining aircraft away from the base, quickly arriving at the designated location agreed upon with Chan Wuling. The timing was perfect. Chen Wuling had also arrived. The security team's patrol aircraft, equipped with weapon systems, boasted machine cannons on its wings and small-caliber Gatling guns at both the front and rear. Though somewhat outdated, these were capable of inflicting lethal damage on the fierce beasts of the planet, representing a low-energy, cost-effective weapon, befitting an H-level patrol craft. The patrol aircraft was notably named Qingmiao within the base. The pilot of the Azure Bird before me is none other than Chen Wuling. Chen Wuling exercises utmost caution. For security personnel are strictly forbidden from clandestinely excavating the mineral resources belonging to the corporation. Any transgression would incur severe penalties. Thus, he has discreetly concealed his findings in advance, ensuring that even if the presence of raw minerals were discovered, the responsibility would not rest upon him. Tian Xiao halted the mining machine near the small crater created by the cannon fire and keenly observed a partially concealed pit. Ah, the same old ruse. Tian Xiao adeptly maneuvered the multifunctional mechanical arm to remove the surface debris, revealing an array of H6, H7 grade raw minerals, each possessing considerable value. A cursory glance indicated a worth exceeding 600,000, a sum that was more than ample. Swiftly stowing away his treasures, he made his way back to the base. In the logistics department, he encountered Li Ying, who also noticed Tian Xiao, resulting in a rather awkward moment. As Tian Xiao's flying apparatus commenced the transfer of successive batches of raw minerals onto the conveyor belt, the valuation instruments nearby surged alarmingly, causing Li Ying's eyes to turn green with envy. The 12th group cast glances in their direction, their murmurs of astonishment becoming increasingly difficult to suppress. Goodness. It's him again. Yesterday, he extracted over 20,000 in raw minerals, netting nearly 10,000. Today, he deliberately aims to surpass 100,000. This fellow has struck it rich. 100,000? Just look, the assessment has already exceeded 400,000. Another overnight millionaire. Despite the logistics personnel having witnessed their fair share of fortunes, the perpetual luck that seemingly befell others was an unbearable sensation. Hello. Number 3377. The value of the submitted raw or amounts to 648,000 credits, in accordance with the company's distribution regulations. Your daily wage today is 216,000 credits, which has already been transferred. Thank you. Tian Xiao, in high spirits, departed from the logistics department under the watchful gaze of many. Li Ying's expression had turned pale. Upon exiting the logistics department, Tian Xiao received a transfer from Chun Wu Ling, 800,000. 1 million, sufficient funds. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao proceeded to the administrative hall of the base headquarters to submit an application to the Earth Alliance, seeking to freeze 1 million assets in exchange for citizenship and an H3 chip. Such transactions can be processed instantly on any planet. The application was swiftly approved. Qing Long directly underwent the upgrade in the service hall, unlocking the chip's functionalities, permissions, and enhancing its computational capabilities. Just as the certification and registration of citizenship were completed, an invitation letter arrived from the security department of the Flying Shadow Company, a subsidiary of the Cloud Group. Congratulations, number 3377, on successfully becoming a formal citizen of the Earth Alliance. The security department is currently in need of hiring a security personnel and, upon the recommendation of the department head, cordially invites Mr. Tian Xiao to join the security department. Signed by Luo Fei. Chapter 17. Joining the security department. Flying Shadow Company Base Headquarters, Security Department. A colossal screen was divided into thousands of smaller displays, showcasing satellite imagery from various regions of the planet, from the base headquarters to major mining areas, then to the dense forests and deep pits where ferocious beasts lurked, and finally to a scattered, quietly orbiting asteroid belt. The daily responsibilities of the security team entail patrolling both the interior and exterior of the planet, with a personnel count exceeding 30. It is insufficient to effectively manage the planet's defense. However, following the withdrawal of large groups, the environmental safety of the planet is typically assured, minimizing the likelihood of perilous incidents. Consequently, any lapses or oversights in surveillance become inconsequential. At this moment, Wu Hao, the deputy leader of the security division, stands before an enormous screen, diligently attending to his duties. In truth, many tasks are no longer handled personally. Chips are capable of autonomously managing numerous affairs, uploading all data and points of concern. With computational power reaching billions of operations per second, these systems can adeptly process surface-level data and intelligence. Reports are only generated in the face of unforeseen circumstances, elevating the priority of such events for manual intervention. Today, Wu Hao is on duty and must remain within the security division for at least 8 hours. At that moment, a slender figure hurriedly approached. Brother Hao, may I have a word? The newcomer was Zhao Jia, Wu Hao's trusted confidant. Wu Hao signaled to the 2 nearby security personnel and turned to follow Zhao Jia into the adjacent room, closing the door behind them. Zhao Jia spoke with gravity. A new recruit has just arrived at the security division, the one we saw this morning. Luo Fei personally recommended him, and he's already reported for duty. Chen Wuling is responsible for his reception. I just checked, and he has already obtained the H3 citizenship, with physical attributes meeting the standards, currently rated at H4. So soon? Wu Hao appeared taken aback. He had some recollection of the newcomer, Tian Xiao, who had only possessed an H2 level national chip earlier that morning. At that moment, he asserted that the other party posed no threat to his actions. In his view, their desire to join would likely be realized only months later. Little did he anticipate that Luo Fei would act with such alacrity. In less than half a day, the onboarding procedures had already been completed. How did he amass 1 million alliance coins? Wu Hao inquired. Zhao Jia replied. It seems we have pressed Luo Fei into a corner. He has begun to personally invest in nurturing new talent. Wu Hao scoffed. Zhao Jia continued. Brother Hao? Since Luo Fei is now serious, we must prepare early. He has held a position in the security team for 2 years and possesses considerable resources. If he were to break through to G level at this juncture, we would find ourselves in a precarious position. Wu Hao, with a dismissive expression, remarked, rest assured. Achieving G level is not an easy feat, however. We must remain vigilant against Luo Fei's full-fledged efforts to cultivate Chen Wuling and this newcomer, as it could pose significant challenges for us. After all, Fei Ying is his stronghold. Here is the plan. The next transport mission is scheduled for 2 weeks from now, and Luo Fei will undoubtedly escort it personally. I too will be unable to evade it, but by then, I will devise a way to keep you at the base. At this point, Wu Hao ceased speaking. Zhao Jia understood, revealing a chilling and ruthless smile. All right, I will make the arrangements. Upon receiving the invitation, Tian Xiao promptly arrived at the security department, where, under the guidance of Chen Wuling, he completed the onboarding procedures and received his own security uniform. The mining vessel in the living quarters was replaced with the H-5 model patrol craft Qing Miao. The security personnel's uniform is equipped to H-5 standards, possessing not only various temperature regulation capabilities akin to ordinary clothing, but also the ability to withstand water, fire, wind, and cold. Furthermore, it features an active defense system against stabbing, piercing, and gunfire. The steward, Qing Long, manages the uniform, enabling it to predict and compute various environmental factors, entering a defensive state in anticipation of danger. Due to the integration of a weapon system, Chen Wuling took a moment to reiterate the safety protocols for weapon usage and the routine maintenance required. According to Boss Luo's arrangement, you will be assigned to a shift with me after joining the security team, and I will guide you through it. Chen Wuling, appreciating Tian Xiao's perceptiveness, elaborated, our security team currently comprises 36 members. Of these, 6 are accompanying the transport ship, leaving 30 stationed at the headquarters. Including you, we now number 37. Typically, we operate in teams of 5, with 2 individuals monitoring and 3 on patrol, rotating every 8 hours. Aside from Brother Chun, who are the other 3 in our team? They are all present. Chen Wuling led him to an activity room within the security department, where the other 3 were familiar faces. One was the incapacitated old Lu, his nose red and pockmarked, resting on the bed. The other 2, having indulged in drinks the previous day, rose to greet him. Lin Hu, Xiao Daji, you're acquainted with them. Tian Xiao has officially joined us. He is now one of our own, so please extend your support to him. Chen Wuling commanded respect within the security department. All right, Tian Xiao, when our next shift begins, shall I show you around? Lin Hu took the initiative to approach, but Chen Wuling declined. No need. The boss has instructed that I will personally accompany him these days. All right, then we shall meet next time. Lin Hu felt somewhat dejected. Tian Xiao understood Lin Hu's temperament. Although he was also an H5 and possessed considerable strength, his talent, disposition, and enthusiasm paled in comparison to Chen Wuling's, which was why he had been surpassed. Xiao Daji was rather straightforward and honest. Come, I will take you to collect your firearm and conduct live-fire training. As security personnel, we must possess a certain level of skill, particularly you. Since your recommender is Boss Luo, you cannot afford to falter. Tian Xiao nodded, fully aware of the underlying implications. This was precisely why Luo Fei had arranged for Chen Wuling to personally guide him. If he were to embarrass himself, Luo Fei would share in that embarrassment. For the next few days, Chen Wuling would be closely accompanying him, helping him familiarize himself with every corner of the Feiing company. Such treatment was something he had never experienced in his previous life. Live-fire training. To be honest, he was not particularly concerned about it. With a citizenship in hand, anyone could swiftly transform into a sharpshooter. Given the choice, he would prefer to spend that time at the training grounds or venture outside to hunt solitary beasts. Naturally, he could not express these sentiments openly. Adapting to local customs was essential for integration into the group. Being unconventional would only result in alienation, a profound lesson he had learned from his time in the military. Chapter 18. Weapons Training Ground. The shooting range featured a single facility capable of accommodating 50 individuals simultaneously. Here, one could utilize 4 types of weaponry, including the H-series lightest firearms, handguns, shotguns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. Here, you may select any weapon of your choice and experiment freely. Once you have mastered all 4 types and honed your accuracy, I shall take you hunting. Chen Wuling noticed Tian Xiao's lack of enthusiasm and promptly expressed his intentions, igniting a spark of interest within him. It is settled then. Tian Xiao inquired, how is mastery defined? The 4 types of weapons must achieve a cumulative total of 100 rings from 10 rounds at standard distance. This means all 10 shots must hit their mark, each requiring precise accuracy. Tian Xiao glanced at the shooting targets on the training field. A moving target resembling a ferocious beast had both its heart and head as focal points, each accompanied by a 3-point scoring zone. Do you see? The heart's red center represents 10 rings, as does the head's red center. A slight deviation results in a loss of 1 ring, while missing entirely yields 0 points. We do not have fixed targets here. You are only permitted to shoot at moving ones. Hence, This will test your ability to collaborate with your steward, as you must unleash its computational prowess. As Chun Wuling elucidated, he encouraged Tian Xiao to select his weapon. The computational capacity of the chip serves as your most formidable shield and weapon on the battlefield. Your rapid development hinges not on physical prowess, but rather on the synergy between your chip's computational ability and your cooperative skills. Tian Xiao understood this all too well. A slight advantage in physical attributes over an average individual is, in fact, inconsequential. In the face of firearms, an H3 level armed personnel and an H9 level counterpart would both succumb to a single bullet to the head. Yet, the speed of gunfire cannot surpass the velocity of a chip's calculations. The chip possesses the remarkable capability to react and alert its user upon detecting gunfire, even initiating proactive defense measures during the transmission of sound. It can commence computations prior to entering a combat environment, advising the user on positioning and seeking effective cover. Similarly, the user, with the chip's cooperation, can swiftly identify and lock onto adversaries, receiving various data support and tactical suggestions for engagement. The significance of the chip is immense. Furthermore, when the chip's computational power reaches an extraordinary level, it can control advanced weapon systems or even the survival systems of an entire base. For instance, the Earth Alliance's S-class annihilation cannons and the Shenlong battleships. The former possesses the capability to mobilize and extract resources from an entire planet, necessitating computational power equivalent to tens of millions of units, requiring a coalition of army-grade chips to execute a planet-destroying strike. The latter can accommodate millions. Outfitted with 100,000 fighter jets and frigates, continuously consuming vast amounts of biological energy during deployment, requiring an exceptionally elite team for operation. The emergence of these two types of weaponry signifies the onset of the highest tier of interstellar warfare. It is said that in the year of the new calendar, during the campaign to eradicate the insectoid species of the fairy star system, only B-class warships and weaponry were deployed. Tian Xiao, what are you daydreaming about? Chun Wuling's voice penetrated the air. Tian Xiao stood before the weapon rack, casually picking up a gun, chuckling. It's my first encounter with weaponry. I was a bit distracted. You might want to start with a handgun. The recoil of a shotgun can be quite intense, Chun Wuling kindly advised. Tian Xiao lowered his head and realized that he was wielding a shotgun, its weight rivaling that of a sniper rifle. The heavy metallic texture enveloped the broad muzzle, while the fist-sized shells radiated a dazzling crimson hue, instilling a considerable sense of pressure. The shotgun, with its limited range yet expansive area of destruction, proved to be the preferred weapon for hunting ferocious beasts, although its significant recoil could easily leave one disoriented. Chun Wuling remarked with a smile. I didn't expect you to have such a wild side. I thought you would start with an assault rifle. Indeed, most individuals tend to favor the high-capacity assault rifles, which offer versatility in both single and automatic fire, excelling in adaptability and providing an exhilarating handling experience. Tian Xiao set the shotgun aside and, heeding Chun Wuling's advice, first took a silver-hued, vintage Desert Eagle, its magazine capacity upgraded from 7 to 13 rounds. Beside it lay a submachine gun with an astonishing 50-round capacity, yet its stability left much to be desired. He preferred the power of significant recoil, dominant. Effortlessly loading the weapon, he followed Chun Wuling to the shooting range. Unfazed, Chun Wuling activated the training mode. Instantly, the training ground transformed into a desolate wasteland, and a wolf with a six-petaled maw emerged from the opposite slope. A target appeared. No, Chun Wuling revealed a slight smile. Targets, in the realm of actual combat, are non-existent. Having previously shown Tian Xiao the target, he must now rely on the chip to display it. This was the first lesson he intended to impart to the newcomer, learning to engage in combat on the battlefield using the chip. Indeed, Tian Xiao's innate ability to utilize chips has long been ingrained within him. Azure Dragon. Calculate the target's trajectory. Analyze the environmental wind speed. Input the weapon's ballistic data and prepare to aim. All commands can be executed in his mind. These skills have already permeated his very essence. Although Azure Dragon is a rudimentary model, it boasts a computational analysis capability of 5 units per second, sufficiently adept for the analysis of simple firearms and the targeting of singular entities, allowing him to keep pace with ease. Squeeze the trigger. Bang. Oh dear, miss. Chun Wuling chuckled as he observed the newcomer, whose movements were precise and expression-focused, missed the target on their very first shot, showing no hint of surprise. Engaging with a weapon for the first time and attempting to synchronize with the chip, did they truly believe they could hit the target? Did they assume that the Wolf's movement speed of 7 meters per second, peaking at 12 meters in explosive bursts, was trivial? This shooting training is founded upon the data derived from practical combat experience. A slight deviation could result in a ballistic shift of over 10 meters. In summary, for Tian Xiao to achieve flawless precision in guided shots, he must invest considerable effort. Bang! At that moment, the second shot rang out. Chen Wuling noticed a slight delay in the Wolf's movements, an indication of being struck. Chen Wuling was momentarily taken aback. Could it really be that a second shot could yield such results? Bang! Tian Xiao steadily adjusted the gun's aim, his expression unwavering, and pulled the trigger once more. Blood erupted from the Wolf's body. 8 points. The training ground reported. This indicated that not only had the shot found its mark on the Wolf, but it had also struck the target itself, inflicting noticeable damage. Chen Wuling's eyes widened in astonishment. The first shot missed its mark, yet with the second shot, the aim was true, and then, with the third shot, the target was struck. Bang! The fourth gunfire erupted, creating a gaping wound in the heart of the tear-mouthed wolf, which collapsed in a swift motion. The training ground announced, 10 rings. A new target was set, with the difficulty escalated. Chapter 19, Shooting Talent. Good grief. Is this a joke? Chen Wuling stared in disbelief at the shifting scene before him. In a snowy landscape, another tear-mouthed wolf emerged, its gaze more cunning and vigilant, scanning for adversaries. Its movements were no longer simple, but intricate and unpredictable, whereas the previous tear-mouthed wolf had presented an easy challenge. This one was at least of moderate difficulty. Bang! A bullet erupted from Tian Zhao's Desert Eagle. How? The wolf's skull was pierced. Chen Wuling trembled slightly. 10 rings. The training ground announced the change in target, increasing the difficulty once more. Chen Wuling felt utterly disoriented. Who am I? Where am I? What on earth is happening? This was not his first time introducing newcomers to the training ground, but this experience was undeniably the most chaotic and bewildering. The lengthy discourse and earnest teachings he had prepared were rendered useless as he witnessed Tian Xiao swiftly firing again, knocking down another tear-mouthed wolf that kicked up dust in its desperate flight across the desert. It dawned on Chen Wuling that he had encountered an individual with an extraordinary talent for firearms. Bang! The highest difficulty for the tear-mouthed wolf was classified as hard. The Desert Eagle had triumphed, with 13 bullets in the magazine remaining unfired. Chen Wuling was at a loss for words. Tian Xiao nonchalantly detached the magazine, secured the firearm, and then removed the assault rifle, skillfully loading the magazine with practiced precision, adopting a standard combat shooting stance at the firing window. In that moment, Chen Wuling felt an uncanny illusion of facing a seasoned veteran through Tian Xiao's eyes. The scene shifted, and the tear-mouthed wolves re-emerged. Bang! The muzzle lifted, scoring an 8-ring. Bang! A perfect 10-ring. The target was replaced, increasing the difficulty. Chen Wuling had become numb, although he too could achieve a kill with every shot. Such proficiency was the result of countless days and nights of practice and cooperation. Tian Xiao fired his first shot for calibration, and with the second shot, he swiftly eliminated the target, continuing in the same manner, each bullet finding its mark, rapidly surpassing the difficult level and entering hell mode. A dozen tear-mouthed wolves simultaneously leaped from the forest. 60 seconds on the countdown. A profound sense of pressure suddenly enveloped him. Tian Xiao remained utterly still, maintaining the standard combat shooting posture, and at the moment the tear-mouthed wolves revealed themselves, he steadily pulled the trigger. Bang! The slight recoil was perfectly absorbed, and he promptly began pulling the trigger a second time. Bang! 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 13 shots were fired in rapid succession. 130 rings. Hell mode was completed. The announcement from the training ground left Chen Wuling utterly astonished. With every shot from the assault rifle proving lethal, there was no need to test the sniper rifle. The shotgun's accuracy would pose no issues whatsoever. You, my friend, confess honestly, have you ever handled a firearm before? Or perhaps you participated in military service during your school years. Chen Wuling was completely unsettled, scrutinizing Tian Xiao as if he were a mythical creature. Tian Xiao, while removing the magazine, remarked, "You have seen my file. I have never served in the military. I just have a keen eye. Is that what you call shooting talent? My heavens. Incredible." Chen Wuling struggled to maintain his composure, realizing that the security team had indeed struck gold this time. Brother Chen, should I practice with the shotgun and sniper rifle as well? Practice? Nonsense, Chen Wuling replied. You have already conquered the hell mode with the assault rifle. Do you know only 4 others in the security team have achieved that? Mastering an assault rifle to such an extent. And yet you wish to practice with a shotgun and sniper rifle? Let us go. I'll introduce you to Boss Luo. Chen Wuling was immensely excited, eager to relay this splendid news to Luo Fei. He had been troubled about how to confront Wu Hao, but now with a shooting prodigy on their side, it was akin to wielding a gun aimed directly at Wu Hao. The two departed the shooting range, while Tian Xiao secretly chuckled, having fulfilled his objective. Time was of the essence. He had no intention of wasting it at the shooting range. Now that he had gained Chen Wuling's acknowledgement, he should be able to swiftly secure an opportunity to engage with ferocious beasts and obtain the second piece of the beast's pancreas. Indeed, upon finding Luo Fei, Chen Wuling excitedly shared Tian Zhao's talent, invigorating Luo Fei. However, Luo Fei remained more composed than Chen Wuling. While possessing shooting talent is commendable, it does not guarantee flawless performance in real combat. So, during the next shift, Wuling, take Tian Xiao to explore the woods in Zone G33 to accumulate some practical experience. Yes, Chen Wuling responded, filled with enthusiasm. Tian Xiao did not forget the task entrusted to him by Zhu Xiaotian. Upon encountering Luo Fei, he seized the opportunity to bring up Zhu Xiaotian's request. Luo Fei and Chen Wuling both displayed expressions of astonishment. Zhu Xiaotian. Was she not the girl who had nearly fallen victim to Gao Chang's bullying just yesterday? Having shaved her head in determination, sold her property, and donated her citizenship. This girl possesses an intriguing spirit. Indeed, she is quite extraordinary. Both Luo Fei and Chen Wuling held high hopes for Zhu Xiaotian. Since she already possesses a citizenship, I can agree to her joining the security team. However, I have just recommended you, and it would be inappropriate to continuously endorse new candidates. The higher-ups might raise objections. Therefore, let this recommendation come from you, Luo Fei said to Tian Xiao. Each security personnel has a quota for recommendations, but ultimately, the approval rests with the head of the security team. Tian Xiao smiled and agreed, saying, "All right, thank you, Boss Luo. Be cautious when going out, and try to avoid drawing the attention of outsiders. Additionally, remind old Lu to ensure that the monitoring center does not give Wu Hao any opportunities," Luo Fei advised, as he wished to keep Tian Zhao's shooting talent a secret from Wu Hao for the time being. Understood. I will make the necessary arrangements, Chen Wuling replied confidently. After the two departed, Luo Fei approached the expansive floor-to-ceiling window and smiled, pondering, shooting talent? What shooting talent? This foolish child Wuling. No matter how remarkable one's shooting skills, it is exceedingly difficult to achieve lethal accuracy under the speed of a tearing wolf. Luo Fei perceived a deeper truth. Tian Zhao's true talent was not in shooting, but rather in the adept utilization of the chip's capabilities. Maximizing the capabilities of the chip allows one to accomplish a multitude of tasks, just as witnessed yesterday during the arduous training, where the rapid enhancement of physical fitness was evident. Similarly, today, the swift mastery of shooting techniques has resulted in every shot being lethal. Indeed, an extraordinary individual has emerged, Wu Hao. Chen Wuling's strength has surged, approaching the formidable H6 level. And now, with the addition of the exceptionally capable Tian Xiao, even the likes of Zhao Jia cannot suppress them. Chapter 20. Bluebird 37. Chen Wuling escorted Tian Xiao to the designated area where the security team stationed the patrol aircraft, Bluebird. From now on, Bluebird 37 will serve as Tian Zhao's vehicle. Among the essential skills for security personnel, aside from civilian chip proficiency and precise shooting abilities, another indispensable skill is the capacity to patrol and safeguard the headquarters of the base. In comparison to precise shooting, the significance of the patrol aircraft is paramount. With past experiences in security, Tian Xiao comprehends better than Chen Wuling that among the various competencies required, proficiency in operating the patrol aircraft is of utmost importance, especially during duty shifts. Security personnel must not only act in accordance with the directives from the monitoring center, but also possess the ability to adapt swiftly in the face of unforeseen events, thereby preventing threats to the headquarters and safeguarding the lives and property of miners and the company. Chen Wuling earnestly elaborated on the significance of the patrol aircraft, the formidable power of the cannon and the 6-barreled Gatling gun in collaborative combat, and the various levels of response to incidents. Each discharge of the cannon and the Gatling gun necessitates prior authorization. One cannot fire recklessly, as any injury caused would place the entire responsibility upon oneself. Even if no one is harmed, one must still account for the expenditure of cannon shells and ammunition. Typically, Firing is reserved for dire circumstances. By the way, let me inform you, the cost of a shell is not trivial. Each one amounts to 500 yuan, and our Bluebird's standard load is only 40 shells. The machine gun has a capacity of 20,000 rounds, with a firing rate of 240 rounds per second. For dealing with lower-tier ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures, the machine gun suffices. The cannon is reserved for unforeseen emergencies. What constitutes an unforeseen emergency? Tian Xiao inquired, playing his part well. It is essential to feign ignorance when the situation calls for it. Qin Wuling was quite pleased that Tian Xiao consistently engaged at pivotal moments, facilitating a smooth dialogue. Mutated ferocious beasts, mutated insectoids, and advanced insectoid creatures. Additionally, should we encounter audacious interstellar bandits, we must unleash our full firepower. Yet, the collaboration must persist. I have heard of mutated ferocious beasts and insectoids. It's a matter of probability. However, Brother Chun, advanced insectoids should have been eradicated by the Earth's celestial military in the new era. How is it that our security team encountered advanced insectoids? We encountered them once. Chun Wuling's expression grew gravely serious as he magically produced a cigarette, placed it between his lips, ignited it, and sighed. In the past, I shared your belief that the advanced insect beasts had long since perished, leaving only a few lowly insect beasts with grotesque adaptability to inhabit the corners of various galaxies. Until, at this juncture, he cast a glance at Tian Xiao. The high-temperature corrosive insect is a diminutive F-class insect beast, possessing exceptional stealth capabilities and a flight speed that surpasses typical spacecraft. It typically conceals itself within the nests of corroded meteors, launching attacks against foes by expelling a high-temperature corrosive solution. When it meets its demise, it self-destructs, unleashing indiscriminate high-temperature corrosion within a certain radius, capable of perforating ordinary warships, while even the slightest contact with common aircraft can lead to their swift dissolution. As Chun Wuling continued, he emphatically cautioned Tian Xiao. The reproductive capacity of these insect beasts is formidable. Following the incident with our transport vessel, the Earth's Sky Army promptly arrived, yet all of our cargo, as well as the fallen crew members, vanished without a trace, including the provisions aboard the transport ship. Furthermore, we have yet to locate this high-temperature corrosive insect. According to our calculations, their numbers will continue to swell, further jeopardizing and threatening the shipping routes of our Feiyin Corporation. Thus, we cannot afford to relax for even a moment. Tian Xiao silently nodded in acknowledgement, signaling his understanding. Chun Wuling gently patted his shoulder, reassuring him, of course. There's no need to be overly anxious. The insect beasts are cunning. They are well aware that the Earth's Sky Army is formidable and typically refrain from striking the same location twice. Perhaps they have already ventured far away from us. However, following our company's painful lesson, we have been authorized to provide each new security personnel with a monthly allocation of training ammunition for 6 months to enhance our practical combat skills, 20 grenades and 20,000 bullets each month. With a smile, Qin Wuling added, so, you can practice with peace of mind. The company will reimburse these several thousands of dollars. No need to hesitate. With that, the two boarded the Qingtiao. The Qingtiao was far more impressive and robust than the mining drones, exuding an aura of power with its concealed cannons and 6-barreled Gatling gun, all signifying its dominance and prowess. The Qingtiao belonged to the H-5 series of aircraft, boasting superior flight speed and shell strength, along with enhanced energy consumption and computational capabilities of its chips. Tian Xiao had spent over a year working with such machines in his previous life, and he adeptly checked the energy consumption and ammunition inventory before linking up with Chun Wuling. A split screen appeared on the display, and Chun Wuling smiled. You're adapting quite well. Now, as a wingman, you'll follow my lead. I will be the captain, and you will be the team member. Along the way, I will gradually explain the points of caution during our patrol. Understood, Tian Xiao replied, completing the formation as instructed. Chun Wuling ignited the engines, and both Qingtiao aircraft simultaneously roared to life, gliding out of the gradually opening passage before erupting into blue flames as they soared into the vast sky. The interior of the Azure Bird is spacious, with a velocity exceeding that of mining vessels by more than double. The computational power of its chips reaches 10 units per second, which is twice that of the Azure Dragon. However, Tian Xiao still entrusted the control of the vessel to the Azure Dragon, simply out of habit. Nevertheless, it is imperative to elevate the Azure Dragon's rank swiftly. H3 can barely manage the Azure Bird, but in the future, should one wish to command higher-tier aircraft, their capabilities may fall short. Chen Wuling, with a serious demeanor, addressed Tian Xiao. The subsequent environment of the planet is managed by the control tower and the monitoring center. Our primary task while patrolling is to inspect areas marked in red. These zones are typically inhabited by fierce beasts and insectoid creatures. Our mission is to eliminate any threats we encounter, as you should well understand. The reproductive capacity of these ferocious beasts and insectoids is alarmingly high. If left unchecked, they pose a considerable threat to the headquarters and all miners. Indeed, Chen Wuling nodded appreciatively. These beasts are cunning and vigilant. Whenever the sound of our patrol aircraft resonates, they instinctively retreat and conceal themselves. The planet's surface is riddled with deep pits, and the terrain is exceedingly complex. A moment's inattention could lead us to lose our way. Grenades are insufficient to breach the rocky layers of these pits, and they risk damaging the structural integrity of the terrain. Therefore, at times, we will need to conduct operations away from the patrol aircraft. Of course, our current objective is to familiarize you with the cannon and machine gun fire control systems. Allow me to guide you through a shooting practice. With that, Chen Wuling executed a dazzling cobra maneuver in the air and propelled himself towards the horizon. Chapter 21. Aerial Training Feiying Company Base, Monitoring Center. Old Lu. 2 Bluebird patrol aircraft, designated as 28 and 37, were spotted. A vigilant security personnel under Luo Fei's command adeptly detected 2 signal sources during monitoring, subsequently tracing the 2 flying machines operating in the G100 zone. Immediate identification and reporting ensued. Lao Lu, grasping a silver, flat flask, took a delicate sip of his drink and remarked, "Chen Wuling and the newcomer Tian Xiao. They just started today, yet instead of practicing at the shooting range, they have swiftly ventured out to pilot the Bluebirds? What is that rascal Chen Wuling up to?" Having assumed control of the monitoring center, Lao Lu gestured for his companions to continue tracking the situation. The 2 Bluebirds in formation suddenly separated in midair. The aircraft numbered 28 accelerated ahead, while the 37 lingered behind, circling before giving chase. With Lao Lu's experience, he immediately recognized this as a standard training maneuver. Chen Wuling evidently intended to assign a challenge to the newcomer. As anticipated, the aircraft distanced itself to the edge of visibility, and the cargo bay doors abruptly opened. Irregular rocks were flung skyward in a swift maneuver, each tracing distinct arcs as they fell in various directions. The execution was precise and efficient. Chen Wuling personally leading the training indeed indicated that Boss Luo held this newcomer in high regard. It remained to be seen how well he would perform. Lao Lu crossed his arms and observed the unfolding events. Everyone had experience with live fire training in the Bluebird, and it must be said that Chen Wuling displayed considerable ingenuity, presenting a challenge to the newcomer that was far from lenient. The rocks, hurled into the air as targets, have an estimated descent time of 7 to 8 seconds from the moment of release to impact. However, the actual time available for computational targeting is reduced to merely 2 seconds. Considering the travel time of the machine gun's fire, the effective response window is exceedingly brief, only 1 to 2 seconds. In other words, the pilot must complete the calculations, lock onto the target, and fire within a mere 2 seconds. If it were merely a single target, supported by the chip, this would be a trivial task. Chen Wuling effortlessly launched 8 rocks into the air. Tian Xiao now faced the daunting challenge of executing 8 calculations and shots within 2 seconds. On his first attempt piloting the Qingyao, Chen Wuling, surprisingly, posed such a formidable challenge to the newcomer. Merely hitting 2 would be considered a success. On the other side, Old Lu's companions watched with anticipation, remarking, "In our security team, only Boss Luo, Deputy Leader Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and Chen Wuling can shatter 8 rocks. I can manage at most 6. Old Lu remained silent. Given his current capabilities, his reflexes had diminished significantly, allowing him to execute only 2 rounds of attack, shattering 4 rocks at most. Just as the 2 conversed, the Qingyao patrol aircraft, undergoing its trial, had already taken to the skies, pulling the trigger and unleashing 4 distinct lines of fire in an instant. The wine flask that Old Lu was about to raise froze at his chin. What did he witness? 4 lines of fire? His companions displayed expressions of disbelief. What the hell? 4 lines of fire? Again, 4. Lu Xuesong exclaimed, rising from his seat in excitement. In the span of 2 seconds, 8 lines of fire were unleashed. This newcomer truly intended to eliminate all 8 targets in one go. Regardless of whether the opponent hit the mark, the sheer momentum sent shivers down his spine. Quick, look at the results. Old Lu leaned toward the screen, trembling as he stowed away the flask. What on earth? All targets hit. The 8 rocks hurled into the air were obliterated by the gunfire, erupting into a cloud of dust. Old Lu swallowed hard, while Lu Xuesong rubbed his forearms, feeling numb all over. At that moment, Chen Wuling's emotions were no less intense than those of Old Lu and Lu Xuesong, though he maintained his composure. Witnessing Tian Shao effortlessly shatter the 8 rocks in one breath, achieving the rapid-fire proficiency of a seasoned security personnel, only 2 words echoed in his mind: monster. Could such shooting talent truly manifest even aboard a patrol aircraft? At last, Chen Wuling began to vaguely grasp something significant. This might not merely be shooting talent, but a more terrifying comprehension of the chip and an innate aptitude for combat. Whoosh! The Qingniao soared gracefully through the air. Chen Wuling forcibly calmed himself, delivering commands with steady authority. Continue. He maneuvered the Qingniao once more, swiftly launching 8 rocks from the cabin. Tian Shao understood that the innate abilities etched into his very being were being uncovered. He felt no concern. Concealing his talents? For how long? One's gifts must be revealed. He had no time to hide his prowess, nor did he intend to follow a conventional path of gradual refinement. The confines of Fei & Company were too small, merely a stepping stone for him. Once he accumulated sufficient resources, it would be time to depart. Before him, the screen flickered with the precise trajectories of 8 rocks calculated by Qing Long, alongside the alerts for the machine gun's ballistic paths. As the lock-on notification sounded, the trigger was swiftly pulled. The gun's muzzle deftly targeted the next objective. In an instant, the lock was secured, and the trigger was pulled again, unleashing a torrent of fire. 4 bursts, 6, 8. The blue birds soared through the billowing clouds of gray debris, striking each target with unerring accuracy. This young man could undoubtedly enlist as a fighter in aerial combat. In the monitoring center, Old Lu and Lu Xuesong stood in astonishment. Such razor-sharp precision in his attacks, coupled with impeccably timed evasions, this young man was a natural talent for air combat. Chen Wuling continued his task, hurling rocks into the air. He sought to ascertain how long Tian Shao could maintain this level of focus. Given the inherent limitations of computational capacity, the depletion of biological energy during absolute concentration posed a significant challenge. Many individuals struggle to maintain prolonged focus. He wondered whether Tian Xiao's concentration was merely a fleeting phenomenon or if he possessed a genuinely steady heart. If it were the former, then Tian Shao would need to cultivate his abilities. If the latter, that would be extraordinary. Chen Wuling was not a jealous person. Although he recognized that Tian Xiao's displayed talents far surpassed his own, he also understood that this talent even eclipsed that of the esteemed Lao Luo. The future held boundless possibilities for Tian Shao. As Chen Wuling initiated his next move, Tian Shao could only respond in kind. Coincidentally, he was eager to discover the limits of his current abilities and chip level. The 2 blue birds commenced their aerial duel. A question posed, a solution offered. The relentless sound of rocks shattering fills the air. The unidirectional barrage of fire, powerful and interlaced, reduces everything to rubble. Ultimately, the rocks are expelled from the chamber only to disintegrate upon release. Chen Wuling is drenched in cold sweat, overwhelmed by a mere bluebird, which nonetheless exudes an aura of formidable aerial assault. In the monitoring center, Lao Lu and Lu Xuesong are utterly transfixed, their eyes glued to the monitor as if captivated by an epic space battle, oblivious to the presence of Luo Fei lurking behind them. Chapter 22, Decisive Action. All the rocks from Chen Wuling's chamber have been expelled, while Tian Shao's machine gun ammunition dwindles to a third. The practical training has concluded. Luo Fei's voice reverberates from the monitoring center into the ears of the 2 Bluebird pilots. There is no need for further practice with the cannons. Conserve your resources. You are to commence your routine patrol duties. With this directive, Chen Wuling and Tian Shao promptly revert to formation. Chen Wuling cannot help but exclaim, Tian Shao, are you certain you didn't graduate from a military academy? Has your record been tampered with? I just felt an overwhelming pressure as if being pursued by an ace pilot. Look, I have goosebumps. Chen Wuling deliberately raises his hand to the screen for Tian Shao to observe closely. Tian Shao rolls his eyes. Such exaggeration. I am not that formidable. An ace pilot possesses the computational ability and muscle memory to unleash a dozen lines of fire simultaneously, annihilating numerous targets. I am nowhere near that level. The individual in question is indeed an A-class fighter jet, boasting 4 sets of machine gun barrels. The computational prowess of its chip far surpasses that of the Qingniao by several magnitudes. Are you truly comparing an H-class patrol craft with an A-class ace fighter? Is that a display of courtesy? Chen Wuling argued vehemently, and indeed, it is true that Qing Niao has restricted Tianxiao's performance. Of course, this pilot ultimately met with his demise. Within the ranks of the insect beasts, there exist advanced creatures skilled in stealth. A single electromagnetic storm could bring down all aircraft overhead. What is the matter? With your current state, what more could you possibly desire? Why the sighs of discontent? Let me tell you, had I possessed your talent, I would not merely be an ordinary security personnel in a subsidiary. I could have been assigned to the waterways as a ship captain. Do you believe that? Chen Wuling exclaimed, utterly captivated by Tianxiao's exceptional abilities. Rofi interjected, enough. For the time being, let us keep Tianxiao's capabilities confidential. Exceptional talent is indeed a blessing. Yet failing to temper one's brilliance can lead to trouble. Thus, we shall conclude today's discussion and resume our patrol duties. Understood. Chen Wuling promptly fell silent. Rofi then addressed Tianxiao, saying, Wuling has promised you that if your shooting scores meet the mark, he will take you hunting for Ripper Wolves. We honor our word. In Sector B4, traces of Ripper Wolf activity have been discovered. You are to proceed and handle the situation. The optimal landing point has already been marked for you. Wishing you safe travels, and I look forward to your roasted delicacies this evening. Thank you, Boss Rofi, Tianxiao smiled. Hunting ferocious beasts to acquire their pancreatic tissues was what he currently valued most. Let us depart. The Azure bird soared swiftly towards the B4 zone. The monitoring center had marked the landing point as being downwind, nestled behind a slope, rendering it remarkably concealed. As the Azure bird touched down, Chen Wuling and Tianxiao, fully armed, emerged from the cabin. Inside the cabin were handguns, shotguns, assault rifles, and sniper rifles. Tianxiao grasped an assault rifle in one hand and a shotgun in the other, with a Desert Eagle secured in a tactical holster at his thigh. Chen Wuling carried only an assault rifle and a Desert Eagle. The two exchanged glances, a silent understanding passing between them as they advanced. The monitoring center continuously relayed the latest movements and positions of the Tiermouth wolf, providing precise coordinates. They were merely 2 kilometers apart. However, they were approaching each other. The Tiermouth wolf was drawing near, and all they needed was to locate a suitable ambush position to effortlessly capture it. This was the advantage of unilateral intelligence. The duo found 2 rocks to shield their backs against one another at a higher elevation. Chen Wuling proposed, the Tiermouth wolf is exceedingly vigilant, possessing keen hearing and sight. We cannot draw any closer. Let us wait here for the ambush. Agreed, Tianxiao nodded, surveying the surroundings. He suddenly regretted not bringing a sniper rifle. This position was ideal. Had he known, he would have brought the sniper rifle for a clean, effortless headshot. Chen Wuling shared his sentiment. Tianxiao mused that he was thinking too optimistically. The distance was too great. Once a shot was fired, the Tiermouth wolf would instinctively evade, significantly diminishing the chances of a headshot. His plan was to inflict a penetrating wound on the creature, as the ensuing blood would render it unable to conceal itself. Sealing its fate, the beast was not so easily hunted. These thoughts remained unspoken. After all, it is Chen Wuling who is guiding him, not the other way around. The two waited for a moment, when suddenly a gentle breeze stirred. Tianxiao's expression changed. This was alarming. The wind direction had shifted. They were positioned such that the windward side was blocked by rocks, rendering them oblivious to the sound of the breeze. The only explanation was that the wind was now blowing from behind them, placing them in the windward position. Chen Wuling had yet to notice the subtle change in the wind's direction. At this juncture, based on the intelligence relayed by Lu Xuesong, the Tiermouth wolf was less than 400 meters from their rocky refuge. The mere scent of a human in the air would instantly arouse the wolf's vigilance. The target must flee. A pang of alarm struck Tianxiao's heart. The speed of the Tiermouth wolf was terrifying. Once it bolted, recapturing it would be utterly impossible. They had finally found their quarry. It could not be allowed to escape. No sooner had he thought this than action was required. Tianxiao seized a somewhat sharp stone from the ground and made a gash on his leg. Chen Wuling stared in bewilderment. What was happening? Before he could comprehend the situation, he heard Lao Lu's voice ringing in his ears. The Tiermouth wolf is accelerating. It has spotted you. Damn. It hasn't fled but is charging toward you. Is it seeking its own demise? In Chen Wuling's moment of stupor, he observed Tianxiao discard the stone, draw his firearm, and emerge partially from behind the rock, the dark muzzle aimed at the agile wolf charging from the depths of the pit. Bang! The trigger was pulled decisively. Gunfire erupted in the air, accompanied by the acrid scent of smoke and the flash of light. The tear-mouthed wolf's pupils rapidly constricted, realizing it had been deceived, yet it was too late to turn back. Bang! 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 The wolf was struck first in the chest and abdomen, followed swiftly by a shot to its head. A tremendous force repeatedly struck the body of the tear-mouthed wolf, causing blood to splatter everywhere. The final bullet pierced through the wolf's anguished maw, ultimately extinguishing its life. At that moment, Chun Wuling cautiously emerged from behind the rock, witnessing the fallen beast before him. An exhilarating yet shocking sight. Tian Zhao's earlier act of self-harm left him perplexed. In a swift motion, he had turned and fired, before he could fully comprehend the situation. The tear-mouthed wolf had been vanquished. He sensed an inherent connection between these two scenes, until the voice of old Lu broke through his thoughts. Has the wind changed? Damn it. You all are fortunate. Had Tian Zhao hesitated even a moment longer, the tear-mouthed wolf might have escaped. In an instant, Chun Wuling grasped the entirety of the situation. Chapter 23. Zhu Xiaodian joins the team that evening. Luo Fei summoned his trusted confidants for a gathering. Once again, they convened in the grand hall of the 36th floor ski resort, where the barbecue grill had been set up. Tian Xiao cheerfully wielded a flame-throwing gun to roast meat, while Lu Xuesong dutifully assisted, carving the meat and occasionally sampling the succulent, oil-dripping wolf flesh, regaling the others with tales of the day's events. You won't believe what you missed today. Tian Xiao was absolutely ferocious, chasing after Chun Wuling. His marksmanship was nothing short of extraordinary. If you didn't know any better, you'd think an ace pilot had arrived. Oh, come now, is it really that impressive? Some of the others who had shared drinks with him the previous night remained skeptical. Doubt it. Just ask old Lu and Chun Wuling. The boss is here too. Lu Xuesong exclaimed loudly. Can all these delectable meats and wines not satisfy your insatiable appetite? Luo Fei cast a displeased glance at him and solemnly declared, as for Tian Zhao's matter, you all are well aware. It is best not to disseminate it further. Should I learn of anyone discussing or leaking this information, I shall not be lenient. Lu Xuesong promptly fell silent. The others exchanged glances. Luo Fei's words essentially confirmed Lu Xuesong's claims. Was this newcomer, Tian Xiao, truly that formidable? Enough. Tian Xiao is now one of our own. Let us look after him moving forward. His innate talent is indeed remarkable, and his future prospects are boundless. Having completed today's patrol mission, he shall soon commence independent daily patrols. Understood, Tian Xiao nodded. Now, to return to the matter at hand. According to reports from the control tower, a meteor shower will occur in the C-25 region at noon tomorrow. We shall bolster the personnel on duty. Chun Wuling, you are tasked with leading your team to investigate and ascertain the quantity and specifics of the meteorites. Yes, Chun Wuling acknowledged the order. At that moment, taking advantage of the others' inattention, Tian Xiao discreetly extracted the pancreas of the torn-mouthed wolf and began to savor it slowly. Although a few individuals noticed, none chose to comment. Luo Fei turned to remind Tian Xiao, meteorite falls occur frequently each year. The paramount concern is to investigate whether any creatures accompany the meteorites into our designated area, while also examining the meteorites for the presence of insect eggs, thus eliminating potential threats. This is your first time undertaking such a mission, so pay close attention and learn. If we do encounter any creatures, it will be an enlightening experience. Luo Fei noted Tian Zhao's innate talent. In his view, despite Tian Zhao's low ranking, his overall combat capability and talent could undoubtedly place him among the top 10 in the security team. His rapid growth suggested that he would soon become Luo Fei's right-hand man. Rest assured, Boss Luo, I will diligently learn from Brother Chun and swiftly adapt to the demands of the security team, Tian Xiao replied. Luo Fei smiled this time. The hunt for the terror wolf will yield a reward of 5,000, and selling it will net around 40,000. Your team of 5 will split the earnings at the end of the month. As for your share, I will hold on to it for you. Of course, if you need funds for anything, just let me know. Everything is negotiable. Luo Fei's ability to gather a group of spirited individuals stemmed from his generous nature, which was something Tian Xiao greatly admired. By the way, the Zhu Xiaodian you recommended can report to the security team tomorrow. However, we have a task at hand. So let old Lu take her along to familiarize herself with the monitoring center. Thank you, Boss Luo. Tian Xiao raised his cup. Zhu Xiaoyan's joining the security team was indeed good news. The others exchanged knowing smiles, saying, Congratulations. Your current girlfriend is far superior to your ex. As the night unfolded, Tian Xiao found himself helplessly raising his glass amidst the revelry. After countless rounds of drinks, 9 individuals had devoured half of a tear-mouthed wolf, satiating their appetites before dispersing. True to his routine, Tian Xiao ascended to the 15th floor, embarking on an intense session to combat the accumulation of mutated substances within him. Employing extreme exercises to enhance his metabolism and overall physical condition, he escalated his weight from 50 to 60 pounds, and after 5 hours, his limbs trembled slightly as he proceeded to the 12th floor for a well-deserved massage. Despite the diminished effectiveness of the pancreatic enhancement upon its second application, he awaited the complete assimilation of its power, resulting in a muscle strength increase to 12. 9 and muscle flexibility rising to 12. 7. His biological energy reached 164, marking a transition from H4 to H6 in physical prowess. The pancreatic enhancement derived from the tear-mouthed wolf revealed the potential of over 1 million H-grade reinforcement gene liquids, a secret known to none. The following morning, upon entering the security department, he spotted Zhu Xiaotian filling out paperwork in the lobby. Her nose red from the effects of the previous night's indulgence, while the inebriated old Lu handled her reception. Zhu Xiaotian, pinching her nose, could still detect the pungent odor of alcohol emanating from old Lu. He, however, was reluctant to express his irritation. Upon noticing Tian Xiao's arrival, he couldn't contain himself. Tian Xiao, you take her. I need to use the restroom. With that, old Lu hastily departed, clearly averse to attending to a young lady, especially one he couldn't touch. Tian Xiao sensed a shared relief from Zhu Xiaotian as old Lu's overpowering scent lingered. With half a day remaining until the meteor shower, and with nothing pressing on his agenda, he readily assumed the task of attending to Zhu Xiaotian. Come with me, he instructed. Since that incident, Zhu Xiaotian seems to have transformed into a different person, speaking less, her gaze filled with vigilance and scrutiny, particularly sensitive to her surroundings. Upon entering the shooting training ground, Zhu Xiaotian appeared to have found her purpose, her eyes gleaming with an assertive intensity. In a previous life, Tian Xiao had mentored several newcomers, typically concluding training sessions after 4 to 5 hours. However, Zhu Xiaotian accomplished the mastery of 4 types of firearms in less than an hour, successfully navigating the hellish difficulty level of the assault rifle. Demonstrating remarkable tenacity, she insisted on an additional 3 hours of practice. Tian Xiao held a firm belief that, should Zhu Xiaotian encounter a beast like Gao Chong, even with a higher level, she would undoubtedly deliver a lethal shot. This girl exuded an overwhelming aura of ferocity. With Zhu Xiaotian piloting the green bird out of the base, the cabin was filled, quite literally, with rocks. Zhu Xiaotian's initial score was 4 rocks, and as she gradually settled into her rhythm, her performance fluctuated between 5 and 6 rocks. By the end of the rock-throwing exercise, she had stabilized at 6 rocks, achieving a satisfactory result. As training concluded, the voice of old Lu resonated from the monitoring center. All right. Tian Xiao, a meteor shower has appeared. Zhu Xiaotian piloted the green bird number 38 into the skies. Shortly thereafter, the radar screen revealed the figure of Captain Chun Wuling. Tian Xiao, form up. Upon joining the formation, Tian Xiao discovered that the other 2 members of the squad were Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji. The 4-person team was tasked with handling the meteor shower that had fallen into the C-25 area. Chapter 24, The Meteorite Incident at the Headquarters of the Base. The monitoring center was bustling with activity. A multitude of meteors cascaded into the C-25 zone. In addition to the regular patrol personnel, the temporary security team led by Chen Wuling had hastened to the scene. All other security staff within the base had received the notification and were on standby at the security center. Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia stood beside Luo Fei, intently gazing at the surveillance screens, observing hundreds of meteors trailing their fiery tails as they descended towards the C-25 zone. On one adjacent screen, the 3 bluebirds stationed in safe positions had already arrived at the C-25 zone. In another direction, Chun Wuling's 4-member team approached the C-25 zone, clearly observing the billowing black smoke in the sky. Everyone was engrossed in the unfolding scene. Zhu Xiaotian, on her first day of employment, found herself amidst the security team's grand mobilization, feeling both exhilarated and agitated, attentively watching the events unfold while occasionally inquiring of old Lu, brother Lu. Aren't meteor falls rather commonplace? Why such a grand display? With such high surface temperatures, how could any creature survive? Although old Lu's combat prowess had diminished significantly, His seasoned experience as a security personnel surpassed that of most. As he spoke, he instinctively reached for the wine flask nestled in his arms. But upon noticing the gazes of Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia, he let out a disgruntled hum, silently suppressing the burning urge for drink while continuing to adjust the surveillance feed, zooming in on the detection lenses aimed at the meteors. At that moment, the main screen flickered with static, disrupted by electromagnetic particles emanating from the meteors. The three bluebirds promptly descended to lower altitudes. The electromagnetic interference affected all electronic devices, and the bluebirds lacked the capability to withstand such electromagnetic forces. Chen Wuling remained composed in the face of adversity. The entire team was present, and they needed to lower their altitude. The center's focus was on calculating the electromagnetic coverage of the meteorite and determining its impact landing point. A revised approach was essential. Luo Fei and Wu Hao nodded in agreement, while Chen Wuling's thoughts were clear. The Qingniao, affected by electromagnetic interference, no longer possessed the capability for a close landing, making it vital to ascertain the interference range and formulate a new plan. Old Lu was not slow in his actions. New data was transmitted. There were over 40 points indicating the electromagnetic interference zone of the meteorite and more than 300 potential impact landing points. Luo Fei furrowed his brow, and Wu Hao displayed a grave expression. Something was amiss. The electromagnetic interference zones were numerous, encircling the impact landing points in a layered manner, creating a vast area of disruption. Wu Hao spoke gravely. The regions where these meteorites are falling are quite intricate, comprising forests, hilly terrains, and deep lakes. The varied topography could easily conceal any lurking creatures. He proposed an increase in personnel for the search and capture operation. Wu Hao's suggestion was reasonable. However, Luo Fei shook his head, opting not to heed it. Instead, he stated, given the current uncertainty, hastily augmenting our team may not be the optimal course of action. Furthermore, the area we need to search is extensive and cannot be completed swiftly. Our security team consists of only 30 individuals divided into 6 groups. We have already deployed 2. If we increase our numbers now, who will handle the subsequent replacements? Let us proceed with caution. Rofiai's rationale was abundantly clear. He aimed to adequately prepare for the ongoing and relentless pursuit of targets. Therefore, it was imperative that other teams be ready to assume their rotational duties. And it was unwise to deploy them all at once. This marked a confrontation between the leaders of the security team, with Wu Hao ultimately conceding defeat. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia wore expressions of helplessness and regret, while old Lu's lips curled into a faint smile. Zhu Xiaodian observed the scene with perplexity. Had Tian Xiao been present, he would have recognized this as Rofiai's subtle suppression of Wu Hao. The descent of meteors indeed posed a perilous threat from monstrous creatures. However, each meteorite incident also presented a lucrative opportunity. Even though the meteorites of the new calendar year had diminished in value, the remnants after atmospheric entry could yield a plethora of rare materials, including precious metal ores, far surpassing the accuracy and efficiency of traditional mining. On average, one could retrieve at least 10,000 yuan from a single meteorite, with fortune on one's side. It was not uncommon to unearth high-quality ores worth hundreds of thousands or even millions. Wu Hao's intention to augment 2 teams was driven by the desire for profit, as the external meteorite resources did not belong to Fei & Company, with all gains remaining with the security personnel. Rofiai's refusal to dispatch additional teams was a strategic move to firmly retain control over these resources. At this moment, Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia were mentally cursing Rofiai. Although Wu Hao maintained a stoic faade, he too felt a simmering frustration, knowing that without directives from the leader, no one could act independently. This was also a reason behind his aspiration to become the leader of the security team. Meanwhile, meteor showers continued to cascade towards the Earth. Due to the small volume of the meteorites, they are unlikely to inflict significant damage upon the planet. Nonetheless, the monitoring center's red alert illuminated, as a flurry of data rapidly emerged. Subsequently, multiple split screens activated around the main display, showcasing images of collapsing rock layers in deep craters. Luo Fei and Wu Hao's expressions shifted dramatically. Old Lu immediately became tense. Swiftly taking control, the impact of the meteor shower has resulted in shockwaves affecting certain vulnerable deep pits, particularly in areas designated as medium to high-risk zones. Significant collapses have occurred in mining regions such as G79, A33, and J07. Fortunately, no miners are present in these areas. For safety's sake, We must promptly notify the base to halt all ongoing operations and evacuate all miners from the underground sites. Luo Fei reacted swiftly, and old Lu complied without hesitation. A flicker of regret crossed Wu Hao's eyes. If Luo Fei were to delay even slightly, resulting in casualties, he could leverage that as a reason to report to the company, thereby undermining Luo Fei's authority. Unbeknownst to anyone amidst the escalating red alerts and the emerging split screens, a subtle red data point appeared. Among the over 300 meteorite impact sites, one exhibited a slight deviation. A meteorite struck a deep pit, penetrating through a relatively thin rock face, vanishing amidst the thundering roar of tumultuous waves. Chapter 25, Memories Resurface. Perilous Events Area C-25. The meteor shower had yet to make landfall, leaving a group of individuals in a state of bewilderment. Upon observing the extensive range of electromagnetic disturbance reported by the monitoring center, along with the calculated high-temperature environment and geological changes, Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, and others could not help but lament. What an enormous area of electromagnetic interference. How on earth can we proceed? Indeed, the Bluebird cannot possibly venture near. Are we to search for meteorites on foot? This is utterly absurd. With the Bluebird unable to approach, do we really intend to dismantle these meteorites by hand? Incredible! A sense of despair enveloped everyone. Suddenly, a brilliant light erupted from a distant location. Boom! The intense radiance surged forth, accompanied by a thunderous wave that struck the Bluebird. Fortunately, the security team had prepared in advance, taking refuge on the nearby hillside to avoid the brunt of the initial shockwave. The ground began to tremble violently. The Bluebird swayed slightly. The chip's perception of the external environment was entirely overwhelmed by the cacophony of sound. And the fierce magnetic storm disrupted communication between the Bluebird and the base, accounting for the spread of the disturbance. A countdown appeared on Tianxiao's screen. 15, 14, 13. This marked the countdown to the end of the meteorite impact. Once the impact concluded, it would be time to launch an offensive. As the numbers reached 0, Chen Wuling's resolute voice resonated in the ears of everyone present. Action. Old Lu, Old Xiao, pay attention. Do not be solely fixated on wealth. Be cautious of any creatures within the meteorites. Safety comes first. Understood. Enough with the chatter, they replied, their tones filled with excitement and enthusiasm. Despite the severe interference caused by the magnetic storm, the Qingyu could not directly venture into the very heart of the meteorite crater, yet their enthusiasm remained undiminished. Each meteorite represented a fortune in their eyes. Tianxiao, you will pilot the Qingniao and be responsible for reconnaissance in the periphery, commanded Chen Wuling. Tianxiao understood that this was a consideration stemming from his initial encounter with the meteorite shower incident. Understood. Tianxiao responded affirmatively. The Qingniao ascended steadily, surveying the area, swiftly separating into formations around meteorite impact zones 28, 17, and 22. Meanwhile, 3 other Qingniao from a different team were also approaching the smoky meteorite crater. Tianxiao continued to rise, tasked with comprehensively observing the dynamics of the entire crater. Although the chip could not detect the crater's interior, it was implanted within the human body, allowing for independent analysis through retinal feedback. Tianxiao regarded himself as a mere instrument, providing analytical data for Qinglong. Soon, Qilong successfully rendered a complete image of the meteorite impact, conducting analysis without impediment. However, as he gazed upon the scene, Tianxiao inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity, as if he had witnessed it before. The arrangement of over 300 fallen meteorites, the layout of the crater, and the distorted and chaotic landscape resulting from severe geological disruption seemed eerily reminiscent. Where had he seen this before? Tianxiao's brow furrowed in contemplation. At that moment, 6 Qingniao landed, and Chen Wuling, along with 5 others, emerged from the cabin, fully armed and maintaining standard tactical movement as they advanced toward the recently marked meteorites in the crater. Tianxiao did not dare to lose focus as the Qingniao maneuvered along the periphery of the magnetic storm's interference zone, diligently relaying the complete situation to the monitoring center. Communication had been restored, and real-time data was being transmitted to the target site. Chen Wuling and his team commenced their mission within the meteorite crater. Impressive, Old Lu remarked while reporting, unable to suppress his admiration. This young man seems to understand everything. It was not only Old Lu who recognized that Tianxiao was undertaking the crucial data upload. The 6 security personnel at the front line, including Luo Fei and Wu Hao, also understood that Tianzhao's efforts were compensating for the disruptions caused by the magnetic storm signals to the monitoring center. Luo Fei regained his confident demeanor, exuding an air of complete control. On the main screen, as Chun Wuling and his team approached the outermost meteorite, they began analyzing it. The smaller meteorites were swiftly identified and marked as safe. Upon landing, the meteorites had shrunk considerably, with the largest measuring no more than 10 meters and the smallest the size of a basketball. The safely marked meteorites glowed green, indicating smooth progress in their mission. However, after completing a thorough aerial inspection, Tianzhao made a startling discovery. He finally recalled this scene, having indeed seen it in his memories. The meteorite incident was managed by the security team, and at the time, he, as a mere minor, had never had the opportunity to engage with or comprehend the events surrounding this occurrence. Yet, after joining the security team, he had undergone special training alongside other newcomers before encountering the meteorite fall incident. Previously, I had encountered several cases of meteorite falls. Among them, one particular illustration bore an uncanny resemblance to the scene before me. Memories began to crystallize, and a shiver coursed down Tianzhao's spine. 2 lives had been lost. Had it not been for my presence during this meteorite incident, alternative security personnel would have undoubtedly been dispatched in my stead. A wave of anxiety washed over Tianzhao. The 6 individuals currently approaching the meteorite crater were all affiliated with Boss Luo. The loss of any 2 would inflict considerable distress upon Luo Fei. In my past life, I maintained a commendable relationship with Luo Fei, and having received Boss Luo's support to acquire the H3 citizenship in advance, I could not idly stand by while these brothers faced peril. I must take action. The root cause of the deaths of the 2 security personnel was none other than the insect beasts. The disappearance of dozens of miners was also attributed to these creatures. The reason being, a meteorite exceeding 10 meters in diameter had plunged into the depths of a pit, vanishing beyond the reach of surveillance, and remained undiscovered. Yet, once all meteorites were deemed safe, the insect beasts were subsequently detected. They launched an assault on the security personnel, who were caught off guard and brutally dragged away, leaving no trace behind. Consequently, Fei and company initiated a comprehensive investigation. The pivotal point was a meteorite that had been overlooked. The largest fragment had gone missing. Tianzhao seized upon this clue. Qinglong, immediately analyze all previously predicted meteorite impact sites and compare them with the existing meteorites. With a command issued, Qinglong commenced its calculations. At last, a contract was signed with Ula. Chapter 26. The emergence of the insect beasts with a staggering computational speed of 5 units per second and billions of calculations executed in an instant, the Azure Dragon had, almost simultaneously upon receiving the command, aligned the current positions of all meteors with their previously inferred locations. The outcome revealed a near-perfect correlation in all deductions. However, 2 meteors, one large and one small, had mysteriously vanished, their whereabouts currently unknown. The Azure Dragon simultaneously calculated the impact locations and trajectories of these 2 meteors, marking them conspicuously in red and directing this information towards a severely collapsed pit. Found you. Tianzhao narrowed his eyes slightly. The meteors concealing the insect beasts could have their trajectories temporarily altered due to the movements and influences of the beasts within, resulting in deviations from their intended landing spots. The disturbances caused by the meteor's descent, along with the interference from magnetic storms, led to lapses in the monitoring center's surveillance. This was no mere coincidence. It was a deliberate outcome orchestrated by the insect beasts. In other words, these 2 meteors were their targets. Tianzhao immediately heightened his vigilance. The Azure Bird maintained its altitude and speed of flight, as the 6-barrel Gatling gun concealed within the cabin quietly emerged, aiming at the area that had already been struck and collapsed by the meteors. He refrained from taking immediate action. The unseen insect beasts posed the greatest danger. Currently buried beneath the rock layers, they existed beyond the reach of cannons and the Gatling gun. To confront the insect beasts, it was imperative to first eliminate the interference caused by the magnetic storm. Chun Wuling and his team had already set their plans into motion. As they meticulously identified meteorites for safety inspections, they were simultaneously discerning fragments imbued with magnetic storm interference. Such interference often arises from the inherent magnetic fields possessed by these celestial bodies. Due to their diminutive size, the strength of these magnetic fields is quite limited. The most straightforward approach is to obliterate these meteorites, thereby disrupting their internal structures and swiftly neutralizing the effects of the magnetic storms. When Chun Wuling approached one of the meteorites, he keenly noticed an unusual arrangement of the sand and stones on the ground nearby, prompting him to scoop up a handful of dust and toss it into the air. The dust cascaded along a distinctive arc, capturing the attention of Tian Xiao and the monitoring center. Raising his weapon, Chun Wuling stood up and gestured emphatically to Qing Miao before pulling the trigger aimed at the meteorite. The sound of rapid gunfire echoed as a volley of bullets struck the meteorite, conveying an unmistakable directive to destroy the meteorite with machine gun fire. Tian Xiao had already prepared a ballistic simulation for the assault, and the six-barreled Gatling gun began to whirl into action. Chun Wuling resolutely retreated 50 meters. With a thunderous roar, Qing Miao unleashed a torrent of flames from the sky. The fierce bullets from the heavy machine gun traced two fiery lines that converged at a single point, unleashing a terrifying force that effortlessly shattered the meteorite's exterior. Debris exploded outward, and the meteorite split apart, rapidly disintegrating. Those in the monitoring center were momentarily stunned by the spectacle. While there had been precedents for using heavy machine guns against meteorites, such an effortless detonation was exceedingly rare. Nevertheless, they remained unfazed. Recognizing that the internal structures of meteorites vary greatly, some are remarkably resilient, while others are relatively fragile, thus defying a singular classification. As the first meteorite exploded, its internal structure compromised, Old Lu at the monitoring center swiftly discerned a breach in the previously cohesive electromagnetic disturbance zone. Excellent. Proceed. With a buoyant spirit, Luo Fei promptly commanded, identify and eliminate all meteorites exhibiting electromagnetic interference, then have Chun Wuling and the others pilot the Qingmiao to execute the mission. The Qingmiao was equipped with mechanical arms, capable of dismantling and transporting the raw mineral resources within the meteorites. This batch of meteorites was on the verge of being secured. At that moment, an unforeseen event transpired. Just as the first meteorite was obliterated, the main screen of the monitoring center suddenly illuminated with a crimson glow, the camera abruptly focusing on the central area of the collapsed pit. Amidst the chaotic rubble, several grayish creatures resembling ferocious beasts sprang forth, swiftly traversing the uneven terrain like four-legged lizards racing across the desert, silently closing in on the nearby security personnel. These insect-like beasts had evidently been lurking for some time. Their emergence was remarkably strategic. Positioned at the edge of the collapse zone, they were no more than 500 meters from the security personnel, with numerous rocky depressions providing ample cover. Throughout their advance, they remained concealed from the guards' line of sight. Buzz. Buzz. Insect beasts detected. Insect invasion. The monitoring center, having analyzed the feedback data from the Qingmiao, promptly triggered a red alert. The shrill alarm reverberated, sending shockwaves through the crowd. Luo Fei's complexion turned ashen. Compelled to lean forward, he shouted sharply, heavenly laughter. Prepare to counter the insect beasts. Alert them. Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia first displayed astonishment, then exchanged glances filled with fervent determination. The insect beasts. Indeed, this meteorite fall has manifested the presence of the insect beasts. A splendid opportunity. If something were to befall Chun Wuling and his team, Luo Fei would essentially lose his right and left arms, thereby undermining the authority and credibility of the security team. Moreover, while they could establish contact with Tian Xiao, the rider of the Azure Bird, he is merely a novice, utterly lacking any experience in confronting insect beasts. Furthermore, the connection between Tian Xiao and Chun Wuling's group cannot be established through signals. They can only communicate through gunfire. The insect beasts move with alarming speed. Just as Luo Fei urgently shouted that command, the insect beasts had already traversed nearly 200 meters, leaving only less than 300 meters between the 6 insect beasts and the 6 security personnel. Due to the interference of the magnetic storm, the monitoring center's chip alerts could not be directly conveyed to the security staff in the frontline task area. The 6 security personnel, including Chun Wuling, were shrouded in smoke, flames, and rubble, unable to hear any sounds or sense the impending approach of the insect beasts, obliviously engaged in analyzing the meteorite before them. Their assault rifles hung loosely at their waists. The insect beasts lurked like venomous serpents in the shadows, swiftly closing in on their prey. The H-series insect beasts, when faced with H-level human warriors, have outcomes that are equally uncertain. However, when in close proximity, the insect beasts, devoid of any fatal weaknesses, possess speed, lethal claws, and an innate ability to excrete a high-temperature corrosive substance, rendering them capable of effortlessly annihilating a small squad before meeting their demise. Presently, 6 insect beasts stealthily approached the 6 security personnel. The strength of these creatures surpassed that of savage beasts. Team leader, I propose we provide support. Wu Hao insisted once more. At that moment, on the main screen, the previously overlooked Qingniao had already engaged 2 6-barreled Gatling guns, which roared to life in a rapid barrage, casting 4 glaring lines of searing fire that captured everyone's attention. Chapter 27. Captivating the audience. Insect beasts detected. Invasion of insect beasts. The security personnel are under threat. Within the cockpit of the Qingniao, a crimson glow enveloped the space. Tian Zhao's face was illuminated by the red light, highlighting his angular features. His gaze was sharp, and his demeanor was exceptionally grave and focused. The main screen had locked onto the 6 rapidly advancing insect beasts, their images magnified. With a length exceeding 3 meters, their forms bore a resemblance to lizards, elongated and flattened, with robust limbs and claws capable of easily penetrating rock. Their tails resembled double-edged swords, while a faint green corrosive vapor flowed from the corners of their mouths. H-class insect beast, lizard claw insect. Red alert. A flickering dark yellow light appeared above the heads of Chun Wuling and the other 5 security personnel. Qinglong. Calculate the trajectory of the insect beast's movements. Anticipate their route and fire 1 second later. Tian Zhao remained remarkably calm and composed. In such a critical moment, it was too late to warn Chun Wuling and the others. The hope of saving the 6 security personnel rested solely upon oneself. Fortunately, Tian Zhao had made ample preparations. The 6-barrel Gatling gun had been kept in a state of readiness, its muzzle aimed directly at the area of collapse ahead. The altitude of the Qingniao perfectly enveloped the entire operational zone. Although the number of lizard claw bugs was somewhat unexpected, the hunting trajectories of these lower-tier insect beasts were easily predictable, based on the rapid calculations made by Qinglong. The 6 targeted lizard claw bugs moved precisely along the designated route, cleverly utilizing various obstacles and depressions to evade the gaze of the security personnel. The movement trajectory of the targets was complete. The bullet trajectory prediction was finalized. It was time to fire. Tian Zhao squeezed the trigger. As the line of fire erupted from beneath the Qingniao, it swiftly completed its target rotation. For lines of fire, astonishingly rapid, struck the insects just as they began to sense danger. A cascade of debris exploded from the rocks beneath, extending into their flesh. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang. Blood and gore splattered. The midsection of the lizard claw bug was shattered on the spot, its body torn asunder, howling in disarray as it was flung away. The lethality of the heavy machine gun's bullets far surpassed that of a standard assault rifle, and was even several times more ferocious than a shotgun. A mere handful of bullets formed a scythe of death, effortlessly claiming the lives of the lizard claw bugs. 4 sides. The 4 lizard claw bugs were struck down from the air and crashed to the ground. The sudden eruption of 4 lines of fire from the Qingniao immediately alerted Chun Wuling and the others. As the fiery splashes erupted at the impact point, the gruesome sight of the insect beasts being blasted apart sent chills down the spines of the 6 individuals, leaving their faces ashen. Damn it, it's the insect beasts. A group of them raised their assault rifles. 4 of them witnessed the close-range obliteration of the insect beasts, while the other 2 caught sight of the leaping lizard-clawed insects springing forth from the depression, accelerating towards them with alarming speed. Rat-a-tat-tat. The assault rifles erupted in gunfire. Fall back. Quickly retreat. They needed to create distance to buy time for Tian Zhao. Among the 6 security personnel, 5 instinctively lifted their assault rifles, while only Chun Wuling made the most judicious choice. Chun Wuling understood all too well. In close quarters, ordinary security personnel stood no chance against the insect beasts. The firepower of the assault rifles was woefully inadequate to take down the lizard-clawed insects. A miscalculation could cost lives. However, the silence was shattered by 2 ominous whistling sounds. 2 lizard-clawed insects erupted in a blaze of light and fire beneath them. Boom. The sudden explosion sent the lizard-clawed insects airborne, the fierce blaze and force rendering their bodies gruesomely mangled. Their lifeless forms plummeted to the ground, devoid of any breath. The expertly aimed cannon shells precisely annihilated the final 2 lizard-clawed insects. The battlefield fell eerily silent, yet the 6 did not dare to let their guard down, swiftly retreating from the meteorite pit with their weapons at the ready. The Qingniao circled above, its muzzle directed at the collapsed deep pit area. Chun Wuling dashed out of the combat zone and immediately entered the cockpit, piloting the Qingyao skyward to commence indiscriminate attacks on the meteorites, already marked as containing a magnetic field. Boom, boom. The power of the cannon far surpassed that of heavy machine guns, capable of demolishing the structure of the meteorites. Chun Wuling's resolve intensified. Moments ago, having narrowly escaped death, he swiftly recognized the grave errors he had committed as the captain. His insatiable thirst for the raw ore of the meteorite had overshadowed his vigilance towards the dangers of the mission area, leading to a lapse in precaution that nearly cost the lives of several comrades and jeopardized the entire operation. Fortunately, Tian Xiao had managed to rectify everything in a timely manner. However, Chun Wuling found it impossible to forgive himself. The prodigious talents of Tian Xiao had been revealed too early, posing a significant threat. In the monitoring center, Luo Fei and others had witnessed the entire process in which Tian Xiao effortlessly dispatched the 6 insect beasts. Luo Fei let out a sigh of relief, a smile breaking upon his face. The 6 security personnel had survived. Yet, the expressions of Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia grew exceedingly grim. Tian Xiao had just demonstrated formidable mastery, adaptability in the face of crisis, and the decisiveness and innate talent of a true warrior. The 3 of them pondered, even if they had been present, they might not have performed any better. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia exchanged glances, recognizing the gravity reflected in each other's eyes. One Chun Wuling did not pose a significant threat to them. However, 2 Chun Wulings could indeed deliver a staggering impact. The 6 had survived. Luo Fei had narrowly escaped disaster. With the conclusion of this meteorite incident, Luo Fei was certain to harvest substantial resources from the meteorite, fortifying his position and making future confrontations increasingly challenging. Despite Wu Hao's seemingly calm demeanor, his heart had already sunk. The more remarkable Luo Fei's subordinates became, the more secure his standing within the Feiying company grew. This was not a development Wu Hao wished to witness. Luo Fei deliberately provoked Wu Hao with words. Laughing heartily as he said, "Deputy Leader Wu, what do you think of the newcomer I recommended this time? Is he not exceptional?" "Exceptional? He has utterly outshone them." Wu Hao gritted his teeth inwardly. However, as the deputy leader of the security team, he was compelled to offer an impartial assessment. Indeed, a newcomer who can make decisive judgments in the face of danger and turn the tide to save his comrades is an exceptionally rare quality. Team leader, I propose that we report to the company, recommending Tian Xiao for commendation, while also encouraging all members of the security team to learn from him. What do you think? Learning is unnecessary. He is merely a novice, lacking experience, just a fortunate coincidence. However, a commendation is certainly warranted. We should arrange for him to receive a bonus. With that, he turned to Lao Lu and commanded, "Immediately save today's report and send it to the company. I, Luo Fei of the security team, along with Deputy Leader Wu Hao, jointly recommend Tian Xiao for commendation." Understood. Lao Lu cast a glance at Wu Hao, smiling as he proceeded with the task. Meanwhile, Zhu Xiaodian remained in a daze, still immersed in the shock of Tian Zhao's seamless execution of 4 fire lines and 2 artillery shells. The 6 insect beasts were effortlessly dispatched by Tian Xiao, as if he wielded the elements themselves. In that moment, Zhu Xiaodian suddenly experienced a vague sensation. Perhaps the battlefield was indeed more suited to Tian Xiao. The Tian Xiao who once occupied the position of miner was akin to a pearl covered in dust. It was now that his true talents were revealed. Zhu Xiaodian couldn't help but recall the words Tian Xiao had once shared with her. "How could I abandon the conquest of this vast sea of stars for the sake of a mere vase?" At that time, she believed Tian Xiao was merely donning a thick armor to shield his pride. However, in that moment, Zhu Xiaodian suddenly began to believe. Chapter 28. Crowdfunding H5. As Chun Wuling unleashed her full firepower, the artillery shells worth $20,000 were completely expended, and all meteorites containing magnetic storm interference were systematically destroyed. The effects of the magnetic storm interference vanished entirely. The monitoring center restored communication with everyone. Luo Fei officially took command, directing Chun Wuling to continue securing the area around the collapsed pit, while others collected the corpses of the insect beasts and utilized robotic arms to disassemble the meteorites. No one knew how many insect beasts remained underground. The layers of rock following the collapse were exceedingly thick, requiring considerable time for excavation. Their current task was to remain vigilant, clear the surrounding meteorites, and seal off the area. Without nourishment from flesh and blood, the insect beasts would be unable to breed further and could only be contained and restrained within this region. They could afford to take their time. With the arrival of 7 Qingdao aircraft, all meteorites were designated as safe, marked in green. The area being cordoned off gradually diminished. Chen Wuling personally oversaw the operation from above, while the other 6 Qingdao were busy transporting the meteorite resources. Everything proceeded in an orderly fashion. Under Luo Fei's arrangement, Zhu Xiaodian was dispatched to provide assistance in transporting the meteorites, effectively excluding Wu Hao and his group from the operation. He estimated that from over 300 meteorites, resources worth more than 20 million could ultimately be unearthed. Even if this wealth were evenly distributed among the 10 security personnel involved, each would receive 2 million. As for Zhu Xiaodian, it was a windfall of 2 million. The 6-headed insect beast is a trophy of Tian Shao, a mere carcass that the company intends to reward with a considerable sum, and the body itself could fetch a substantial price. After over 7 arduous hours of labor, the meteorite was completely excavated. It was only then that Luo Fei commanded a shift change, though a group of individuals departed with great reluctance. The spoils had been entirely distributed, leaving only the collapsed area where the insect beasts might be found alongside the largest meteorite yet to be uncovered. Their next task was to clear the debris and locate both the meteorite and any remaining insect beasts. Naturally, they were filled with grievances and unwillingness, yet a task is an order. They had no choice but to comply. Tian Shao acquiesced, albeit having discreetly extracted the pancreatic bodies from the insect beast beforehand, preserving them in blood and flesh. The 6 pancreases from the insect beasts were indeed remarkable treasures. In the 12th level of the training ground, with the assistance of a biological machine master, Tian Shao indulged in a restorative 4-hour deep sleep to rejuvenate his spirit to its zenith. He then consulted Lao Lu to ascertain the current progress of the tasks in Zone C25. The progress on the Iron Bear and Zhao Jia fronts was sluggish. Despite the mobilization of a contingent of miners to excavate the collapsed site, the sheer expanse of the debris had only yielded less than 20 meters of rock layers cleared. With over a kilometer still to reach the detected base, Lao Lu conveyed 2 pieces of good news. Boss Luo surmised that few insect beasts remained in the meteorite collapse zone, posing a low threat, and thus planned to reduce the patrol teams from 2 to 1, with rotations every 8 hours. The next rotation would not occur for another 16 hours, allowing him to rest adequately at the base. Furthermore, the incident where he rescued Chen Wuling and her party of 6 has been reported to the company headquarters, which generously awarded him a sum of 100,000 yuan. Now, his account boasts over 2,400,000 yuan. After deducting the 1 million owed to Boss Luo, he is left with a splendid 1,400,000. Free from debt, he feels an exhilarating lightness. Tian Shao is naturally overjoyed. What is the reaction over at Wu Hao's side? Haha, the mere mention of Wu Hao brings a smile to my face. Old Lu discreetly revealed another piece of news. The group accompanying Boss Luo has collectively reaped substantial rewards, while the 10 or so individuals under Wu Hao have come away with nothing, fostering a sense of deep-seated dissatisfaction among them. Grumbles abound, and 2 individuals have secretly approached Luo Fei, seeking to distance themselves from Wu Hao. It is evident to all, even a newcomer like Zhu Xiaodian, who has just joined, has managed to secure a staggering 230,000 yuan, while those following Wu Hao not only returned empty-handed, but were also dispatched to laborious tasks. Luo Fei is clearly intent on suppressing Wu Hao's faction. Previously, aligning with Wu Hao was due to the genuine threat he posed to Luo Fei. However, the tides have shifted. Chen Wuling has risen. Tian Shao has showcased formidable combat prowess. Luo Fei appears to be divinely aided. This time, due to his success in identifying and recommending talent, he has received a special commendation from the company. Who could fail to notice the evident decline of Wu Hao's faction? In conclusion, Old Lu informed Tian Shao that this meteorite incident might very well serve to thoroughly diminish Wu Hao's influence. Tian Shao feigned agreement, yet internally remained unconvinced. Based on his understanding of Wu Hao, he firmly believed that Wu Hao would not easily retreat. Wu Hao was no ordinary individual. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia also possessed their own distinctive talents. This iron triangle had once exerted immense pressure on Luo Fei, who had withstood it for a full 3 years. How could an ordinary person dare to contest with a figure of such authority? The utilization of the pancreas would, as time progressed, yield diminishing returns. The third application and absorption of the mutated substances within the pancreas for genetic enhancement had resulted in rather meager gains. After 8 hours of training, all had been digested, and there was merely a 0.5 unit increase. The muscle strength was fixed at 13. 4. While the muscle stress flexibility was set at 13. 2. It was predictable that the subsequent effects would only dwindle, ultimately rendering the H-level pancreas entirely ineffective. Just as he was preparing to depart from the 15th floor training ground, Chen Wuling entered with a smile. I had a feeling you would be here. Brother Chen, do you need something from me? Tian Xiao replied, wiping the sweat from his brow as he approached. Chen Wuling affectionately draped an arm around Tian Xiao's shoulder. The brothers have been looking for you for quite some time. I must tell you, everyone has decided to contribute $1 million for this venture and apply for H5 level chip computational capabilities. Moreover, they are also gathering funds to help you upgrade to H5. Consider it a token of gratitude for your life-saving assistance today. You cannot refuse. Chapter 29. Internal Recommendation. Cloud Cup Chen Wuling conveyed some good news to Tian Xiao, who did not decline. Within the security team, an undercurrent of intrigue swirled. Today, I modestly revealed my talents before others, exposing myself under the scrutinizing gaze of Wu Hao and his associates, undoubtedly making myself a target for future attention. Chen Wuling and others pooled together $2 million to upgrade his chip, signifying their desire to facilitate my accelerated growth. Naturally, I would not decline such generous support. Mutual assistance among comrades is not only expected, but is the essence of camaraderie. However, to focus solely on oneself while disregarding the sacrifices and risks taken by others tarnishes the very meaning of fellowship. Fortunately, those who follow Luo Fei possess a strong sense of loyalty, and, having learned from Chen Wuling the original intent behind Luo's directive for Tian Xiao to remain low-key, they were all more than willing to contribute financially. Among this group was Zhu Xiaotian, who is far from foolish. Having gained recognition within this circle through Tian Xiao, she understood that she must confront the pressures that accompany it. Once the group assembled, they proceeded to the headquarters of the base to complete the chip upgrade procedures. There were a total of 10 individuals. Tian Xiao did not incur any expenses, directly elevating the H3 citizen chip to H5, enhancing its computing power to 7 units per second. Zhu Xiaotian exhausted all her savings to also achieve H5, keeping pace with the security team. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to everyone today. Upon exiting the hall, Tian Xiao publicly declared, I shall forego any sentimental remarks. On the 36th floor, the late-night feast is on me. Tonight, we shall indulge in lizard claws and insects. Drinks are unlimited. Indeed, it was time for a proper celebration. Let us go. Zhu Xiaotian, following closely behind, witnessed Tian Hao's other side for the first time. Once integrated into the security team, Tian Xiao transformed entirely, exuding an aura of brilliance. Ever in the spotlight. Upon savoring the exquisite barbecue skills of Tian Xiao, her conviction only grew stronger. However, Zhu Xiaotian could not fathom why Wang Jingyi had initially failed to recognize the merits that resided within Tian Xiao. During the late-night feast, Luo Fei made an appearance. After a round of toasts, he forcefully dispersed the crowd, insisting that they leave, as in a few hours. It would be time for Chen Wuling's team to undertake their mission. Luo Fei retained Tian Xiao for a private conversation, scrutinizing him for an extended period before finally speaking. Leader Luo has overpraised me. My success is merely a stroke of luck. Tian Xiao responded with great humility. Luo Fei, however, remained unconvinced. You, of all people, should belong to the Earth's celestial army, yet paradoxically, you are ill-suited for it. Tian Xiao's smile faded. The implications of Luo Fei's words were lost on most. I am eager to hear more. Your talents can only be fully realized within the military framework. Regrettably, the current Earth's celestial army faces virtually no adversaries across the vast cosmos. Daily routines consist solely of standard training. Furthermore, there is an overwhelming number of military academies, over 3,000 branches of the Tianlong Military Academy alone, where a regimented lifestyle and training may stifle your growth. However, the situation is markedly different here. Look, you have only just begun your tenure, yet you have already acquired over 2 million and upgraded your chip. This place offers its own training grounds, allowing your combat talents to shine. Crucially, your rate of advancement will far surpass that of the Earth's celestial army. Luo Fei, as the chief security officer of this base, possessed a depth of understanding that exceeded that of the average individual, fully aware of the choices Tian Xiao faced. His words were a hopeful plea for Tian Xiao to remain at Fei & Company, to stay within the security team. Tian Xiao understood. Luo Fei, cigarette in mouth, continued speaking to himself. The number of privates in the Earth's Sky Army is vast. Escaping from within is an arduous task. Some individuals, after 3 to 5 years, merely attain the rank of sergeant, while those who reach grade G are as rare as phoenix feathers. However, the Yuan Group, above Fei Company, boasts thousands of subsidiaries, with at least dozens, if not hundreds, of companies established each year, expanding deeper into the star realms. The demand for security personnel and talent is immense. Like Chun Wuling and Wu Hao, you too have the opportunity to become a leader of a security team at a base, making entry into grade G quite effortless. Why is Boss Luo telling me this? I've just graduated, Tian Xiao blinked. I haven't thought that far ahead. Then from this moment on, consider it well. You possess this talent. Do not let it go to waste. With that, Luo Fei patted his backside and departed, embodying an air of inscrutable depth and hidden merit. Tian Xiao understood perfectly that Luo Fei had recognized his potential, which far exceeded the confines of the security team. Thus, he felt compelled to paint a more expansive and promising picture to persuade him to stay. In truth, his aspirations aligned with Luo Fei's. Remaining at Fei Company to accumulate resources and enhance his skills would enable him to directly ascend to the rank of officer in the Earth's Sky Army, achieving a higher starting point. Several hours later, an unexpected communication was received by the chip. Master, an unfamiliar transmission is attempting to connect. Who is it? The official certification comes from the Human Resources Department of the Yuan Group. Tian Xiao appeared momentarily taken aback. The Yuan Group? Why would such a prominent organization directly contact a mere subordinate like himself? Was it merely due to his accomplishment of vanquishing 6 lizard claw insects on the battlefield? Impossible. The Yuan Group is a colossal entity, boasting thousands of subsidiaries and a workforce exceeding 10 million. It possesses an extensive fleet of C-class transport vessels and various conventional warships, along with thousands of elite C-class operatives at its service. Moreover, it has its own research institutions and a system for providing gene enhancement fluids. Would such a behemoth truly take notice of a newcomer who has just transitioned into a security role? Connection established. Tian Xiao permitted Qing Long to proceed, and a voice, formal and courteous, resonated in his ear. Hello, Mr. Tian Xiao. This is the Human Resources Department of the Yuan Group. We have received an internal recommendation and would like to invite you to participate in the Yuan Cup Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative, scheduled for 3 months from now. Upon hearing the term Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative, Tian Xiao felt his heart involuntarily constrict. The voice from the Human Resources Department continued. The Yuan Cup Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative is not publicly announced. By reviewing this message, you will be automatically regarded as having signed the group's confidentiality agreement. Any actions of disclosure will be recorded. Please be advised. The Yuan Cup? The Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative. In his previous life, he had heard of this term, renowned and resounding. Chapter 30. The Underlying Talent Reserve War. The Yuan Cup, the Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative. Tian Xiao discovered an email from the Yuan Group in his private inbox, which elaborated on the background of an upcoming event. Over the course of centuries, numerous factions within the Earth Alliance have engaged in rampant expansion, incessantly augmenting their colonies and disseminating human bases deep into the cosmos. From the solar system to the Milky Way, Andromeda, Pegasus, and most recently, the Orion Nebula, Earth has increasingly commandeered resource-rich planets. However, amidst this relentless development and expansion, many large corporations, including the Yuan Group, have uncovered traces of various ferocious beasts and insectoid creatures, as well as encounters with formidable life forms clad in energy metal shells, previously unknown to them. As Tian Xiao absorbed this information, he was profoundly shaken, experiencing an epiphany that illuminated numerous truths. The insectoid threat remained. Star beasts had emerged. It became evident that this awareness had been brewing for many years. The Yuan Group's Dragon Slayer initiative was thus conceived. Recognizing that formidable threats and intelligent species still lingered in the universe, particularly the realization that the insect race had not been eradicated, the Yuan Group, like other major corporations, began to extensively recruit both graduated and current military students from various military academies within the Earth Alliance. The objective was to amass a potent military force that could be mobilized in times of need. After all, the Yuan Group is a colossal entity with millions of members, consistently at the forefront of development and expansion, and even closer to various unknown threats than the Earth's celestial forces. The senior executives of Yuan Group foresaw potential risks for the future, and over 20 years ago, they began to scout for talent. On one hand, They recruited individuals from military academies. On the other, they sought to cultivate employees within the group who possessed the requisite talents. However, the scope was limited to those under the age of 30. This demographic is characterized by the swiftest learning and growth rates, necessitating fewer resources for effective training. The email contained no records of previous actions. Yunjong Group promised that participants would undergo a brutally realistic simulation. Those who returned alive would likely be afforded opportunities for significant development, even the possibility of assuming vital roles. Exceptional performance would herald limitless prospects. The envisioned scenario was indeed captivating. Yet, what truly preoccupied Tian Xiao was the information accumulated by Yunjong Group over the years. He suddenly realized that many high-ranking officials within the Earth Alliance must have been aware of the existence of the Star Beasts long before, but had chosen not to disclose this information to the public. This revelation filled him with rage. With more time to prepare, he and many soldiers of the Earth Army could have been adequately equipped, preventing a total rout. A band of despicable bureaucrats. Damn capitalists. Tian Xiao clenched his fists, his anger surging, gritting his teeth in frustration. After a struggle, he managed to regain his composure. The email concluded with the method of registration and the final deadline, October 10th, 777 of the new calendar. Upon reaching this point, Tian Xiao fell into silence. The olive branch extended by the Human Resources Department represented an exceptional opportunity. Through this endeavor, one can ascend to a pivotal platform and reach greater heights. He firmly believes that he can acquire more intelligence regarding the frontline insectoid species and celestial beasts. Such an opportunity must not be squandered. Tian Zhao's gaze is sharp, and he resolutely decides to partake in the dragon-slaying youth operation, despite being acutely aware of the inherent dangers associated with this large-scale combat initiative. Even though the events that may transpire during the dragon-slaying youth operation remain beyond his foresight, he has no intention of adhering to a mundane routine over the next 3 years. In the subsequent 6 days, the excavation operation continued unabated. The security team took turns to meticulously monitor any anomalies in the fallen meteorite zone. During this period, no further encounters with insect beasts occurred. However, only a small meteorite was unearthed. The largest fragment plummeted into the depths of the pit, and its whereabouts remain unknown. The Flying Shadow Company dispatched 300 miners, who worked in shifts, yet they had only managed to excavate slightly over 300 meters, achieving less than a third of the projected progress, yielding no results. The security team found themselves on high alert, utterly fatigued. Nevertheless, everyone understood that failing to locate the meteorite and neutralize the threat could plunge the entire base into the peril of insectoid creatures, leading to far greater repercussions and damage. 2 days later, Chen Wuling's team received a directive from Luo Fei, instructing them to shift their focus away from the meteorite pit. Other tasks awaited them. Chen Wuling convened the team to relay Big Brother Luo's instructions. Big Brother Luo has stated that in 5 days, it will be time for our Flying Shadow Company's monthly transport escort mission. Starting tomorrow, we shall cease our patrols in the vicinity of the meteorite pit. What a delightful occurrence. It is dreadfully dull over there, isn't it? I have scarcely touched a drop of alcohol for several days. Upon hearing this, the crowd's spirits lifted. Tian Xiao furrowed his brow slightly. Chen Wuling, equally exasperated, then announced. Tian Xiao nodded. This planet is ill-suited for the docking of large vessels. Each transport necessitates the arrangement of small shuttles making multiple trips, which is quite cumbersome. I have come to realize that the task of our squad pertains to ensuring security during the near-Earth orbital transport operations. Of course, this is to safeguard the transport endeavor while also facilitating the delivery of our personal cargo aboard the supply vessel. Now, I shall delineate the areas for which each of you will be responsible. Chen Wuling declared, and the group expressed their agreement. Zhu Xiaodian and Old Lu, being the weakest links, require a bit more attention. Although Tian Xiao is a newcomer, no one dares to treat him as such anymore. The gift list has yet to be released. I shall express gratitude to yesterday's benefactors together another day to avoid any oversights. Respect. Chapter 31. The arrival of the vessel Tian Xiao. Our mission carries a certain level of peril. There have been instances of security failures in the past, which I have forwarded to you. Please review them diligently to familiarize yourself with your duties and pertinent precautions. Chen Wuling cautioned Tian Xiao, the supply vessel will enter near-Earth orbit within 3 hours, and we shall depart in 1 hour to survey the designated location. Unlike mining craft, the Qing Niao can operate beyond the atmosphere. Unbeknownst to Chen Wuling, The newcomer before him possessed a wealth of experience far surpassing his own. Tian Xiao had previously endured the harrowing ordeal of a horde of ferocious beasts attacking a transport vessel, confronted the brutal urban warfare that ensued when insectoid creatures infiltrated the very interior of the ship, and witnessed even grimmer failures where entire vessels were shattered, leaving a group of individuals to struggle for survival in low Earth orbit aboard makeshift craft. In the vast expanse of the cosmos, danger lurked in every shadow, and myriad scenarios awaited. Tian Xiao understood that only through rigorous self-preparation could one seize a fleeting chance for survival when calamity struck. Frankly, he believed it to be exceedingly precarious to assign a novice with no prior experience in escort missions to a defense task in low Earth orbit. Among the security team, only Luo Fei, Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia possessed the requisite computational capabilities and physical prowess. To be more stringent, only Luo Fei and Wu Hao, clad in authentic H-class combat suits, had the resources to confront the various dangers they might face. The others either lacked sufficient computational ability or were ill-equipped to escape or resolve crises in specific environments. However, at this juncture, the insect beasts and ferocious creatures were akin to rats in a sewer, with their scale of operation and intensity of attack being markedly diminished. Given the insufficient number of security personnel, they were left with no choice but to select the best among the inadequate. After an hour of preparation, the six-member team, under Chen Wuling's leadership, soared towards the heavens in a triangular formation, dropping off Zhu Xiaodian, Old Lu, Lu Xiuesong, and Xiao Daji along the way. Ultimately, only two members remained. Chen Wuling, with Tian Xiao, broke through the atmosphere, arriving in the weightless expanse of low Earth orbit. For safety belts securely bound Tian Xiao to his seat. The screen before him displayed a multitude of meteoroids, both large and small, hurtling towards them at an astonishing velocity. Qinglong had proactively assumed control over the computational and operational permissions of Qingyao, skillfully maneuvering through the countless passing meteoroids with fluid grace. This exemplifies the advantages of an H5-level chip. The more powerful the chip's processing capability, the more adept it becomes at navigating such intricate environments. The myriad trajectories of the meteoroids, combined with their own flight speed, impose significant demands on computational speed and capacity. An ordinary H3 chip would consume the majority of its processing power under such conditions, resulting in sluggish responses when faced with unforeseen events, much like the CPUs of years past, where limited memory resulted in diminished performance. Ample computational power and space facilitate greater efficiency in processing speed. Tian Xiao assessed Qinglong's processing capabilities at 10 units per second. The current usage stood at 1/3, equating to 3 units. The spacecraft's energy reserves were sufficient for 33 hours of operation. The remaining energy and computational capacity were adequate to handle low-intensity skirmishes. Qinglong's computational space rapidly expanded. The majestic asteroid belt resembled a vast, swirling flow of mud, entwined with a colossal, earth-toned planet. This spectacle would leave first-time witnesses mesmerized, awash in awe. However, Tian Xiao remained solely focused on observing for any anomalies in the vicinity. He had not forgotten his mission to scout near-Earth orbit, assist the life transport ship, and escort the small transport vessels. Upon reaching the designated rendezvous point, the subsequent task was to ensure that no threats lurked in the vicinity. Two Qingyao patrol aircraft, one to the left and the other to the right, commenced their surveillance. Their patrol area spanned a diameter of 5,000 kilometers. 3 minutes later, 3 clusters of crimson lights emerged from the depths of the star field. A minute passed. The 3 clusters of red lights multiplied into dozens, behind which loomed a colossal vessel over 1,000 meters long, silently emitting blue flames as it approached swiftly. It was the life transport ship from Fei Company. It had arrived. Tian Zhao's gaze immediately sharpened. The transport ship, exceeding 1,000 meters in length, bore a deep hue, resembling a massive, flattened transport rocket. From its underbelly extended 2 light strips, and as it decelerated, the doors at the ends of these light strips slowly opened. One by one, the Qingyu patrol aircraft darted out, encircling the life transport vessel. The main entity had arrived. The escorting personnel for the life transport ship were also from Fei Company, members of the security team. However, each one was remarkably haughty, showing no inclination to greet them, completely disregarding Chen Wuling and Tian Xiao. It was not until the life transport ship reduced its engine power by 90% that Tian Xiao finally received the transmission from it. Near-Earth orbit adaptive navigation activated. Vessels numbered 28 and 37 are assigned to escort transport vessels 1 and 2. No sooner had the words left his lips than he witnessed 2 transport vessels, each exceeding 50 meters in length, sliding out from the underbelly of the massive ship, sputtering intermittently as they adjusted their course. Compared to the Bluebird, the transport vessel boasts formidable power with a robust and resilient build, yet its agility is evidently average. Tian Xiao, adhering to the plan, received notification from Qin Wuling that the Bluebird, designated as number 28, had proactively flown ahead of the 2 transport vessels, integrating into the formation. Without delay, Tian Xiao swiftly kept pace, advancing in parallel with the 28th vessel. Qin Wuling had already commenced her actions, calculating the safe navigation route for the formation. Beep. The route has been established. All members of the formation confirmed. Tian Xiao received the operational route shared by Qin Wuling confirmation. The transport vessels also acknowledged it. The task of rendezvous was exceedingly straightforward. However, the escort mission itself was fraught with danger and unpredictability. Tian Xiao sensed the atmosphere growing increasingly tense. Of course, not at this moment. An empty transport vessel holds little interest for anyone, including ferocious beasts, insectoid creatures, or interstellar bandits. They dare not assault the base nor the cargo vessels in transit due to the considerable risks involved. Thus, they typically target only small, fully loaded transport vessels. The return journey is crucial. During this period, Tian Xiao remained vigilant, releasing a swarm of drones, each no larger than a thumb, as they navigated through the asteroid belt. The deployment was executed with utmost caution, attracting no attention. Dozens of split screens gradually appeared on one side of the display. The drones are in position. Chapter 32. Discovery of the lizard claw insect. To think they assigned 2 newcomers to oversee the escort mission in low Earth orbit. I truly wonder what Luo Fei is contemplating. Had it not been for unforeseen circumstances, all would have been well, should any incident occur. The 2 newcomers would jeopardize the transport vessel. Within the command center of the life transport ship stationed at the rear, 3 individuals, 2 men and 1 woman, impeccably attired and statuesque, stood in unison before a colossal screen. Behind them, 2 rows of staff diligently calculated and analyzed near-Earth orbital intelligence. The foremost gentleman, Captain Zhang Lian, also a senior executive of Fei Corporation, observed the screen displaying all information regarding the escort personnel transferred from the base. The profiles of 6 individuals were clearly presented. Qin Wuling, aged 26, had been with Fei Corporation for less than a year and a half, identified as number 28. Lu Xuesong, aged 29, had been with the company for 4 years, identified as number 11. Qiao Daji, aged 30, had also been with the company for 4 years, identified as number 12. Lu Gui, aged 35, had dedicated 8 years to the company, identified as number 3. Tian Xiao, aged 24, had been with the company for 1 month and 7 days, identified as number 37, and Zhu Xiaotian, aged 24, had similarly been with the company for 1 month and 7 days, identified as number 38. The resumes were disheartening to behold. In Zhang Lian's eyes, aside from Lu Xuesong and Qiao Daji, who were deemed qualified for escort duties, the rest were either inept or inexperienced. A makeshift team hastily assembled. Qin Wuling, Lu Xuesong, and Qiao Daji could be considered competent, while Lu Gui was deemed utterly useless. Could 2 rookies, having only recently joined, shoulder such significant responsibilities? If Luo Fei continued to act recklessly, he would inevitably be ousted by Wu Hao. Unbeknownst to Zhang Lian, only a few days prior, Luo Fei had received commendation from higher authorities. Beside them stood a man and a woman, the vice captains of the transport ship, tasked with security and logistics respectively. Upon hearing the conversation, they exchanged a knowing smile. Captain, one remarked, Rofei is not so oblivious. His subordinate, Qin Wuling, is leading the team personally, which indicates a genuine commitment to the escort mission. There should be no mishaps. Furthermore, this region is not particularly close to the front lines. Any dangers nearby have been thoroughly cleared away for years. We can afford to worry a little less. Indeed, Captain, look at you, several strands of white hair have sprouted. Another added. Rofei's ability to smuggle goods during the monthly transport mission suggests he maintains a favorable relationship with the ship's upper echelons. Captain Zhang Lian shook his head with a cold snort. No, absolutely not. What if Rofei brings a few crates of wine as an apology? Should we drink it or not? The 2 vice captains boldly broached a sensitive topic as the trio continued to monitor the escort's progress. Two Qingyo vessels escorted the transport craft into the atmosphere before halting nearby. The logistics department at the base had prepared all goods for shipment. Long, wide tracks conveyed all the neatly packaged raw ores into the transport vessel. After a month of accumulating these ores, there was a considerable amount. After several hours, the crew's spirits began to wane slightly. Chun Wuling stifled a yawn in the cockpit, rubbed the corners of his eyes, and remarked with a chuckle, "Escort missions are inherently tedious and repetitive. When the fatigue sets in, it's best to have a little something to invigorate oneself." With that, he produced a pre-prepared bottle of strong liquor, took a hearty swig, and swiftly sealed it. Tian Xiao munched on a nutritional bar. Suddenly, a sizable asteroid nearby exhibited a significant rolling deviation. Amidst the countless meteorite belts, a slight anomaly appeared rather commonplace. However, what truly captured the drone's attention was a creature known as the lizard claw insect. It deftly leaped onto another meteorite, and then quietly vanished into the profound shadows. Whoosh, whoosh. A total of over a dozen lizard claw insects stealthily emerged from the large meteorite, silently laying a vast net along their return route, poised to strike. Unbeknownst to them, all of this unfolded within the drone's lens, with the Azure Dragon meticulously locking onto their positions. Lizard claw insects detected. Level 2 alert. The Azure Dragon warned, illuminating the cabin with a red glow. Tian Yao's spirits soared instantly. The previously acquired pancreatic bodies of the lizard claw insects had been exhausted, and he was in dire need of a fresh supply. To his delight, more insect beasts had arrived. Excellent. Another profitable opportunity awaited. Without delay, Tian Xiao packaged the surveillance data and sent it to Chun Wuling. "Damn," Chun Wuling exclaimed, cursing. "You little rascal. Truly a harbinger of fortune. Almost fell into a trap." He expressed his astonishment. Tian Xiao suggested, "Shall we handle this ourselves? Or should we enlist the brothers aboard the transport vessel for a share of the spoils?" The transport vessel was also equipped with a formidable armament system, potentially surpassing their own capabilities. "Not a chance," Chun Wuling gritted his teeth. "The crew on the transport ship has yet to acknowledge us. They clearly underestimate our worth. They shall not reap the rewards of this easily acquired merit." "Ah, just as I prefer it," Tian Xiao chuckled. "You go left, I go right. We shall each take half. Maintain a safe distance." Chun Wuling acquiesced. A signal was given, and both individuals simultaneously deviated from their flight path. This moment immediately captured the attention of the officials aboard the life transport vessel. Indeed, the life transport vessel possessed a comprehensive view of all the Qingyao and transport crafts, and the crew was systematically monitoring the surrounding environment. However, they were oblivious to the private information exchange occurring between the Qingyao, nor could they obtain the intelligence detected by the drones. This was due to their haughty disposition, which led them to neglect communication and comprehensive sharing with the security personnel below. Consequently, the sudden deviation of the Qingyao from their established course triggered immediate alerts within the chip system. A collective expression of astonishment spread among the crowd. What was happening? The abrupt acceleration and erratic maneuvers of the two Qingyao starkly contrasted with the previously steady escorting actions. Furthermore, the fire control systems were fully activated. Rat-a-tat-tat. Lines of fire erupted within the asteroid belt, causing meteors to explode. The artillery's rapid-fire shells transformed the once tranquil and serene asteroid belt into a scene of chaos and smoke. Zhang Lian, holding a cup of coffee, turned to his companions as they all stared at the screen, where the sudden eruption of gunfire and blinding explosions unfolded. They exchanged bewildered glances. "Investigate immediately. What on earth is happening?" Zhang Lian's complexion turned ashen. The escort fleet was engaging in close-range fire, yet their command center had received no intelligence. A wave of cold sweat washed over the crew. Soon, the answer emerged. It was the insect beasts. Insect beasts were concealed ahead of the escort fleet, successfully evading our surveillance range. Report to the captain. The battle has concluded. The 12 lizard claw insects have been entirely exterminated by the escort team. Units 28 and 37 have returned to the fold. Chapter 33. Commendation, Temporary Orders. For the two pilots navigating the Azure Bird, the long-range eradication of the lizard claw insects hidden behind the meteorite posed no challenge whatsoever. The drones stealthily secured advantageous positions, facilitating the precise localization of the lizard claw insects. Cannon grenades cleared the path, meteorites erupted, the line of fire swept through. Under the calculations of the chip, everything was seamlessly coordinated. The 12 lizard claw insects were vanquished. The azure bird has returned. The 3 captains aboard the transport vessel, along with a group of staff members, were left in stunned silence, exchanging bewildered glances. What just happened? Is that it? A profound stillness enveloped the ship. The formation resumed its course. Zhang Lian hesitated momentarily, but ultimately decided to establish contact with the captains of the 2 azure birds. Unit 28, this is Phantom 3, Captain Zhang Lian speaking. Greetings, Captain. This is Unit 28. Chen Wuling, you performed admirably. It is my duty to escort the transport vessel, replied Chen. Zhang Lian, with an inquisitive expression, remarked, I am quite curious. How did you detect these lizard claw insects? Drones, Zhang Lian realized, as the other crew members on board experienced a similar epiphany. Note that down. As Zhang Lian issued orders to his subordinates, he commended Chen Wuling, saying, Excellent. Your vigilance and swift actions have effectively safeguarded the transport vessel. As the captain of this ship, I shall personally advocate for a commendation on your behalf. However, I urge you to remain humble and diligent in your efforts. With that, their communication concluded. The 2 then followed the transport vessel into the interior of the Flying Shadow No. 3. The interior of Flying Shadow No. 3 was spacious. As a vessel primarily designed for transportation, 80% of its space was allocated for storing various resources. All raw materials brought on board were placed in designated storage areas. After entering, the Qingyao docked to the side under the guidance of the staff and quickly replenished its depleted ammunition. Shortly thereafter, a person resembling a supervisor approached with a smile. Ha! Team Leader Lin. Chen Wuling promptly greeted him, clasping hands in a show of camaraderie. It's been a long time. Tian Xiao, recognizing the visitor, remained silent and stood behind Chen Wuling with a smile. The individual was indeed there for the 12 lizard claw bugs. While these creatures held little value at the front lines, once transported to the rear, they could be transformed into delicacies or artistic pieces, fetching at least 300,000 each, a substantial profit. 50,000. That's simply 1 T-do, Chen Wuling countered. 10,000 each. And I'll make sure my brothers get a fair deal. As the negotiation continued, she pressed for 100,000 each, insisting on an additional 10 boxes of fine liquor. After much negotiation, the 12 lizard claw insects were valued at 1 million, supplemented by 10 crates of fine spirits. Tian Xiao did not intervene. After all, he had already extracted the pancreas and stored it securely. It was prudent to know when to withdraw. Tian Xiao surveyed the interior of the Flying Shadow No. 3, noting that Chen Wuling had completed the transaction with Team Leader Lin. The 2 boarded the vessel, and the mission resumed. In the subsequent tasks, whether aboard the transport shuttle or the cargo ship, communication noticeably increased, with team members occasionally engaging in conversation. Clearly, in every setting, individuals tended to extend smiles to the formidable and the valuable, and this place was no exception. The former was in high spirits, exclaiming, Ha ha ha. Those 2 youngsters earned over 2 million from dealing with the meteorite incident, and now they're making another 500,000 on this escort mission. Truly, I am envious. Indeed, Wu Hao's smile was stiff. Even the vice leader of the security team was filled with envy and resentment. Since the resolution of the lizard claw insect issue, subsequent escort missions had proceeded without incident. After 2 days and nights of loading and transport, the cargo ship was finally ready for departure. Upon exiting the base, an urgent communication from the headquarters of Flying Shadow Company was delivered to Luo Fei. After reading the message, Luo Fei's expression darkened. The upper management of Flying Shadow Company had decreed that, given the potential lingering threat of lizard claw insects at the base, both the leader and the vice leader of the security team could not leave simultaneously. Consequently, the company's security department decided to have Wu Hao remain at the base to oversee operations and ensure safety. Team leader Luo Fei was to escort Flying Shadow No. 3 to the jump point as originally planned. Luo Fei cast a glance at Wu Hao, suspecting that this was certainly the latter's doing. Wu Hao, maintaining his composure, took a step back and stated, I have also received a temporary directive from headquarters. I will not be participating in this escort mission. I wish the team leader a safe journey. Wu Hao was momentarily taken aback. The members of the escort team had already been determined. Moreover, Chen Wuling's team comprised 2 newcomers, one of whom was incompetent, and it was doubtful they could fulfill the responsibilities of the escort mission. Since headquarters had decided to withdraw a key member as the leader of the security team, I naturally had to make a temporary replacement to ensure the escort squad's combat effectiveness. This was a right I still possessed. Luo Fei raised his voice. As for the selection of the escort personnel, I trust that Captain of the Flying Shadow number 3 will have no issues. Especially since Chun Wuling's team has recently achieved a commendable feat, demonstrating their capabilities. Wu Hao fell silent, his facial muscles twitching slightly. The opportunity he had sought to remain was solely to contend with Chun Wuling and the newcomers who had recently allied with Luo Fei. To his surprise, Luo Fei had taken both individuals away. As a result, his presence became utterly meaningless. Confronting the others under Luo Fei's command would not achieve the goal of significantly undermining Luo Fei. Rather, it would lead to an outright rupture between the two factions. Challenging authority, even with connections at headquarters, would render it difficult for him to justify his actions. Chapter 34. The more talented, the more compelled unexpectedly. Tian Zhao's plan was disrupted for the first time. What was happening? Confused, Tian Zhao immediately inquired with Chun Wuling. Chun Wuling, having already received notification from Luo Fei, understood the situation and explained the details to him, allowing Tian Zhao to grasp the circumstances. Boss Luo was acting to protect them. Wu Hao had leveraged his connections at headquarters to stay at the base and oversee the situation. For the sake of prudence, Luo Fei took along his trusted aides to shield them from the recent suppression. Life on the resource planet appears deceptively simple, yet the underlying competition is ruthlessly fierce. Wu Hao has gained power, and with a mere command, he can send them to their demise, leaving them with no means of resistance. Tian Zhao finds himself in a state of helplessness. Between the pursuits of cultivation and survival, it is evident that the latter holds greater significance. The group of 8 swiftly reconvened aboard the Flying Shadow number 3, their spirits notably high. Departing the base for a mission filled them with exhilaration. Luo Fei announced, "This journey will span a total of 4.5 days. During this time, our duty is to await in the operational sector of the transport vessel. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we must be prepared to take off at a moment's notice to carry out reconnaissance, patrol, assess enemy conditions, and undertake combat tasks. Moreover, there will be additional compensation during the mission, typically a daily allowance of 1,000. In the event of combat, the allowance increases to 5,000 per day. Any confirmed kills will receive extra remuneration, and spoils will be calculated separately." At this juncture, he cast a deliberate glance at Chun Wuling and Tian Zhao, stating, "Wuling and Tian Zhao had previously eliminated 12 lizard claw insects, which has already been recorded in your mission logs. The company will reward you with 100,000. And on our end, there will be daily bonus calculations, approximately 60,000 per person." Both individuals smiled simultaneously, while the others raised their thumbs in admiration. Envious of the bounty, no one would begrudge a generous reward. At that moment, the transport vessel trembled slightly, and a neutral electronic voice emanated from the speakers. "Attention, all personnel. The vessel is about to set sail at full speed. All units, please take your positions and stand by." The announcement was repeated 3 times. Including Luo Fei, they all entered their respective Qingyao vehicles. Luo Fei was designated as the No. 1 Qingyao. The 8 Qingyao at the base were neatly parked at the launch bay's operational exit, while the other 6 vessels remained at a distance. Seemingly indifferent to this group, Tian Zhao understood that these individuals were sent from the company headquarters to gain experience and credentials. Although they possessed some skills, they looked down upon those stationed on resource-starved planets, exuding an air of superiority and aloofness. Once everyone entered the Qingyao, they tacitly formed a group chat, with Luo Fei adding all members. The main screen displayed 8 faces, 7 men and 1 woman. Old Lu jested, "We are about to embark on a 4.5-day seclusion. Fortunately, we have made some progress. We finally have a beautiful lady among us. It's much better to gaze at Xiao Tian than to be surrounded by you bachelors all day." "Indeed. Xiao Tian, shall we play some cards?" Scram. Xiao Tian, who was recommended by Tian Zhao, retorted, "Do you understand the stakes? Do you want to forfeit your chance at barbecued meat?" Chun Wuling grumpily shooed away several LSPs. While working as a miner, Zhu Xiaodian had often overheard the male miners sharing risky jokes, but she remained unfazed and pretended not to hear. Chun Wuling surveyed the room and noted that after a brief chat with them, Tian Zhao had vanished, leaving the cockpit conspicuously empty. "Where's Tian Zhao? Did he fall into the restroom?" This inquiry instantly captured everyone's attention. Although Tian Zhao was also a newcomer, his remarkable drinking capacity, barbecuing skills, and formidable combat abilities had made him an undeniable presence among them. Rofei, exercising his authority as captain, took control of the internal cameras aboard the Qingyao. seeking to locate Tian Xiao from the cockpit. After several adjustments of the lens, he finally spotted Tian Xiao, who was bare-chested, performing one-handed push-ups on the floor. Goodness, Tian Xiao, you truly are a remarkable individual, torturing yourself in the cockpit. A true devotee of physical training, indeed. Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji exclaimed in unison. Old Lu, clutching a flat liquor flask, trembled, his nose nearly touching the screen. Tian Xiao, must you be so relentless? How are we, the less gifted, supposed to survive? A profound silence enveloped the room. Everyone acknowledged Tian Xiao's evident talent, which, coupled with his relentless work ethic, was indeed disheartening. Shen Wuling, observing the reactions of Rofi, felt a sense of reassurance, merely advising Tian Xiao to be mindful of conserving his biological energy. Overexertion could jeopardize the upcoming escort mission, particularly if unforeseen circumstances arose. One's body must endure the rigors of high-intensity space combat, which imposes tremendous strain. Understood. Zhu Xiaodian silently gazed at Tian Xiao's nearly flawless triangular back muscles. Her cheeks flushed as she discreetly grabbed the book to shield her admiration. Quite impressive. After completing 200 one-handed push-ups, Tian Xiao affixed a ceiling-mounted pull-up bar in the cockpit corridor, leaping gracefully, bending his legs, and commencing his pull-ups. Rofi, controlling the camera, was taken aback by the reactions of the others, yet the pancreas of the lizard claw worm had already been consumed, and it was too late to waste it. However, aboard the transport vessel, one cannot employ the military's extreme training methods. It must be approached gradually and with caution. When biological energy dwindles to a mere 80%, it becomes imperative to pause and recuperate. Rofi remained industrious, elucidating various precautions pertinent to the tasks at hand in the group chat. For instance, while a fully loaded transport ship possesses moderate firepower, it is not a ferocious beast to be trifled with. Rather, it is the armed interstellar pirates that pose the gravest threat. These marauders, equipped with exceptional computational chips and internal accomplices, navigate through various star domains, ambushing transport vessels they deem to be carrying valuable cargo. They lurk like hyenas hidden in the depths of space, drawn by the scent of blood. Smaller enterprises, in particular, must exercise extreme caution during transit. Otherwise, they risk laboring in vain, only to enrich others. The Feiying Company, a subsidiary of the Yunchong Group, boasts a considerable number of security personnel. The Feiying No. 3 has undergone special modifications, outfitted with relatively powerful weapon systems, making it no easy target. Nevertheless, there remain certain self-proclaimed formidable interstellar pirates lurking nearby, coveting resources worth hundreds of millions, ever vigilant for an opportunity. Such is the case now. The vessel shuddered slightly, followed by the unmistakable sound of the power engines ceasing. Almost immediately, the combat cabin was filled with the piercing sound of red battle alarm signals. Chapter 35, The Stalemate of Feiying No. 3. The command center of Feiying No. 3 was abuzz with tension and activity. The main screen displayed a vast expanse of nearby space, rather than the usual trajectory and other real-time information. The computational capacity of the ship's chips and the power engine have been struck by an inexplicable force, plunging them into a complete state of paralysis. Now, we can only rely on internal anti-jamming devices to stabilize the chips and communication systems. Captain, we have come under assault from high-intensity pulse particles, causing overheating and damage to multiple electronic components and obstructing the chip operation links. We must conduct an immediate inspection, repair, and replacement of the damaged parts. How long will it take? Zhang Lian's face turned ashen, yet he remained composed, for this was not his first encounter with such a crisis. A conservative estimate would be 3 hours. The crew wiped the sweat from their brows, quickly organized personnel to inspect and repair the overheated components destroyed by the pulse particles. Simultaneously, mobilize all fire control combat personnel on the ships to their combat stations, preparing to confront the interstellar marauders. Notify the security team to deploy drones for reconnaissance of the external situation, gather intelligence, and prepare for engagement. The rest should prepare to activate the ship's defense mechanisms using bioenergy. Zhang Lian, a man accustomed to grand spectacles, remained unflustered amidst the crisis, methodically orchestrating the mobilization of everyone aboard the vessel. Meanwhile, the security team's main screen suddenly went dark, transitioning to a black screen. The Qingyu had also succumbed to the intense pulse particle assault, causing its chips to crash. Immediately thereafter, a red alert was broadcast from outside the cabin. The transport ship was under attack. Tian Xiao promptly halted his training and donned his combat uniform. Qinglong, take over the Qingyao and activate the kinetic engine. Tian Xiao had already popped a nutritional bar into his mouth. Who could have anticipated that the inaugural escort mission would be fraught with mishaps, even attracting the attention of interstellar marauders? The Azure Dragon declared, the Azure Bird's energy storage system is inoperative. Activate the biological energy of the Master to power the Azure Bird. The Master's remaining biological energy is detected at 158, which under normal circumstances allows for 3 hours of flight. However, if computations are executed, the duration is limited to 15 minutes and engagement in combat is ill-advised. It was detected that the current transport vessel was in a perilous situation, prompting a request for combat assistance. Please exercise caution in utilizing biological energy. Every combat aircraft is equipped with a transformation system that can yield extraordinary results, known as the biological energy conversion system. Upon activation, an ordinary individual can commandeer the aircraft using their own chip, controlling the vessel or starship. The more robust the biological energy foundation, the larger the aircraft one can manage. Captain Zhang Lian of the Phantom 3 required the assembly of a team to initiate a portion of the transport vessel's defensive mechanisms. However, Tian Xiao, Luo Fei, and others possessed lower chip levels and insufficient biological energy reserves, limiting them to piloting H-series aircraft like the Azure Bird. Knock, knock, knock. Just as the Azure Bird's engine roared to life, someone began rapping on the cabin door. The voice of a crew member echoed from outside. By the captain's orders, the security team is to deploy drones for reconnaissance and intelligence gathering. Communication at present relied heavily on shouting. Tian Xiao was far from surprised. The main screen flickered back to life, yet the various computational data remained stagnant. When initiating the bioenergy conversion system, it was the driver's vitality that was consumed. Nearly all functions were halted, save for propulsion, communication, and fire control systems, while functionalities such as preservation, fresh air circulation, and temperature regulation were severely restricted. The other 13 Qingyao vessels had gradually powered up as well. Luo Fei's voice resonated in the ears of the assembly. Every member of the security team reported their bioenergy data. The communication system no longer displayed visuals, only audio. Chen Wuling, 160. Lu Xuesong, 172. Xiao Daji, 177. Old Lu, 133. Old Lu's voice sounded particularly feeble. The loss of a kidney had a profoundly detrimental effect on his physical condition. In these extraordinary times, it was a contest of experience and physical prowess. Tian Xiao reported, I have 154. Zhu Xiaoyan's data was the most disheartening. Zhu Xiaotian, 100. She possessed only the physical capabilities of an average adult, with an H1 strength level, and could barely endure a few minutes while piloting the Qingyao in combat. Luo Fei refrained from disclosing his own status, yet everyone was aware that, with an H9 capability, his bioenergy exceeded 200 points. Acknowledged. Old Lu responded promptly. Zhu Xiaotian understood that her assignment to reconnaissance was largely due to her minimal bioenergy. Consideration played a significant role as the others needed to prepare for actual combat, which was the true embodiment of peril. The cabin doors opened. 2 Qingyao vessels surged forth, one after the other. Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, provide escort. Luo Fei commanded. Tian Xiao yearned to join the fray, but restrained himself. The nutritional bar has been chewed and swallowed, leaving a raw, fishy taste in my mouth. A consequence of the pancreas from the lizard claw insect. The bioenergy displayed on the screen has surged from 154 to 160, and it continues to rise. The pancreas, valued at hundreds of thousands or even millions, proves effective in restoring bioenergy. After all, one gets what one pays for. At such a critical moment, every increment of bioenergy translates into several more seconds of support outside. Perhaps those fleeting seconds could save a life. Tian Xiao deeply understands this. As the second batch of bluebirds launched from the transport ship into space, Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaoyan's drones swiftly presented a series of images on the main screen of the formation. Although Lao Lu's physical condition has diminished significantly, he remains the most seasoned member of the security team. Under his command, dozens of drones positioned themselves across the upper and lower levels of the transport ship, ensuring a comprehensive 360-degree upload of visuals. The remaining drones darted off into the distance. Suddenly, a streak of fire shot in from the depths of space, precisely striking a minuscule drone, causing one image to vanish. Shortly thereafter, an increasing number of fire lines cascaded from the void, threatening to obliterate the entire batch of drones. The adversary indeed succeeded. All drones were shattered. There was no remedy. The drones moved at a sluggish pace. If Lao Lu possessed the Bluebird's chip and energy storage, issuing commands for dozens of drones to alter their trajectories for evasion would have been effortless. However, at this moment, conducting such intricate calculations would rapidly deplete bioenergy. With the enemy's 20,000 bullets yet to be exhausted, Lao Lu had to prioritize his own survival. Thus, the drones were deemed unnecessary. However, the opposing forces showed no mercy. They aimed to obliterate all drones and directly assail Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaodian. At that moment, Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji arrived. The two had already locked onto their targets amidst the barrage of enemy fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. A fierce line of fire surged forth, providing cover for Lao Lu and Zhu Xiaodian as they retreated. Chapter 36. The Star Pirate flagship Zhang Lian stood before the main screen, composed and unperturbed. Captain, the security team has engaged in combat with the Star Pirates who attacked us. What is their number and scale? Currently, we have identified 2 modified Qingyao vessels. The enemy's chips remain intact and possess formidable computational capabilities. If this drags into a protracted battle, I fear our 14 Qingyao will not withstand it. Humph. One of the deputy captains gritted his teeth. They intend to use 2 minions to exchange for our flagship's fire support. Captain, we must not fall into their trap. Indeed, the fire control system is our sole trump card against the Star Pirate flagship. Collectively, we can only launch a maximum of 3 attacks, and they must all strike the pirate flagship. Should we deplete the power of the fire control system prematurely, the Star Pirate flagship will advance without restraint, boarding us at close quarters. The female deputy captain's expression was grave. Zhang Lian was acutely aware of all this. Although it would have been effortless to dismantle the 2 modified Bluebirds, they could only watch as their adversary soared unabashedly through the cosmos, evading the onslaught of fire from the 2 security personnel, attempting to deplete their biological energy. Rofei was closely monitoring the battlefield. As he observed the complete destruction of the outbound drones and the enemy leveraging their computational superiority to engage in space combat, his heart plummeted. This is dire. No wonder these interstellar marauders dared to confront the Phantom No. 3. They are not here with benign intentions. Rofei's expression darkened considerably. Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji were ensnared. Lacking a robust computational foundation, they could only rely on their past experiences, continuously executing evasive maneuvers to avoid the enemy's fire, thus preventing their vessels from being torn apart. This exertion placed immense strain on their bodies, causing their biological energy to deplete rapidly. In merely half a minute, their biological energy had diminished by a third. Boss, Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji are nearing their limits. I will go to their aid. Chen Wuling volunteered eagerly. What use is your involvement? Your biological energy is even lower than theirs. Can you truly assist them? Why the panic? Just observe diligently. When they can no longer hold on, I will personally intervene, Rofei retorted with a scowl. Old Lu, Zhu Xiaodian, replenish the drones and prepare for a second reconnaissance mission. I will ensure that these timid rodents are unearthed. Rofei maintained his composure, instilling a sense of calm among the others. Old Lu and Zhu Xiaodian complied with the orders without hesitation. Rofei proactively contacted 6 other pilots of the Qing Sparrow in the past. I had no desire to engage with you, not out of fear of those behind you, but because it was unnecessary, given the current circumstances. Should anyone attempt to undermine my authority again, I shall forsake my position as the leader of the security team and obliterate you all with a single barrage. Prepare yourselves to join my formation. Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, when the pressure becomes unbearable, rally to my side for support. 3 seconds elapsed. Suddenly, Rofei's Qing Sparrow ascended, its cannon extending menacingly towards the 6 other aircraft. Disobey the commander in battle and perish. Leader Rofei, please do not misunderstand. We are willing to follow your command. The 6, witnessing Rofei's fierce resolve, hastily joined the formation and relinquished their authority. Tian Xiao was left astounded. He had not anticipated that Rofei, whom he had never encountered before, could display such formidable dominance. Most of these individuals likely had connections at headquarters. It was remarkable that Rofei could offend this group, yet still maintain his position as the leader of the security team within Flying Shadow Company, without being dismissed. It seemed that those in higher places were not oblivious to this reality. The leader of the security team must indeed be a decisive and ruthless character. In contemplation, Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji exerted every ounce of their strength, yet they remained suppressed by the opposing firepower, drenched in cold sweat. unable to target the enemy's aircraft or return fire, their biological energy plummeting below 50, and their physical strain escalating. Let us go. As the maneuverability of the Qing Sparrow diminished, Rofiai's small team of 7 surged forth from the transport vessel. As they were departing, Luo Fei's commands reached Tian Shao, Chen Wuling, Lao Lu, and Zhu Xiaotian. Lao Lu, lead the team to deploy the drones. Chen Wuling, accompany Tian Shao, maneuver along the belly of the transport ship from the opposite side. Seek opportunities, lock onto them, and annihilate those 2 modified Qingyao. Luo Fei emanated a menacing aura. Although Chen Wuling and Tian Shao possessed relatively low biological energy, their combat capabilities were, in fact, the highest, especially Tian Shao. Tat 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 tat. 9 Qingyao surged forth, the barrage under Luo Fei's command creating a dazzling death trap. The 2 modified Qingyao pursuing Lu Xuesong and Xiao Daji finally sensed the mounting pressure. The onslaught of firepower abruptly ceased as they desperately maneuvered within the entangled web of crossfire. In a distant location, a peculiar vessel, merely 100 meters long, was gradually approaching the Feiying No. 3. Atop the vessel loomed a colossal radar-like apparatus aimed directly at the Feiying No. 3. Indeed, it proved effective. The high-frequency particle emitter, though exorbitantly priced and capable of firing only once, struck true, incapacitating the Feiying No. 3 in its unguarded state, a testament to the prowess of D-class weaponry. Within the command center of the vessel, 5 interstellar marauders wore broad smiles. On the massive screen before them, the 2 modified Qingyao frantically executed various evasive maneuvers, desperately dodging the dense streams of fire. With a modification cost of 1 million, the ability to manipulate a swarm of Qingyao was certainly worth the investment. In no more than 2 minutes, these individuals' biological energy would be entirely depleted. The security personnel aboard the Flying Shadow No. 3 number only 14 in total. I am curious to see how that fellow Zhang Lian can withstand such pressure. From their tone, it appears that the urgency surrounding the modified Bluebird is merely a facade. They are not genuinely concerned about any mishaps with it. Once a modified Bluebird penetrates the defenses of Flying Shadow No. 3, all of its cargo shall be ours. Haraha. The Bluebird is equipped with high explosive, precision-guided graphite explosives, sufficient to incapacitate the entire power system of Flying Shadow No. 3 and detonate the cargo hold of the transport vessel. At that moment, no matter how Zhang Lian struggles, he will be powerless to do anything but watch as we depart with all the cargo, while he remains stranded, awaiting rescue from the Earth Alliance. Athaha. Proceed closer to Flying Shadow No. 3 and prepare for landing. Issue the orders. Once this mission is completed, each of us will receive at least 2 million. So, everyone, rally your spirits. Roar. Inside the ship's hangar, dozens of interstellar pirates don various combat uniforms, armed to the teeth with shotguns, exuding an overwhelming sense of pressure in the silence. Chapter 37. The breaking point emerges. Tat 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 tat. Tat 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 tat. The dense barrage of heavy machine gun fire seemed minuscule against the vastness of space, as 7 Bluebirds and 2 modified Bluebirds engaged in a frenzied aerial battle at a speed that dazzled the eyes. Although the drones of Flying Shadow No. 3 remain intact, their monitoring capabilities are ultimately limited. The modified Qingyao cautiously refrained from approaching the Feiying No. 3, leaving Chen Wuling, who had stealthily infiltrated beneath the cabin, in a state of uncertainty as Tiancio struggled to find an opportunity for intervention. Chen Wuling's hands hovered over the triggers of the autocannon and the heavy machine gun. Yet devoid of computational support, he lacked the confidence to pull the triggers. The distance was simply too great, even with battlefield calculations and predictive maneuvers. Any attempt to anticipate the opponent's movements would be thwarted by their chips, enabling evasive maneuvers to sidestep the firepower. Each of their actions, however, would deplete a significant amount of biological energy. Chen Wuling found no suitable moment to strike, his palms sweating in anxiety, restless and agitated. Tiancio felt similarly. With the flight chip rendered inoperative and unable to directly consume the craft's energy, their biological energy could only sustain them for a fleeting duration of combat. While he held a degree of confidence in swiftly engaging in battle to execute a decisive strike against the 2 modified Qingmios, the true threat did not lie with them. The mothership of the interstellar bandits had yet to reveal itself. This was merely a bait cast into the open waters. Eliminating these 2 modified Qingmios would only usher in a second wave of similar threats. The interstellar bandits had always operated as a pack of wolves, since earlier. Tiancio had already deployed all drones, which now spread outwards from the battlefield, searching in all directions for the whereabouts of the bandit mothership, while simultaneously gathering intelligence on other interstellar marauders. Time ticked away slowly, and Tiancio felt an acute sense of urgency. The disadvantage for Feying Corporation was glaringly apparent. They had fallen into an ambush, their transport vessel rendered immobile and silent. All defenses and firepower remained in a passive state, while a venomous serpent lay in the shadows, poised to deliver its most lethal strike. The Flying Shadow Company had but a single opportunity to act. However, a single misstep could plunge them into an abyss from which there was no return. The difficulty was akin to that of hell itself. At that moment, a member of the assault team led by Rofi made a mistake. The enemy's biological energy plummeted, causing the maneuverability of their aircraft to suffer a sudden and severe decline. One modified Bluebird, equipped with an advanced chip, swiftly capitalized on this vulnerability, locking onto the aircraft with its cannon. Bang! Just as the targeted Bluebird attempted a rapid ascent, the maneuver exerted tremendous strain upon the pilot, exceeding their load capacity. Buzz! The biological energy instantly dropped to zero, and alarms blared. Boom! The cannon shell detonated against the left wing of the Bluebird. The aircraft's wing was crippled, and with no means of defense or struggle, it ignited, spiraling downwards with the unconscious pilot aboard. The defensive line had been breached. Chen Wuling could no longer restrain himself. I'm going to provide support. Tian Xiao, you remain on guard, watching for opportunities. Whoosh! The Bluebird swiftly entered the battlefield to reinforce its position, re-establishing firepower to suppress the opposing modified Bluebird, thwarting any chance of a counterattack. Rofi felt a deep sense of helplessness. If only Wu Hao were here, things would be more manageable. With two seasoned warriors, they could have executed a more effective countermeasure. Yet, the individuals he had brought along possessed limited experience and ability, with ample room for growth. Lu Xuesong, Qiao Daji, and another Bluebird pilot simultaneously surged forth from Flying Shadow No. 3. Haha. The 14 Bluebirds of Flying Shadow No. 3 constitute their entire security force. 2 of the Bluebirds are responsible for deploying drones, with 11 currently encircling us, while another Bluebird remains concealed below. All 14 Bluebirds have now made their presence known. If we can endure for just 2 more minutes, we shall accomplish the task of disarming Flying Shadow No. 3 entirely. Within the modified Bluebird, an exceptionally piercing and arrogant laughter resounds. The security team from Yunzhong Group is quite lackluster. Just the 2 of us have rendered your entire security escort ineffective. A bunch of good-for-nothings. I told you. This group of idle, bloodless souls is utterly useless. The duo voluntarily unveiled their communication channel, eager to showcase their current achievements to an audience. Remember our names. The ones who have defeated you are Long Jian and Long Chong of the Starry River Gale Brigade. What exactly do you intend to do? Upon hearing the boastful taunts from the adversary, Tian Xiao's eyes gleamed with excitement. The enemy had unwittingly exposed their communication channel. What a delightful surprise. Qilong, activate the computational system. Immediately analyze all communication signal feedback from the enemy source to locate the most distant signal. Send the coordinates to the nearest drone and dispatch it forthwith. Ordinary individuals may be unaware that the activation of the communication channel could potentially expose all of its transmission signals. However, Tian Xiao, a member of the Earth's Celestial Army, possesses extensive experience in combating interstellar pirates and is acutely aware that the modification of the Bluebird effectively reveals the position of his mothership. As anticipated, the Azure Dragon swiftly mobilized its formidable computational capabilities, instantaneously pinpointing all feedback signals and precise coordinates of the modified Bluebird. Dissecting the signals associated with the modified Bluebird, there were 13 frequently changing signals originating from 13 Bluebirds, in addition to the Phantom No. 3. Furthermore, a remarkably clear signal emanated from a deep chasm 500 miles away. The adversary was equipped with a highly covert shell and a coating that absorbed various detection signals, moving silently and gradually approaching the battlefield. The interstellar pirate organization, the Stellar Gale Corps, had a mothership that was previously beyond the perception of the masses. But due to the fleeting triumph of the modified Bluebird, it was now analyzed and locked onto by the Azure Dragon. 500 miles, huh? This distance had already entered the attack range of Phantom No. 3. Tian Xiao maintained his composure, simultaneously coordinating drones to swiftly approach the interstellar pirate mothership while discreetly uploading the acquired data to Phantom No. 3. In the command hall of Phantom No. 3, Zhang Lian and the others were engulfed in despair. The interstellar pirates had yet to reveal themselves. The biological energy of the 12 bluebirds was plummeting to the depths. 2 modified bluebirds had completed their mission and were poised to annihilate the entire security team, posing a grave threat to the mothership of Phantom Number 3. At that moment, Bluebird Number 37 suddenly uploaded a series of images. On the primary screen, amidst the pitch-black void of space, an oddly shaped warship exceeding 100 meters in length, bearing a colossal umbrella-shaped radar, abruptly and unexpectedly materialized before the gaze of all. Chapter 38. A single shot to the soul, destroying the flagship. Is this the flagship of the interstellar pirates? Why would they choose to reveal themselves at this moment? In the command hall of the Phantom Shadow Number 3, many individuals stood in astonishment, their eyes reflecting shock and confusion. It is data transmitted from Number 37. Someone began to comprehend the situation. Yet, soon after, doubts arose. The Bluebird lacks formidable reconnaissance capabilities. The enemy's coordinates are approximately 500 miles away, a distance so vast that Number 37's personal chip could scarcely detect it. Could it be a deliberate ruse orchestrated by the interstellar pirates? This conjecture held merit. Zhang Lian, too, harbored suspicions regarding this being a scheme by the interstellar pirates, attempting to exploit a FAAD to deplete the firepower and computational capacity of Phantom Shadow Number 3, ultimately aiming to seize it entirely. However, such doubt lingered in Zhang Lian's mind for merely a second. He recalled the identity of the pilot from Number 37, Tian Xiao. That security newcomer had swiftly eliminated the Shijuan worms during the escort mission. Following that, he had taken a keen interest in this newcomer, retrieving their records since joining the security team. In just half a month, Tian Xiao had already amassed 3 remarkable achievements. The initial operation involved the eradication of a ferocious beast known as the Terror Wolf. The subsequent endeavor was a recent meteorite crash incident, during which a textbook rescue mission was executed, saving Chen Wuling and a small team of 6 security personnel, earning commendation from the headquarters of Flying Shadow Company. The third operation pertains to the escort task of a transport vessel. Despite his brief tenure, his record is remarkably impressive. Coupled with the sudden transmission of images and detailed coordinates of an interstellar pirate mothership, Zhang Lian felt an inexplicable conviction that this information was, for the most part, accurate. If the interstellar pirates had deliberately disseminated a falsehood, the recipients of the signal would either be Luo Fei and his team on the front lines or the Flying Shadow Number 3. Why then, the Number 37? As the captain of Flying Shadow Number 3, Zhang Lian understood that his decisions would significantly impact the survival of the entire crew, yet at this moment, he was compelled to act decisively. After a brief hesitation, Zhang Lian resolutely activated his chip and issued the command, Flying Shadow Number 3. Commence a comprehensive scan of the coordinates immediately. Fire control systems at the ready. Should any signals from the mothership emerge in the area, lock on and initiate a saturation fire coverage. With the command given, the fire control systems of Flying Shadow Number 3 were fully engaged. The chip calculations began to exhaust the biological energy of the entire crew. Various detection waveguides rapidly and repeatedly scanned the vicinity of the specified coordinates. The main screen swiftly reflected a multitude of signals. F-class transport vessel. Modified. 1D-class high-frequency pulse cannon, with significant energy loss. The opposing speed. The current coordinates of the adversary, the trajectory of their movement. In an instant, the vessel Phantom 3 seemed to come to life. Everyone became extraordinarily exhilarated, their faces illuminated with genuine ecstasy. It is real. Authentic signals. We have located it. The flagship of the interstellar pirates. Haha. A chorus of cheers erupted. A flash of red light swept through, and the command hall trembled slightly. The fully operational fire control system automatically obeyed the captain's command to fire. In the battlefield surrounding Phantom 3, 2 modified bluebirds and the gradually dwindling fleet of 10 bluebirds simultaneously detected a powerful surge of energy nearby. The pilots of the 2 modified bluebirds were struck with horror as they witnessed on their screens the sudden and intense energy fluctuations emanating from the long-dormant Phantom 3. Let's go. A barrage of heavy machine gun bullets tore through the air, directed towards Phantom 3. The cannon shells were unleashed in a relentless torrent. The 2 modified bluebirds desperately began to flee. This was not what they had anticipated. Phantom 3 was not supposed to fire. Using cannons to swat a fly would not only fail to save Phantom 3, but would also deplete its biological energy reserves. rendering it utterly incapable of resisting the Star River Gale Brigade, risking the loss of all cargo and potentially the E-class transport vessel itself. The modified Bluebirds fled in panic. Behind them, under the intense energy fluctuations, beams of light shot into the deep void of space. Witnessing this scene, the pilots of the modified Bluebirds were utterly dumbfounded. How could this be? That is, the flagship. The flagship has been exposed. A blinding beam of light pierced through the inky depths of space, ultimately striking a minuscule black dot. Boom. A circular blaze erupted abruptly. The flagship was engulfed in a cataclysmic explosion. The primary vessel of the Stellar Gale Brigade, merely of F-class caliber, was effortlessly perforated by the formidable firepower of the Phantom Shadow 3, resulting in a series of successive detonations. Two modified Bluebirds stood aghast, their faces ashen. The Stellar Gale Brigade was no more. They had lost their flagship. In the vastness of space, small spacecraft without a flagship either exhausted their entire energy reserves, fading into cosmic dust, or the Phantom Shadow 3 obliterated the interstellar pirate flagship with a single shot. The command hull transformed into an ocean of jubilation. Victory! Haha, the captain's brilliance is unmatched. A group of staff members embraced, ascending from the depths of despair to the heights of euphoria, experiencing a true resurrection. Zhang Lian beamed with joy, yet his gaze fell upon the split screen showing Bluebird number 37, silently advancing toward the front lines to assist the other Bluebirds. The pivotal moment of this turnaround lay in the intelligence provided by number 37. Everything had come to a close. Everyone began methodically repairing the overheated, damaged components. As captain, Zhang Lian summoned all security personnel, Luo Fei, Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, and others, all filled with the exhilaration of having survived a calamity. Were unaware of how the captain had located the interstellar pirate flagship. They held Zhang Lian in high regard. Despite their biological energy reserves being nearly depleted and feeling utterly fatigued, they still answered the call. Captain. A group of individuals entered the special area that Zhang Lian had arranged for them, where tables were laden with an array of delectable foods and fruits. Zhang Lian, accompanied by two staff members, greeted with a warm smile, "Welcome back, victorious heroes." Among them was the security personnel who had been struck by cannon fire. Present at the scene with a wound that had been merely bandaged, posing no significant issue. "You are the true hero, Captain," Luo Fei said respectfully. Zhang Lian, smiling, turned to Tian Xiao and remarked, "In this battle, the greatest contributor was none other than the warriors of security team number 37. Tian Xiao, please step forward." "Yes, Captain." Tian Xiao, well prepared, stood tall and took a step forward. A collective look of astonishment spread across the faces of the security personnel. They recalled that Team No. 37 was the only group that had not engaged in frontline combat. Even the incapacitated old Lu had gone out to execute a drone deployment mission. Facing the puzzled gazes of the crowd, Zhang Lian articulated Tian Xiao's contributions. "The reason we were able to turn the tide in this battle was thanks to Tian Xiao, who helped us locate the flagship of the interstellar pirates and pinpoint its exact coordinates." At this revelation, the entire assembly turned in disbelief. Luo Fei was left confounded, while Chen Wuling stared in shock. Chapter 39. Deep Space Salvage. Tian Xiao found himself unable to explain to Zhang Lian and the others how he had deciphered the coordinates of the interstellar pirate flagship. So he resorted to his prepared statement. It was the drone. He could only attribute everything to the drone. While the others were deeply engaged in battle, he had dispatched a drone that occasionally detected the location of the interstellar pirates. Unfortunately, this drone had been destroyed while on the attack trajectory of Flying Shadow number 3. There were no suspicions raised. Zhang Lian even concocted a fitting rationale for himself. The interstellar pirates were well aware of the rapid maintenance speed of our ship, the Flying Shadow number 3. They had to complete their landing, seize control, and plunder within 3 hours, which compelled the mothership to perilously approach the Flying Shadow number 3. Striving to maximize their yield from this act of plunder, especially after noticing our presence, which prompted them to cast aside all restraint, ultimately granting Tian Xiao an opportunity to exploit. Zhang Lian's words invigorated everyone, lifting their spirits and filling them with pride. Tian Xiao secretly exhaled in relief. He too feared that overly astute individuals might scrutinize his operational logs. Wait, operational logs. Suddenly, Tian Xiao had a revelation. Luo Fei had already addressed Zhang Lian. "Captain, has the mothership of the interstellar pirates been completely destroyed? Did any of the pirates manage to escape?" "Rest assured, We conducted comprehensive reconnaissance and fire coverage during the destruction of the pirates' mothership. No one survived, Zhang Lian replied with a slight smile. I am aware that you are concerned about the pirates' treasures and resources. You should all go below deck and rest well. Once the power engines of the Flying Shadow No. 3 are restored, we shall approach closely for a thorough search, seeking their black box and operational logs. The eyes of the crowd brightened at this prospect. Zhu Xiaodian discreetly nudged Tian Xiao's right arm and whispered, Are we going to stop and search for the pirates' operational logs? Tian Xiao hesitated, pondering whether to feign ignorance. Qin Wuling had already taken the initiative to clarify. Every notorious interstellar pirate has a bounty on their head. The operational log of the interstellar pirate flagship contains the identity records of each member, including all information uploaded via their chips and the various crimes they have committed across different locations. By submitting this task log, we stand to gain their bounty. Old Lu grinned like a fox that has stolen a hen, exclaiming, The threat posed by interstellar pirates is significant. Each of them carries a bounty starting at no less than 100,000. These individuals are formidable and possess high-frequency pulse particle weapons. Their criminal record is likely extensive, leading to substantial rewards. We might just strike it rich. Tian rolled his eyes, replying, Strike it rich? Dream on. The interstellar pirate flagship is manned by the entire crew of the Phantom 3, several hundred individuals. Divided among us, it amounts to nothing. As this thought crossed his mind, he noticed Zhang Lian's gaze directed towards him. Zhang Lian smiled amiably and said, While the bounty may not be substantial, the explosion of the interstellar pirate flagship will certainly leave some remnants intact. Prepare yourselves. Resources discovered thereafter will be considered your own spoils. And whoever finds the black box will receive a personal reward of 1 million from me. Zhang Lian seemed to read his thoughts. If someone manages to capture those 2 modified bluebirds, that individual will also receive 1 million. I assure you, I will not go back on my word. All right. The crowd buzzed with excitement, save for the injured party. Everyone then went to rest and recover their biological energy. 3 hours swiftly passed, yet the restoration of their biological energy was not as rapid. Luo Fei had only regained 157, while the others remained below 100. Lao Lu, Zhu Xiaodian, and Tian Xiao, having not directly engaged in combat, presently find their biological energy preservation in a commendable state, nearing its pinnacle. After 3 hours of repose, Tian Xiao has restored his energy to a full capacity of 194. The propulsion engine of Feiying No. 3 has been revitalized. A cadre of Qingniu has also successfully completed their respective maintenance tasks, with their chips resuming normal operations. Esteemed colleagues, Luo Fei proclaimed in front of the assembly. The mothership has regained its power and is now approaching the site where the interstellar pirate flagship was annihilated. Though our condition is less than optimal, we cannot linger for an extended duration. Thus, the forthcoming search mission is optional. Those with reservations may remain behind, at their discretion. We have a mere 3 hours for this operation. Regardless of whether we locate the black box, we must regroup and continue our escort mission after this time frame. Feiying No. 3 came to a halt, its cabin door opening wide. Commence! The assembly promptly boarded the Qingniao, embarking on their search endeavor. In the vastness of deep space, countless fragmented components drifted aimlessly, densely populating a sector of the cosmos. Scattered remnants of larger objects, marked by numerous gaping holes seared by intense thermal rays, presented a striking and harrowing sight. Amongst the starry expanse, dismembered human remnants and fragments of combat suits were discernible. Tian Xiao piloted the Qingniao. As the restored chips began to compute and analyze the trajectories and intrinsic values of the debris, the salvage arms extended from both ends of the craft, initiating the retrieval of nearby mechanical fragments, colloquially referred to as space debris. These items generally possess little inherent value. However, there exist certain components of considerable strength, each priced in the tens of thousands. Such trivialities no longer capture Tian Zhao's interest. What truly piques his concern are the black box and the high-frequency pulse particle weapons mounted on the vessels. The significance of the black box is self-evident, as it pertains to a bounty on a nest of interstellar bandits, potentially worth billions. The D-class high-frequency pulse particle weapons demand materials of at least D grade, if not C grade, to construct. The weapon chips, in particular, hold even greater value, often reaching hundreds of millions. Acquiring even a single piece could propel one into a realm of unprecedented advancement. Alas, he was overly optimistic. The high-frequency pulse particle weapons were nearly equivalent to half the size of the main ship, and under relentless bombardment, they had been nearly obliterated, leaving a vast gaping hole where the chips once resided. Upon viewing the images retrieved by the Qinglong, Tian Xiao felt a chill of despair. The chips were gone. Such a waste. With no other recourse, he had to settle for less, scavenging the surrounding space debris while searching for the black box. The black box, being compact yet robust, had a high chance of survival. Particularly, interstellar bandits often conceal such items in peculiar locations, such as refrigerators or armories. At that moment, a silver pipe struck the exterior of the Qingniao, producing a dull thud that captured his attention. It felt rather heavy. Chapter 40. The Black Box. The Message. The impact of the collision prompted the Qinglong to immediately relay the external situation to the screen. The Qinglong swiftly offered a dubious hypothesis. After the ordinary pipeline was torn apart and cast into outer space, its large volume and light weight caused it to rapidly distort, making it challenging to maintain its original shape. However, this particular segment not only retained its form but also exhibited an incongruous weight, raising considerable suspicion. The mechanical arm swiftly seized the ejected segment of the pipe and began to tear open the outer silver metallic shell. After exposing only a small corner, a dark, enigmatic metallic object was revealed within. Tian Xiao reacted promptly. A black box. He hurriedly ordered Qinglong to cease further attempts to tear apart the silver shell and to transport the object into the cabin. His heart raced with urgency. He had no intention of surrendering the black box immediately. He had other uses for it. Qinglong, connect to the information interface of the black box at once and begin synchronously scanning for data. Understood. Qinglong complied. The black box contained not only personal information on interstellar pirates, but also records of their past flight logs, operational logs, and chat histories. Additionally, it gathered various related communication signals, including some mobile black market locations. These black market sites were typically established by individuals or organizations operating in the gray areas, serving both corporate conglomerates and mercenaries, as well as providing intelligence to the Earth's celestial military. Their identities remained shrouded in mystery, yet their influence was significant. Qinglong swiftly completed a full copy of the intelligence contained within the black box. As he continued to methodically collect nearby space debris, Tian Xiao meticulously examined the contents of the black box, which were abundant and extensive. The content encompasses a star map, flight logs, and the trivial banter of everyday conversations. Distilling valuable information from this cacophony proves to be an arduous task. Yet, it does not deter Tian Xiao. He meticulously compiles the identities of all individuals involved and subsequently identifies the captain of the Star River Gale fleet, along with his second-in-command. The captain, a formidable presence with a comprehensive strength rated at level D, is considered a skilled expert in this era, though tragically, he met his demise under ambiguous circumstances due to hardware deficiencies. As Tian Xiao peruses the captain's logs, communication records, and dialogues, he swiftly uncovers some significant intelligence. Firstly, the star domain where the adversary made a stopover is situated not far from the Flying Shadow Company base, requiring no more than a 2-day journey at most. Furthermore, it is revealed that the opponent had expended over 90 million in currency to procure a limited lifespan D-class high-frequency pulse particle weapon from a black market stronghold. Most crucially, he discovers 2 emails languishing in the adversary's inbox. One elucidates the navigational route of the Flying Shadow No. 3 and various parameters of the entire fleet. The other, received merely hours ago, contains the complete information of the security team members. Upon reaching this point, Tian Hao's expression darkens ominously. The security team roster was a last-minute decision. Thus, the only individual capable of promptly compiling and dispatching this email must be a member of the Flying Shadow Company's security team. Betrayal from within. Tian Xiao realizes the identity of the traitor. He had not anticipated that this individual would conspire with interstellar bandits to usurp Luo Fei's position as the head of the security team, even going so far as to cultivate a formidable enemy for the Flying Shadow Company. Such a person must not be allowed to remain. Truly, they have brought this fate upon themselves, and it is inescapable. Tian Xiao surrendered the black box and successfully obtained a personal reward of 1 million from Zhang Lian, which drew the envy of all. Most participants had gains ranging from 300,000 to 700,000. However, Zhu Xiaodian experienced extraordinary luck, discovering a jewelry box among a pile of space debris, containing a gold coin valued at 1,300,000, making her the most fortunate recipient of this search operation. The only mystery that perplexed everyone was the disappearance of two modified Qingniu aircraft. The Feiying No. 3 set off once again, and the subsequent journey unfolded without any further incidents. 2 days later, they arrived at Crescent City. In low Earth orbit, a massive space station was anchored, surrounded by a dozen large transport ships, while hundreds of small aircraft flitted to and fro, entering and exiting. The craft they were about to board was designed for small-scale deep space transport, matching the speed of Feiying No. 3. However, before embarking, they had half a day to rest and resupply in Crescent City, a benefit provided by the company. The group of 8 boarded the aircraft destined for Crescent City. This was a Class G Seahorse vessel, robust and swift, with ample space for 100 passengers, specifically catering to security personnel traveling to various planetary outposts. Yet, apart from these features, it was quite rudimentary in other respects. Luo Fei was already well acquainted with the surroundings. He approached the pilot for a brief conversation as the pilot decisively shut the hatch and activated the engines, aware that time was of the essence. Understood, the group affirmed. The Seahorse plunged into the atmosphere, clouds parted, revealing the landscape below. The crowd was irresistibly drawn to the spectacle before them. Viewed from above, Crescent City dazzled with its brilliant lights, skyscrapers stretching endlessly, embodying the essence of a grand metropolis on Earth. In stark contrast to the base of the Flying Shadow Company, this place truly thrived with vitality and prosperity. Numerous aircraft soared gracefully in the sky, meticulously organized. Tianzhao's reaction was rather subdued. He had visited Crescent City many times before. This vast base, meticulously constructed by the Earth Alliance and safeguarded by the Earth Army, boasted a comprehensive infrastructure. Crescent City was not only equipped with a jump center and a division-level armed defense force, but it also housed its own research and development center, along with various smelting factories. Furthermore, it was a bustling metropolis with a permanent population exceeding 10 million, adorned with fashionable elements rivaling many cities of the Earth Alliance. In Crescent City, everyone had 3 hours of leisure to procure their daily necessities, such as gourmet food, fine wines, handbags, and cosmetics. Naturally, there were also items related to combat uniforms and munitions. Tianzhao glanced at his meager fortune accumulated from salvaging space debris in black boxes. 3,250,000. How pathetically impoverished. As a professional soldier, equipped with an H-level chip and H-series aircraft, his subpar security combat uniform left much to be desired, lacking even a customized weapon. What could he possibly do with such a sum? It would be wiser to find a suitable place to train diligently and absorb the pancreatic tissue of the lizard clawworm. Why not indulge in some shopping? And perhaps find a bar where we can enjoy a few drinks? Who knows, we might even catch the eye of a charming lady. After Chen Wuling exited the Haima, he did not act independently. Instead, under Luo Fei's suggestion, he chose to follow Tianzhao. To his surprise, Tianzhao headed straight for a training facility in Xinhua City, seemingly intent on squandering precious time on weightlifting. Chen Wuling was filled with indignation, his skin crawling with anger as he chastised. Even if you disregard your own interests, can't you think of Brother Chen? I've been cooped up in the base for months. I'm not forcing you to stay with me, Tianzhao retorted, displaying a stubbornness that left no room for negotiation. The value of the lizard claw insect's pancreas amounts to hundreds of thousands, and to neglect proper digestion of it would be sheer folly. As they conversed, the two arrived beneath the grand sign of the largest training facility in Xinhua City, where 2 rows of attendants bowed in greeting. Chen Wuling felt utterly defeated. Fine. If you wish to lift weights here, go ahead. I shall return in 3 hours to find you, so do not wander off. Determined, Chen Wuling resolved to try his luck at the bar. Tianzhao waved dismissively and entered the training facility. Of course, the costs here were steep. The training fee was a staggering 500 for an hour. However, shortly after Tianzhao commenced his training, an announcement echoed through the room. Congratulations to member number 7482 for successfully completing the G-level training facility's survival base number 1, winning a reward of 100,000. As the words faded, a dynamic image appeared on a screen within the room. The atmosphere thick with intensity and a palpable sense of pressure. Within an octagonal cage, roughly 50 meters in diameter, a spotted ironback panther prowls, its movements producing a sharp metallic scraping sound against the metal mesh floor as it lunges aggressively towards a man positioned at the center of the enclosure. The man remains unperturbed, firmly planting his foot and leaving a faint imprint upon the surface. He then propels himself forward like a released arrow. issuing a fierce roar that reverberates through the air. With keen eyes, he deftly sidesteps the ferocious beast. The iron-backed panther howls in anguish as it loses its balance mid-air, crashing heavily onto the ground and tumbling several meters away. The underground combat techniques, tiger's roar and heart extraction, draw the rapt attention of Tian Xiao, who is captivated by the stunning display of skill on the wall. With his discerning gaze, he perceives that in the fleeting moment of evasion, the man unleashed two formidable techniques. The tiger's roar, a powerful vocal technique, delivers a jarring assault on the eardrums, expertly calibrated to potentially rupture the opponent's ear membranes, thus destabilizing their resolve and balance. The heart extraction technique, employing fingers like claws, can effortlessly penetrate the flesh of adversaries, delivering a lethal blow. Such combat skills are commonplace within military ranks, yet are reserved for the elite. Tian Xiao did not anticipate encountering a master of close-quarters combat within the confines of the Crescent Training Hall. The announcements made by the training facility also stirred memories within him, revealing that some unconventional training practices reminiscent of underground betting rings indeed take place here. Beyond mere underground boxing matches, there are life-and-death confrontations between humans and ferocious beasts, as well as between humans and monstrous insects, characterized by their brutality and sanguinary nature. However, to participate in such combat, one must pay a deposit and sign a waiver of life and death. Signing this waiver signifies that in the event of an accident, no responsibility will be taken here. The deposit is required to ensure the integrity of the wager, compelling the participant to accurately report their capabilities. Each time one engages in such matches, defeating an opponent yields a certain reward. Of course, one may also wager on oneself, enticing others to join in the bet. Tian Xiao had previously visited this place. At that time, equipped with sea-level comprehensive strength, he had swiftly vanquished several ferocious beasts and insect monsters, amassing a significant sum of money, only to find himself subsequently blacklisted by this training facility. Recalling those days, a smile graced Tian Xiao's face. At that moment, he overheard a conversation among other members utilizing the training equipment. A G-level beast was dispatched so easily. Earning 100,000 is truly effortless. This guy clearly possesses more than G-level strength. He likely reached F-level. Of course, in a melee challenge of the same level, who could triumph over a beast? The prize money starts at a minimum of 5 million. I heard the odds for the match have reached 10-1. Tian Xiao's heart stirred. 10-1? Wasn't it 3-1? When he had come to the New Moon training ground for challenges, the odds for same-level contests were only 3-1. Wait. Tian Xiao quickly realized this was the current betting rate. Instantly, he felt a surge of excitement, holding 3,250,000. If he paid 100,000 as a deposit and placed a 3 million bet on himself, with 10-1 odds, wouldn't that yield a profit of 30 million with a single transaction? This wild notion was swiftly dispelled by Tian Xiao. Stop dreaming. It is impossible. He was acutely aware of the background of the Crescent Training Ground, a group straddling the gray area, intricately connected with black market strongholds, possessing deep-rooted connections within the military, and seemingly well acquainted with numerous interstellar pirate organizations. Had he not already been serving in the Earth's Sky Army with a cadre of valiant officers under his command, he might not have managed to abscond with over 50 million in gambling funds from the training ground. Now, he found himself merely a security personnel of the Flying Shadow Company, wielding H-grade capabilities. How could he possibly extract tens of millions in gambling stakes from the Crescent Training Ground unscathed? Even Luo Fei did not hold such clout. Those who entertained such thoughts were, quite frankly, still lost in the enchanting dreams of 1,001 nights. Nonetheless, since he had arrived, Tian Xiao could not afford to turn a blind eye. At the Crescent Training Ground, all members could participate in prize-winning bets by entering their member identification and wager into the ongoing betting round. The outcome would be determined by the current odds, victory or defeat reliant solely on one's perception and fortune. In this regard, the Crescent Training Ground had garnered a decent reputation, and one could expect fair dealings. Tian Xiao promptly instructed Qing Long to contact the Crescent Training Ground to activate the current betting rounds. He paid 1,000 yuan to access the privileges, and soon after, all upcoming matches were meticulously listed. Crescent City buzzed with activity, attracting a multitude of spectators, with matches occurring almost every 15 minutes. Upon entering, the current odds for the opposing teams were clearly displayed. A mere 1,000 yuan could secure a bet, with no upper limit imposed. Chapter 42, Bet 1, Win 12. The underground gambling scene of Crescent City boasted numerous wagers for each round. A portion of the wagered funds originates from the habitual gamblers who frequently participate, while another segment comes from the hunters provided by the City of New Moon, who proactively place their bets on their own hunters, hoping to generate greater value in return. In summary, the underground gambling scene is quite substantial, with nearly every match involving funds exceeding 10 million. When encountering particularly formidable hunters, the financial stakes can swiftly escalate beyond 100 million. Tian Sha meticulously scrutinized the list of matchups. He could only remain in New Moon City for a maximum of 4 hours, with fewer than 20 bidding options available. As a reincarnated individual, he smiled after surveying the choices before him. The advantage was his. Among these hunters, he recognized several familiar names, not regulars in New Moon City, but rather elites who would later make their mark in the Earth's celestial army. For instance, Wang Qiushan, who was about to face off against the Tearmouth Wolf, currently possessed an H9 level of overall combat power. However, in 3 years, he would ascend to the rank of Deputy Division Commander in the 332nd Division of the Earth's Celestial Army, boasting C8 level strength. Remarkably, this was an H-level duel, and many had hastily placed their bets on the Tearmouth Wolf, with a staggering 45 million wagered against 340,000, driving the odds down to 1 o'clock. 1. Those betting on Wang Qiushan's victory faced odds of 1 to 12. No one held faith in Wang Qiushan, despite his overall strength being rated as H9, and his potential to reach G level. Without weapons, he was deemed incapable of contending with the ferocious beasts, even if the opponent was merely the H5 rated Tearmouth Wolf. Without hesitation, Tian Shao placed a 1 million bet on Wang Qiushan, instantly elevating the odds to 1 to 10. Despite the odds remaining relatively stable, the stakes on the Tearmouth Wolf's victory continued to rise. Soon, the match commenced. In the underground octagonal cage, the Tearmouth Wolf was shackled by iron chains and thrust into the arena. On the other side, Wang Qiushan donned his combat attire and willingly entered the cage. The pressure weighed heavily on Wang Qiushan as he pressed against the metallic mesh of the octagon, obscuring his gaze. However, Tian Shao observed that Wang Qiushan's actions were quite peculiar. His fingers were thrust into the holes of the metal net, drawing blood. Witnessing this scene, Tian Shao finally comprehended the extent of determination this individual, who had rapidly ascended to a division-level powerhouse, had exhibited during his struggles at the grassroots level. The meticulousness of his calculations was evident. With a clang, the final iron chain fell away, swiftly retracting from the octagonal cage. In an instant, the Tearmouth Wolf vanished from its original position. It caught the scent of blood, the alluring aroma of fresh injury emanating from its prey. The wounded quarry. The Tearmouth Wolf's vigilance waned, leading to a fatal misjudgment of its prey's capabilities. With a swift swipe of its claws, Wang Qiushan erupted with astonishing speed as the Tearmouth Wolf lunged in for the attack. Propelling himself against the metal mesh, he deftly maneuvered towards the direction of the oncoming claws. In a sudden burst of force, he seized the creature's forelimbs, wrenching them with tremendous strength. It was as though the Tearmouth Wolf, drifting around a bend, was forcefully hurled off a precipice. Its claws inflicted 4 deep gashes upon its own visage, causing its mandibles to crash to the ground, blood pouring forth in torrents. The Tearmouth Wolf was injured. This was a true case of extracting nuts from a fire. While the untrained may merely observe the spectacle, the experienced discern the intricacies. With that singular blow, Tian Shao felt ignited with fervor. Fierce. Wang Qiushan was undeniably formidable. This is an effect that can only be achieved when one's computational abilities align perfectly with physical prowess, allowing for seamless execution of movements, akin to the meticulous calculations and mindset of a robot. Any hint of hesitation or delay could lead to a swift downfall at the hands of the fierce Tearmouth Wolf. Remarkably, such a formidable individual exists. The other members training in the same facility expressed their astonishment, evidently captivated by the unfolding underground betting match. The Tearmouth Wolf had sustained injuries. How was this possible? The odds were 10 to 1. The betting had been closed. How could I have missed placing even a small wager? They lamented. With the Tearmouth Wolf now visibly wary and beginning to retreat, Tian Shao understood that the outcome had been determined. In his bewilderment, the Tearmouth Wolf developed a profound sense of caution, oblivious to the fact that this was precisely Wang Qiushan's intention. Although the Tearmouth Wolf still possessed the strength to fight, the longer the encounter dragged on, the more blood he lost, and his capabilities would diminish significantly. He had no more chances left. Indeed, mere minutes later, the bloodied Tearmouth Wolf grew weak, his legs trembling. Without further hesitation, Wang Qiushan charged forward to conclude the battle, proclaiming the final result as the victor. A smile spread across Tian Zhao's face. 1 million, with odds of 12 to 1. A staggering 12 million had been won. In an instant, he had become extraordinarily wealthy. With this newfound fortune, he could immediately upgrade his chip, bringing his strength in line with Luo Fei. However, such a course of action was ill-advised. Qinglong, Tian Zhao commanded. Transfer 2 million to the new Moon City training facility at once, securing a lifetime membership and enabling remote information access. Once again, 1 million was summoned to reward the recently victorious Wang Qiushan as a form of profit-sharing. Yes, the Qinglong complied, releasing 3 million. Tian Zhao remained in place, diligently training, assimilating the pancreas of the lizard claw insect. Before long, a team of elegantly uniformed attendants from Crescent City approached, gracefully presenting an exquisite platter of fruits and snacks. Bowing respectfully, esteemed Mr. Tian Zhao, we have arranged for your lifetime membership, and your presence here is the highest accolade for us at Crescent City. According to the privileges of your lifetime membership, we have automatically granted you remote consultation access. Furthermore, we have assigned you a dedicated training partner, YYO, who will provide you with personalized, one-on-one guidance and fitness. Should you have any further needs, you may communicate directly with YYO. We are at your service. The reception was exceedingly courteous. YYO, a charmingly designed bionic robot, possessed skills in yoga, combat, fitness, wellness, and therapy. Tian Zhao was quite satisfied with the lifetime membership services. However, it was evident that the purpose of the attendant's visit was not solely this. One attendant stepped forward. Mr. Tian Zhao, may we be so bold as to inquire whether you have any intentions of upgrading your chip or acquiring weapons and armor? The training facilities at Crescent City have certain channels through which we can procure them at slightly reduced prices compared to the market. Chapter 43, Consumption. Ubiquitous. The attendants from Crescent City did not press unduly, but rather, after a gentle reminder, they bowed and took their leave, allowing Tian Zhao the space and autonomy to make his own choices. Tian Zhao was genuinely unaware that the training center in Crescent City was clandestinely engaging in such activities. However, upon reflection, it became apparent that everyone was either overtly or covertly recruiting talent, and those in dire need of skilled individuals would naturally come prepared. By acquiring goods through these individuals, they could ascertain their corresponding capabilities. What's not to gain from such an arrangement? It can only be said that those who manage to expand their business into the cosmos, establishing a foothold in a significant stronghold, are certainly not mere simpletons. Tian Zhao pondered for a moment. Then, following the guidance provided, accessed a concealed link within the privileges of a lifetime membership in Crescent City. This was a covert black market network that operated beneath the surface, showcasing an array of commodities for visitors to peruse and purchase. From specific rare metals and gene enhancement liquids to D-class transport ships, aircraft, weapon systems, and even fully metallic skeletal robotic teams, everything one could possibly desire was available. Yet, Tian Zhao remained utterly unfazed. In his previous life, he had encountered Crescent City, and he was aware that it managed more than one mobile black market hub. The reason these items could be sold at prices below market value was that many of them were tainted. They were confiscated goods, spoils of war, some of which had been plundered from interstellar pirates, while others had been scavenged from the deceased. Among the latter, biological chips were particularly prevalent. For instance, the H2 national chip could assimilate the H3 citizen chip, thereby granting access to all the rights and computational abilities of the H3 chip. The H3 chip possesses the capability to slightly enhance its computational prowess by devouring the H2 national chip, albeit this augmentation is exceedingly minimal. In the black market of Crescent City, H-series chips are generally priced at 900,000 each, a sum 10,000 less than the cost of an upgrade from external sources. However, the speed of external upgrades is remarkably swift, enabling immediate optimization of computational capacity. While the process of assimilating biological chips is considerably slower, it necessitates the elimination of unnecessary memories and data, discarding all remnants of the original owner, retaining solely the computational ability, a process that requires no less than 48 hours. The cost for this procedure amounts to 3,600,000. Tian Zhao then ventured into the combat suit section of the black market. Each combat suit here appeared pristine and immaculate, resembling newly manufactured items. Yet he was acutely aware that every one bore the stains of bloodshed. Nevertheless, this was of no consequence. Tian Xiao had previously experienced the necessity of stripping off partially damaged combat suits from the battlefield to don for himself, embodying the principle of utilizing resources to their fullest potential. The marketplace offered H-series combat suits, distinct from the semi-combat attire worn by security personnel. These suits are products of the military, incorporating memory metal filaments capable of forming various tools such as daggers, screws, and screwdrivers. Additionally, they possess formidable bulletproof, stab-resistant, and puncture-proof capabilities, particularly advantageous during surprise assaults, as metal particles can coalesce to form protective shields, significantly enhancing the wearer's chances of survival. With computational speed and responsiveness far surpassing that of the suit they currently wore. An H-series combat suit commands a price of $5 million. Without military affiliation, one lacks the qualifications and means to procure such equipment. However, here, one can withdraw with merely $4,500,000. New Moon City thoughtfully provides modification and color-changing services, and no one from the outside world will pursue the matter. Even if they did, it would be impossible to trace. After some contemplation, Tian Xiao chose to place an order, noting the style of his current security combat suit. The combat uniforms of regular troops possess far greater functionality and adaptability for the battlefield, which are indeed essential, especially for him. He does not yet intend to join the Earth's Sky Army. A fully functional and highly secure combat suit could be utilized in F-level scenarios. With $4,350,000 remaining, Tian Xiao decided not to linger further. How impoverished! Yet, it is precisely this poverty that makes him more meticulous in his examination. The specially made F-level high-current shotgun is priced at $12 million in the market, with bullets costing $100,000 each, capable of easily incapacitating a swarm of F-level ferocious beasts and insectoids. The specially made F-level anti-material sniper rifle can tear apart F-level metal casings, equipped with drone-penetrating ammunition, capable of deploying drones from the impact point for reconnaissance and self-destruction missions. Priced at $20 million. The specially made high-frequency vibration cutting knife can effortlessly slice through 5-centimeter thick J-level alloy casings, rendering any combat suit obsolete. With a price tag of $18 million, the stealthy Bluebird, powered by the H-9 chip's computational prowess, features a shell coated with stealth technology for mounted cannons, a capacity of 100 rounds, 30,000 heavy machine gun bullets, and a power reserve of 1,400 units, with a market price of $32 million. The black market offers a uniform discount of 10%. Tian Xiao was left drooling at the prospect. He quietly calculated that to acquire a complete set of mature equipment, he would need to amass a fortune of at least $200 million, and this is merely the starting point. This is yet to account for the investment required for genetic enhancement from level H to level G. It is quite effortless to aspire to be an ordinary individual. However, to transcend into an extraordinary being. With a remaining sum of over $4 million, Tian Xiao commenced his training. His sparring partner, Yo-Yo, stood by with a sweet smile, providing professional encouragement. Before long, the chips and combat suit arrived. Tian Xiao proceeded to the changing room to don his new combat attire. The suit had been tailored to mirror the one he wore, fitting him impeccably and offering utmost comfort. The 4 chips were neatly placed within the inner pockets of the suit. As he exited the New Moon City training facility, everything appeared unchanged, as if nothing had transformed. At the top floor of the New Moon City Training Center, behind a one-way glass window, Wang Qiushan stood alongside a middle-aged man with graying temples and an air of authority, overlooking the young individuals leaving the training hall. This man possessed an intriguing presence. A member of a security team, a recent graduate, had the audacity to place a wager of $1 million on my victory in my inaugural match, despite our prior unfamiliarity. Wang Qiushan's wound had long since healed, and he donned a pristine Zhongshan suit, exuding a blend of martial resolve and commercial sophistication. The middle-aged man, bearing a resemblance to Wang Qiushan, spoke with a steady and commanding tone. I have investigated his background. He has several commendable records in practical combat, having encountered fierce beasts, insectoid creatures, and interstellar bandits. He is a polymath of sorts, worthy of recruitment. Chapter 44. Targeting Wu Hao. Tian Xiao was unaware that, although he had utilized memories from his past life to secure a sum of money from the gambling match with Wang Qiushan, he did not realize that behind the enigmatic training facility in Crescent City loomed the shadow of the Wang Group. Wang Qiushan was not only a standout among the younger generation of the Wang clan, but also one of the potential heirs. His unintentional display of vision and ambition had already caught the attention of the Wang family, including both Wang Qiushan and his father. Upon arriving at the assembly point at the Haima shipyard, everyone had gradually taken their positions, including the team leader, Luo Fei. Spotting Tian Xiao, who appeared light and unencumbered, Luo Fei could not help but cast a glance at Chen Wuling. Chen Wuling, reeking of alcohol, bore several smudged lipstick marks on his face. The latter quickly waved his hands, shaking his head in explanation. "It's not my fault. I advised him against it. He insisted on going to the training facility to lift weights, so I left on my own." Luo Fei was momentarily at a loss. The others exchanged glances. "Scrutinizing the weightlifting fanatic, Crescent City, huh? You might not get another opportunity for months, and you just let it slip by?" Old Lu exclaimed in an exaggerated tone, incredulous. Luo Fei shook his head. "It's not a big deal. When you have a need in the future, I'll make sure you get a spot next time. Now, let's go." The group boarded the Haima, a chartered flight, as Luo Fei displayed his extravagant style. Along the way, everyone could not help but showcase their purchased items. Old Lu spent 500,000 on a commemorative silver star kettle, reputed for its extraordinary material that can automatically cool beverages to -10 degrees without freezing. Lu Xuesong acquired a set of bio-heart stimulators. When biological energy is on the verge of depletion, a single injection can swiftly awaken one's intrinsic vitality, restoring it to peak condition within mere minutes. Luo Fei and Tian Xiao regarded him with admiration, and Luo Fei nodded in approval. Lu Xuesong, evidently influenced by the previous encounter with interstellar bandits, felt a profound sense of urgency, prompting him to purchase the bio-heart stimulators from Crescent City. Tian Xiao, however, experienced a pang of regret for neglecting to acquire such an item. It was remarkably affordable, often referred to as resurrection armor below Class D, akin to a minor artifact. He had completely forgotten about it. Zhu Xiaodian opted for a collection of books on tactical theory. The flight duration of the spacecraft was 48 hours. To occupy their time, there were game rooms and screening rooms available. Once muscle strength and flexibility reached 13.9, the enhancement from a single pancreas was negligible, even with 2 pancreas implants. The increase in physical attributes was merely 0.1. As they disembarked from the Qingyao spacecraft, Tian Xiao's physical attributes had both reached 14, officially entering H9. Surpassing Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia were already aware of the encounter with interstellar bandits faced by the Feiying No. 3 and knew of its safe passage, thanks to the efforts of Luo Fei and others. Boss Luo, Wu Hao announced, alongside all the brothers from the security department. "We welcome our comrades back in triumph." As they entered the atmosphere, Wu Hao extended his warmest congratulations to them. However, Luo Fei disregarded Wu Hao's sentiments. The pent-up anger that had been brewing for several days ignited at that moment. Attention, Security Department. According to intelligence intercepted from the interstellar pirates' black box aboard the Shadow 3, the pirates received an email containing detailed information on all security personnel just 10 minutes after our escort team landed on the Shadow 3. I have substantial reason to suspect that there is a spy within the security department. All members of the security team, report to the security department immediately. Luo Fei shared a good rapport with Zhang Lian. With a spy infiltrating the base, Luo Fei bore significant responsibility. Had it not been for Luo Fei's involvement and the successful neutralization of the interstellar pirates' flagship, which fortuitously yielded a substantial gain, he would undoubtedly find it impossible to remain as the head of the security team. Nonetheless, it was imperative for Luo Fei to personally unearth the spy within the base. The atmosphere in the security department was tense, with everyone casting their eyes toward Wu Hao. Standing in the monitoring center, Deputy Leader Wu Hao sensed that many were subtly distancing themselves from him. His expression darkened, as the most suspected individual of betraying the head of the security team. Luo Fei wasted no time in preparing to root out the spy, clearly targeting him. The situation felt akin to stepping in excrement, regardless of whether it was mud or not. Wu Hao was deeply unsettled. Upon entering the monitoring center, Luo Fei immediately noticed the discrepancy in numbers. Wu Hao responded, "We need someone to keep watch over the meteorite crater. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia have remained there." His reasoning was sound. "All right." Luo Fei nodded and then exchanged a glance with Chen Wuling, signaling Old Lu. "Everyone, promptly upload all records from the escort mission day, including your communications and movement data. Submit everything without a single second or frame missing. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences." The group complied immediately. Wu Hao found nothing out of the ordinary and followed suit. Luo Fei then instructed Lu Xuesong, Capture and store all internal surveillance footage from the security team on the day of the escort mission for analysis. Understood. Daji and Tianxiao. You in Zone C25, locate Tiexiong and Zhao Jia, and ensure they submit all communication data truthfully. Tianxiao and Xiao Daji acknowledged the command. Wu Hao furrowed his brow slightly. Luo Fei's actions were decisive and formidable. With such an approach, his subordinates would inevitably feel unsettled. The accusation of collusion with interstellar pirates was no trivial matter. Yet, what could he do? Luo Fei had returned victorious, having destroyed a flagship of the interstellar pirates, exuding an aura of ironclad determination that silenced any dissent, including Wu Hao's. However, Wu Hao remained unperturbed. It wasn't until Tianxiao and Xiao Daji arrived in Zone C25 and encountered Tiexiong and Zhao Jia that Tianxiao preemptively addressed them. Please upload all your communications, footage, and movement trajectory data from the start of the escort mission to today. Xiao Daji was momentarily taken aback within the Qingyao. While Luo Fei required only a day's worth of data, Tianxiao was demanding 5 days' worth. Was this lad attempting to deceive Tiexiong and Zhao Jia? Chapter 45, Under Fire. Ambushed indeed, Tianxiao was cunningly deceiving Taixiong and Zhao Jia. The individual orchestrating the assault on the spaceship Fei Ying No. 3 was undoubtedly Wu Hao. However, Wu Hao would never sully his hands with such nefarious deeds himself. Taixiong and Zhao Jia were merely his puppets, designated to handle unsavory tasks on his behalf. With the team leader's return, a thorough investigation into the traitor was mandated. It was only reasonable to assign Taixiong and Zhao Jia to Sector C25, serving not only as a strategic move to evade Luo Fei's scrutiny, but also to provide them with a degree of maneuverability. Yet, what Wu Hao had never anticipated was Tianxiao's audacity in demanding an entire 5 days' worth of data right from the outset. Taixiong and Zhao Jia were taken aback. What the hell? On what grounds? Taixiong bellowed. The entire security team only requires a day's worth of data. So why must we provide you with 5? This Navi remark was precisely what Tianxiao sought. It was evident that something had transpired during this interval. Meanwhile, the monitoring center was closely observing the situation in Sector C25. Upon hearing Taixiong's agitated outburst, Luo Fei squinted slightly, striding purposefully to the forefront of the monitoring center and intoning, "I am Luo Fei. I will reiterate, immediately submit all records and footage from the past 5 days." Luo Fei, as the leader of the security team for the base, was astutely aware of Taixiong's current disquiet. He resembled a hunter who had caught the scent of his prey, his gaze sharpening as he fixated on the azure bird piloted by Taixiong. He then turned to Chun Wu Ling and commanded, "Prepare to disengage the weapon systems of Unit 15 and Unit 16. As soon as these words were uttered, the entire security team gasped in shock. It was evident that Taixiong was concealing something, and he had already caught Luo Fei's attention. Wu Hao felt beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Before he could devise a solution, an anomaly erupted in Area C25. "I refuse to accept this," Taixiong bellowed, declaring, "Luo Fei, you are blatantly retaliating. You aim to eliminate your rivals. I shall report you to the company headquarters." "I refuse as well." Zhao Jia suddenly chimed in fervently. "I refuse. We are not spies. What nonsense is this? If you are innocent, then upload your data. How could the security department possibly frame you?" Xiao Daji sensed something was amiss, though he could not quite articulate it. Tianxiao held his breath, his gaze fixed intently on the movements of the two Qingyao. The Qinglong had already entered combat mode. He was convinced that Taixiong and Zhao Jia were indeed hiding something. Their vehement resistance to uploading their data suggested that they possessed secrets too sordid to be revealed. To be honest, he initially believed that they would not be foolish enough to leave incriminating evidence in plain sight. However, the reactions of Taixiong and Zhao Jia began to shake his conviction. These two incompetent individuals must have been engaged in unspeakable activities over the past few days. Fearful of exposure. Just as Tianxiao pondered how to deal with Wu Hao, he realized that Taixiong and Zhao Jia were not without their own filth. He certainly would not let this opportunity slip by. Today was the day to bring Taixiong and Zhao Jia to justice. With Luo Fei's support, Tianxiao discreetly contacted Xiao Daji, preparing for a decisive strike. However, at that moment, none could have anticipated that the anomaly would emerge from the rear. Suddenly, a barrage of fire erupted from behind the crater. The cockpit of Tianxiao, piloted by Xiao Daji, was instantly engulfed in a crimson glow. A warning blared, "Target locked by fire control system." Emergency evasion failed. Structural damage detected. The ground shook as 4 cannon shells detonated on either side of the Qingyao. The assailants were neither Tai Xiong nor Zhao Jia. The attack had come from behind. Cursing under his breath, Tian Shao felt the balance of the Qingyao severely compromised, with dozens, if not hundreds, of breaches appearing on the fuselage. Shrapnel posed a grave threat to the safety of the vessel. Xiao Daji was no better off. The Qingyao was thrown into disarray, and a section of the tail was torn away by the gunfire from heavy machine guns. The mining craft operating in the crater were caught in the sudden onslaught, panicking and ascending to evade the chaos, scattering in all directions. The monitoring center was equally stunned. It was only now that they realized 2 modified Qingyao were rapidly flying low near the C-25 zone, approaching the crater. Interstellar bandits. Stragglers from the Star River Gale Brigade. How could they be at the base? Luo Fei slammed his fist on the table, his eyes ablaze as they fixed on Wu Hao. Wu Hao, however, had regained his composure. How should I know? Perhaps it was because you summoned us all to the monitoring center, giving them the opportunity. Or maybe they have been lurking in low Earth orbit, waiting for you. This scoundrel, akin to a venomous serpent, dared to strike back even in such dire circumstances. Luo Fei had no time for a war of words with him. As the perilous situation unfolded for Xiao Daji and Tian Shao, Luo Fei issued a resolute command. Except for Wu Hao, everyone is to immediately enter combat readiness. Chen Wuling, you shall lead the charge against those 2 modified Qingsha. We must capture them. If anything befalls Tian Shao and Daji today, I shall personally ensure that both of them, along with the informant, meet a gruesome fate. The last sentence, sharp as a blade, brimmed with murderous intent, leaving all security personnel present acutely aware of Luo Fei's lethal aura. The group swiftly took their orders and prepared for battle. Wu Hao had become the prime suspect, remaining behind under Luo Fei's vigilant watch. There was no alternative. Wu Hao was the second strongest in the security team. Should Luo Fei leave the monitoring center, no one could restrain Wu Hao. If he were to engage in any covert mischief, the base would be doomed. Luo Fei could only hope the security team would successfully eliminate the 2 modified Qingsha. To ensure safety, he personally revoked the weapon system privileges of Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia, rendering them incapable of accessing any armaments aboard the Qingsha. Observing this, Wu Hao regained his composure and feigned regret, saying, "Leader Luo, you truly suspect me. While you may doubt me, you even cast suspicion upon your own subordinates. Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and I are the core strength of the top 4 in the base's security team. By holding us back, who will confront those 2 modified Qisha? The Interstellar Bandits are a band of desperate rogues. With Xiao Daji incapacitated, can Chen Wuling and the others possibly contend with the modified Qisha? I advise you not to be excessively selfish. Open your heart and prioritize the greater good. Return the weapon system permissions numbered 15 and 16. With the safety of the base as the utmost priority, Wu Hao spoke with a tone filled with earnest concern. Luo Fei clenched his fists tightly, enduring significant discomfort. The modified Qingyao being at the base was something he had not anticipated. There was no need to inquire. It was evident that Wu Hao was inextricably linked to the 2 modified Qingyao. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia's refusal to upload data was undoubtedly due to these 2 aircraft. He acknowledged his blunder. He had not foreseen the ferocity and recklessness of Wu Hao's counterattack. New creations require support. Raise your hand and wave the flag. Chapter 46. Abandoning the aircraft, seizing the aircraft rat-tat-tat-tat. The shell of the Qingyao was far too fragile, utterly incapable of withstanding the firepower of heavy machine guns. A barrage of bullets struck the Qingyao's exterior, causing it to moan in agony, with sparks flying within the cockpit. Tian Shao was suddenly ambushed, and a cacophony of warnings and feedback from the Qinglong echoed in his ears. The surface damage of the shell exceeds 27%. Multifunctional arm damaged. Computational capacity decreased by 21%. Energy storage unit slightly damaged. The shell suffered further strikes, with damage area exceeding 33%. Abandon the aircraft is advised. There is a risk of fire in the energy storage unit. The ammunition for the cannon and grenade launcher is exposed, posing a risk of detonation. Power engine malfunction. Computational capacity decreased by 44%. Abandon the aircraft is strongly advised. Tian Shao felt an overwhelming sense of frustration. Yet the defensive capabilities of the Qingyao were undeniably feeble, with the propulsion system barely able to ensure liftoff and evade the withering fire of heavy machine guns. Relinquishing the Qingyao was the sole judicious choice. Qinglong. Tian Shao gritted his teeth and commanded, "Open the hatch." One option was to eject from the cockpit. But given the relentless advance of the modified Qingniao, ejecting would render him nothing more than a target. With a sharp click, the hatch swung open. Tian Xiao dashed out of the Qingniao, rolling behind a nearby massive rock. The terrain surrounding the impact crater was exceedingly intricate, offering ample cover. Nonetheless, Tian Xiao did not consider this location to be secure. The fire from the modified Qingniao continued to rain down, striking the exteriors of two Qingniao units, their damage increasing perilously close to catastrophic failure. Several mining aircraft also fell victim to the onslaught, spiraling down in a chaotic descent nearby. Tian Xiao pulled back the bolt and disengaged the safety. Descending from the aircraft, he carried only an assault rifle. While this weapon could breach the shell of the Qingniao, its lethality was minimal, posing even less of a threat to the modified variant. Yet, it was all he had, providing him with a modicum of reassurance. He needed to buy time until the security team could arrive. With measured steps, Tian Xiao swiftly navigated between the cover. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as Xiao Daji's Qingniao succumbed to destruction. Fortunately, Xiao Daji had already ejected, though he landed awkwardly, breaking a leg. Now, with a pallid complexion, he grimaced in pain, his gaze fixed outside, urgently transmitting, "Tian Xiao, are you all right?" "I'm fine." Tian Xiao's gaze was sharp as he swiftly approached the two modified Qingniao aircraft not far away. These two aircraft exhibited an audacious arrogance, as all firepower was directed towards them, while the Qingniao piloted by Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia remained untouched by a single bullet. The connections were glaringly evident. Damn, they wouldn't even stage a pretense. Deji, relay the situation here to the monitoring center and instruct the team leader to remotely control Tai Xiong's and Zhao Jia's Qingniao for landing. You intend to, all right. Be careful. Tai Xiong and Zhao Jia are undoubtedly traitors. They will not allow you to seize control of the Qingniao easily. Xiao Daji quickly grasped the situation. Tian Xiao is now less than 180 meters from the Qingniao piloted by Tai Xiong. In a burst of speed, the physical prowess of the H9 made him akin to a cheetah sprinting across the Gobi Desert, swiftly arriving beneath the Qingniao. Luo Fei was not sluggish either. Upon receiving Xiao Daji's warning, he immediately took control of Qingniao number 15. The Qingniao began its gentle descent, and the hatch opened, tantalizingly close. However, Tai Xiong had already sensed the impending threat. As the Qingniao commenced its movement, he rose from his seat, his towering figure blocking the hatch. Looking down menacingly at the approaching Tian Xiao, his expression twisted with fury and madness. Yet, in the next moment, Tai Xiong's countenance changed. He noticed the assault rifle in Tian Xiao's hands subtly rising, and the chip assistant blared a frantic warning. Danger! Danger! A chill ran down Tai Xiong's spine. Yet he did not retreat. He was betting that this newcomer would not dare to fire upon him. Bang! Bang! The gunfire erupted from the dark muzzle of the assault rifle. 2 rounds struck the Iron Bear's knees, blood splattering forth. The Iron Bear's legs buckled, and it tumbled out of the hatch. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiao leapt onto the solid mass of flesh and surged inside. Qinglong, take control of number 15. Seal the hatch. Tian Xiao dashed into the cockpit, seamlessly assuming command with remarkable efficiency. Due to the distance, the modified Qingniao was oblivious to the fact that no. 15 had changed hands. The heavy firepower was redirected, obliterating number 37 Qingniao. Boom. Number 37 Qingniao detonated in a fiery explosion, the threat neutralized. 2 modified Qingniaos swooped over the crater, unleashing a merciless slaughter upon the mining aircraft soaring into the sky. Haha. For the Star River Gale Corps. For the captain. For vengeance. The people of Feiying Corporation must die. Perish. The 2 modified Qingniaos commenced their hunt in the firmament. Mining aircraft continued to be ensnared by the hail of gunfire, plummeting from the skies. The control tower at the base was in complete disarray. Everyone's faces pale with fear. A catastrophe was unfolding. In the monitoring center, Wu Hao witnessed the Iron Bear's fall, his hands trembling slightly. Immediately afterward, he saw no. 15 Qingniao take to the skies once more, propelled by a fierce blue flame, rapidly pursuing the 2 modified Qingniaos. This damned. Wu Hao's gaze darkened. He could hardly fathom that a rookie, stripped of their aircraft, could so swiftly seize one from the Iron Bear's grasp, a feat that even many seasoned security personnel would struggle to achieve. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed through the air as the number 15 Bluebird launched an assault on one of the modified Bluebirds from behind. For lines of fire compelled the modified Bluebird to execute evasive maneuvers with remarkable agility. Boom, boom. Just as the modified Bluebird realized that the No. 15 Bluebird was an adversary rather than an ally and prepared to pivot its weaponry, 2 cannon shells detonated perfectly nearby. A barrage of shrapnel erupted, striking the modified Bluebird and causing sparks to fly, significantly impacting its stability in midair. The 2 streams of fire landed precisely upon the modified Bluebird. Crack! The modified Bluebird immediately began to emit smoke, losing its balance and plummeting toward the ground. Wu Hao's eyes nearly bulged in disbelief. It was astonishing to witness a newcomer single-handedly take down a seasoned interstellar pirate in a 1-against-2 scenario. What a feat! Luo Fei let out a triumphant roar, filled with exhilaration. One of the 2 modified Bluebirds had been shot down, and the tide of the battle seemed to turn. However, Luo Fei quickly pondered a troubling thought. If both interstellar pirates were eliminated, how would they incriminate Wu Hao? At that moment, a deep voice emanated from the No. 15 Bluebird. On behalf of team leader Wu Hao, I extend greetings to you and express gratitude for all you have done for the leader. You may now meet your demise. A seamless barrage of fire surged forth, and 2 shells ravaged the exterior of the second modified Bluebird, rendering it battered and on the verge of collapse. Inside the modified Bluebird, a frantic roar erupted. Wu Hao, you son of a gun. I came to your aid, and you dare stab me in the back. The demise of the Star River Gale squad is all because of you. Upon hearing the voices emanating from the monitoring center, Wu Hao's expression instantly drained of color, beads of sweat cascading down like a torrent. Chapter 47. Except for Wu Hao's 2 arms, there was insufficient evidence for Luo Fei to take action against him. However, Luo Fei could never have anticipated that Tian Xiao, possessing such remarkable cunning, would mimic the voice of Iron Bear to deliberately provoke the pilot of the modified Bluebird, forcing the surviving interstellar bandit to reveal Wu Hao at the critical moment. Luo Fei chuckled. He turned his gaze towards Wu Hao, the commanding presence of the H9-level security team leader unleashing its full force. Deputy Leader Wu Hao, it seems you will have to provide a thorough explanation to the headquarters. And no, Wu Hao stammered, desperately defending himself. He intentionally incriminated me. Can't you hear that? Your trusted confidant, Iron Bear, refuses to upload the data. The interstellar bandit deliberately refrains from attacking Iron Bear and Zhao Jia's spacecraft, all mere misunderstandings? Do you truly believe Luo is a fool? Will you continue to fall into your own traps? Step by step, Luo Fei advanced towards Wu Hao. Today, no matter how eloquently you speak, I shall detain you under the pretext of your risky collusion with interstellar bandits and hand you over to headquarters for further proceedings. Luo Fei, do not take such liberties. Wu Hao shouted in a fit of rage. I know you have long sought to eliminate dissent and turn the base into your personal fiefdom. Do not think you can seize this opportunity to tarnish my reputation. As for whether it is slander, the headquarters will draw their own conclusions. Luo Fei had already cornered Wu Hao. Wu Hao contemplated resistance. At that moment, a series of dark gun muzzles protruded swiftly from the walls of the surveillance center, all aimed with deadly precision. The base commander had taken action, standing alongside Luo Fei. Tian Xiao, having acquired the information he sought, did not hesitate to unleash fire upon the second modified Qingyao. These interstellar pirates displayed an uncommonly vicious demeanor towards their own kin, not differing much from the ferocity of wild beasts or insectoids. They would eliminate anyone in their path. This was his relentless modus operandi. The modified Qingyu possessed remarkable maneuverability, and the adversary's combat capabilities were certainly formidable. Yet they paled in comparison before him. Master, I have detected pilot Zhao Jia of Unit 16 attempting to aim and lock onto our cabin. The hostility is assessed to be severe. I recommend neutralization, caution Qinglong. Tian Xiao noted this as well. On a split screen, the door of Unit 16's Qingyu had swung open, revealing Zhao Jia leaning against the corner, the barrel of his sniper rifle steady towards the sky. Unaware that Qinglong had been monitoring his every move from the outset, Tian Xiao swiftly captured the adversary's image and transmitted it to the surveillance center. Luo Fei's voice echoed in his ears. Wu Hao is now under my control. Luo Fei's icy words pronounced a death sentence for Zhao Jia. Wu Hao, drenched in sweat and desperation, struggled futilely. Tian Xiao harbored no goodwill towards those colluding with interstellar pirates. He deliberately allowed the Qingyao to descend, stepping out of the cabin. Bang! Zhao Jia's face contorted with ruthless determination as he indeed pulled the trigger. However, Qinglong had long anticipated the timing and trajectory of the shot. A slight miscalculation led to a disastrous outcome. Within the confines of the Bluebird capsule, a searing gunshot wound emerged. Bang! Tian Xiao reappeared, half of his body visible. As the assault rifle pressed against his wrist unleashed a bullet into Zhao Jia's brow. Thus, it was an unequivocal conclusion. Iron Bear obstructed the path. Zhao Jia, the assassin. Two loyal subordinates under Wu Hao were inextricably linked to the interstellar bandits. Regardless of the strength of their adversaries behind the scenes, they could not possibly aid Wu Hao in overturning the verdict. Whoosh! Chen Wuling, accompanied by the entire security team, arrived at the C-25 sector. While coordinating personnel to gather the remnants of the modified Bluebird, they simultaneously organized a rescue operation. "Are you all right?" Tian Xiao inquired, approaching Xiao Daji. The latter tugged at his right leg and shook his head, saying, "I reckon I'll need a recuperation period of at least 180 days. Thankfully, Wu Hao's side has already been suppressed, allowing me to rest easy." As Xiao Daji spoke, a smile crept onto his face. With Wu Hao eliminated, the security team would be thoroughly fortified. He and Chen Wuling stood before the lifeless body of Zhao Jia, who had succumbed to a bullet to the forehead. His eyes were wide open, unable to fathom that he had been bested by a newcomer in a gunfight. The two turned their gaze towards the final witness, Iron Bear. He had already been subdued by Lu Xuesong, Old Lu, and others, wailing as he was forcibly uploaded with all the data from the past few days. "Commander Lin." "Boss Luo." The reporting location had shifted to the command center of the base. The highest authority at the base was Commander Lin Su. Like Zhonglian, he occupied a position of greater stature, rarely attending to the daily affairs of the base. This time, however, the situation was grave, compelling him to make an appearance. In contrast to Luo Fei's spirited demeanor, Lin Su's expression was far from pleasant. Two interstellar pirates launched a surprise attack on us, utilizing the modified stealth coating of the Bluebird, catching us completely off guard. Our base suffered the loss of 2 Bluebird aircraft, 27 mining drones, with 16 fatalities. 10 individuals left disabled, and 7 more injured. Among the security team, 1 perished, and 2 were wounded, while both interstellar pirates were neutralized. Lin Su's expression darkened further. The sudden loss of over a dozen lives and more than 20 mining drones equated to a significant financial blow. With the month just beginning, such a grave oversight was unacceptable. This marked the first incursion of interstellar pirates upon our base. Security team, Leader Luo, how shall we address this matter? Luo Fei did not regard Lin Su with much concern. Indeed, the highest authority at the base stemmed from the upper echelons of the company headquarters. But Lin Su was AG2 level, a position achieved through wealth rather than experience in combat, lacking practical authority, and had never engaged in the daily operations. Merely a puppet poised for swift promotion after a few years of gilded service. The daily affairs of the base still relied heavily upon the security team leader. According to the recordings from Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and the biological chips of the 2 interstellar pirates, the email was dispatched at the behest of Wu Hao. The 2 modified Bluebirds' entry into our base was facilitated by Wu Hao, who provided the necessary cover. The evidence was irrefutable. Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia were all conspirators with the interstellar pirates, equally culpable. I have submitted the entire chain of evidence to headquarters, and a dedicated investigation team will arrive in 3 days. Chapter 48, Promotion to Team Leader, Mining Operations in Comparison to Lin Su. Luo Fei appeared to be a person of authority, commanding respect and exhibiting meticulousness in both actions and dealings. Before Lin Su could voice his opinions, Luo Fei had already fortified the entire chain of evidence and substantiated the charges against Wu Hao and the other 2 individuals, establishing communication with the headquarters. Luo Fei addressed Lin Su, saying, "Once the personnel from headquarters arrive, you will be responsible for their reception and arrangements. Given your esteemed reputation and connections within the company, acquiring new personnel and mining machinery will undoubtedly pose no challenge. The excavation at the meteorite pit has reached its conclusion, and I must reorganize the internal affairs of the security team. I kindly ask for your understanding, Commander." "Very well," Lin Su replied. Adopting a demeanor that reflected the weight of responsibility he bore for the base. "However, you must ensure that no further complications arise at the meteorite pit." "Rest assured, Commander." Luo Fei smiled confidently. With the exposure of Wu Hao, this traitor, the issues concerning the Star River Gale team can be considered resolved. We will maintain vigilant oversight at the meteorite pit, and should any problems arise, I shall take full responsibility. Luo Fei made a solemn vow. Lin Su smiled, reassured by Luo Fei's commitment. With your word, I find solace. After exchanging a few more words, Luo Fei departed with the entire security team. Upon returning to the security department, the atmosphere grew increasingly tense. The individuals who had previously aligned with Wu Hao wore expressions of grave concern, awaiting their fate. They understood that with the fall of this influential figure, their existence within the base was bound to become arduous. Indeed, Luo Fei acted decisively. At the earliest opportunity, it was confirmed that the 15 individuals originally associated with Wu Hao had not engaged with the Interstellar Bandits. Without hesitation, they were disbanded, and all previous squad leaders were dismissed. They were reassigned to 6 subordinates, including Chun Wuling, Lu Xuesong, Old Lu, and Tian Xiao. The security team, which had previously been led by the formidable trio of Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia, now found itself diminished. With one member deceased and the other 2 detained and awaiting conviction. Luo Fei's authority had reached unprecedented heights, and no one dared to voice dissent. The entire assembly acquiesced to Luo Fei's directives, and his faction beamed with satisfaction. Tian Xiao was swiftly promoted from a newcomer to the position of squad leader within the security team, now overseeing a small unit of 4 individuals. With a modest increase in monthly salary of 3,000. Although the raise was not substantial, his status had risen significantly, granting him greater privileges. Among those assigned to him were 2 individuals who had previously aligned with Wu Hao, Wang Yong, and Li Kuei. Alongside 2 others, the neutral Lu Fangyan and the newcomer Zhu Xiaotian. Following the reorganization of the security team, Luo Fei addressed them. All right. Due to significant personnel and role adjustments within the security team, we will be rearranging the daily operations of the base. The 6 squads will adhere to the unchanged 8-hour rotation rule. First and foremost, our urgent priority remains the eradication of the lizard claw worms in the meteorite pits to ensure that the base is free from any invasion threats. Secondly, we will focus on the routine defense of the base. After outlining the arrangements, he presented the rotation schedule for the 6 squads. The first team, led by Chun Wuling, swiftly proceeded to the meteorite crater to undertake their assigned task. Meanwhile, Tian Xiao convened a private meeting in a secluded room within the security department with his 4 squad members. As a vice commander with experience leading a battalion-sized force, Tian Xiao swiftly established his authority with just a few words. Gazing intently at the 4 team members before him, he made a startling declaration. In our squad, aside from Zhu Xiaotian, who joined later than I did, the other 3 are seasoned security personnel. However, upon careful observation, I find your performances in the security group to be rather ordinary, lacking any remarkable qualities. Wang Yong, Li Kuei, and Lu Fangyan were momentarily taken aback. Tian Xiao continued in a calm tone. Though my time in the security group has been brief, I have already received 3 commendations. One for rescuing individuals at the meteorite crater, another for annihilating all the lizard claw bugs during a convoy mission, and the third for assisting in the destruction of an interstellar pirate mothership while escorting the Feying No. 3. Moreover, if all goes as planned, the elimination of the Iron Bear and Zhao Jia, along with the destruction of 2 modified Qingyao aircraft, should also earn me recognition from headquarters. Initially indifferent toward Tian Xiao, Wang Yong, Li Kuei, and Lu Fangyan felt an immense weight of pressure upon hearing the details of his commendations, particularly the final remark. The terrifying implications of his words tightened their resolve, for while they were uncertain about the capabilities of the interstellar pirates, they were acutely aware of the formidable prowess possessed by Iron Bear and Zhao Jia, both of whom were H7 level experts, one injured, the other dead, sufficiently illustrating Tian Zhao's remarkable strength. Upon my command, there exists but a singular requirement: strict compliance. Failure to adhere shall reveal my ruthless nature, devoid of compassion. At this juncture, Tian Xiao allocated tasks to the trio. Zhu Xiaotian, you shall henceforth oversee the monitoring center, while the 3 of you will be responsible for guarding the meteorite crater. Once your duties at the crater conclude, you will attend to the routine patrols. Tian Zhao's decree resonated with an authoritative tone, leaving no room for dissent. Understood. The 4 responded in unison. In that moment, for reasons unknown, they collectively sensed a palpable pressure emanating from Tian Xiao, seemingly more pronounced than that of their group leader, Luo Fei. The 8 hours swiftly elapsed. Tian Xiao led the team to assume their responsibilities at the meteorite crater. With the destruction of the number 37 Qingyao, he was currently utilizing the number 15 Qingyao. Other miners had already been assigned to continue the work at the crater. Over 300 miners had excavated to a depth exceeding 270 meters. After conducting a thorough reconnaissance, Tian Xiao departed from the crater, confident that no lizard claw worms resided in the area, thus sparing valuable time. However, an urgent matter loomed, demanding resolution: the Zixiao mine. Miners know 099 and his two companions had been laboring there for over 20 days, likely amassing a sufficient stockpile of Zixiao ore. It was time to reap the rewards. As the leader of the security team, Tian Xiao effortlessly integrated the three individuals along with a dozen other miners into the excavation task at the meteorite crater, redirecting them from Zone G46. Under the watchful gaze of the drone, the trio departed Zone G46, bewildered, as they hastened toward Zone C25 to fulfill their mission. Tian Xiao seized the opportunity to enter the tunnel in Zone G46. Beneath the fragments of rock lay depressions concealing unevenly sized amethyst ores. Suspended in midair, Tian Xiao maneuvered the mechanical arm to plunder the amethyst ores without restraint. Days later, the largest meteorite at the bottom of the crater emerged, prompting the dismissal of all miners. The three miners from Team 099 rushed back to Zone G46, nearly driven to madness. After a month of laboring for the amethyst ores, they found none left. Not a single piece remained for them. The trio was left in tears. Chapter 49. The manifestation of monetary power. As the logistics department's duty came to an end, Tian Xiao piloted the Qing Miao to the logistics department, unloading 3 tons of amethyst ores under the pretense of having discovered a meteorite during his mission. Unfortunately, it was once again the turn of Li Ying, the team leader, to oversee the operation. Li Ying had already learned of Tian Xiao's rising prominence within the security team, having not only eliminated Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, Zhao Jia, and others, but also being promoted to squad leader. Upon seeing the vehicle that once belonged to Tai Xiong driven in by Tian Xiao, he approached with obsequiousness, promptly establishing a conveyor belt specifically for assessing the quality of the amethyst ores. Indeed, Tian Xiao is favored by fortune. H7, grade amethyst ores are highly coveted. Ah, you have struck it rich this time. To be honest, Tian Xiao held a poor opinion of Li Ying. However, as the saying goes, one should not strike those who bear a smile. He endured the discomfort with great effort. Once all the amethyst ores had been tested, the payment of 27 million for the ores was accurately credited to his account, prompting a smile from Tian Xiao. Farewell, Captain Tian Xiao. With a piercing gaze surveying the surroundings, the logistics staff collectively lowered their heads to evade his scrutiny. Upon returning to the security department, Tian Xiao promptly relayed his findings to Luo Fei, transferring a sum of 10 million directly. Given the support he had received from Luo Fei, Tian Xiao felt compelled to extend his respect, as this news would inevitably reach Luo Fei's ears. There was no need for any rift to arise over such trivial matters. Luo Fei, upon receiving the 10 million, wore a bewildered expression. After listening to Tian Xiao's tale, he found himself in a blend of amusement and exasperation. You truly are my fortunate star. Just as I was fretting over the lack of funds to upgrade my chip to G11, you graciously delivered 10 million to me. With this, I can secure the G1 chip, and my significant plans are now firmly in place. What significant plans? Tian Xiao feigned ignorance, well aware that Luo Fei had long aspired to ascend. After all, being the leader of a security team at a base was merely a stepping stone for him. Luo Fei harbored considerable ambition. Fei Ying No. 3 was currently but a subsidiary under the Yunzhong Group, with 4 operational bases and plans to launch 2 new resource planets within the next 2 years. Although these were merely the remnants of the Yunzhong Group's endeavors, they held immense allure for Luo Fei, a resource planet that had already been developed to over 70%, with the remaining 30% scattered resources, was sufficient to sustain the operations of a nation. Luo Fei aspired to become the highest authority at the base. However, the Fei Ying Company had its own stringent criteria for the position of the highest authority at the base. The lowest G-class chip and the minimum G-class physical fitness require a minimum of 3 years of work experience on resource planets, along with loyalty and reliability. Aside from the deficiencies in his chip and physical attributes, Luo Fei meets all other criteria. In fact, he is merely 10 million short of qualifying for the position of the highest leader of the new base. The 10 million offered by Tian Xiao is indeed a timely boon. Luo Fei responded with a mysterious smile. There are matters I cannot disclose at present, but you will understand in due time. Your 10 million has truly arrived at the perfect moment and has been of immense assistance to me. Luo, You are too modest. Tian Xiao replied half-heartedly, if it weren't for your support, I would still be toiling as a miner below, without any opportunity to acquire these resources. I have an additional 17 million here. Should you require further funds for your endeavors, feel free to express your needs. You truly are a person of character. Excellent. Luo Fei chuckled heartily. I will reach out when I require assistance. Moreover, allow me to share 3 pieces of good news with you. Has the company awarded you? How much is the prize? Tian Xiao had anticipated this. You wouldn't be interested in such a trivial bonus, would you? What? Tian Xiao's heart surged with joy. He had not expected to be appointed as the deputy leader of the security team. Yet, disbelief overshadowed his excitement. Despite his genuine contributions, Wu Hao's influence at the company headquarters should have prevented him from easily obtaining this position. After all, does merit truly matter? Or is it merely the voice of those above? Is this for real? Tian Xiao fixated his gaze on Luo Fei. The latter explained with a smile. Initially, there were some objections regarding the appointment of a 24-year-old newcomer as the deputy leader, as it was believed that it would be challenging to gain the trust of the team. However, Captain Zhang Lian of the Feiying No. 3 strongly recommended you. After careful consideration, the company sought my opinion, to which I acquiesced. What Luo Fei did not explicitly state was that he only agreed after receiving a transfer of 10 million. His original intention was to promote Chen Wuling. The audacity of Tian Xiao's investment of 10 million provided him with a new alternative. Suddenly, Luo Fei felt that nurturing Tian Xiao could be beneficial as they might become mutual support in the future. Thank you, Boss Luo. Tian Xiao understood that the authority of the deputy leader far exceeded that of a squad leader. Each month, when the leader personally undertook the escort mission for Feiying No. 3, the deputy leader would either accompany the team to Crescent City or remain at the base, overseeing all dispatches for the security department. Moreover, the deputy leader had the authority to direct the squad leaders. The deputy leader also bore management responsibilities for the base, possessing the privilege of direct communication with headquarters. These factors. More importantly, the position of deputy leader is part of the management structure of Feiying Company, allowing one to accumulate experience in this role and facilitating a smoother transition to other positions in the future. Stay calm. There is a second piece of good news to share with you. Luo Fei, with an air of mystery, revealed this second piece of good news. We have obtained the materials and techniques for modifying the Qingyou from the biological chips of those 2 interstellar bandits. To prevent the base from suffering further threats from interstellar pirates and significant personnel losses, a decision has been made to utilize existing resources to modify 2 Qingyou. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiao's eyes sparkled with excitement. 2 modified and upgraded Qingyou aircraft were present. One, without question, was Luo Fei's own number 001. The other was likely his own. Indeed, it was delightful news. The upgraded Qingyou not only boasted a more formidable ammunition capacity, but also enhanced fire control weapon systems, while the stealth coating significantly improved their maneuverability and close-range penetration capabilities. What is the final piece of good news? Tian Xiao inquired. Luo Fei rubbed the bridge of his nose and replied, this time, the investigation team sent from headquarters intends not only to take Wu Hao and Tai Xiong away, but they also plan to sweep through the nearby interstellar pirate strongholds. Our base needs to arrange a contingent to bolster the action team, and I have recommended you to lead. Chapter 50, E37 Sturgeon. Feedback. It is not uncommon for the base's security team to undertake external missions. However, this somewhat diverges from Tian Xiao's original plans. He had not only become the deputy leader of the base's security team, surpassing Chen Wuling, Lao Lu, and others, but he was also about to embark on leading an external combat mission. It feels rather sudden. He was not yet prepared for the execution of such tasks. The daily responsibilities at the base were the most manageable and secure, posing almost no risk. Yet, external combat missions were a different story. They dispatched the investigation team solely based on intelligence from the Star River Gale Corps, with the objective of acquiring some of the more challenging assets to transport. After all, the Eagle Company was not particularly affluent at the moment. Resources and funding were urgently needed for development across various fronts. This journey may proceed smoothly, yet it is equally plausible that unforeseen events may transpire. Tian Xiao is not devoid of courage. However, the key issue lies in the absence of the formidable trio Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia, leaving only the skilled Luo Fei to remain on watch. Who then shall accompany him on this mission? The dilemma is indeed vexing. Nevertheless, it is undeniable that 2 days swiftly elapsed, with the security team rotating duties without incident. During this interval, Only Zhu Xiaotian ascended to the 15th floor of the training grounds each day, seeking guidance from Tian Xiao on methods to enhance muscle strength and flexibility under stress. Tian Xiao, not one to refuse, allowed Zhu Xiaotian to train alongside him. Although lacking the support of the pancreas, Zhu Xiaotian's adaptation to the military's rigorous training regimen would undoubtedly yield substantial benefits. Remarkably, Zhu Xiaotian demonstrated commendable resolve, achieving a tangible improvement in physical prowess within a mere 2 days. This brought a measure of solace to Tian Xiao, for Zhu Xiaotian had indeed showcased the tenacity cultivated during her time in the Earth's Sky Army, promising future accomplishments that would likely surpass that of a company commander. According to feedback from the company headquarters, the investigative team's vessel, the E-37 Sturgeon, is expected to reach the base's low Earth orbit in half an hour. On this day, Tian Xiao was recuperating on the 12th floor when the voice of Qin Long resonated in his ear. Delivering an important message, the captain of the Sturgeon indicated that the vessel would not be landing temporarily and requested that he lead the security team to rendezvous at low Earth orbit, as the Sturgeon would proceed directly to the lair of the Star River Gale Corps. Acknowledged. Tian Xiao rose, donning his combat attire while instructing Qin Long to immediately relay a message to all members of the second squad, as well as to the first squad led by Chen Wuling. For this operation, the base had prepared to deploy 10 security personnel from both the first and second squads. Although Tian Xiao now held the position of deputy leader, he still concurrently served as the captain of the second squad. 1 minute later, Tian Xiao piloted the modified craft, designated as Number 2, soaring above the base. 3 minutes later, the remaining 9 modified crafts were in position. The first squad was fully assembled. The second squad was fully assembled. Reports came in from Chen Wuling and Zhu Xiaotian. Naturally, Tian Xiao seized control, orchestrating the formation of the crafts. His serious yet handsome visage appearing on the main screen of all present. Proceed according to the original plan. Depart. 1 modified craft and 9 others swiftly ascended in a triangular formation, breaking through the atmosphere and entering low Earth orbit. Beep, beep, beep. The signal from the Sturgeon vessel emanated from the depths of space. Before long, the Sturgeon, a ship over 300 meters in length, emerged from the darkness. Unlike the smaller Phantom No. 3, the Sturgeon was significantly more powerful than the flagship of the Starry Gale fleet. Its bow was equipped with a row of main cannons exceeding 300 millimeters in caliber, flanked by 2 closed defense guns. The midsection and stern also housed a combination of main guns and closed defense artillery, clearly indicating formidable firepower. On either side of the Sturgeon, there were no fewer than 80 large-caliber guns and hundreds of smaller-caliber positions. Nestled between the artillery positions were 8 concealed hatches, boasting astonishingly thick armor. Upon witnessing this, the members of the security team within the formation were profoundly shaken. The F-class close-in weapon system boasts a firing rate exceeding 30,000 rounds per minute. That is the main artillery of the E-class. It is astonishing that the headquarters has deployed an E-class assault warship. The sheer majesty and might of it all left everyone in awe. This was the first time for all, including Chen Wuling, to engage in a mission involving an assault warship, and they each vividly showcased their inexperienced, naive selves on the screen. Chen Wuling and Zhu Xiaotian noticed that the only one remaining unfazed was the deputy leader, Tian Xiao. As the side doors of the Sturgeon opened, Tian Xiao expertly maneuvered the squad to switch their formation, entering the interior of the Sturgeon in a straight line. Inside the Sturgeon, 20 Qingsong aircraft and 3 shuttle-like vessels lay quietly on the spacious opposite side of the hold. Observing this scene, Tian Xiao instinctively commanded 10 Qingsong to array themselves in the left section. Everyone stood by, awaiting further orders. Tian Xiao, noticing the Sturgeon's calm demeanor, contrasted sharply with the others who were whispering and exclaiming in astonishment. The group was utterly bewildered. Unable to contain her curiosity, Chen Wuling asked, Tian Xiao, have you ever boarded the Sturgeon before? No, Tian Xiao replied. Before coming here, I specifically studied the parameters of the Sturgeon. The others then felt a sense of relief. As the hatch closed, a voice and image transmitted from the number 02 Qingsong. Tian Xiao, it's been a few days. Hope all is well. Captain Zhang. Tian Xiao recognized the identity of the other party and promptly rose from the cockpit to pay his respects. As our esteemed leader, Lao De Luo, mentioned, it is thanks to your strong recommendation, Captain Zhang, that I have the opportunity to serve as the deputy leader of the base security team. Tian Xiao, you are a person of both capability and talent. Even without my endorsement, your rise to prominence is only a matter of time. Moreover, I am not one to be indebted to others. We all remember how you valiantly rescued the Feying No. 3, Zhang Lian remarked. After a round of polite exchanges, they delved into the matter at hand. Zhang Lian stated, "As you have observed, this operation was propelled by my efforts. According to the intelligence extracted from the black box of the Starry Gale Brigade, their lair is guarded by only a handful of armed personnel, alongside 3 moderately damaged F-class vessels and various goods." Tian Xiao was taken aback. The intelligence within the black box was extremely convoluted and extensive. Even with the computational prowess of the Qinglong, only a fraction had been analyzed thus far. Indeed, the chip of the Feying No. 3 exhibited formidable analytical capabilities. Having deciphered all the contents within, 3 F-class vessels, even the most ordinary among them, could be valued at no less than 2 to 300 million, undoubtedly warranting the risk of exploration. In the course of this mission, the E-class Feying No. 3 was nearly rendered a trophy of the Starry Gale Brigade after being incapacitated for 3 hours by a single shot from a D-class high-grade pulse particle weapon. Zhang Lian was jolted awake by the blast. How he longs for his vessel to be more resilient and formidable. Yet, whether it involves upgrading the chip of the Flying Shadow No. 3 or enhancing its defensive capabilities, such endeavors demand extensive efforts and a considerable expenditure of resources and finances. The Flying Shadow Company is unable to sustain Zhang Lian's aspirations. Consequently, Zhang Lian must rely on his own ingenuity to seek alternative solutions. The classification of the F-class vessel is not particularly high. The minimum threshold for aircraft is the H series, while for vessels, it is the G series. An F-class vessel is only 1 tier above the lowest G series. However, even the most rudimentary vessel must possess essential weapon systems, life support mechanisms, as well as adequate metal strength and chip arrays. A G-class vessel, measuring several dozen meters in length, is valued at no less than 60 to 70 million. An F-class vessel, even if damaged and rudimentary, can still command a sale price of 100 million as long as its power system remains intact. This is precisely why Zhang Lian promptly assembled a team and personally led them into adventure. With a shift in tone, Zhang Lian continued, "Those accompanying me this time are all comrades from Flying Shadow No. 3, with strengths ranging from H to G class. However, 3 of them are brothers I met during my service in the Earth Army, and they possess F-class capabilities. Should formidable foes arise, they will be our main force." Tian Xiao cast a glance at the 3 silver shuttles nearby. F-class silvers are renowned for their speed and space combat prowess, having previously challenged D-class aircraft, marking their status as one of the top contenders within the F-class. The presence of these 3 implies a degree of strength. With elder brothers by his side, it signifies that when danger looms, there will be protection. Tian Xiao pondered for a moment before inquiring, "The captain summoned us here. What task does he wish for our security team to undertake?" "The planet we are to search, due to its modest size, has had its resources largely depleted, and the previous base has long since fallen into disuse, rendering it an uninhabited wasteland. Your security team is responsible for ground reconnaissance and exploration, specifically to locate the hideout of the Star River Gale Corps. As you are aware, these cunning individuals have many layers of concealment, and their treasures are often buried deep. Your drone reconnaissance skills are commendable. Make good use of them when the time comes." "Understood," Tian Xiao replied, recognizing that Zhang Lian intended to employ the base's security personnel to mitigate their risks. While such a strategy might easily provoke discomfort and resentment among those involved, as a soldier, Tian Xiao understood their tendency to seek maximum victory at minimal cost and sacrifice. There was no flaw in this approach. He swiftly conveyed the team's mission directives. The sturgeon swiftly surged towards its destination. Beep, beep, beep. On the main screen of the sturgeon, a battered and desolate planet emerged. The surface of the planet was riddled with craters and fissures, marred by the scars left from reckless industrial excavation. Life was seemingly absent from the planet's visage. "Who could have ravaged this planet to such an extent?" exclaimed one team member, incredulous at the excess. The expressions on the faces of the Bluebird team were grave and solemn, clearly shaken by the desolation and silence of their destination. Yet, Tian Xiao knew that planets like this were far from rare in the Pegasus galaxy. Large corporate conglomerates tend to maintain a degree of decorum. After undertaking the most crucial developments, they often preserve the vitality of the planet, refraining from jeopardizing critical resources such as water sources and volcanoes, thereby preventing the planet from succumbing to self-exhaustion. The condition of this planet is dire. However, in a few years, the planet they currently inhabit may not fare much better. Thus, apportioning blame for the situation here is utterly unproductive. Tian Xiao spoke up. This planet, designated A8021 in the Pegasus Galaxy, has had its detailed maps and relevant geological structures transmitted to you all. Please record them and prepare accordingly. We are responsible for the preliminary reconnaissance mission, although perilous. If we remain vigilant, we should encounter no significant issues. Tian Xiao. Chen Wuling could no longer contain herself. Is there? Tian Xiao replied without hesitation, prompting a collective sigh of relief from the group, who were most concerned about becoming expendable in the team. The shell of the Qingmiao is exceedingly fragile. It could be easily torn apart by a single shell from an artillery piece in the face of a military bunker. At that moment, the sturgeon had already halted in the near-Earth orbit of this planet. Directly below lay one of the military fortresses. However, according to the sturgeon's scans, no signal sources were detected below, only an eerie silence. Just then, a powerful energy fluctuation appeared at the bow of the sturgeon. In the next instant, the sturgeon experienced a slight tremor. 6 beams of light pierced through the atmosphere. Tian Xiao observed that the Qinglong had marked the locations of 3 military bunkers, all of which were under artillery fire. The mountains concealing the military bunkers were torn asunder, revealing the smooth, dark alloy walls within. Zhang Lian acted decisively. Main cannon, clear the path. Strike to startle the snake. The onslaught was far from over. The second barrage of artillery was unleashed, transforming the surfaces of the 3 military bunkers into a seething dark crimson. As the thunderous roar of the third round reverberated, the side doors of the bunkers swung open simultaneously, and a fleet of aircraft scrambled out in disarray, desperately evading the oncoming fire. Zhang Lian showed no mercy towards the armed members of the Star River Gale Corps. The small-caliber cannons unleashed a frenzied torrent of fire. A cascade of metallic projectiles raining down without restraint, instantly sealing off the escape routes of 4 fleeing aircraft, which were forcefully reduced to a dazzling display of fireworks. Boom! The explosions echoed. In the aftermath of the fireworks, the main cannons resumed their assault on the military fortifications until the outer shells were completely shattered, triggering a series of catastrophic detonations. Thick plumes of smoke billowed skyward, stunning the onlookers with the overwhelming firepower of the sturgeon. The Bluebird squad deployed in formation, skimming close to the ground in search. Zhang Lian's command was clear. The hatch opened, and 10 Bluebirds surged forth in a single file. Chapter 52, A Comprehensive Search. Whoosh. Whoosh. Waves of miniature drones were ejected from the underbelly of the Bluebird. The screens created by the drones, coupled with their formidable computational capabilities, immediately projected high-definition images, capturing the undulating terrain and various data in real time, cross-referencing them with the initially gathered intelligence, analyzing discrepancies, and seeking traces. The 10 Bluebirds released 500 drones, initiating a carpet search around the vicinity of the 3 military bunkers. The drones skimmed low, diving into any openings they encountered. Any cave that could accommodate an adult was promptly explored, searching for potential underground passages and shelters. On board the Sturgeon, a vast screen displayed hundreds of divided panels, each showcasing intel relayed from drones. At the center, a monitor revealed the areas of the planet that had been thoroughly surveyed, an expanse of green. As far as the eye could see, everything was verdant, devoid of any anomalies. It appeared that the armed personnel of the Galactic Gale had been eradicated. After a considerable interval, the reconnaissance area continued to expand, yet the Bluebird squad failed to uncover any valuable leads. Zhang Lian furrowed his brow. Montai, take a team and search for the downed aircraft. Strive to find any clues from the bodies. Understood. Montai, a security personnel of G-class strength, responded affirmatively. With a mechanical click, the hatch opened, and another batch of aircraft surged from the Sturgeon into the atmosphere. After a thorough search, they returned empty-handed. For aircraft had been utterly destroyed, and the biological chips had suffered the same fate, yielding no clues whatsoever. Montai subsequently scoured 3 military bunkers, peering through the gaping holes created by explosive blasts, only to find the interiors riddled with molten rock and alloy metal. He shook his head in resignation. In such an environment, it was utterly impossible to recover any traces. With no other options, Zhang Lian had no choice but to assign Montai and his team to the search mission, urging them to hasten their efforts. Hours passed, and 1/10 of the planet had been explored. The team briefly replenished with nutritional bars before resuming their search. Damn it, Where the hell have those wretched space bandits hidden their loot? Zhang Lian paced within the command center of the vessel, his demeanor slightly perturbed. Each operation of the ship incurred significant expenditure. Moreover, this time he had resorted to the formidable might of his main artillery, should he return empty-handed. The losses would be substantial. At that moment, the Qingniu team delivered promising news. The number 02 Qingniu hovered near a vast pit, where drones emitted a faint glow. From over 300 meters underground, a colossal vessel, exceeding 300 meters in length, emerged from an abyssal chasm, lying like a colossal beast ensconced in shadow, its surface devoid of light, ensnared in an eternal slumber. The first vessel had been located. Splendid. Zhang Lian clenched his fist tightly, striking a victorious pose. As commands resonated with newfound vigor, Qingniu team, maintain alertness and neutralize any threats. Meng AI, proceed immediately to provide support and expand the defensive perimeter. Qingkong, lead the technical team to assess the vessel's condition with the primary task of activating its power system for repairs. The rest? Meticulously monitor for any anomalies on the surface. Zhang Lian's vigilance remained unwavering. In such critical moments, he exercised utmost caution. The individual who first identified the vessel was Tian Xiao. Drawing upon his experience, he instantly recognized the ship before him as an F-class shark hunter. Produced centuries ago, a hybrid of transport and combat vessel, with an estimated original price of around 300 million. However, Tian Xiao had already discerned through the drones that numerous bullet holes marred the vessel's exterior, though minor repairs could ensure its sealing. The exposed circuit boards lay shrouded in a thick layer of frost, reminiscent of a lifeless corpse long devoid of breath. Several primary weaponry systems, including the main cannon and close-in weapon systems, have been dismantled. A drone ventured into the vessel's command center, only to find it utterly stripped bare. The main chip clusters lay devoid of any presence. Tian Xiao silently shook his head. The interstellar pirates had treated this ship as a mere repository for parts, extracting all useful components, either for modification, upgrades, or potentially for sale. In his estimation, the vessel held no value beyond that of scrap metal once disassembled. Indeed, the assessment from Qing Kong left Zhang Lian utterly disheartened. Zhang Lian called for the team to regroup. After a strenuous half-day of labor, the crew had certainly exerted themselves. However, Tian Xiao understood that Zhang Lian's decision to call off operations was likely driven by other considerations. The Qingniu team stood ready in the operations chamber. Zhang Lian wore a grave expression. This shark hunter is one of the 3 ships captured by the Stellar Gale Brigade. Yet its current state diverges significantly from the intelligence we possess. Qing Kong, based on your observations, when were these components removed? Recently. Although Qing Kong was only in his 40s, he was the chief technician responsible for the maintenance and repair of the vessels under Zhang Lian's command. He promptly shared his findings. Despite the vessel being coated in frost inside and out, the traces of mechanical freezing indicate that the shark hunter was dismantled only recently. Aside from the chip clusters, the power system and fire control system were also recently tampered with, and the methods employed were rather unprofessional, resulting in several damaged components. At this point, he could not help but let out a sigh. Once a vessel valued at over 100 million, the shark hunter now stands as an empty shell, devoid of any worth for departure. Captain, Meng AI inhaled deeply and remarked, I deduce that the remnants of the Starry Gale Brigade, upon receiving the news of their captain and main force's destruction, have recklessly dismantled and sold off all resources at their stronghold. If this is indeed the case, the situation of the other 2 warships is likely to be equally grim. With a resounding thud, Zhang Lian struck the alloy table with his fist, urgently rallying his team. He was concerned about potential developments from the Starry Gale Brigade. Yet, unexpectedly, they were still a step too late. Chapter 53. The sound of cannons. The armed factions of the Starry Gale Brigade had already been eradicated. Of the 3 vessels, the first had been located. Progress was commendable. Within a maximum of 3 days, our mission here would reach its conclusion. I wonder if, during this external assignment alongside Captain Zhang, I might partake in a morsel of the spoils. In the cabin of the Sturgeon, the crew animatedly discussed the possibility of acquiring a share of the spoils from the Starry Gale Brigade, hoping to gain some advantage. Lu Fanyan, Wang Yong, and Li Kuei were hardly able to contain their excitement. During their tenure with the security team, Lu Fanyan had maintained a neutral stance, feeling neither affection from his mother nor support from his uncle, and often found himself deprived of opportunities to earn extra income. This task, however, seemed promising and filled him with hope. Wang Yong and Li Kuei, although they have benefited somewhat from following Wu Hao. The gains that have slipped from Luo Fei's grasp and passed through Wu Hao, Tai Xiong, and Zhao Jia are merely trifles. In contrast, this time they face an assignment on an abandoned planet, brimming with infinite possibilities. On Chen Wuling's side, his subordinates share a similar mindset, contemplating whether they might seize the opportunity during the second round of search missions to discreetly acquire some spoils from the vessels, thus earning a little extra. After all, the materials aboard an F-class warship consist of F-grade metals. Even a small piece could yield thousands. In contrast, Zhu Xiaodian, perceptive and astute, observed the reactions of the identification team and Tian Xiao, appearing less optimistic. The shark hunter now stands as nothing more than an empty shell. And while the contents may hold great value for us, they might be utterly inconsequential to Captain Zhang. Indeed, the current valuation of the shark hunter does not exceed 20 million. Should the remaining 2 vessels also be stripped bare, Captain Zhang might face devastating losses, leaving him with nothing. What do you think, Tian Xiao? Chen Wuling, being a trusted confidant of Luo Fei and a seasoned individual, was well aware of the stakes. Although Tian Xiao initially hesitated to engage in their conversation, Chen Wuling's inquiry compelled him to share his perspective. When the cannon fires, treasures are at stake. The sturgeon, having traveled from afar, unleashing its full firepower, if ultimately only 3 empty shells are acquired, this expedition could indeed result in a total loss. The energy expended in traversing great distances, the salaries of the employed task force, the favors consumed in hiring old comrades, and the ammunition depleted by the Sturgeon-class fire control system. All these burdens are costs that Zhang Lian must bear, both overtly and covertly. Moreover, based on Tian Zhao's experience, it is evident that the interstellar pirates have likely stripped the 3 vessels of all their valuable components and sold them on the black market. The remaining interstellar pirates, mere cannon fodder. The truly astute have already absconded with their ill-gotten gains. In essence, it is highly probable that Zhang Lian is destined to incur losses this time. As anticipated, 5 hours later, during the second round of the search operation, they indeed located the second and third F-class vessels, which, like the shark hunter, were nothing but empty shells. All valuable assets had been dismantled and taken away. Withdraw. Zhang Lian could no longer sit idly by. He decisively issued the order to retreat. He chose to accept his fate. In the command hall, 3 resolute men were offering words of comfort to Zhang Lian. It's all right, Captain Zhang, since we did not deploy. We will refund half of your commission. I hope my 3 brothers do not find this amusing, Zhang Lian replied, filled with both apology and self-reproach. The interstellar pirates are as cunning as foxes. Sensing danger, they simply relocated. This is common knowledge. I allowed myself to be blinded by the allure of this resource and should have dispatched someone to scout the situation. Well, one must learn from their missteps. Consider this a costly lesson. With a renewed mindset, Zhang Lian subsequently compensated the Bluebird team with a total of 50,000 alliance credits for their efforts. One must not lose sight of the proper stature. Ultimately, Zhang Lian approached the plan targeting the stronghold of the Star River Gale team with great enthusiasm, only to return in disappointment. With a lackluster conclusion, the gathering of 10 individuals, including Luo Fei, Tian Xiao, and Chen Wuling, took place on the 36th floor of the training ground that very evening. They spoke of the matter with a deep sense of regret. Chen Wuling could not help but inquire of Luo Fei, does a mission on an F-class warship like the Sturgeon consume significant resources? Luo Fei remained silent for a moment, stating, I am uncertain. The group exchanged glances, as they perceived Luo Fei as nearly omniscient, someone who should possess knowledge of all matters. He glanced at them, then took a hearty swig of his drink, declaring, to become a captain, to navigate a warship through the vastness of space and engage in celestial battles, is the dream of our generation, myself included. However, to ascend to the rank of captain, one must possess not only exceptional computational abilities and physical prowess, but also a loyal and reliable crew. Each member must exhibit G-class physicality and computational skills. As for me, I have yet to reach the G-class threshold. How could I fathom the tribulations of becoming a captain? With self-deprecating humor, Luo Fei continued. Before I can aspire to be a captain, I must first establish myself as the highest authority of a base. Only then might I have the opportunity to ascend further. His words profoundly impacted the others, who were taken aback by the realization that a figure who appeared to wield significant power and influence as the leader of the security team was separated by a vast chasm from the role of a captain. Zhang Lian's status, strength, and connections far surpassed those of Luo Fei. As the crowd absorbed Luo Fei's words, he spoke again with profound significance. My intention is to break through to G level within 3 years and cultivate you, Chen Wuling, Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, and Xiao Daji, so that you may stand independently in the future and assist me in securing the highest position at a base. Chen Wuling was my initial choice for the leader of the security team. Chen Wuling trembled, a mix of excitement and disbelief coursing through her as she lifted her gaze. However, I have always been concerned that Wuling may struggle to command a security team in such a short time. She is still too young. Despite her commendable talent, maturing within 3 years presents a considerable challenge. Chen Wuling lowered her head. Everyone instinctively turned their attention to Tian Xiao. Luo Fei's gaze also fell upon Tian Zhao's face. Tian Zhao's emergence has altered my plans. After more than a month of interaction, I believe everyone has witnessed his talent and resilience. He is a born warrior, and in terms of innate ability, even I must concede. The crowd nodded in agreement. Although there was some surprise regarding Tian Zhao's ascension to vice captain, his achievement in seizing the number 15 Bluebird, severely injuring Iron Bear, and eliminating Zhao Jia, followed by effortlessly dispatching 2 modified Bluebirds, had indeed left everyone in awe. By publicly addressing this matter, Luo Fei had effectively laid bare the unspoken barriers that lingered in the hearts of the group. Chapter 54. The True Intentions of Boss Luo. The gazes of the crowd fell upon Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling's faces. Indeed, everyone has sensed that in recent days, the bond between Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling has noticeably cooled compared to the past. However, as they are all brothers, they are uncertain how to address the issue directly. Despite Chen Wuling's earnest attempts to remind himself of Tian Zhao's merits, such as how Tian Xiao saved his life during the meteorite pit incident and possesses talents and insights that far surpass his own, he acknowledges that Tian Xiao is indeed deserving of the position of deputy leader of the base security team. Yet, Tian Xiao has only been employed for a month, whereas Chen Wuling has served alongside Luo Fei for over half a year, tirelessly supporting him and becoming the undisputed successor in the eyes of the entire security team. Luo Fei took it upon himself to clarify the situation, making everyone realize that this was an opportune moment for the relationship between Tian Xiao and Chen Wuling to mend. He continued with a bold declaration: Wuling will remain the deputy leader of the base security team. However, prior to that, I intend to nurture Tian Xiao, elevating him to G level, and then present him for promotion. Old Lu paused. His actions of sipping wine halted, as astonishment washed over his features. Lin Hu and Lu Xuesong were equally bewildered. Why? Tian Xiao is our main asset. How can we afford to let him go? Wait, what does it mean for Luo Lao to present him? The injured Xiao Daji pinpointed the critical question. As Chen Wuling stared at their leader in a mix of surprise and skepticism, Rofei took a hearty gulp of his drink, his eyes gleaming with extraordinary brilliance. This was an opportunity seized by Tian Xiao himself. Years ago, leveraging his connection with Zhang Lian, he secured the position of leader of the base's security team, establishing a network of his own. In the recent escort mission, Tian Xiao had displayed remarkable prowess, earning Zhang Lian's recognition and favor, who specifically recommended him as the deputy leader of our security team. Additionally, he caught the attention of the senior executives at the company headquarters. His future accomplishments are boundless. He may even surpass me and ascend to become the highest authority at a certain base. Everyone was taken aback. They had not anticipated Rofei's high regard for Tian Xiao, nor his intention to propel him to such a significant role. Tian Xiao was also surprised, but soon came to understand. Rofei's public declaration was clearly aimed at binding everyone's interests tightly together, forging them into a more formidable force. Of course, he harbored another intention: to inspire Chen Wuling, Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, Lin Hu, and others. They must become stronger to accompany Rofei onto his destined battleship and form his future foundation. Tian Xiao surveyed the room. Aside from old Lu, everyone else appeared invigorated, their spirits high and visibly inspired, ready to embark on a grand endeavor. Only Zhu Xiaoyan's demeanor seemed somewhat peculiar, her cheeks puffed out, head bowed, seemingly lost in a wish of her own. Chen Wuling's heart had finally unlocked, since even Luo Fei himself admits that his innate talent pales in comparison to Tian Zhao's. Chen Wuling feels no pressure in acknowledging this fact. At that moment, Tian Xiao playfully brandished a bone knife, tossing a steaming piece of roasted meat into Chen Wuling's palm. Ah, hot, hot, hot. Chen Wuling instinctively withdrew her hand, yet she was reluctant to waste the succulent meat, resulting in a rather comical display. Laughter erupted among the crowd. "Come, let us drink." Lin Hu rose, raising his cup, to Captain Luo's ambitions. "Let us cast Tian Shao into the fray." With a boisterous howl, Lin Hu ignited the atmosphere further. The crowd responded enthusiastically, cheers. Luo Fei grabbed a bottle of strong liquor. "Bottoms up." Zhu Xiaotian raised her glass, her peripheral vision catching a glimpse of Tian Zhao's face, who had already downed a significant portion of the liquor. The ambience was incredibly lively. After the intoxication set in, while others felt unwell, Tian Shao remained unfazed. Observing his comrades being carried away in a haphazard manner by biomechanical robots, he took a deep breath, forcefully expelling the alcohol and its fumes through his pores. Steady and composed, he rose and descended to the 15th floor to engage in weightlifting. This was a skill he had acquired during his time with the Earth Federation Army. Within that army, the experts in drinking were unparalleled, with the most adept capable of downing 10 kilograms of strong liquor in half an hour. Later, Tian Shao learned that this individual had devoted their chip's computational abilities entirely to drinking, employing a breathing technique that allowed the majority of the liquor, which would have entered the digestive system, to be expelled through the pores, while the remainder was decomposed using a spice, ensuring no adverse effects on the body. From then on, Tian Shao mastered the art of barbecuing, and he encountered no rivals at the dining table thereafter. 2 hours later, Zhu Xiaotian appeared on the 15th floor and approached another heavy-duty sprinting machine. Impressive, she had recovered so quickly. A smile graced Tian Shao's face. "Huff, huff. Would you like to learn my personal skills? Let's discuss it when you reach age 5 in physical fitness." He set a feasible goal for Zhu Xiaotian. All right, she readily agreed. Her current muscle strength had reached 10.7, and her muscle responsiveness stood at 10.6. In just 2 months, she could attain age 5. What do you think? In the security team, Tian Shao, now possessing H9 level physical fitness, could effortlessly handle an 80-kilogram load while engaging in conversation with Zhu Xiaotian. "That sounds excellent," Zhu Xiaotian replied. "Everyone has been very considerate towards me, and the salary is quite high." At this point, she suddenly grasped the underlying intention of Tian Zhao's words and turned to look at him. "Rest assured, I'm perfectly fine now." When she said she was fine, it naturally referred to the high-pressure incident. "That's good to hear." Tian Zhao's concern for Zhu Xiaotian's condition was not particularly deliberate. It was merely that Luo Fei had imparted an invaluable lesson to him that day. Although he knew Qin Wuling would certainly respect and support his decision, it was imperative to address the underlying tensions in his heart promptly. Luo Fei, having risen from the grassroots level, possessed a remarkable grasp of human emotions and situations. Indeed, an old veteran is truly an old veteran. Tian Shao had always believed that Zhu Xiaotian was an exceptionally resilient young woman. Otherwise, she would not have fought her way into the Earth's celestial army to become the commander of a regiment. However, Zhu Xiaotian had also evolved from an ordinary girl, gradually maturing into her role. Human emotions are inherently tender. Zhu Xiaotian's tone shifted abruptly. Tian Shao was momentarily taken aback, glaring at her. "What about that vase? Why are you bringing her up? Have you lost your mind?" Zhu Xiaotian simply stuck out her tongue and diligently refocused on her training. Chapter 55. The G46 Abyss. A rumble echoed through the heavens, a thunderous roar shaking the very sky. Beneath the thick blanket of rain clouds, torrential rain poured down, relentlessly washing over the G46 sector. 2 Qingyao aircraft darted swiftly beneath the storm-laden clouds and through the flashes of lightning. One could discern that the vicinity of the abyss had transformed into a cascade of miniature waterfalls, formed by the sudden deluge, plunging into the depths below. G46 sector. All miners, evacuate immediately. Repeat, G46 sector. All miners, evacuate at once. A torrential downpour is expected to persist for over 3 hours, raising the danger level from moderate to high, with the imminent risk of localized geological collapses. Upon receiving the command, all miners promptly vacated the G46 sector. Zhu Xiaotian reiterated the announcement, continuously monitoring the situation below the abyss through the screens. Her voice, bolstered by the security team, resonated with a newfound clarity and strength, akin to a resounding rose in bloom. Accompanying the 38th Qingyao was the modified 2nd Qingyao, flying in formation. Tian Shao, the deputy leader of the security team, no longer needed to personally undertake patrol duties. Such tasks could easily be delegated to subordinates. However, given the inclement weather affecting Area G46, Where a dozen miners had tragically perished in a previous life, he hesitated but ultimately resolved to personally conclude the narrative of this place, bidding farewell to the deepest pit of G46's largest mine. Since he had transported away 3 tons of purple ore, miners numbers 099, 246, and 712 had been discreetly pursuing inquiries with the logistics department regarding any substantial submissions of purple ore. Naturally, the logistics department, rife with leaks, would not conceal the truth from them. Upon discovering that the individuals who intercepted the purple ore were members of the security team, their spirits plummeted. They felt a twinge of guilt, as the source of the purple ore had been their cousin who had previously developed the area. Their actions could inadvertently bring trouble upon him. With no alternative, they were left to swallow their grievances. After Tian Shao ascended to the role of deputy leader, they dared not entertain even the slightest notion of rebellion. All miners in Area G46, evacuate immediately. Captain, it seems there is no one left in G46. Patience, Tian Shao replied, unusually solemn as he sat in his position, continuously urging the Qinglong to repeatedly scout the conditions within the pit. The signal inside the pit was inherently weak, and with the thunderstorm raging, the transmission of signals was further obstructed. The Qingyao could only manage to receive faint signals through close-range shouting. Zhu Xiaodian, feeling helpless, could only persist. In the monitoring center, Lu Fanyan and Li Kuei were leisurely cracking seeds while conversing. The team leader actually knows how to create an opportunity for the two to be alone. Has he finally come to his senses? Li Kuei exclaimed, gesturing animatedly. Just look at this thunderstorm. Look at this torrential rain. There is a scene, there is a story. I believe the team leader is certainly up to something this time. Suddenly, someone interjected from behind. What a load of nonsense. If there were truly something significant, would Zhu Xiaodian be over there endlessly shouting? Lu Fanyan and Li Kuei, startled, quickly stood to pay their respects, fumbling to tidy up the seeds. It was not only Qin Wuling who had arrived. Luo Fei was also present. Luo Fei remarked, I've heard that a massive rain cloud has formed in Area G46. With continuous heavy rainfall, our deputy leader Tian Shao is taking it very seriously and is personally patrolling the area, so I came over to take a look. Yes. The two promptly offered their seats. Luo Fei took the main position. Beneath the downpour, the outline of the bluebird was already indistinguishable. Thick white vapor was rising from the deep pit, and a curtain of water cascaded down like a waterfall. Luo Fei's expression grew grave as he fixed his gaze on the direction of the pit. The rainfall is excessively heavy. It is indeed perilous. There is a possibility of a landslide. Is it possible to calculate and simulate the geological changes in Area G46? Qin Wuling shook his head. The heavy rain obstructs our view, making it impossible to obtain specific data. The accuracy of the chip calculations is highly unstable, and the results would be significantly skewed, lacking any reference value. Qin Wuling's statement was undeniably accurate. At this very moment, Tian Shao and Zhu Xiaodian are navigating through the curtain of rain in the G46 zone. The air is filled with the increasingly intense sound of raindrops battering against the aircraft, causing the entire body to feel considerably heavier. The visibility and analytical capacity of the probe have diminished to a mere 500 meters, rendering the depths of the pit beneath the rain obscured. Master, the rainfall is intensifying. The shell of the Qingniao is under significant pressure. We must reduce our speed. Otherwise, the external stealth coating will be compromised, and several delicate components within may suffer impact, leading to unpredictable dangers. Qinglong provided Tian Shao with the recommended speed, which he promptly adhered to. The stealth coating on the modified Qingyu is prohibitively expensive and cannot afford any mishaps. After decelerating, the two Qingyu aircraft were almost entirely engulfed by the rain, becoming increasingly elusive. From the monitoring center, their movements could only be tracked through radar. Suddenly, a tremendous roar erupted from below, startling both Tian Shao and Zhu Xiaodian aboard the Qingyao. The screen displayed signs of a potential landslide. With computational prowess at H6 level, Qilong swiftly analyzed the situation and provided a judgment. There is a 57% likelihood of geological failure within the pit due to rock collapse. A 36% chance that accumulated water has breached a tunnel, causing its collapse, and the remaining 7% pertains to unknown factors. It has finally collapsed. Tian Shao murmured to himself. Zhu Xiaodian gazed down into the pit and remarked, It's completely obscured. Shall we depart? It is no longer possible for miners to be stranded here. Tian Shao nodded. Given the occurrence of a collapse, The G46 zone's deepest pit would soon face a series of cascading collapses under the harsh conditions of the torrential rain, rendering exploration utterly futile. He prepared to depart. However, at that moment, a tremendous roar echoed from beneath the pit. Boom! A massive rock layer plunged into the depths, creating an enormous commotion. Indeed, Qinglong adjusted its course. Just then, a sharp, piercing roar emerged from the cacophony of the falling rocks, piercing through the rain and reaching the two Qingyao aircraft hovering above. The pilots in both cockpits simultaneously displayed expressions of gravity. In the next instant, the cockpit lights flashed red. They entered combat mode. Qinglong's voice resonated. Warning, Level 1 alert. There is a 99.9% probability that the recent sound originated from a monstrous creature. The remaining 0.01% possibility suggests it may be the voice of a mutated beast. Qinglong reported. Detected Great Canola has delivered God certification. Detected Ahui has delivered God certification. Detected Nibuk has delivered God certification. Detected Jiajiang Little Fatty has delivered God certification. Detected the affection from book friends in the form of energy, flowers, likes, milk tea, and inspiration capsules. Thank you. Chapter 56, Discovery and Abnormality? Tian Shao was taken aback. Zhu Xiaodian was left dumbfounded. The monitoring center has received an alarming report from the Qinglong. Luo Fei, Chen Wuling, Lu Fanyan, and Li Kuei rushed to the main screen, exchanging bewildered glances. Could this be a deception? How could it be possible for such a place to harbor insect beasts? Chen Wuling clutched her head, the goosebumps rising on her skin. The speed of the insect beasts is already formidable, and under such adverse weather conditions, the difficulty of tracking them escalates dramatically. Moreover, the Qingyao must fly perilously close to the ground, significantly reducing its speed to catch a glimpse of the insect beasts through the curtain of rain. The situation is exceedingly perilous. In close proximity, the corrosive saliva of the insect beasts poses a lethal threat to the Qingyao. However, the duty of the security personnel is to eradicate any encountered insect beasts and ferocious creatures. This is their solemn obligation and the very reason for their existence within the base. Tian Shao, this is the monitoring center. Luo Fei spoke, taking the initiative to contact the patrol leader of Zone G46. Tian Shao and Zhu Xiaodian have already realized they are facing an unforeseen crisis. Returning without exterminating the insect beasts would be an act of dereliction. Number 02, received. This is Luo Fei. In my capacity as the leader of the security team, I command you to remain stationed in Zone G46 and root out any insect beasts that may be concealed there. We will immediately dispatch 2 teams to seal off the area. Luo Fei instructed. Understood. Tian Shao recognized that Luo Fei was reminding him to act diligently and avoid any oversights. Negligence is a matter of grave consequence. In truth, he too was perplexed. How could insect beasts possibly emerge in such a location? Could it be that the rainwater is backing up, poised to trigger a landslide, compelling the hidden creatures beneath the earth to emerge in search of escape? Subsequently, another unsettling thought crossed his mind. In his previous life, the bodies of the dozen miners who perished in the G46 area were never recovered. Could it be that they were not entombed in the depths of this pit? With this notion, a chill inexplicably surged within Tian Shao, as he sensed the nebulous depths shrouded in rain becoming perilously treacherous. The torrential downpour proved exceedingly unfriendly to the Qingyao, which relied on speed and fire control to engage enemies from a distance, particularly for Zhu Xiaodian, who could hear the sounds of the creatures but was utterly incapable of discerning their positions or identifying their species, rendering her unable to assess their level of threat. Under the veil of rain, she felt utterly helpless. Luo Fei's orders left her uncertain of how to proceed. At that moment, Tian Zhao's steady voice reached her ears, providing a sense of reassurance. I am here. Zhu Xiaodian looked at Tian Shao. He calmly commanded, ascend 100 meters and serve as my lookout. The G46 area is on the brink of collapse, and the creatures will undoubtedly surface to flee from it. From this moment forth, your task is to unleash your computational abilities to the fullest. Muffle the sound of the rain and focus entirely on capturing the sounds of the creatures. Mark their positions based on the sounds and trace their movements to provide me with intelligence. Understood. Zhu Xiaodian immediately complied. The Qingyao soared into the sky, hovering motionlessly above the pit. The calculations proved arduous. The sound of rain was muffled, consuming an excessive amount of resources, accounting for over 70% of the computational power. The energy reserves depleted at a rate of 3 units per second, while collecting sound for analysis required at least an additional 10% of the computational capacity. I could not sustain this for long. The energy would be exhausted in no more than 3 minutes. Zhu Xiaotian reported her situation. The modified Qingyu was inherently equipped with stealth capabilities, yet the torrential rain provided a natural shield against detection. The downpour remained relentless, although the insect beasts had fallen silent. The geological structure of Zone G46 was perilously eroded by the rain, and landslides continued unabated. With another rumble, the previously subdued roars of the insect beasts erupted once more. Though this time, their position had evidently shifted. Tian Xiao sensed a subtle movement. The adversary seemed unusually vigilant. At that moment, a voice from the monitoring center emerged. Luo Fei announced that the general location of the insect beasts lay to the southeast of the deep pit, at least 400 meters away from their previous position. They were cautious, likely due to the continuous alerts broadcasted by Zhu Xiaotian and me, which instilled a sense of caution in them, knowing we were circling nearby. If it weren't for the unexpected landslides in the vicinity, which compelled them to reveal their presence, we might never have detected them. This made sense. Tian Xiao concurred with Luo Fei's analysis. Just then, 2 more locations experienced simultaneous landslides. The situation in Zone G46 became increasingly perilous. The insect beasts concealed within the deep pit were clearly restless. Amidst the rain, other sounds began to emerge, distinct from the noise of the downpour and the landslides, which Zhu Xiaotian promptly captured with her heightened auditory collection efforts. One by one, the footprints were swiftly marked by Zhu Xiaotian. Tian Zhao's eyes sparkled with excitement. Terrain analysis, anticipation. He made a slight adjustment to the angle of the aircraft, simultaneously locking onto the target with both the cannon and the 6-barrel Gatling gun. However, Tian Xiao refrained from firing immediately. "Captain," Zhu Xiaotian exclaimed, her anxiety mounting as the energy reserves plummeted due to the trajectory analysis. "I can barely hold on. The energy consumption can only sustain us for another 30 seconds. Persevere," Tian Xiao replied, his voice steady. In his estimation, the insect creature was moving rapidly, nearly reaching the surface. He awaited the moment it would emerge from the deep pit and ascend to the ground. He did not wish for the creature to be struck down into the abyss below. An insect buried within a deep pit held no value. He required the pancreas within its body. As anticipated, the insect creature soon surged to the surface. The surface rock layer was not particularly stable. The relentless rain had softened the edges of the ground. The insect was accelerating away from the deep pit. Its objective another pit not far away. Tian Zhao's gaze sharpened. After the creature had dashed 100 meters, he decisively activated the engine. Blue flames erupted from the curtain of rain, propelling the aircraft forward with a powerful surge. Swiftly bringing it above the insect creature, the probe beneath the cabin distinctly projected a monster, its body adorned with jagged spikes akin to an alien being. Onto the main screen, the cold, dark body exuded an aura of chilling brutality, radiating sharpness. "This is..." Tian Zhao's pupils constricted slightly. This was not an H-class insect creature. The tail, the form, it was a G-class insect creature. The black serpent insect. As the name surfaced in Tian Zhao's mind, Qing Long had already compared the figure's silhouette with his database, revealing alarming intelligence. G-class black serpent insect beast detected. "Danger! Danger!" Qing Long solemnly warned. "It is advisable to ascend to a greater altitude and increase the distance." The G-class black serpent insect beast exhibited astonishing speed, and it had already sensed the unusual velocity of the dim-hued aircraft as Qing Miao approached from behind. With a sudden leap, Qing Miao propelled herself off a nearby rock just as she soared overhead. The modified Qing Miao abruptly plummeted, its belly's exterior compromised by the long, sharp tail of the black serpent insect beast. Chapter 57. Ejection from the cockpit. Engage. With a thunderous roar amidst flashes of lightning, a monstrous silhouette emerged from below, clawing and lashing out at the modified Qing Miao through the curtain of rain. In that instant, Tian Zhao's heart tightened to its utmost limit. Just like a human, an aircraft becomes perilously vulnerable when a beast approaches. The threat of a crash looms ever closer. However, Tian Xiao was different. The moment the modified Qing Miao's claws breached the cockpit's exterior, he had already grasped his assault rifle firmly in hand. "Qing Long, ascend directly." "Affirmative." Qing Long executed a swift maneuver, lifting the aircraft's nose in a vertical ascent of 90 degrees. The rear thrusters erupted with scorching flames that shifted to a brilliant blue. the terrifying kinetic energy imparting a powerful thrust against the occupants. The landing black serpent insect beast was mercilessly pinned to the cockpit's base, its tail still firmly grasping the fuselage, emitting a shrill, piercing sound as metal was rent apart. 2 seconds later, the black serpent insect beast reacted, its claws inverted, gripping the shell of the modified bluebird, embedding deeply within, stabilizing its form. Then, like a specter, it began to ascend rapidly, moving with a fluid grace. Its elongated, sharp tail flicked with agility, piercing the shell of the modified bluebird with chilling precision, creating several holes and sparking arcs of electricity. Typically, a bluebird would have succumbed by this juncture. The bluebird had undergone enhancements and modifications, yet the relentless assaults were sufficient to elicit a mournful shriek from it. However, the monitoring center remained oblivious, unable to discern the events concealed within the curtain of rain. They merely assessed the diminishing structural integrity and increasing damage of the bluebird's shell. Concluding that Tian Xiao had engaged in combat with the insect beast, Tian Xiao had no time to relay his intelligence. In a mere 2 seconds, the modified bluebird soared skyward, ascending over 300 meters, distancing itself from the ground. The cockpit ejected. Tian Xiao clutched his assault rifle and issued a command that nearly caused Qing Long to hesitate. Eject, abandon the vessel. Without a moment's hesitation, Qing Long complied. The front cabin door swung open, and a tremendous force emanated from the seat's base. The combat suit enveloping Tian Xiao automatically generated a mask, shielding him from the torrential rain and biting winds that rushed in. At the moment of ejection, Tian Xiao caught sight of a grotesque, cold-blooded creature that had crawled to the front of the bluebird, its tail whipping like an alloy weapon, puncturing the bluebird's underbelly with 7 or 8 gaping holes. The sudden ejection maneuver momentarily stunned the black serpent insect beast, causing its movements to falter as its cold, obsidian eyes scanned the surroundings. A solitary figure and a creature traversed through the relentless curtain of rain, their gazes locking in a silent confrontation. Tian Xiao felt a faint prickling sensation upon his skin. However, the impact on the black serpent insect beast was far more severe. As Tian Xiao raised his eyes to survey the surroundings, the muzzle of an assault rifle simultaneously erupted with blinding flames. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat, 2 bursts of fire, at a distance of less than 20 meters. The bullets fired at close range could be described as being directed with utmost precision. The black serpent insect beast's eyes were shattered instantly. Viscous green fluid gushed forth from its compound eyes. 2 additional bullets penetrated its instinctively open mouth. The moist cavity, once enveloped in the acrid scent of gunpowder, became a conduit for the chilling breeze. The bullets pierced through, allowing the cool air to rush into the creature's interior. The black serpent insect beast, overwhelmed by the immense pressure, plummeted from the azure bird, its shadow swiftly consumed by the tempest. The prickling sensation faded away. With a sharp crack, the parachute deployed. A powerful force yanked at Tian Xiao from behind. Qing Long, control number 02, rendezvous 50 meters directly beneath me. Affirmative. Though the black serpent insect beast had been cast down, it would not succumb easily. Tian Xiao discarded the assault rifle and pressed a button on his seat. The safety harness released automatically. He free fell through the opening of the azure bird, crashing heavily against the alloy walls of the cabin with a resounding thud. Despite the tingling sensation coursing through one side of his body, Tian Xiao urgently commanded, "Follow closely. Stay close." The black serpent insect beast, though still perilous, had significantly diminished in strength after sustaining injuries, its threat now considerably reduced. Risking such great peril, the modified bluebird endured a launch and sustained over 9% damage to its exterior. Having finally wounded the black serpent beetle, it could not allow it to escape. Zhu Xiaotian was already rendered powerless, having vacated the battlefield due to dwindling energy reserves. This was a scheme meticulously crafted by Tian Xiao from the outset. As the modified bluebird executed a steep dive, it surprisingly reached the ground before the black serpent beetle. The moment the creature appeared on the main screen, it crashed violently onto the surface, its compound eyes shattered, leaving it disoriented and unable to maintain bodily equilibrium amidst the torrential rain, in a state of utter disarray. Thick, murky green liquid bubbled up from the ground, releasing plumes of noxious smoke. Before the black serpent beetle could catch its breath, a tremendous sense of pressure descended upon it from above, heralding the fierce descent of the modified bluebird. This time, the creature dared not initiate an attack, instead turning to flee. Unfortunately, Tian Xiao had no intention of granting it an opportunity. With a pull of the trigger, the heavy machine gun unleashed two fiery streams. The black serpent beetle, driven by instinct, attempted to evade the searing onslaught. However, the rocks directly ahead suddenly erupted. A powerful shockwave, accompanied by sharp debris, struck it head-on, toppling it to the ground, where it rolled helplessly several times before fortuitously landing beneath the heavy machine gun's fire. The ground erupted beneath it, and blood splattered as the creature writhed in agony, its legs shattered beyond repair, severely limiting its mobility. The modified bluebird swiftly decelerated, hovering above the black serpent beetle as the heavy machine gun unleashed a relentless barrage. The creature's legs were utterly obliterated, and its tail thrashed wildly in a desperate attempt to evade the oncoming fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as Tian Xiao furrowed his brow. A shell exploded above the black serpent beetle, the ensuing flames disorienting the creature. Seizing the moment, the heavy machine gun forcefully severed its tail. Next, the gun was aimed at the beetle's head, which resulted in its immediate demise. A grade G insect beast fell before Tian Xiao. Qinglong, decrease altitude and prepare for landing. Master, the surrounding rock formations are currently extremely unstable. Landing is not advisable, Qinglong cautioned. Enough with the chatter, execute, Tian Xiao commanded. The flesh and blood of the grade G black serpent beetle possessed a highly corrosive nature. If the pancreatic body within it were not extracted promptly, it would soon be entirely eroded. The pancreatic body of a grade G insect beast held a value 5 to 10 times that of a grade H insect beast. This particular black serpent beetle had been lurking in zone G46 for an unknown duration, worth no less than 7 to 8 million at the very least. Crucially, Tian Zhao's physical prowess had now been elevated to 14.3, but the progress of his physical training had begun to slow. He would need the grade G pancreatic body to swiftly advance to grade G. Thus, the pancreatic body of the black serpent beetle was even more enticing than 20 million. Chapter 58. Insect slaughter and egg retrieval. The modified Qingyao gradually approached the ground. Under the relentless downpour, the surface, already under immense geological stress, had developed numerous cracks, which continued to widen due to the bombardment of the cannon. It was no wonder Qinglong had issued a warning against landing. The proximity to the edge of the deep pit was less than 200 meters, with the constant risk of collapse. Without hesitation, Tian Xiao pressed on. Before the azure bird could achieve complete stability in midair, the individual had already leapt from the cabin, landing beside the lifeless corpse of the black serpent beetle. The combat suit automatically extended a sharp blade, which plunged without hesitation into its chest. The anatomy of the black serpent beetle was remarkably aggressive. Its surface riddled with numerous compartments containing highly corrosive liquid. Any close-range attack, upon breaching its defenses, would be met with a retaliatory spray of this corrosive fluid. With remarkable precision, Tian Zhao's strike found its mark, wedged perfectly within the membrane, allowing him to skillfully detach two segments of the exoskeleton, revealing the grotesque organs within. With a swift motion, he sheathed the blade and, in a flash, inserted his right hand into the opened cavity, extracting a reddish, tuberous object, the pancreas of the black serpent beetle. With the prize in hand, Tian Xiao contemplated seizing a portion of the creature's tail as a trophy. However, after much deliberation, he refrained from doing so. Upon returning to the modified azure bird, Tian Xiao, with an inscrutable expression, piloted the craft into the sky, then unleashed two artillery shells upon the now invisible location of the corpse below. The collapse of zone G46 was hastened in an instant. The modified azure bird soared above, while the area erupted with a deafening cacophony of crumbling debris, shaking the very ground despite the torrential rain. The remains of the black serpent beetle were utterly engulfed in the chaos. With a swift exit from zone G46, the azure bird finally received a transmission from the control center. What transpired? Tian Xiao, steady yourself. Zhu Xiaodian, where is your leader? Luo Fei's voice grew increasingly urgent. Number 028, have you arrived yet? Damn it. This is the intelligence from the monitoring center following the ejection sequence, which has been automatically recorded but not promptly conveyed to him. One can only imagine the shock and terror that gripped everyone upon hearing the news that the pilot of the number 02 Phoenix had successfully ejected. Even Luo Fei was affected. Zhu Xiaodian had exited the G46 zone due to depleted energy reserves. Chen Wuling and others piloting the Phoenix had yet to reach the scene. All were oblivious to the events unfolding within the G46 zone, with many fearing for the deputy leader's fate. It wasn't until Tian Xiao re-established communication with the monitoring center, transmitting the modified information regarding the number 02, that clarity began to emerge. On the main screen, Luo Fei, the clan leader, was seen supporting himself on the monitoring platform, his head bowed low, until someone behind him exclaimed that the deputy leader was unharmed, prompting him to suddenly lift his head in astonishment. Confusion washed over him. Hadn't the number 02 Phoenix ejected its pilot? How could he still be standing there? It was Luo Fei's first encounter with someone in the cockpit standing and making eye contact with him. After a moment's hesitation, he regained his composure. Number 02. Report the situation. He did not forget his responsibilities. As the leader of the security team, his duty was to ensure the safety of the base. He needed to ascertain the whereabouts of the insect beast that had just vanished. Tian Xiao responded. Unknown insect beast, after falling from a great height, was struck by cannon fire and heavy machine guns. Subsequently, a severe collapse occurred in the G46 zone, and the insect beast was engulfed. Its descent remains untraceable. The shell of Unit 2 is damaged, the cockpit seat requires readjustment, and both cannon and heavy machine gun ammunition need replenishing. Unit 38 has exhausted its energy and now requests to disengage from combat. Permission granted. Luo Fei breathed a sigh of relief. It is an undeniable fact that Unit 2 engaged in fierce combat with the insect beasts. Given that the insect beasts have already fallen into the collapsed area, their survival against the forces of nature seems exceedingly bleak. Moreover, the current climate and circumstances do not permit further search efforts. Yes, Tian Xiao spoke calmly. Unit 38, join the formation. We are returning to base. Unit 38 has entered the lineup. 2 modified Qingyao aircraft surged out of the rain zone. One was unscathed. The other, its shell severely damaged, presented a shocking sight. Zhu Xiaodian, through the main screen, witnessed the dire state of the modified Qingyao, simultaneously observing the leader seated on the cockpit floor, his hands trembling faintly at the controls. As a participant in this battle, she understood the peril they faced, yet she recognized that she could not fathom the immense pressure borne by Deputy Leader Tian Xiao. In such circumstances, a desperate counterattack ensued. Gazing at the azure sky outside, Zhu Xiaodian felt an overwhelming heaviness in her heart. She had always believed that her inclusion in the security team meant she was no longer merely a decorative figure. However, in this battle, she felt as if she were nothing more than a vase, utterly unhelpful. Throughout the journey back, Zhu Xiaodian remained silent. Upon returning to the base, she hurried to the training ground. Tian Xiao encountered Luo Fei, Old Lu, and a group of others at the base's repair department. They had all heard the news of his use of the ejection device and came to check on his well-being. As Tian Xiao emerged unscathed, a collective sigh of relief swept through the crowd. Thank goodness. As long as there are no injuries, it is a blessing. You rascal, the indestructible cockroach. Come, let me touch you. I wish to bask in your glory as well. The others gathered around, offering their unique forms of consolation to Tian Xiao. Approaching Luo Fei, Tian Xiao spoke earnestly. I have fulfilled my mission. At least I did not bring shame to our security team. Luo Fei maintained an exterior of calm, yet within, he was tumultuous. During the journey, he had received data uploaded by Unit 2 and finally beheld the true visage of the insect beast, confirming it to be a Grade G creature. Grade G insect beasts are not particularly rare on resource planets developed by major corporations. Yet their appearances invariably result in significant casualties. The assault capabilities of Grade G beasts, along with the peril they pose in close combat to ordinary aircraft, far surpass those of the H-series insect beasts. Assault rifles could injure a Grade G insect beast. Luo Fei struggled to articulate his thoughts. Beneath the torrential rain, the imagery was obscured. Throughout the ordeal, his vision remained hazy, yet the impact of each frame was undiminished. The only aspect he could not comprehend was why. In the end, Tian Xiao chose to take the immense risk of confronting the black serpent insect beast directly. Chapter 59. Significant enhancement. Luo Fei did not witness Tian Xiao extracting a piece of the pancreas from the black serpent insect beast. As Tian Xiao descended, he deliberately evaded all surveillance, concealing the pancreas within his attire. In 2 months, the elite members from the subsidiaries of Yunchong Group and the headquarters will gather to participate in the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative. He must seize the opportunity to enhance his physical prowess and bridge the gap between himself and the exceptionally gifted youths from the headquarters. A group of people chattered animatedly around Tian Xiao for a while before dispersing. Luo Fei was not easily deceived, so he proceeded to pose several questions to Tian Xiao. The process of counterattacking was remarkably swift. It was evident that mere talent alone could not achieve such prowess. Luo Fei began to suspect that Tian Xiao had undergone specialized training at a military academy. Noticing Luo Fei's persistent inquisitiveness, Tian Xiao reluctantly revealed a portion of his secrets. Boss Luo, feel the material of my combat uniform. Following his instructions, Luo Fei touched it and was taken aback. The military's H-series combat uniform? You are actually wearing a standard army uniform. This piece of gear cost 5 million. It turned out that only he and Wu Hao could afford it within the entire security team. He knew very well that possessing such a uniform would offer some degree of protection against lethal blows, even when facing G-class insect beasts. When did you purchase this? Luo Fei could no longer contain his curiosity. He remembered that before Tian Xiao struck it rich with a batch of purple ore, he certainly lacked the means for such an investment. Tian Xiao then recounted how he had wagered 1 million at the training hall in Crescent City, ultimately netting 12 million. Luo Fei stood there, dumbfounded. Is that even possible? A 1 to 12 payout, and you actually hit it. Your luck is extraordinary. What else have you bought? Biological chips. I purchased a total of 4, intending to utilize them for H9. Additionally, I acquired some gene enhancement liquid. Tian Xiao recognized the necessity to uncover certain matters to eliminate Luo Fei's doubts regarding his own abilities. Thus, he had already instructed Qing Long to consume the second biological chip during the journey. In a few days, the chip would elevate to H7 level. He claimed that he bought the gene enhancement liquid to rapidly enhance his physical speed, rendering him more normal and credible. Luo Fei's attention was indeed diverted as he inquired, "What level is the chip at now? What is your physical quality?" Although he was aware that Tian Xiao diligently trained every day and that his physical attributes should surpass those of Chun Wu Ling, he remained unaware of the specifics. This time, Tian Xiao did not dare to withhold any information and candidly revealed, chip level H6, soon to reach H7. Muscle strength 14. 3. Muscle responsiveness 14. 3. Biological energy 205. You've surpassed 200. H9 physical quality. How many bottles of gene enhancement liquid have you used? Luo Fei was taken aback. He recalled that when he first encountered Tian Xiao, he was an ordinary adult with no civilian chip, possessing attributes below 10 points and an overall strength of H2. In less than 2 months, he had ascended to H9. Tian Xiao was well aware that this remarkable transformation was due to the consumption of 3 beast pancreas and numerous insect pancreas, equivalent to the effects of multiple gene enhancement liquids. If he hadn't reached H9, his body would indeed be quite inadequate. This can be seen as paving the way for one's future. 2 bottles were sufficient to reach H9. Luo Fei's lips trembled uncontrollably, his gaze drifting to the side. He hesitated to say anything further. Words only led to tears. After years of training and the consumption of 4 vials of genetic enhancement serum, he managed to elevate his muscle strength and stress flexibility to H9. The comparison with others was disheartening. With a stiffened expression, Luo Fei could only offer a reluctant encouragement to Tian Xiao. Achieving H9 with just 2 vials of genetic enhancement serum demonstrates your remarkable talent. Your diligent training has evidently yielded fruit. Excellent. Following this encouragement, he made an excuse to leave, seeking a place to drink. Tian Xiao successfully passed the test. The pancreatic body of a G-grade insect beast, when applied to personnel of H-grade, exhibited an extraordinarily potent effect. Tian Xiao worried that if someone impulsively checked the data on the training equipment, resulting in a dramatic enhancement in physical capabilities, it would inevitably lead to complications that could not be easily explained. He was not yet prepared for the potential exposure of the pancreatic body's secret. In truth, he did not believe he could endure such a significant event. It would be best to wait for official channels. Tian Xiao secluded himself for focus training. The modified Qingtiao was sent for repairs. Everyone assumed he was merely resting in his room, leaving him undisturbed. Seizing this opportunity, Tian Xiao quietly spent a day in his room, thoroughly experiencing the formidable potency of the G-grade pancreatic body. His muscle strength surged from 14.3 to 15.6. His muscle stress flexibility rose from 14.3 to 15.7, surpassing muscle strength for the first time. This may be attributed to the accumulation of mutagenic substances within the body of the black serpent insect beast, which tend to enhance muscular agility, or in simpler terms, nimbleness. In summary, he is merely 1 step away from achieving the G-class physique threshold of 16 points. Tian Xiao even harbored doubts regarding whether his current physical capabilities might have already surpassed those of the esteemed Luo Fei. It was not until 24 hours later that the security team conveyed the news. Luo Fei's chip and physical attributes had officially ascended to G-class, and he had formally submitted his application to the company, aspiring to be included in the reserve list for the leadership of the company's development bases. Tian Xiao felt a slight shock, for based on his previous life's experiences, he knew that Luo Fei had incurred significant resource losses during his various internal conflicts with Wu Hao, ultimately achieving G-class status and submitting his application only 2 years later. Now, he had accomplished this 2 years ahead of schedule, a development closely linked to Tian Zhao's emergence. With Wu Hao apprehended, the base had swiftly transformed into Luo Fei's domain, with a stable rearguard and the infusion of 1 million he had provided. Luo Fei's successful advance to G-class was a natural progression. Simultaneously, 2 additional pieces of good news emerged. Luo Fei uploaded the incident involving the patrol team encountering the black serpent insect beast in Area G46 to the company headquarters, formally recommending the current deputy leader Tian Xiao for the position of head of the base's security team, and advocating for the security team leader Chen Wu Ling to be appointed as the deputy leader. The security department was in a state of fervor, everyone excitedly circulating the news. Marvelous. Tian Xiao. It is rumored that the base commander, General Lin Su, has already applied for transfer, preparing to seek a position aboard a ship. At that time, it is highly likely that the highest authority at this base will be our team leader, with you and Brother Chen serving as the first and second in command of the security team. Everyone is filled with festive cheer. Tian Xiao blinked and asked, "What are you thinking? Do you really believe that the senior management at the company headquarters is a group of inept individuals who would allow this place to become Luo Fei's private base?" Isn't it precisely because Lin Su, the commander, and the security team cannot work in harmony that they must oversee and restrain each other? Chapter 60. Recommendation approved. As the deputy leader of the security team, Tian Xiao felt it was his duty to extend heartfelt congratulations to Luo Fei, who had shown him kindness. Although he was aware that Luo Fei had been spurred by his encouragement to advance to G level ahead of time. Indeed, upon meeting, he noticed Luo Fei's complexion was radiant, and his aura had grown significantly stronger, exuding a palpable sense of authority and sharpness in his gaze, embodying the spirit of success. "Congratulations, team leader." "Haha. Tian Xiao, you've arrived. Thanks to the 10 million you sent, otherwise, I would have needed to save for another 6 months." With each step closer to his dream of becoming a captain, Luo Fei was naturally in high spirits. Unable to contain his joy as he beamed widely and personally rose to pour tea for Tian Xiao. Tian shouted the teapot into his own hands, prompting Luo Fei to finally take a seat. "Old Lu and his crew must have already informed you. I have formally applied to headquarters to be included in the reserve list for base leaders. Zhang Lian has informed me that the company is indeed considering taking over a resource planet that has been released by headquarters and is currently seeking suitable candidates for base leaders. Initially, I was positioned in the secondary reserve, but with the application of Chief Lin from our base to join the fleet, there is a likelihood that the vacancies for base leaders will suddenly increase by 2, and I am perfectly poised to fill one of those gaps." Luo Fei has regarded Tian Xiao as an equal colleague, which is why he shares insights with Tian Xiao that he has not previously discussed with Chen Wuling. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiao's eyes brightened. "Congratulations, team leader. Your aspirations have been realized with your promotion to chief. The headquarters has already received the account of your annihilation of the black serpent beast, and I have taken the liberty of recommending you to Zhang Lian to succeed me as the leader of the security team. Although your experience is somewhat limited, your record is illustrious and has long captured the attention of the company's higher-ups. With your chip level reaching H7 and your physical fitness attaining H9, you now meet the criteria to assume the role of security team leader. Unless unforeseen circumstances arise, the likelihood of approval from higher management is quite high. My tenure in the security team has been short, barely 2 months, and to be honest, Tian Xiao felt a twinge of uncertainty. Luo Fei chuckled. "Do not worry. I understand the significance of the security team leader position. What the higher-ups value are the abilities to unite the team in individual prowess. You are recognized by the security team and possess experience in combating fierce beasts, insectoid creatures, and interstellar pirates, having achieved numerous merits. Now, you stand as the only member of our security team to have eradicated a G-class insectoid beast. The higher-ups are perceptive and will surely grant approval." Borrowing the auspicious words of the esteemed Lord Luo, I am fortunate to have received this recommendation. Even if I do not obtain it, it matters not. I shall collaborate harmoniously with my brothers and support the newly appointed clan leader, prioritizing the greater good. Tian Xiao expressed his agreement. Very well. Your assurance suffices. Luo Fei smiled with a sense of ease, remarking, in comparison to Chen Wuling, you may be 2 years his junior, yet your maturity in handling affairs surpasses his. In many respects, you will need to look after Chen Wuling. Although his innate talent may not match yours, his character is commendable. He will prove to be a valuable asset. Lord Luo's words carry weight. I share a strong bond with Brother Chen, and we shall support one another and ensure we take care of each other moving forward. Indeed, Luo Fei responded with greater satisfaction. At that moment, an email arrived simultaneously in the inboxes of both Luo Fei and Tian Xiao, signed by the headquarters of Fei Corporation. This was an official communication directed to the base security team in the central office. Tian Xiao opened the email with remarkable efficiency. The application of General Lin Su had been approved. He is set to depart from this base and board a vessel, assuming the role of vice captain to embark on an interstellar journey, thus gaining experience for his future position as captain. Similarly, Luo Fei's application was granted. However, his new assignment was not at this base, nor at the resource planet being taken over from the Yunzhong group. Instead, Luo Fei has been assigned to the resource planet numbered 77626, where he will take over as the highest authority, succeeding a base leader who is also joining the fleet. Although Luo Fei has achieved his objective, the outcome leaves him somewhat unsatisfied. Due to the advanced state of resource planet development in that region compared to the current base, the number of miners has dwindled to fewer than 2,000. This signifies a lack of profit and potential gain. In summary, the returns here pale in comparison to the newfound resource planet, resulting in a substantial reduction in revenue. Like Chief Lin Su, Luo Fei can only await the opportunity to board a ship and alter his destiny. Tian Xiao is not surprised by this outcome, as Fei Corporation would never permit Luo Fei to oversee the logistics and security team of a base. Further down the line, Luo Fei's recommendation was approved. The next step involved the company's formal appointment. Tian Xiao is designated to assume Luo Fei's current position as the leader of the security team, while Chen Wuling is promoted to the role of deputy leader. As for the position of Chief Lin Su, it has been decided that an individual from the company headquarters will be parachuted in to take over. The atmosphere on site immediately grew less fervent. Luo Fei's brow furrowed, and his initial joy diminished significantly. Though he had been promoted, the target location deviated considerably from expectations, falling short of what was anticipated. Having experienced similar situations before, Luo Fei remained composed and quickly regained his demeanor, smiling at Tian Xiao. In any case, I am now the chief of a base. However, this means I will inevitably become a target of vigilance for the security team of another base, only able to manage the miners and logistics department here, with no authority beyond that. After a pause, he shifted his tone. What concerns me most now is you, and Chen Wuling. Do you understand the implications? Tian Xiao shook his head. He had to shake his head. As a newcomer who was promoted to the position of security team leader in less than 2 months, my innate talents shone too brightly. It would be abnormal for the internal competition within the company to be aware of too much. Sighing, Luo Fei remarked, every base leader primarily desires to have control over the security team. With sufficient military might, one can fully grasp the reins of a base, commanding obedience and authority far exceeding that of Commander Lin. This is the true reason I wish to remain and work alongside you. Tian Xiao silently nodded, yet inwardly mused. What a far-fetched notion. The individuals at the company headquarters meticulously calculated and schemed daily, granting the security team adequate power solely to prevent such a scenario from arising. The new commander dispatched by the company undoubtedly shared a similar mindset, seeking to exploit your vulnerabilities in an attempt to intimidate and subdue you. At this juncture, Luo Fei's tone shifted to one of gravity and seriousness. The first science fiction work will be diligently crafted, with emotions vividly expressed. Thank you for your support. Chapter 61. The arrival of the new commander. Luo Fei's admonition to Tian Xiao was succinct. Exercise caution. Prioritize stability above all. As long as one adapts to the authority of the security team leader, understands the rules of the base, and recognizes what is permissible and what is not, one can stand shoulder to shoulder with the base leader. Luo Fei had navigated this path, ultimately forcing Commander Lin to retreat into seclusion, disengaged from external affairs. Tian Xiao conveyed his understanding. Luo Fei nodded slightly. Tian Xiao, your approach remains remarkably steady, as long as you avoid any fatal vulnerabilities or flaws. If you continue in your current style, the new leader will find it difficult to grasp any of your weaknesses. However, Old Lu and his team tend to be rather lackadaisical. The plan proposed by Tian Xiao received Luo Fei's approval. He understood Old Lu. His capabilities had significantly declined, and he had essentially resigned himself to complacency, indifferent to his position. Now, he merely wished to drift through life, accumulating some savings for his future. Just removing his responsibilities and offering a few words of guidance would suffice. Henceforth, the members of the security team will be entrusted to you. Luo Fei formally entrusted his group of brothers to Tian Xiao. Rising from his seat, Tian Xiao solemnly nodded. Rest assured, Boss Luo. I will take utmost care of these brothers. I eagerly await the day when you rejoin us aboard the ship. Indeed, Luo Fei glanced around, his expression reflecting a sense of nostalgia. After spending several years here, he felt a tinge of reluctance. The company's email had left everyone feeling quite sorrowful. A grand farewell party was organized in honor of Boss Luo. The following day, he was set to depart. General Lin Su planned to leave only after the new leader had officially taken his position. When the new leader descended from a seahorse-shaped aircraft, he appeared remarkably youthful, resembling a recent graduate, approximately 24 or 25 years old, with a tall, slender build. For individuals, exuding an air more akin to bodyguards, followed closely behind him, instantly igniting a flurry of speculation and discussion among the crowd. The crowd began to murmur amongst themselves, how youthful. Commander Lin Su is only 36, and we already perceive him as remarkably young. Yet this individual appears as if they have just graduated from school. Indeed, no more than 25 years of age. A 25-year-old with a G-level designation. Their future is boundless. The high-ranking officials in the base command center, control tower, and logistics department could not conceal their astonishment. Are those individuals bodyguards? What a grand spectacle. I wonder which senior executive's son this is. They appear to be at least as capable as our security department personnel, yet our company headquarters likely cannot afford such an extravagant display. Could they have been parachuted in from the group for a gilded position? By the way, have you noticed? Aside from the team leader and deputy leader of the security department who came to show their support, none of the other security team members have made an appearance. What does that matter? Only the team leader and deputy are middle management. The others are merely ordinary staff, and their presence is unnecessary. However, I recall that when Commander Lin Su first arrived, our security department dispatched all personnel to welcome him. 36 Jingyao aircraft lined up to greet him. It was quite a courteous affair. The speaker was from the base command center and control tower. Tian Xiao and Chun Wuling stood at the front of the crowd, indifferent to the discussions behind them. The youthful commander descended, his gaze landing first on Tian Xiao's face. You are the leader of the security team, Tian Xiao? The commander's tone unmistakably carried an air of superiority. Tian Xiao smiled faintly and took the initiative to extend a hand. Indeed, General Wang Yunfei, on behalf of the entire security team, I warmly welcome your arrival. I have heard that your predecessor was quite disappointed for not remaining here. Is it true that your security team genuinely welcomes my sudden appointment? Those awaiting General Wang Yunfei's arrival detected an undercurrent of challenge in the newcomer's words directed at the security team. No one dared to respond. Tian Xiao, undeterred, maintained his smile and remarked, the outside world tends to spread rumors. General Wang, do not heed such fabrications. Rumors? Indeed. May it be so. Wang Yunfei retorted without shaking hands with Tian Xiao. Instead, he gestured toward the back, prompting a bodyguard to step forward and present a cigar, which was promptly lit. Wang Yunfei took a puff, the acrid smoke billowing directly into Tian Xiao's face, as he barked, lead the way. This action further elevated the perception of Wang Yunfei's arrogance and grandeur among the onlookers. Qin Wuling's expression soured considerably during his tenure with Luo Fei. He had never encountered such blatant disrespect. When had the security team ever been so undervalued? The personnel from the command center, control tower, and logistics department were taken aback. Though they were in the presence of the general, they understood the significance of the security team leader. A wave of uncertainty swept through the group, unsure of how to defuse the tension. Before Tian Xiao could react, Qin Wuling, unable to contain himself, clenched his fists and prepared to retaliate, only to be swiftly restrained by Tian Xiao's firm grip on his shoulder, effortlessly neutralizing Chun Wuling's aggression with a mere 15-6 force. The newly appointed commander has just arrived. There is no need for excessive excitement. Come, Let us accompany the commander to the command center for a brief tour. Tian Zhao's smile remains unwavering, completely ignoring Wang Yunfei's condescending demeanor and provocative gestures. He understands that the other party is deliberately seeking a confrontation, attempting to exploit his youthful impetuosity to expose his vulnerabilities and provide an opportunity for retaliation. Such tactics are rather cliché. However, it must be acknowledged that they can indeed be quite effective against the young, as demonstrated by Chen Wuling, who is almost eager to confront the new commander with fervor. Unfortunately, Chen Wuling remains unaware of the adage that higher ranks can exert overwhelming authority. While he is indeed the head of the security team and holds the position of second-in-command at the base, surpassing the commander in matters of security and armed personnel. This does not grant him the liberty to disdain the commander or to disregard the respect due to his superior. Ultimately, the commander is his superior and the highest authority at the base. Any act of aggression or disrespect towards a superior will be duly recorded, and in grave circumstances, could lead to disciplinary action, allowing the commander to proceed with subsequent arrangements with ease. Alas, Wang Yunfei remains oblivious to the fact that he is not contending with a naive and inexperienced youth, but rather with a seasoned veteran who has navigated the complexities of existence for 3 years, a person whose fate has been grasped tightly by the Earth's celestial forces. How shallow. In the presence of the gathered crowd, Tian Zhao, alongside Chen Wuling, takes the initiative to step forward and guide Wang Yunfei. Seemingly unaffected by the latter's haughty and imperious demeanor, Wang Yunfei's expression subtly shifted. The 4 bodyguards trailing behind him gradually exhibited a grave demeanor. Chapter 62, The First Round of Conflict. This young man possesses remarkable composure. He remains entirely unperturbed. Intelligence reports indicate that he is merely 24 years old, recently graduated. And under normal circumstances, he should not exhibit such shrewdness and restraint. Indeed, it is perplexing. According to the intelligence provided by headquarters, this young man has displayed remarkable decisiveness during missions, confronting ferocious beasts and insect creatures with pronounced individual heroism. Otherwise, he would not have dared to face a grade G insect beast alone in a combat pod. The fact that someone with experience in independently slaying a grade G insect beast can still maintain composure in this situation is indicative of erroneous intelligence. The bodyguard's wariness towards Tian Zhao escalated sharply, although Wang Yunfei continued to flaunt his authority while smoking a cigar. Exuding an air of arrogance and occasionally seeking to provoke the head of the security team, Tian Zhao remained unfazed, methodically guiding him through the command center, followed by the control tower and logistics department. Chen Wuling, throughout the journey, bore a tense expression, struggling to contain himself. The demeanor and poise exhibited by Tian Zhao not only thwarted Wang Yunfei's attempts to assert dominance, but also earned immense respect from the accompanying senior officials. The Group's final destination was the security department. The security department occupied an entire building, with formidable guards stationed at the entrance. Upon reaching this point, Tian Zhao seemed to transform entirely. Stopping at the entrance, I briefly introduced, "This is the security department of our base, the daily workplace of all security personnel, and also the frontline position of our establishment." In that moment, the tone and demeanor of my speech shifted. Wang Yunfei's brows furrowed like swords, piercing through Tian Zhao's countenance. He had not anticipated that Tian Zhao would counterattack at this particular time and place. As a newcomer, Wang Yunfei had been brimming with confidence, embodying the authoritative presence of the base's highest leader, unwilling to face defeat at the threshold of the security building, unable to even step through its grand doors. His display of power was intended to seize control over the base's security forces, aspiring to be the genuine highest authority rather than merely holding a titular position. Should he falter here, his fate would mirror that of Lin Su. Wang Yunfei nonchalantly switched to a different cigar, exhaling a plume of smoke with disdain. He remarked to Tian Zhao, "As the highest authority of the base, do you not possess even the qualification to enter the security department for an inspection? How can a dignified leader of the security team treat the base commander in such a manner? The security department is a frontline combat unit, should any situation arise. I alone bear the full responsibility, and this area is not open to non-security personnel. Only under exceptional circumstances will the commander be invited to intervene. On ordinary days, we do not entertain such visits. Yet, everyone understands that the true contest between the commander and the leader of the security team has only just commenced." All of Tian Zhao's prior weaknesses were merely a prelude to this moment, perfectly timed and aptly situated. Due to the explicit regulations set forth by the company headquarters, the commander is prohibited from interfering in the daily affairs of the security team unless invited by them. This is a firm boundary that Wang Yunfei dares not cross. Today, Tian Xiao is personally leading a tour of the various departments within the base. If they enter the security building, it would indeed be considered an invitation from Tian Xiao. At that moment, Wang Yunfei would have the opportunity to showcase his abilities and intimidate the security division. Alas, Tian Xiao was not deceived. Yet, Wang Yunfei did not relent. A bodyguard stepped forward, stating, "Since the commander is new here and wishes to observe the security division, why should team leader Tian dampen the spirits?" As he spoke, a hand swiftly landed on Tian Zhao's shoulder, intending to move him aside. However, upon applying force, he sensed something amiss. Despite his strength rating of 15, he could not budge his opponent. The bodyguard's expression shifted slightly. Though the 4 bodyguards accompanying Wang Yunfei each possessed only H-level capabilities, they all reached H9, with a muscle strength of 15, clearly holding an advantage over the H-level security personnel. Wang Yunfei's second strategy was to prevail through sheer force, knowing that the bodyguard's actions would inevitably provoke the fragile pride of the young man. Yet, another miscalculation occurred. The bodyguard had evidently not anticipated that Tian Xiao not only surpassed him in muscle strength, but was also clad in the standard combat uniform of the regular army. Equipped with certain force-dissipating techniques, his rash action failed to achieve its intended outcome. With a swift kick, Tian Xiao sent the bodyguard flying. A man weighing nearly 200 pounds was propelled 7 to 8 meters away, lying still for a considerable time. Wang Yunfei furrowed his brow. The plan had once again encountered a setback. The 3 bodyguards paled in fear, yet they dared not take action. For at the very instant Tian Xiao extended his leg, Chun Wuling executed a tactical retreat, producing a desert eagle from an unknown source and disengaging the safety. The ominous black muzzle of the firearm rendered the trio motionless, paralyzed by trepidation. What audacity! The security building serves as a frontline combat unit, and the leader of the security team bears the weight of the base's safety and survival. Who do you think you are to lay a hand on me? Before Wang Yunfei could utter a word, Tian Xiao seized the initiative. Chen Wuling, maintain your position. Lin Hu, immediately assemble a team at the entrance to detain the troublemakers. Wang Yunfei could not allow Tian Xiao to undermine his authority on his very first day in office. If he could not even safeguard his own bodyguards, how could he expect to establish his standing within the base? Commander Wang, security matters are of utmost importance. Tian Xiao transformed, his demeanor shifting to one of unwavering assertiveness. This is the security department's jurisdiction. Outsiders are not to interfere. Moments later, the doors of the security building swung open, revealing a contingent of fully armed security personnel, brandishing assault rifles and shotguns as they poured forth. Lin Hu and Lu Xuesong led the charge, their expressions fierce, their strides heavy and urgent, exuding a palpable aura of menace. Following closely were Lu Fangyin, Li Kuei, Wang Yong, and Old Lu, all of whom had monitored the entire incident through the surveillance center. As they watched, they vented their frustrations, nearly damaging the walls of the security building in their indignation. Now, armed and resolute, they emerged as ferocious as wolves, eager to unleash their wrath upon those present. Damn it! How dare they bully our leader? What of the newly appointed chief? What a despicable lot! A group brandished their firearms, intimidating the 3 bodyguards beside Wang Yunfei into submission, hands raised in surrender. The ferocity in their eyes suggested a desire for chaos. Several individuals lunged towards the fallen bodyguard, delivering a brutal blow with the butt of a gun, causing blood to spatter and rendering him unconscious with a muffled groan. Chapter 63, Abuse of Power. Tian Xiao, the group leader. Enough. Wang Yunfei trembled with fury. Having never suffered such a profound humiliation throughout his life, today, a day meant for celebration due to his promotion, had turned into a spectacle of violence against his bodyguards. At just 24, he was brimming with youthful vigor. Yet, what strength could a 26-year-old possess? The public disgrace he faced was unbearable. With a swift motion, he revealed the desert eagle concealed beneath his uniform, aiming it directly at Tian Zhao's forehead. I command you to cease. Wang Yunfei's tone was authoritative. Gasps filled the air. Personnel from the command center, control tower, and logistics department, who had previously been awed by the security division's resolute and iron-fisted approach, now recoiled in fear. Their faces pale at the sight of the chief aiming a firearm at the leader of the security team, a celestial battle unfolding. Excellent. Let it commence. A crowd, feigning caution, likely rejoiced inwardly, urging for gunfire. How thrilling. Indeed, this is splendid. The sentiments of the involved parties were starkly contrasting. The three bodyguards stood in a state of bewilderment. They were commanded to safeguard their superior's inauguration and intimidate the head of the security team. Yet it certainly did not entail brandishing a firearm at someone's temple. The three men were drenched in perspiration. The mere act of drawing a handgun meant that Wang Yunfei, the highest-ranking official, would inevitably face a warning reprimand. What a disastrous start to his first day! The consequences were all too foreseeable. This would be recorded in his file. Tian Shao, undeterred by the desert eagle pointed at his forehead, calmly extended his hand and gently pushed it aside, stating, "Though our security uniforms may be somewhat lacking, they do possess ballistic protection. No matter how swift you are, can you outpace a chip?" At that moment, the others finally grasped the situation, albeit with a sense of disappointment. The security personnel's uniforms were designed to be bullet-resistant, rendering ordinary bullets ineffective. A collective gaze shifted towards Tian Shao and Wang Yunfei, whose expression fluctuated with uncertainty. The instant he drew his weapon, he regretted it. Under circumstances devoid of justifiable reason, the highest authority at the base had brandished a gun at the head of the security team, witnessed by numerous onlookers. The company would undoubtedly impose punitive measures. An eerie silence enveloped the scene. Supervisors from the command center and logistics department began to intervene, exclaiming, "It's a misunderstanding. Just a misunderstanding." Attention returned to Tian Shao's face. Today, the situation had escalated to this point. Wang Yunfei found himself trapped, having unwittingly placed leverage into Tian Zhao's hands. It was evident that Tian Shao was a worthy successor to Luo Fei. His maneuver was indeed exceptional, surpassing even that of Luo Fei, who had never dared to act so boldly towards General Lin Su. Wang Yunfei, having just arrived, found himself ensnared in a quagmire. To be candid, Chen Wuling and his associates were rather exhilarated at the moment. They believed they had successfully identified Wang Yunfei's Achilles heel and had vented their frustrations, bringing them immense satisfaction. Tian Shao pondered the next course of action. Should they simply detain all these bodyguards, report to the headquarters, and demand Wang Yunfei's dismissal? He had long harbored a distaste for him. However, Tian Shao refrained from acquiescing to this notion. Such actions could result in the headquarters not dismissing Wang Yunfei, leaving them without their desired outcome, while simultaneously incurring the enmity of Wang Yunfei and his allies. Furthermore, the headquarters would become increasingly wary of him, perceiving him as a troublesome element, difficult to manage. This transaction was not worth the risk. In a fleeting moment, Tian Shao contemplated numerous factors. Today was meant to be a day of celebration, as their base welcomed a new commander, and I had been appointed the new leader of the security team, a double blessing for the base. We must not allow minor misunderstandings to tarnish the joyous atmosphere. Commander, what do you think? Indeed, it is the folly of those beneath us that has led to these misunderstandings. Upon seeing Tian Shao extend an olive branch, Wang Yunfei promptly holstered his Desert Eagle. Chen Wuling, Lin Hu, and the others also lowered their weapons and disengaged their safeties. Tian Shao smiled, stating, "For the sake of the commander, I shall consider this matter as though it never occurred. Deputy Leader Chen, please hand the individuals over to the commander." Understood. Although Chen Wuling was unaware of why Tian Shao so effortlessly let everything go, he had indeed vented a significant portion of his pent-up frustration and complied by handing the unconscious bodyguard over to the three other bodyguards. The atmosphere had completely calmed down. Wang Yunfei had already braced himself for the wrath of the company headquarters, prepared to face the loss of a bodyguard. But upon witnessing Tian Zhao's nonchalant dismissal of the incident, he felt a weight lift from his heart. From that moment on, they would coexist peacefully, like water in separate streams. Tian Shao smiled faintly. Very well. Through the events of the day, Wang Yunfei had come to realize that the leader of this security team possessed formidable skills. It felt as if every aspect, including the location of the counterattack, his movements, and his plans, was entirely seen through. The situation was firmly under control. In the end, it was Wang Yunfei who found himself at a loss, almost caught off guard. He acknowledged this in his heart. However, a young man could hardly accept being completely overpowered. Suddenly, Wang Yunfei withdrew a Desert Eagle concealed within his tactical holster, unloading the bullets as he addressed Tian Shao. While standard combat attire can indeed easily thwart bullets, this handgun of mine is a custom-made variant, boasting immense destructive power. Equipped with specialized armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating combat gear, This was a gift from Vice President Yin Qing of the company. A token of celebration for my graduation from the Tianlong Military Academy. A gasp rippled through the crowd. Yin Qing, the executive vice president of Fei Ying Company, the second in command. Wang Yunfei managed to elicit such thoughtful attention from Yin Qing in commissioning a graduation gift, either due to their close kinship or his more significant connections. Tian Zhao's pupils narrowed slightly in surprise. He had not anticipated that Wang Yunfei possessed such influential ties. Indeed, he seemed like a privileged scion parachuted in from above. This was disheartening. This constituted his true ace in the hole. Wang Yunfei brushed his sleeve and continued. The H-Series standard military combat uniforms, including the shotguns you wield, cannot breach my defenses in the short term. Chen Wuling and the others changed color in unison. Damn it, this fellow is boasting. His combat gear surpasses ours. His weaponry is superior, and his physical prowess is formidable. Is he suggesting that a single individual could annihilate us all? The security team channel buzzed with discontent. Fall back. After witnessing Wang Yunfei flaunt his advantages, Tian Xiao nodded and issued the order to retreat. Chapter 64, A Wall Apart. Two Worlds. The strategic contest between the highest authority of the base and the leader of the security team was marked by twists and turns. Although they had clashed fiercely at the entrance of the security building, Wang Yunfei ultimately preserved his prestige and reputation. The performance of the security team leader during this contest was particularly remarkable, a fact that was evident to all. From the initial restraint to the mid-stage powerful counterattack. Culminating in the final reveal of the modified Qingyao, it became abundantly clear to everyone that the new leader of the security team was no less adept than his predecessor, Leader Luo Fei. The events of this day spread widely within the confines of the base. Almost everyone is aware of the ongoing struggle and confrontation between the head of the base and the leader of the security team. That very night, upon hearing the news, Wang Jingyi hurriedly rushed to the door of Zhu Xiaoyan's room and knocked. Since that incident, the bond between these two close friends has evidently turned cold. Zhu Xiaoyan has not taken the initiative to reach out to Wang Jingyi. Previously, it was Zhu Xiaoyan who acted like a devoted follower. But now it is Wang Jingyi who seeks her out, subtly inquiring about Tian Zhao's situation. Wang Jingyi's relationship with Li Ying has also come to an end. After Tian Zhao joined the security team, he recommended Zhu Xiaoyan as well, causing a gradual distancing of their mutual friends and leaving Wang Jingyi feeling an unprecedented loneliness. Especially poignant is the sight of Tian Zhao rising through the ranks to become the team leader, then the deputy leader, and ultimately the head of the security team. Wang Jingyi is filled with regret. With a click, Zhu Xiaoyan opened the door, but showed no intention of letting her in. I'm on duty all day today, and I'm quite exhausted. Let us talk another time. Wang Jingyi, gazing at the short-haired, aloof Zhu Xiaoyan, felt an inexplicable sense of guilt. Once inseparable friends, Zhu Xiaoyan has now become one of the key figures at the base as the team leader of the security team. I wanted to ask if there would be any danger after your conflict with the chief. Wang Jingyi managed to say before the door slammed shut with a decisive bang. Blushing and embarrassed, Wang Jingyi stood at the door, staring at the closed barrier, and left in disappointment. Just a wall apart, these once close friends now inhabit entirely different worlds. After Wang Yunfei assumed office, he indeed fulfilled his earlier promise, refraining from interfering in any matters concerning the security team, allowing both parties to coexist without conflict. Tian Xiao, adhering strictly to the rotation system mandated by Luo Fei, diligently reduced the time and frequency of drinking, leaving no opportunity for indulgence. Each day, he meticulously allocated at least 4 hours for rigorous training. As his attributes had escalated to the G and H levels, the benefits derived from the pancreatic tissue of H-level ferocious beasts and insect beasts had dwindled to nearly negligible. Consequently, he devised methods to encourage his comrades to consume the pancreatic tissue raw, guided by his own insights. Initially, only Zhu Xiaoyan was willing to partake in this experiment. Through a series of wagers, Tian Xiao compelled Chen Wuling, Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, and Lu Fangyan to reluctantly consume a piece of pancreatic tissue, subsequently urging them to undergo extreme physical training. To their astonishment, they discovered that their physical prowess had surged by over 0.5, directly elevating them a level higher. Chen Wuling's overall strength ascended to H8. Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, and other seasoned security personnel also stepped into H8. Even Zhu Xiaoyan reached H7. The collective strength of the security team had surpassed the standards during Luo Fei's tenure. Unbeknownst to them, The enhancement stemmed from the benefits of the white pancreatic tissue within the ferocious beasts, as they attributed their progress solely to the intensive training regimen, leading to a rapid increase in daily participants. Tian Xiao was pleased with this development. Soon after, the base prepared for its monthly escort mission. Tian Xiao received notification from Feiying No. 3 that they would arrive in 3 days. It was imperative for them to arrange personnel for the escort and to fortify the base's defenses. Tian Xiao convened a meeting with Chun Wuling and the 5 squad leaders. Not placing his hopes on Wang Yunfei, the colossal Buddha remained shrouded in mystery, its true intentions elusive to all. The crowd's eyes glimmer with realization. Indeed, we have come to understand. As for the escort mission, rest assured, leader, the base will remain secure. Tian Xiao nodded in agreement. Wang Yunfei's matters have already reached the headquarters, and the absence of any punitive measures indicates that someone has intervened to stifle the situation. He is confident that the primary figure of Feiying Corporation would not permit Wang Yunfei to overstep his boundaries. This mission should proceed without incident. With everything arranged. On the 3rd day, Feiying No. 3 arrived as scheduled. The captain was still the familiar Zhang Lian. However, in the span of more than half a month, Tian Xiao had ascended from squad leader to head of security, wielding authority over more than 30 armed personnel. Ha ha ha. Tian Xiao, it is a pleasure to see you again. This successful promotion is largely due to your recognition and endorsement, Captain Zhang. May I have the honor of inviting you for a drink during our escort to Crescent City? Tian Xiao silently admired the captain's formidable inner strength. Most would crumble under the loss of tens of millions. Very well. We shall find another time. With the escort mission initiated, Feiying No. 3 surged towards the transition hub of Crescent City. At present, all biological chips had been fully absorbed. It was an opportune moment to procure a bottle of G-grade gene enhancement fluid and advance to G level. With less than 45 days remaining until the Yunchong Group's dragon-slaying youth operation, it was imperative to utilize this time wisely to bolster his own strength. Chapter 65. Brother, your professionalism is lacking during escort missions. Encounters with interstellar pirates are indeed quite rare. Last month's escort operation successfully eradicated the Star River Gale Core, along with a number of lizard claw insects, marking a significant event. On this occasion, the escort mission proceeded unusually smoothly for 2 consecutive days, ultimately arriving at Crescent City. After bidding farewell to Zhang Lian, Tian Xiao and his team, including Zhu Xiaodian, set a time for their return journey. Half a day later, with no pressing schedule, he decided to linger in Crescent City for a while, intending to accomplish tasks he had previously been unable to undertake. This was his first visit to Crescent City, and with limited financial resources, he had only managed to acquire a modest fortune. After trading some ores and ferocious beast resources, he had accumulated nearly 2 million. Adding the 17 million gained from selling Zixiao, or an over 4 million in gambling funds, he now possessed a total of over 23 million. As the captain of the escort team, Tian Xiao disbanded his crew and made his way to a street on the outskirts of Crescent City. Upon descending from his transport vehicle, he was immediately greeted by a faint metallic scent of blood, inducing a sense of suffocation that made one instinctively hold their breath. Ahead lay a bustling street lined with storefronts, teeming with people. Enormous alloy-wheeled suitcases, sturdy in construction and equipped with compact cold chain preservation systems, were filled with valuable cargo. The term valuable cargo here refers to resources from ferocious beasts and insect-like creatures. This area was a hub for brokers and sellers from various planets within the Pegasus Galaxy, catering to private individuals and small mercenary groups in search of significant resources. Rare and peculiar plants, unusual and exotic stones, or objects with unique characteristics. Such high-end goods are nowhere to be found here. Instead, one encounters ferocious beasts and insect creatures, eager to find buyers for these resources, as the urgency of time has created a vast disparity in value, leading to immense profit potential. Thus, a distinctive circle has emerged in the outskirts of Crescent City, despite the unremarkable surroundings, permeated by a faint scent of blood, and the scarcity of upscale clientele. Each broker here possesses remarkable acumen. The carcasses of ferocious beasts and insect creatures often weigh thousands of pounds, lacking any physical prowess. One would be unable to move them even if offered. Consequently, those engaged in business here are typically of G-grade caliber, armed with wealth sufficient to bolster their confidence with a few injections. Tian Xiao, clad in combat attire, is a common sight in this locale. As long as one does not immediately enter while pinching their nose, they are deemed an insider. Should one manage to breathe freely and speak loudly, they would certainly refrain from haphazardly quoting prices. Tian Xiao, having once rested in an insect den in a previous life, seamlessly integrated into the environment, wandering and observing in search of his objective. Each metallic box is transparent on its sides, revealing the true nature of its contents, thus preventing the flesh from prolonged exposure to the air, which could lead to deterioration. The H-series ferocious beasts and insect creatures hold little value for him. The G-series, commanding prices in the millions, failed to capture his interest, primarily due to the significant loss of mutated substances within their pancreatic tissues. Thus, Tian Xiao exhibited remarkable patience, observing with great diligence. As he passed by a stall, he beheld a trio of alloy boxes, within which lay the remains of a ferocious beast, one mature and two juveniles. With their sharp beaks, formidable horns, and the menacing veins protruding around their pupils, the brutal demeanor of these creatures left a profound impression. Even in death, they retained an unsettling aura that was exceedingly rare. Numerous onlookers were scrutinizing the carcasses of these three beasts. The specimens were indeed compelling. Their forms were impeccably preserved, and their fierce presence was striking. Although classified as G-grade, they would undoubtedly stand out in a corporate setting or within a military academy. Tian Xiao overheard an inquiry directed at the broker. When did these three perish? September 1st. The recent date of demise indicated their freshness. Such well-preserved specimens typically commanded a high price and were easily transacted. What is the asking price? The large one is 12 million, while the smaller ones are 3 million each. If you wish to acquire all, I can offer a discount, bringing the total to 17 million. G-grade ferocious beasts usually sell for merely a few million, selling the larger one at 12 million and the smaller ones, which possess only H-grade capabilities, at G-grade prices seems rather unreasonable. The seller, with a smile, projected images of a batch of beast carcasses. If that seems unsuitable, might I suggest you consider others? I also have ordinary G-grade beast carcasses available for 3 million each, and bulk purchases come with further discounts. Naturally, the two buyers dismissed the notion of those ordinary carcasses. The three remains before them were their true objective. They were captivated by the intact vigor and chilling aura of the corpse, which exemplified the true worth of the beast and explained their willingness to bid. However, the seller was not oblivious to the beast value and boldly announced a steep price, 12 million. For an ordinary individual, such an amount was truly unattainable. The two shook their heads and ultimately departed. Tian Xiao observed that the seller's agent twitched his lips, seemingly surprised that the potential buyers had been deterred. Amused, Tian Xiao recognized that the agent's profit margin was substantial. Any price called out within the tens of millions would likely attract a buyer. A price exceeding 10 million had already surpassed the ceiling for G-class beasts, and the final transaction price would surely leave both parties dissatisfied. How about this smaller one for 800,000? Is it for sale? Tian Xiao approached and inquired about the price of a small beast's corpse to the right. The seller hesitated for a moment. 3 million, no negotiations. The ceiling for H-class beasts was 1 million. You are offering the median price for a G-class beast, which indicates an excessive profit margin. Your greed is evident. Tian Xiao shook his head and feigned an intention to leave. The seller, upon hearing this, became slightly irate. Dear customer, that statement is rather unfair. This beast is indeed H-class, but it is not your ordinary H-class creature. How extraordinary can it be? Tian Xiao retorted without hesitation. The underworld bull, is its population truly scarce? Not necessarily. The known population in the Pegasus Galaxy exceeds 40 million. Is it particularly challenging to hunt? Not at all. Their mobility is rather average, perhaps just a tad quicker than H-class lizard clawworms. How much skill can it possibly require to capture one? It is merely the posthumous visage that manages to appease the audience, which serves as your justification for the exorbitant price. My dear brother, your professionalism is lacking. Tian Zhao's incisive analysis is both reasoned and substantiated, articulating the merits and demerits of the Ming-Yo beast with clarity, akin to resounding slaps upon the face of the seller's broker, who was left blushing in embarrassment. Particularly, the final remark, my dear brother, your professionalism is wanting. When combined with the preceding data, it delivers a devastating blow. The brokers hoarding goods, anticipating to sell at inflated prices, are struck with a sense of shame akin to being exposed in their vulnerabilities. 800,000 sold. Chapter 66. Double gravity training. Being a broker in Moonlight City is indeed a commendable profession. The allure of this vocation lies in its vast profit margins. As long as one possesses a silver tongue and leverages the asymmetry of information, one can extol the virtues of their wares to the heavens, thereby skillfully inflating prices. However, conversely, should one encounter an informed client who dismantles the value of your goods, and you are unable to present substantial counterarguments, alas, you can only resign yourself to misfortune and hastily make a sale. Information spreads with remarkable swiftness, and in the blink of an eye, surrounding brokers or clientele may become privy to the conversation, potentially driving the price of the item downwards. The owner of the Ming-Nyo beast can only lament his fate. 800,000 sold. His sole consolation lies in the fact that the acquisition price was not exorbitant, allowing for a modest profit. Tian smiled with satisfaction, declaring, "Splendid. 1,600,000. I shall take both." The broker nodded in agreement, stating, "A hand for the money and a hand for the goods." He inquired, "Brother, what is your esteemed surname? Where do you conduct your business?" "Heroes do not inquire about origins," Tian replied, withholding his identity. "Very well. Allow me to pose a few questions. Could you enlighten me as to why you choose not to acquire the G-class underworld bull, but instead opt for two smaller ones?" The broker gestured towards Tian's combat attire, saying, "You do not appear to be short of funds. Could you perhaps clarify this mystery?" "I am not disinterested in the larger one. It is merely that the price I offer may not be to your liking," Tian responded, winking at him. The broker, taken aback for a moment, then chuckled ruefully. "How much can you offer? To be frank, after you take away the two smaller ones, I am not particularly inclined to keep the larger one. Present a reasonable price, and I might just part with it." Without hesitation, Tian raised 5 fingers, stating 5 million. The broker's face paled. "That is rather low. I warned you that you might not find it acceptable." As Tian began to push the 2 metal boxes away, the broker, after a brief moment of hesitation, called out to him, 5 million, and I shall sell it to you." The smaller underworld bulls, originally priced at 3 million, were sold for 800,000, nearly a quarter of their original price. The larger underworld bull was valued at 12 million, but could still be sold for 5 million. Appearing somewhat palatable, Tian did not waver, settling the payment on the spot, then proceeded to load the 3 metal boxes into a cargo aircraft. The remains of the infernal bull are remarkably well preserved, with over 80% of the mutated substance of its 3 pancreas intact, valued at no less than 10 million. Acquiring 3 infernal bulls for 660,000 is indeed a lucrative transaction. Tian Shao savored the pancreas of the grand infernal bull before meticulously sealing the pancreas of the 2 smaller infernal bulls and storing the metal case at the training hall in Crescent City. Making his way directly to the 23rd floor, within the highest office of the training hall in Crescent City, Wang Qiushan received a message from the chairman's assistant. "Qiushan, the individual you instructed us to keep an eye on has returned to our training hall." "Who is this person?" Wang Qiushan had forgotten the specifics of his earlier directive. "About a month ago, a lifetime member placed a bet here, wagering on your victory at odds of 12 to 1, walking away with 12 million. His name appears to be Tian Shao," the assistant said warmly. Wang Qiushan suddenly recalled. Him. He paused in his actions, a nostalgic smile gracing his face. "He is currently on the 23rd floor. Wang Qiushan was momentarily taken aback. "The 23rd floor? How could that be? He is training today, coincidentally also starting from the 23rd floor, just having emerged. The 23rd floor is specifically designed for individuals with G-level physical attributes and those on the verge of breaking through to G-level. The gravity there is doubled, a challenge even for those with ordinary H-level physiques. Even he, having just ascended to G-level, can only endure a maximum of half an hour of training there, equivalent to 4 hours of extreme training in the outside world." After expressing his gratitude, Wang Qiushan promptly utilized his authority to access the surveillance footage of the training facility on the 23rd floor. The expansive floor-to-ceiling windows transformed into a grand cinematic display, perfectly projecting the scene from the training hall onto the opposite side of the office in a 1-to-1 ratio. Within this training area, there were only a few individuals present, among whom was Tian Shao. Tian Zhao's purpose for entering this level was to thoroughly assimilate the mutated substances within the G-grade dark bull beast's pancreas. The warmth within him surged like a roaring furnace. Upon entering the 23rd floor and crossing a gravitational caution line, he immediately sensed a slight descent in his body. The weight of his originally modest 150 pounds felt as though he were burdened by an adult, with every cell in his body emitting groans of overexertion. The gravity was doubled. Finally, he could put himself to the test, Tian Xiao mused inwardly. Concurrently, he felt the heat at his dantian accelerating under the pressure of this unusual gravity, flowing swiftly towards his limbs and bones, being absorbed by his body. Double gravity equated to a burden of 75 kilograms. Tian Xiao ascended the weighted sprinting machine, setting a pulling weight of 50 kilograms for himself. Instantly, he experienced an overwhelming sensation of being firmly anchored in place, with each movement requiring his utmost effort. The absorption of the pancreatic tissue began to accelerate. Sweat started to pour forth in torrents. As minutes passed, Tian Xiao found himself thoroughly drenched. After a challenging adjustment to the current weight, he gradually began to move, transitioning from a leisurely stroll to a slow, labored shuffle, which proved to be immensely strenuous. At that moment, two individuals entered the premises, making a beeline for the training equipment where Tian Xiao was diligently exercising, perspiration cascading from his brow. They paused a few meters away, observing him intently. Yet Tian Xiao remained oblivious to their presence. 10 minutes elapsed, and a small puddle of sweat had formed beneath him. As 20 minutes passed, Tian Xiao felt as though each step he took was laden with lead, an unbearable weight. The strength and vitality within him were nearly depleted, and he was persevering solely through the relentless heat generated by his pancreas. In the double-gravity training facility, it had taken less than half an hour to push him to his limits. Once the 30-minute mark was reached, Tian Xiao released the harness. The two onlookers approached him, greeting him with, "Hello, Mr. Tian Xiao. We are staff members from Daong Auction House. We previously met in Golden Street." Tian Xiao had already taken note of them and recognized their interest in the soul cattle. "Are you interested in purchasing those 3 soul cattle? Please make your offer." Tian Xiao was forthright. Having achieved what he desired, the appearance of the soul cattle was of paramount importance to the buyers, while the presence of the pancreas was inconsequential. If he could secure an additional profit, why not seize the opportunity? Chapter 67, A Scene of Ruin. Starseed Guardianship. The two staff members from Daong Auction House did not hold a particularly high status within Crescent City. Their role was to scout for potential auction items within the city, akin to searching for a needle in a haystack. Even if an item fetched a high price, it was primarily due to the auction house's exceptional networking and analytical capabilities. The commissions they earned were modest at best. Nevertheless, Daong Auction House excelled in intelligence gathering. Half an hour had scarcely passed since Tian Xiao departed from Golden Street when they discerned their identities and swiftly located the training facility at Xinu City, demonstrating remarkable efficiency. Preoccupied with changing locations to alleviate his muscle fatigue, Tian Xiao was disinclined to engage in trivial conversation. "Name your price." The two staff members from Daong Auction House were taken aback but responded with alacrity. One of them nodded and smiled. "We have heard, Mr. Tian Xiao, that you acquired a large and 2 small hell cattle at the price of 6,600,000. We certainly would not wish for you to incur a loss. Therefore, we are prepared to offer an additional 1 million on top of that. How does that sound?" "Agreed." Tian Xiao summoned the biorobots on this floor, authorizing them to retrieve his stored metal box. The two were elated, having not anticipated such a prompt acceptance from Tian Xiao. "Thank you, Mr. Tian Xiao. Here is the address of our Daong Auction House. You are welcome to visit us at your convenience." "Very well, we shall not impose further. Farewell." They left behind their business cards. No need to see you off. With 7,600,000 credited to his account, he profited $1 million while also acquiring a G-grade pancreatic organ. Tian Xiao felt considerably lighter in his step as he allowed the biomassage therapist to conduct a full-body muscle relaxation session. Only then did he take the time to assess his physical condition. The G-grade pancreatic organ from the hell cattle brought about significant changes within him. His muscle strength had surged to 16.7, and his muscle stress flexibility had risen to 16.6. Excellent. He had successfully crossed the threshold of G-grade. The efficacy of the pancreatic organ had not entirely dissipated, retaining approximately 1/3 of its potency. He could still train once more, and perhaps he might directly reach the G3 standard. As Tian Xiao relaxed his body, replenishing nutrients and restoring his physique in the uppermost office, Wang Xiaoshan witnessed Tian Xiao's influx of funds and simultaneously received the latest intelligence regarding him from the chairman's assistant. Tian Xiao was the leader of the security team at a certain base of the Feiyin Company, a subsidiary of the Yinsheng Group, boasting an H9 level of comprehensive strength. Below are some of the significant endeavors Tian Xiao had undertaken over the past month, including the entire process of engaging in a battle of wits with the newly appointed highest authority at the base. Wang Qiushan rested his chin on his hands, observing intently. Upon reading the final piece of information, his eyes gleamed slightly, intriguing. He had unexpectedly crossed paths with Wang Yunfei. With such rapid advancement to G level, Wang Yunfei's advantages were diminishing, and it seemed unlikely he would have the opportunity to subdue him. Clearly, Wang Qiushan was acquainted with Wang Yunfei. In fact, they shared a distant familial connection. Given time, they would likely become formidable figures. Wang Qiushan had formed a new assessment of Tian Xiao. Regrettably, he was soon to enlist in the military, otherwise he would not have minded forging a friendship with him. With the machinations of the Wang family, Wang Qiushan had secured the qualification to re-enter the Earth's celestial army, making future interactions with corporate individuals increasingly improbable. Unbeknownst to him, Tian Xiao, after emerging from his endeavors, proceeded to the 23rd floor to train under extreme conditions for half an hour. After a period of adjustment, his physical attributes officially soared to 17 points, just surpassing the threshold of G3. Having expended 8 million, he procured a G-grade chip from the black market of Crescent City. He promptly arranged for the Qinglong to devour it, enhancing its performance before departing the scene and embarking on his journey home. During this interval, he refrained from attending any gambling matches, for he still possessed a surplus of over 16 million. With 3 years' worth of resurrection-level intelligence at his disposal, opportunities for profit were abundant, rendering it unnecessary to exploit the same source repeatedly. A multitude of logistical support personnel, clad in deep space walking gear and secured with harnesses, diligently performed welding and repair operations on the damaged sections of the colossal ship. A collective gasp escaped the lips of onlookers as they beheld 2 gaping, alarming holes in the vessel's midsection, threatening to cleave it in 2. All sealed hatches had descended, stifling the last breath of the behemoth. Was this a D-class warship? How could it be so utterly ravaged? What calamity had befallen it? The onlookers, including old Liu, whose eyes gleamed with intrigue, were in a state of astonishment. Zhu Xiaodian and the others could not discern the model of the warship. Tian Xiao fixated on the battle-worn giant, his mind flooded with data. D-class Star Sea frigate, a battleship main vessel deployed by the Earth's celestial army. Having previously undertaken missions aboard a Star Sea frigate, he was all too familiar with the capabilities of this warship. At that moment, no interstellar pirate had yet managed to effortlessly annihilate a D-class battleship. From the scars evident on the Star Sea cruiser, it appears to have suffered an assault from electromagnetic eggs unleashed by D-class or higher insectoid creatures. These electromagnetic eggs strike with ferocity, their explosive nature nearly undetectable in terms of energy fluctuations, yet their destructive power is immense. In addition to delivering a lethal impact, the high-temperature corrosive liquid released upon the shattering of the eggshell poses a significant threat to C-class vessels. Tian Xiao couldn't help but wonder which of his former superiors was responsible. Nevertheless, the Earth's celestial military was on a mission. The cruiser's docking position was swiftly cleared, with all vessels taking detours to distance themselves. The entire star region was sealed off, and even external interference magnetic fields were deployed. One could only hope not to encounter such formidable entities. With firepower of that magnitude, a single strike could obliterate them entirely. Old Liu, filled with trepidation, clasped his hands in prayer. "Let us place a bet," Tian Xiao proposed, prompting the 5 members of the first team to turn their gazes towards him simultaneously. Again, a collective grimace spread across their faces, discomfort evident in their throats. Upon hearing the wager of 1 million, excitement surged among them, and they readily disregarded their previous pains to join in. 30 days. I wager 25 days. 20 days. 18 days. 15 days. Zhu Xiaodian guessed the shortest time frame. Tian Xiao, maintaining an impassive demeanor, extracted a small knife and meticulously sliced 2 pieces of the infernal ox's pancreas into 5 portions, presenting them before the group, 1 for each of you. The group exchanged bewildered glances. "What does this mean?" Tian Xiao replied with a stoic expression, "I wager today, you have lost." Chapter 68. The disappearance of base personnel to gamble is to accept the outcome, a virtue in itself. Zhu Xiaodian, Old Liu, and Lu Fanyan found themselves deeply entrenched in this predicament. From the moment the betting commenced, they had braced themselves for potential injustices. Tian Xiao received an astonishing piece of news that shifted his perception of the situation. The exteriors of the 3 vessels, if dismantled and sold as scrap, could fetch tens of millions. Moreover, the cost of a G-class transport ship was relatively low, only a few million would suffice. In essence, Wang Yunfei had amassed over 50 million resources for himself within a mere few days. Although this chief base officer could not seize the security team or acquire additional benefits, his intellect proved to be quite astute. With extensive connections and unconventional methods, he indeed found it easier to accomplish tasks compared to the average individual. In contrast, Tian Xiao felt that he had been too cautious in his approach. As he pondered this, Chen Wuling approached Tian Xiao, discreetly delivering another piece of news. During the days you were out on escort duty, our base remained relatively stable. However, there have been 3 cases of personnel missing. Have their life signs been checked? Tian Xiao inquired, frowning. The disappearance of miners could have serious implications, potentially affecting the security team's year-end performance evaluations. It was imperative to clarify the situation. We have checked. Their life signs are normal, but we cannot reach their chip steward to ascertain their specific locations. Chen Wuling's expression turned grave as she continued. All signs indicate that they may have been parasitized. As Tian Xiao turned, Zhu Xiaodian and the others were struck with a pallor of fear. Parasitism. This is a capability that only certain insect beasts can master. Those who fall victim to parasitism harbor insect eggs within their bodies, which leads to the removal of their biological chips, plunging them into a state of coma. In this relatively tranquil condition, they become vessels for the growth and development of larvae. Such knowledge has been a fundamental aspect of human education for centuries. Now, Chen Wuling harbored suspicions that the 3 missing individuals might have been parasitized by insect beasts. Thus, Tian Xiao must take this matter seriously. The presence of 3 larval insect beasts, at least one of which is a mature specimen, does not bode well. The insect beasts capable of parasitism are scarce, with the weakest being of G-grade strength. The G-grade insect beast, the black flood dragon, was particularly formidable in combat, a fact that lingered vividly in his memory. Insect beasts that comprehend parasitism possess intelligence far superior to that of the black flood dragon, capable of acquiring all the knowledge of their host during their life, and can even operate mining vessels and engage in communication like ordinary humans. This presents a terrifying threat. A collective gaze was fixed upon Tian Xiao. Old Lu cautioned, should we encounter cases of parasitism within the base, we must treat this with utmost urgency and classify it as a crisis of the highest priority. We must prevent escalation and avert further parasitism. Indeed, Lu Fanyan concurred. I have heard of particularly elusive insect beasts that can silently parasitize many individuals within the base, ultimately leading to its downfall. Team leader, should we request assistance from the higher-ups? Yes, let us seek aid, team leader. In regard to such formidable insect beasts, there exists a palpable lack of experience and confidence among everyone involved. For instance, the precise time of the first missing person's disappearance and the last recorded appearance on the base's surveillance footage raise questions. Furthermore, inquiries are made about the specific area where the individuals ultimately vanished, as well as the commonalities shared among the 3 missing persons prior to their disappearance. Chen Wuling found himself at a loss when questioned. Concerning the final location of the missing individuals, he was unable to provide an answer, as numerous deep pits interconnected, and the underground signal was weak, making it challenging to ascertain an accurate response. The last question had never crossed his mind. Since realizing the possibility of parasitic insect beasts infiltrating the base, he had consulted Luo Fei, who advised him to await the return of Tian Xiao and to conduct a thorough investigation of the entire base in conjunction with Wang Yunfei. Tian Xiao was aware of the difficulties faced by Chen Wuling and promptly gathered all intelligence and surveillance footage for Qinglong to analyze, seeking to extract any commonalities. Qinglong, having assimilated G-class biological chips, now possessed computational capabilities reaching 30 units per second, with processing speeds exceeding billions of calculations. Soon enough, Qinglong provided answers. All 3 missing individuals were male, approximately 30 years of age, and physically robust. This could indeed be considered a commonality, as the more vigorous the vessel, the closer the larvae cultivated within were to reaching maturity. The second shared trait was that all 3 men had vanished during the twilight hours. The final commonality piqued Tian Zhao's intense interest. At this juncture, an astonishing thought surged within Tian Zhao's mind. Could it be that the insect beasts had entered the base alongside these 3 vessels? However, the logistics personnel operating aboard the vessels have not exhibited any signs of being unaccounted for. Moreover, these individuals cannot depart from the base, should any symptoms of disappearance arise. It would immediately alert the base's security. With this thought, Tian Zhao's suspicions grew stronger. Taking a deep breath, He rose and made his way outside. Let us go. Team leader? Could it be due to these foreign vessels? Chen Wuling responded swiftly, following closely behind with her inquiries. Tian Xiao remained noncommittal. We shall see. Given the parasitic creatures had already commenced their operations, it was inevitable they would leave traces behind. Captain Chen, navigate the modified number 2 Qingyao stealthily nearby. The rest of you, arm yourselves. Thus, a fully equipped group exited the security building. Chapter 69, Traces in the Command Center of the Base. The return of the security team leader naturally captured Wang Yunfei's utmost attention. After all, as the highest authority of the base, it was his responsibility to ensure its proper functioning. Only the security team leader possessed the authority to extend his reach beyond the confines of this planet. Observing Tian Xiao leading a fully armed contingent towards the dismantling site of the 3 vessels, Wang Yunfei slammed his palm on the table. Let us go. Let us confront the head of our base security and see what he intends to do. General, boss, you must see this. The modified number 2 Qingyao has been deployed, piloted by Chen Wuling, and its destination is the dismantling site outside the base. The tone of the 4 bodyguards shifted significantly since their initial encounter. When Tian Xiao asserted his dominance with a formidable presence, they have shed their previous arrogance and now tread carefully. They are particularly vigilant regarding the 2 modified Qingyao aircraft. The mere movement of the modified Qingyao number 2 signals that Tian Xiao is indeed serious this time. Wang Yunfei halted in his tracks, hesitating for 2 seconds before feeling an unusual tightness in his chest as he instructed the chip steward to contact the head of the security team, Tian Xiao. I've heard your escort mission has concluded. Was the journey smooth? He inquired with a chuckle. Wang Yunfei had already faced a scathing reprimand from his family elders following his embarrassing debut. It was not merely about being accused of harboring ambition, but rather a stern admonishment regarding his ostentatious display of Vice President Yin Qing's gift, a grave lesson on the importance of discretion. A true master remains concealed. A concealed master is not a true one. He had failed to grasp this fundamental principle. To exert pressure in a public setting is the most base of tactics. As a consequence, the Wang family decided to suspend his allowances for 6 months, leaving him in considerable discomfort. The moment Tian Xiao took action, panic seized him. The base commander was overstepping his authority, especially during the absence of the security team leader on an escort mission, engaging in illicit dealings that were strictly forbidden. Such conduct could precipitate unforeseen external incidents, such as internal vulnerabilities leading to the rise of pests or drawing the attention of interstellar bandits, thereby endangering the base. Alternatively, it could attract the scrutiny of creatures or beasts operating in space. If Tian Xiao were to leverage this opportunity to escalate matters, the highest authority, having been in office for less than a month, would find no protection from the company headquarters after 2 infractions. There was no way out. He could only take out a portion of the cake in advance to appease Tian Xiao. Wang Yunfei chose to compromise. Given his status, such humility was indeed rare. Tian Xiao ended the communication abruptly. He had never contemplated claiming a share of Wang Yunfei's resources, for he understood the adage that a perfectly clear water body harbors no fish. Over the years, Luo Fei and Lin Su had maintained a tacit cooperation, each turning a blind eye to the other's affairs. His purpose for visiting the construction site was not to escalate matters unnecessarily. However, without definitive evidence linking the 3 vessels to the parasitic creatures, he deemed it unnecessary to engage in extensive dialogue with Wang Yunfei, merely stating it was an investigation into the whereabouts of 3 missing miners. Nonetheless, Wang Yunfei hurried over without delay. Outside the base, the terrain was remarkably flat. When the base was established, considerations were made to avoid all areas with unstable geological structures, resulting in a spacious vicinity. The 3 vessels stood in a row, their exteriors imposing and grand. Dozens of personnel from the logistics support department were working tirelessly on cutting and dismantling operations. Observing that the head of the security department had personally led an armed team, a sense of unease spread among the workers, causing them to slow their cutting activities. Qilong, utilizing the unique scent markers of the parasitic creatures, searched for traces of them. A thorough scanning of all personnel was conducted to ensure their chips were functioning correctly. Yes, Qinglong calculated swiftly. Zhu Xiaotian, Tian Xiao commanded, lead a meticulous search of the 3 vessels. Look for any hidden chambers, caves, or places where one might conceal themselves. Leave no stone unturned. Understood. The first squad swiftly dispersed. No sooner had the orders been conveyed than Wang Yunfei arrived with 4 bodyguards. Team leader Tian Xiao. May I have a word? Wang Yunfei greeted with a smile. The calculations from Qinglong had just concluded. Indeed, there were traces of the insect beasts present. Within the ship, there existed a concealed compartment that bore inconspicuous claw marks. A comparison with the database confirmed that these marks belonged to a grade color-changing red lizard. This species is known for its parasitic capabilities, able to transmit its offspring into host bodies through a process of oral transmission. Evidence. At last, we have it. Tian Xiao cast a sidelong glance at Wang Yunfei. A look of sympathy etched on his face. Wang Yunfei and his 4 bodyguards felt a chill run down their spines, sensing that the situation was dire. General Wang, my security team is currently engaged in a mission. Some matters must await further discussion. Just as Tian Xiao finished speaking, Zhu Xiaodian from Old Lu's side reported discoveries. Team leader, we have found some items. There are insect beast footprints here. A narrow underground passage, recently excavated, bears traces of footprints. Based on the layer of frost, we deduced that they were left in the early morning, less than 4 hours ago. From the drone feedback, we have located a deep pit, less than 3 kilometers in a straight line from the dismantling site. An increasing flow of intelligence continued to pour in. All evidence pointed unequivocally to the area outside the base. Tian Xiao instructed Zhu Xiaodian, immediately contact the security team and have all resting units enter a first-level combat status. Then he gestured towards the sky. Captain Chun, execute reconnaissance operations targeting the deep pit located 3 kilometers to the northeast. Deploy drones for extensive searching. The modified Greenbird number 2 silently vanished. Understood. Wang Yunfei was left bewildered. He finally realized that Tian Zhao's objective seemed not to be the dismantling site itself, but it appeared to be connected to him in some way. What has happened? Captain Tian? Wang Yunfei inquired in a subdued voice. Tian Xiao turned his head and sighed. General Wang. Chapter 70. The scope expands. Wang Yunfei, a graduate of the Tianlong Military Academy, possessed a deeper understanding of how to respond to insect beasts than those from ordinary institutions. He was acutely aware that when a resource-based base is invaded by insect beasts, resulting in personnel becoming uncontactable rather than deceased or missing, it signifies that these insects are rather exceptional. Parasitic insect beasts? Captain Tian, are you suggesting that you suspect parasitic insect beasts have landed alongside these vessels? Wang Yunfei, renowned for his G-level computational abilities as the highest-ranking official of the base, rapidly processed the information and, turning pale, pressed further. Do you possess concrete evidence? I now suspect it is the color-changing red lizard. Tian Xiao presented the traces of the Azure Dragon's computational search, alongside revealing a newly excavated underground passage near the dismantling site. Wang Yunfei's expression grew increasingly grim, while the 4 bodyguards were utterly terrified. In other words, their actions had already violated the security management regulations of the base. Since this incident was not official but rather a clandestine operation, the company would not only refuse to take responsibility for their actions, but might also hold them accountable for the series of damages inflicted upon the company. Given that it was a chameleon lizard, this pursuit operation would be jointly overseen by the base's command center and the security department. As the only G-class warrior of the base, I was assigned the primary responsibility for capturing the chameleon lizard. Wang Yunfei yearned to redeem himself through this endeavor. Tian Xiao nodded. You may participate, but you must obey my commands throughout. Otherwise, I will not consent to your involvement. Not a problem, Wang Yunfei replied, his gratitude evident. Tian Xiao's willingness to grant him the opportunity for atonement filled him with appreciation, as the latter had every reason to refuse. Moreover, this chance could potentially lead him to lose the trust of the Feiyin Company headquarters entirely. Director, do not overthink it. Our common enemy now is the chameleon lizard. Regardless of the circumstances, we must extract this chameleon lizard along with its parasitic larvae. Otherwise, the entire base will remain ensnared in peril and shadows, with everyone at risk of being parasitized. I understand, Wang Yunfei affirmed solemnly, nodding. Rest assured, I will fully cooperate with your operations. Tian Xiao nodded in acknowledgement. At that moment, the modified Qingyao, designated as number 01, deactivated its cloaking function, revealing its silhouette above the dismantling site as it opened its hatch. Wang Yunfei's vehicle is a G-class Osprey aircraft, equipped not only with a cannon and heavy machine guns but also armed with tracking missiles, surpassing the modified Bluebird in capability. The two ascended the aircraft, with Wang Yunfei entering formation. Meanwhile, 25 bluebirds from 5 other teams had already swept in, securing 3 kilometers away at 3 deep pits. With cannons and heavy machine guns fully operational, a grim atmosphere prevailed. The deep pits lay in eerie silence. No signs of biological activity were evident in the underground passages or within the pits. What are we waiting for? Time is of the essence. Conduct a thorough search of every nook and cranny in this vicinity. Up. With Tian Zhao's command, all bluebirds sprang into action. The cabin doors opened, and a small squadron of drones was ejected from the aircraft, unfurling their wings. A multitude of split screens rapidly appeared on the security monitoring center's display. Old Lu and the immobile Qiaodaji were tasked with analyzing and organizing the intelligence. Hundreds of drones meticulously scoured every corner of the deep pits, conducting detailed scanning and analysis. The efficiency of the simultaneous computations was astonishing. Before long, a remarkable discovery was made. Within the 3 nearby deep pits, 4 underground passages hidden in inconspicuous corners behind rocks were found, interconnected. The last passage even extended towards the base, only to become a dead end midway. The more Wang Yunfei observed, the more his heart sank. It was undoubtedly the chameleon red lizard, though small in size. The chameleon red lizard possesses remarkably sharp limbs capable of easily piercing metallic shells with a strength rating of G7, making the ordinary subterranean rock an effortless target for excavation. However, the geological structure from here to the base is rather dense. They have yet to complete their work, likely startled by our actions, and have taken refuge. Our current mission is to dig deep and unearth them. Wang Yunfei is imparting knowledge about the chameleon red lizard to the group. A collective gaze is directed at Tian Zhao, who nods in agreement. Indeed. He then cautions, in my perspective, it is improbable that just one chameleon red lizard could excavate an underground passage exceeding 10 kilometers in length within a mere 2 days. Typically, after parasitism, the chameleon red lizard enters a brief period of vulnerability. Excavating such an extensive tunnel in a short span of time is quite unlikely. Wang Yunfei's complexion shifts dramatically as he states, therefore, the base must possess at least 2 chameleon red lizards. The security team members can no longer contain themselves. Damn it. What a mess. The leader has been gone for just a few days, and already there are 2 additional grade G chameleon red lizards and 3 juveniles. It could very well escalate further, and this is no trivial matter. I knew these individuals were unreliable. Although Wang Yunfei is the commander, he finds himself unable to counter their frustrations, merely enduring their venting. All right, Tian Zhao interjects, bringing an end to their grievances. Given the circumstances, we must first address the chameleon red lizards. Let us not waste any more time. With the mobility of the chameleon red lizard, a comprehensive lockdown must be enforced within a 50-kilometer radius. Old Lu, draw a team from the logistics department to operate the mining machines and establish a blockade. Make them our eyes. Yes, Tian Zhao continued to instruct. The remaining squads should search the area, maintain a high ground presence, and deploy drones for reconnaissance. If any suspicious targets are identified, they are authorized to open fire. Yes, Wang Yunfei felt a sense of reluctance. However, Tian Zhao's words completely convinced him. I have reviewed the data. The chameleon red lizard possesses formidable parasitic capabilities. If our blockade plan falters, it may parasitize other organisms on this planet, proliferating its kind. At that point, all ferocious beasts could potentially bear its larvae, ultimately leading to a catastrophic disaster. In light of the threat posed by the chameleon red lizard, the base has entered a state of utmost alert. All personnel must undergo a biological security assessment at the base. Upon learning that the chameleon red lizard has invaded this planet, everyone became fearful at the mere mention of it. Outside the base, the security team has implemented a rigorous shift rotation, diligently monitoring and inspecting the most hazardous areas. Hundreds of drones are meticulously surveying both the interior and exterior of the deep pit. Occasionally, the thunderous discharge of heavy machine guns echoes as they neutralize potential threats. Half a day has passed, yet no trace of the chameleon red lizard has been found. It seems to have vanished without a trace. As night fell, visibility deteriorated significantly. Wang Yunfei deployed a fleet of double the usual mining aircraft to partake in the search and containment operations, commanding all participating vessels to activate their illumination devices. Each aircraft, adorned with blazing lights, projected 4 beams of light as they tirelessly surveyed the surface. Outside the base, the winds howled ominously, and the atmosphere was thick with tension. However, as the night wore on, no discoveries were made. Wang Yunfei could no longer maintain his composure. The base was at a complete standstill, incurring substantial daily losses. With each passing moment, his burden of responsibility grew heavier. This was not the only concern. As long as the color-changing red lizards remained unvanquished, they could potentially breed more offspring, accumulating greater strength and posing a formidable threat to the base. Tian Xiao, piloting the modified Qingyao No. 1, had patrolled the area outside the base for an entire day and night without yielding any results, his anxiety beginning to mount. The search radius had expanded to 100 kilometers, and the command center had tripled its personnel monitoring the various sectors of the planet. If this continued, accountability for the base's predicament was inevitable. After 24 hours had elapsed, a private message from Luo Fei arrived. The first words out of Luo Fei's mouth were, "What is the situation? Have you found the color-changing red lizard yet?" "Not yet," Tian Xiao replied, fully aware that the information had likely been leaked by Chun Wuling. Nevertheless, it was understandable. The G-level color-changing red lizards breeding outside the base posed a significant threat and risk to both the security team and the base itself. Given enough time, the security department and the base's commander would be held accountable. Chun Wuling was seeking counsel from Luo Fei, hoping for assistance. "I have never encountered such a situation before. To be honest, if I were in your position, I would report to the company headquarters immediately for assistance. The trouble stirred up by Wang Yunfei should be borne by him. At least you would earn credit for timely reporting. The headquarters will consider that this incident occurred during your escort mission, and it will not have a significant impact on you. However, Wang Yunfei will be utterly finished." Tian Xiao sighed, saying, "Though I harbor no fondness for Wang Yunfei, he is, after all, someone sent by headquarters and has a close connection with Deputy General Yan Qing. If possible, I wish to resolve this crisis personally." Luo Fei fell silent for a moment before responding, "You are correct. If you can resolve it, you would certainly gain Wang Yunfei's friendship and support from his faction. Yan Qing, being the Deputy General, holds considerable power, with influence that surpasses Zhang Lian's. He can determine many matters, including the future leadership of the base and whether the fleet will follow a new or old route. However, this challenge is formidable. Do you have confidence in your plan?" "I already have a preliminary plan, albeit a risky one. I want to give it a try," Tian Xiao replied, his eyes narrowing slightly, exuding sharp determination. Luo Fei seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation and cautioned, "This time it involves G-level insect beasts. You must exercise caution." "I understand. G-level insect beasts are not entirely new to me," Tian Xiao responded with calm assurance. "I have heard from Chun Wuling that you have already attained G-level physique, and your chips level should have also been enhanced. If you truly wish to test yourself, then do so, but ensure you leave yourself an avenue of retreat." Luo Fei refrained from further persuasion. Tian Xiao was no longer the novice from earlier days. Every adult must bear responsibility for their actions. Tian Xiao was acutely aware of the implications of his choices. The infiltration and proliferation of the color-changing red lizard represented the most significant predicament encountered since the establishment of the base. There was a strong likelihood that Wang Yunfei would face repercussions due to this incident, despite having the formidable backing of Vice President Yan Qing. Insufficient achievements and excessive personal motives could serve as grounds for the company's top brass to unilaterally dismiss him. Too inexperienced, too unprofessional. What difference did it make that he graduated from the Tianlong Military Academy? However, in Tian Zhao's view, should he manage to transform this crisis into an opportunity for resolution, it would indeed present a splendid chance to shine. Luo Fei had already received wind of the situation. Was it conceivable that Yan Qing at headquarters, along with the top executive, remained entirely oblivious to the unfolding events? Tian Xiao held no such belief. Team leader Chun, Zhu Xiaodian, join me on a mission. The rest of you, maintain vigilance and continue the search here. Half an hour later, Tian Xiao descended from the aircraft, landing near the C-77 district. The C-77 area was a densely forested region, frequently frequented by the security team for hunting formidable beasts. At this moment, Tian Xiao ventured alone, burdened with 2 assault rifles slung over his back and a heavy shotgun in hand, delving deep into the wilderness. With steady strides, Tian Zhao's mask rapidly assessed the uneven surrounding foliage, the movement of insects, and the rustling leaves. The green outlines indicated that all was secure. Soon, claw marks appeared on the ground. Following the direction of the tracks, Tian Xiao quickened his pace. Thud, thud, thud. Tian Xiao began to sprint. The muscular strength of 17.1 and the muscle agility at precisely 1700 hours endowed Tian Xiao with an explosive power and speed far surpassing that of ordinary adults. Within the mask, Qing Long meticulously calculated everything in the surroundings. Two drones soared high above, surveying the jungle in search of life. Suddenly, a shadow erupted from the low underbrush, its six-petaled maw menacingly lunging forward. A flash of red light swiftly illuminated the green inside the mask, locking onto the silhouette and uploading data. It was a tear-mouthed wolf, a Class H predator. The creature had concealed itself adeptly, utilizing the foliage to execute a textbook ambush. In close quarters, Tian Xiao was tackled to the ground by the tear-mouthed wolf, the two entangled amidst the undergrowth. Bang! A gunshot rang out. A gaping, grotesque wound was blasted into the wolf's flank, exposing its bones. Amidst the creature's agonized cries, Tian Xiao sprang to his feet, aiming the shotgun directly at the wolf's head. Bang! Blood sprayed in a gruesome plume at close range, drenching him. The tear-mouthed wolf succumbed instantly. Assessing his condition, Tian Xiao found his combat suit intact. Though it reeked of blood, he peered into the creature's innards. No parasites were present. This area was secure. He then reached for the wolf's pancreas. Halfway through the motion, he abruptly halted. Executing a covert tactical maneuver, he signaled to a drone that silently dove down, embedding itself in the nearby underbrush. Its lens focused on the carcass of the tear-mouthed wolf. Chapter 72. A sudden change in the air. The drone's position was discreet. The bloodied remains of the tear-mouthed wolf were immensely enticing to the color-changing red lizard. Particularly, the pancreas of the tear-mouthed wolf, which remains unremoved, harbors mutated substances that, devoid of effective protection, will inevitably dissipate over time. Tian Zhao's strategy is exceedingly crude, utilizing the tear-mouthed wolf for a form of entrapment. The carcass of the tear-mouthed wolf will soon decay, rendering the pancreas devoid of value. Should the chameleon red lizard be in proximity, it would undoubtedly fall victim. If not, Tian Xiao would relentlessly continue his slaughter, exterminating all ferocious beasts on this planet, leaving the chameleon red lizard with no living hosts to parasitize, thus impeding its ability to propagate further generations. Although the plan is simplistic and brutal, it indeed serves as an effective means to curtail the proliferation of the chameleon red lizard. After traversing 5 locations and consecutively hunting 7 tear-mouthed wolves, a flicker of activity finally appeared on the screen of the security department's monitoring center. As dusk fell, a shadow cloaked in thorns, swift as lightning, emerged near the carcass of a tear-mouthed wolf. With a single bite, it seized the nearly 1,000-pound body and effortlessly dragged it towards a nearby, partially concealed burrow. Unbeknownst to them, this scene was fortuitously captured head-on by a drone. The creature, adorned with rugged patterns resembling both rock and thorny vegetation, exhibited immense strength. Its sharp limbs executed the removal of the carcass in under 2 seconds. Upon discovering this, Old Lu promptly relayed the information to Tian Xiao, team leader in Area E47. The chameleon red lizard has made an appearance. Simultaneously, Old Lu transmitted the intercepted footage. With a buzz, the modified Qingyu decisively altered its course, racing towards Area E47 at maximum speed. In less than 5 minutes, the modified green bird silently appeared above the forest. Boom! A cannon shell was fired. Trees within the woods shattered, and a massive blaze erupted. Bang! Bang! Tian Zhao's actions were exceptionally decisive. 40 cannon shells were unleashed in rapid succession. The ferocious firepower igniting the entire forest, transforming it into a barren wasteland. With the loss of cover, everything on the surface became starkly visible under the watchful gaze of the azure dragon. Even the slightest rustle of leaves was rendered conspicuous. Rat-a-tat-tat. Tian Xiao aimed at the direction where the color-changing red lizard had vanished, unleashing a torrent of bullets from the heavy machine gun that shredded the nearby foliage and earth, revealing a gaping black entrance to an underground tunnel. The cabin opened, and a drone was ejected. Whoosh! The drone swiftly entered the subterranean passage. With infrared scanning and sonic detection, the 6 members of the security team's first squad quickly rushed to assist in securing the surrounding area. Soon, the drone discovered the remnants of a torn wolf carcass left behind in the tunnel. The color-changing red lizard was nowhere to be found. The drone glided past the corpse, continuing its pursuit through the underground passage, which connected to a nearby deep pit. Buzz! More drones rapidly engaged, launching a wide-scale search operation. Tian Xiao could hardly believe that the color-changing red lizard could have excavated such extensive tunnels in such a short span of time. The drones meticulously scoured the area, and after 15 minutes, they uncovered a section of tunnel that had been excavated for less than 50 meters. The digging marks were remarkably fresh, This discovery invigorated everyone instantly. Tian Xiao promptly ordered the sealing off of this deep pit. The color-changing red lizard must be lurking somewhere within. The first squad is ordered to commence the grid division of the various zones within the deep pit. The grid division is complete. 5 Qingyao aircraft align in formation, initiating a barrage within the depths of the pit. Amidst the thunderous roar of cannon fire, the camouflaged chameleon red lizard, concealed within the pit, could no longer restrain itself and suddenly leapt, sprinting frantically along the rocky walls. Target acquired. It is finished. Just as the group believed victory was assured, Zhu Xiaotian's Qingyao aircraft erupted in a burst of flames, revealing the cockpit where Zhu Xiaotian sat, her wide eyes and pallid face reflecting shock. What is happening? Panic ensued among the onlookers. Only Tian Xiao managed to react swiftly. At the moment the cockpit was breached and the heavy machine gun fell silent, Qinglong issued a warning. A mutated form of the chameleon red lizard has been detected, the chameleon demon lizard. Any fierce beast or insect undergoing mutation may develop new abilities, becoming more formidable and challenging to confront. The chameleon demon lizard represents one evolutionary path of the chameleon red lizard, enhancing its capacity for concealment to the point of near invisibility. In essence, the chameleon demon lizard stands as an apex entity among G-grade insect beasts, capable of effortlessly hunting any G-grade prey when unsuspected, and even posing a threat to higher-tier F-grade targets. Zhu Xiaotian's bewildered and horrified expression is a testament to the gravity of the situation. The azure bird lay in ruins, and Zhu Xiaotian could only perceive the sharp claws of a voracious insect emerging from the severed edges, as crimson light enveloped the cockpit. Never had Zhu Xiaotian encountered such a dire situation, utterly at a loss as to how to respond. In a moment of sheer peril, a thunderous crash resounded, and the emergency hatch above the cockpit sprang open, propelling Zhu Xiaotian, along with her seat, into the open air. At this critical juncture, Tian Xiao exercised his captain's authority to maneuver the azure bird. Zhu Xiaotian was left utterly bewildered. What was happening? Suspended in midair, her parachute deployed, revealing a tumultuous barrage of fire below. She caught sight of the color-changing red lizard racing frantically, yet the chameleon demon lizard remained elusive. Suddenly, a deafening explosion erupted as the azure bird plummeted, a fiery conflagration igniting the sky with a towering column of black smoke. Meanwhile, Tian Xiao had regained his composure, skillfully commanding the other 4 azure birds. They ascended swiftly, evading the chameleon demon lizard's next assault. Modified azure bird number 1 darted beneath the parachute, catching Zhu Xiaotian with precision. In haste, she unbuckled her safety harness and leaped through the side hatch into the cockpit. The relentless barrage of fire roared as the 4 6-barreled Gatling guns unleashed their fury, drawing a dense curtain of gunfire from the seemingly barren ground, transforming it into a patchwork of greenish bloodstains. The chameleon demon lizard could deceive others, but it could not fool Tian Xiao. While its cloaking ability was indeed formidable, its claws were precisely its most glaring vulnerability. Upon landing, the rapid movements of the small crater fully exposed its position. An overwhelming torrent of gunfire ensued, shredding the chameleon demon lizard to pieces. As the chameleon red lizard emerged from the depths of the pit, it was met with the harrowing sight of the shredded chameleon demon lizard. With a fierce, anguished roar, it opened its mouth, only to be violently torn apart by 8 searing flames that shot towards it. Chapter 73, Gene Source Liquid. Remain on high alert. Witnessing the chameleon red lizard and the chameleon demon lizard being ruthlessly dismantled, Tian Xiao's eyes gleamed with determination. He promptly delegated the modified Bluebird's authority to Zhu Xiaotian, while he himself opened the cabin and descended onto the battlefield, where the smoke still lingered. With a thud, he landed gracefully from a height of 10 meters, quickly setting off towards the remains of the chameleon demon lizard. The chameleon demon lizard represented a successful mutation. Within its body lay a pancreatic organ. Yet the quality of the pancreatic organ in any successfully mutated beast or insect was fundamentally distinct. Particularly noteworthy was the potent gene source liquid that crystallized within their bodies, a substance that continually enhanced their genetic mutation levels. In the years to come, powerful gene-endowed warriors began to emerge within Earth's celestial army, their strength amplified by this gene source liquid. This liquid could temporarily elevate their muscle strength and agility to unprecedented heights, or bestow upon them unique abilities solidified within the gene source liquid. Examples of such abilities include eagle vision, heightened olfactory senses, spiked carapace, and biological energy amplification. These abilities varied according to the innate talents of the individuals who acquired the gene source liquid. The chameleon demon lizard's gene source liquid granted the power of invisibility. This was precisely why Tian Xiao was so eager to ascertain the condition of its pancreatic organ. However, under his meticulous calculations, all the firepower of the Qinglong deftly evaded the location of the pancreas, leaving a significant likelihood of survival. Indeed, from the remnants of the torn chameleon lizard, Tian Xiao retrieved a piece of grayish-brown, somewhat translucent, gelatinous pancreas. At that moment, elation surged within him. Yet just then, a series of rapid clattering sounds approached from the side. Instinctively, Tian Xiao clutched the pancreas with one hand while raising his shotgun with the other, adjusting its aim and pulling the trigger. Bang! The tremendous recoil was negligible for him, given his muscle strength exceeding 17 points. Unfazed, Tian Xiao watched as dozens of steel pellets erupted from the flames, creating a transparent breach ahead. A diminutive chameleon lizard wailed as it was sent flying. Although the chameleon lizard stood less than half a meter tall, it was exceptionally fierce and agile. The moment the shotgun fired, two other chameleon lizards lunged at Tian Xiao from behind. Spinning around, he swung the shotgun's butt, sending the chameleon lizard hurtling away. A sharp sensation of being flanked pressed against him. The combat suit swiftly condensed and contracted, forming localized shields. Seizing the moment before the enemy's claws could breach the suit, Tian Xiao rolled on the ground, unleashing another barrage from the shotgun, riddling the last chameleon lizard with holes. "Stop! I want it alive," Tian Xiao gestured, hoping to halt his team from exterminating the 3 chameleon lizard larvae. Alas, it was too late. The modified bluebird, along with several others, had been startled awake by the gunfire of a shotgun. The heavy machine gun swiftly achieved its lock-on. In an instant, as Tian Xiao distanced himself from the crimson chameleonic lizard, the 6-barreled Gatling gun roared to life. The rhythmic sound of gunfire echoed, and the 3 injured crimson chameleonic lizards were instantly shredded by the hail of bullets. Instinctively, Tian Xiao contracted his body. The 3-headed crimson chameleonic lizard disintegrated into 3 clouds of sanguine mist. It was over. The trio, which could have spawned offspring capable of producing genetic source fluid, had been obliterated. Such a waste. Tian Xiao's heart ached with profound anguish. Only he understood the sheer difficulty of encountering mutated insect beasts. The odds were staggeringly slim. On resource planets far from the front line, the chance of stumbling upon a successfully mutated insect beast was akin to being struck by a piece of gold while walking down the street. Pathetically improbable. Moreover, this was a nest of chameleonic lizards, with only a minute chance of inheriting mutation capabilities. "What's wrong, boss? Are you all right? Team leader? Are you hurt?" The bluebirds all powered down and descended, their crew anxiously inquiring about the unfolding events. Tian Xiao gazed at the scattered remnants of flesh and blood, helplessly removing his mask of torment and gesturing with his hand to indicate he was unscathed. What else could he do? In such moments, those below were utterly unaware of the significance of mutated insect beasts, oblivious to the value of mutated larvae. He could hardly blame them. His comrades were merely eager to save lives. Sigh. The 3 larvae and 2 adults had already been extracted. Yet, one could not dismiss the possibility of other chameleonic lizards lurking nearby. Zhu Xiaotian, you are to lead the first team in expanding the search area, utilizing drones to meticulously trace every footprint left by the chameleon red lizard, conducting thorough comparisons to uncover any potential oversights. The second and third teams are to maintain vigilance, safeguarding the first team as they execute their mission. The fourth team will carry out routine patrol duties. Meanwhile, the monitoring center must persist in observing various locations, ensuring timely reports on the situation to the upper command. Upon returning to the security department, Wang Yunfei was already present, waiting outside the security building. Through the command center, they had witnessed the entire confrontation between the security team and the chameleon red lizard, as well as the chameleon demon lizard. From Tian Zhao's frenzied ambush and the subsequent trap laid for the enemy, to the security team swiftly surrounding and confining the chameleon red lizard after it fell for the ruse, employing a barrage of firepower to drive it away. Suddenly, Zhu Xiaoyan's cockpit was breached by a mysterious and terrifying force, nearly leading to her demise, sending Wang Yunfei and the personnel at the command center into a state of shock. As the captain of the first team, Zhu Xiaoyan's death would have placed an even heavier burden on Wang Yunfei, rendering his dismissal nearly inevitable. Fortunately, both acted decisively at a critical moment. Zhu Xiaotian ejected from the cockpit and landed in the modified Qingyao's cabin. The subsequent series of actions to contain the threat was both straightforward and resolute. The chameleon demon lizard was torn apart, and the chameleon red lizard met the same fate. 3 larvae were lured out into the open by Tian Hao's presence, who executed a series of precise gunfighting techniques, creating an opportunity for the security team to annihilate the larvae completely. Thank you, Leader Tian Xiao. Thank you. Under the leadership of Wang Yunfei, a group of individuals sincerely bowed in gratitude at the entrance of the security building. Those who followed Wang Yunfei were well aware that the resolution of this incident had secured his position as the highest authority at the base. Even if he faced some form of reprimand, it was deemed acceptable. Wang Yunfei's perception of Tian Xiao had undergone a complete transformation, as his narrow escape was entirely due to Tian Zhao's relentless efforts, leaving him with an ineffable sense of gratitude. Chapter 74. Biological Talent Skills. At the entrance of the security building, Tian Xiao was well prepared to face Wang Yunfei and his 4 trusted bodyguards. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, the insect beasts that had infiltrated from outside with the vessels had been entirely dealt with. While certainty was not yet achievable, he felt confident that he could provide a satisfactory report to his superiors. General Wang, it would be prudent for you to promptly report this matter to the higher-ups. The invasion of Class G parasitic insect beasts is no trivial affair. The deaths of 3 miners and the cessation of operations for over a day, alongside the destruction of a Qingyao vessel, cannot be concealed from headquarters, Tian Xiao remarked. I am aware, Wang Yunfei replied with a smile. In fact, the upper echelons have already caught wind of the situation and issued a warning for me to resolve it swiftly. I understand that this matter is unrelated to team leader Tian Xiao, as headquarters has dispatched a response team en route. If you truly wish to see me dismissed, you need only refrain from action. There is no need for such desperation. Tian Xiao was momentarily taken aback. A response team was indeed on its way. This was truly emblematic of the leadership style at Fei Company. Wang Yunfei continued, and upon hearing this, Tian Xiao exhaled in relief. To be honest, collaborating with Wang Yunfei has proven to be rather pleasant. This fellow wears his thoughts on his sleeve, unlike those seasoned veterans whose complexities can be quite bothersome. If a formidable individual were to replace him, it would undoubtedly require considerable effort and attention. Therefore, this arrangement is indeed favorable. If the affairs of the base were to be entrusted to the headquarters, it would be an embarrassment for the security department, and as the leader of this security team, I would also be left with diminished pride. Tian Xiao spoke these words sincerely. Upon hearing this, Wang Yunfei chuckled and said, Moreover, I have some good news for you. What is it? Vice President Yin Qing has stated that, in light of your swift and decisive handling of this recent incident, your performance has been exemplary, demonstrating capabilities that exceed those expected of a base security team leader. Consequently, Vice President Yin has officially included you in the reserve cadre for the highest leadership position at the base. Congratulations. Then I must extend my congratulations to you, Chief Wang, for ousting your rival. Henceforth, you shall have a more effortless grasp of the entire base's operations. Tian Zhao's smile faded. Wang Yunfei, sensing the shift, quickly clarified. Do not misunderstand. I sincerely have no intention of pushing you out. You have been an immense help to me this time, and I am grateful beyond measure. I would never dream of placing obstacles in your path. Not only would it reflect poorly on those above me, but my own associates would also perceive me as unworthy. Since you feel indebted, allow me to request a favor in return. For the position of the base's security team leader, let Chen Wuling take the role, and I propose that the vice leader position be entrusted to Zhu Xiaotian. I will recommend them, and I would appreciate it if you could co-sign with me. What do you think? Tian Xiao seized the opportunity to request this personal favor from Wang Yunfei. Absolutely. A trivial matter. Wang Yunfei readily agreed. And Tian Zhao's heart instantly settled. With his own recommendation and Wang Yunfei's endorsement, the overall structure and position of the security team would remain unchanged, ensuring a smooth transition and continuing the legacy left by Luo Fei. For Lin Hu, Lu Xuesong, and Xiao Daji, a stable and reliable team would assist them in amassing resources to challenge the G level. As for old Lu, it was simply a matter of steadily accumulating a bit more savings for his future. What he could do for these individuals was limited. General Wang was quite straightforward. Let us go inside and discuss. All right, Wang Yunfei exclaimed in delight. This was Tian Xiao's first invitation for him to enter the security building. a clear acknowledgement that he had finally earned Tian Zhao's recognition, becoming one of his own. The mutated pancreas was still in hand, and it could not be left for too long. The genetic source liquid within the mutated pancreas was utilized differently by various research institutes. Yet the Earth's army employed a rather crude method: pierce and swallow. After extracting every drop of liquid from the mutated pancreas and sending it deep into his throat, Tian Zhao immersed himself in a pool filled with water. Minutes later, his body began to warm. The thermometer nearby indicated that the pool's temperature gradually rose from 38 degrees to 39, then 40. Tian Zhao felt a heavy dizziness, as if his head were too weighty to lift. Damn it, where did it go wrong? Am I going to endanger myself? A few more minutes passed, and the temperature of the pool climbed to 45 degrees. Tian Zhao felt as if he were enveloped in a haze, resembling a shrimp boiled to perfection. His entire being flushed and feverish, devoid of any strength to move his limbs. Would the headquarters receive a report of the security team leader having cooked himself alive? What an absurd fate. This was the last fleeting thought that crossed Tian Zhao's mind before slipping into unconsciousness. Subsequently, in a state of disorientation, he sensed a transformation, as if he had morphed into something entirely different. He dreamt of being thoroughly cooked, his body dissipating into a cloud of white mist. Within this mist, he perceived a scarlet form, rapidly enveloped by a thin, transparent gel-like substance. Azure veins, alabaster bones, and crimson flesh gradually faded into the atmosphere beneath this translucent layer. Soon after, his body began to revert to its original state, resembling that of a vividly red shrimp once more, only to undergo a second phase of transparency. This peculiar cycle repeated itself, an enigma beyond comprehension. After an indeterminate passage of time, Tian Zhao finally regained consciousness. His first instinct was to touch his body, seeking reassurance that he had not transformed into a monstrous entity. The sensation felt normal. In the mirror, he appeared unscathed. Yet, within his being, it seemed he had indeed acquired something extraordinary. Qinglong. Self-check. Affirmative. Designation: 01 Qingyao. Pilot: Tian Zhao. Status: good. Age: 24. Muscle strength: 17. 9. Muscle flexibility: 17. 9. Bioenergy: 320 units. Current physical fitness: G4. Equipped chip level: G1 type. Azure Dragon. Biological talent: Grade G Chameleon Cloak. Consuming 100 units of bioenergy to enable an invisibility effect in non-combat situations for a duration of 30 seconds. Comprehensive personal strength assessment: G9. Upon reading this, Tian Zhao could not suppress a deep gasp, his joy palpable. He had finally acquired a biological talent skill. This was the stepping stone to power surpassing level C. In his previous life, he had toiled for years, mastering only a few ordinary biological skills. Yet, to wield a biological talent skill was akin to possessing a strategic ace, far superior to those who had only grasped conventional biological skills. Azure Dragon. He immediately designated the biological talent skill as his personal secret, encrypting it to ensure no one could access it. Yes. Chapter 75. Closed-door training gunfighting technique. After consuming a mutated pancreatic body, he fell into a coma for a total of 12 hours. During this time, the security team completed all comparative assessments, confirming that the claw marks left in the underground passages belonged solely to the deceased chameleon red lizard and chameleon demon lizard. The security team has concluded its operations. The incident of the parasitic beast invasion triggered by the chameleon red lizard has now come to an end. In Tian Zhao's mailbox lay 2 unread emails. One was a public commendation from the company's headquarters. Thanks to the collective efforts of the security team, an incident that surpassed their response capabilities was successfully resolved. The invasion of the parasitic beasts did not result in significant casualties or damages to the base, which greatly pleased the headquarters. Consequently, the level of recognition and rewards for this incident was elevated by 2 tiers compared to usual protocols. The security team received commendations along with an additional month's salary. The least rewarded member received 20,000 yuan, while Tian Zhao, the standout performer, was granted a remarkable 100,000 yuan. Moreover, all squad leaders and their deputies received extra accolades. Squad leader Zhu Xiaodian notably did not disclose that her actions were those of a leader, which resulted in her receiving an additional reward of 200,000 yuan from headquarters, along with compensation for the repair of the Bluebird. Tian Zhao's performance in this operation was exemplary, culminating in a reward of 1 million yuan and especially issued modified Desert Eagle weapon from headquarters. It is said to be identical to the one owned by Wang Yunfei, and this particular Desert Eagle employs armor-piercing rounds capable of penetrating H-series combat suits. With a market value exceeding 5 million yuan, and each bullet priced at a staggering 2,000 yuan. It is evident that this approval came directly from Vice President Yan Qing, signaling a gesture of goodwill. Additionally, another email was dispatched concerning the joint recommendation of Chen Wuling by Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei, with feedback from Zhu Xiaotian. As anticipated, the company approved this recommendation. However, due to the absence of a suitable position for Tian Xiao at present, this order will take effect once Tian Xiao assumes office. With the signature still attributed to Yan Qing. A smile appeared on Tian Xiao's face. The company also issued a disciplinary decision regarding Wang Yunfei. Overall, the headquarters has shown considerable care towards Wang Yunfei. Right from the outset of his tenure, he made such a significant blunder that had it not been for Yan Qing's protection, he would have long been dismissed, leaving a rather ignominious mark on his record. The financial loss is negligible. Observing the date, it is now the 11th of September in the year 777. There remains but a month until the commencement of the Dragon Slayer Youth Operation on the 10th of October. Tian Xiao displayed an invigorated countenance, with his relationship with Wang Yunfei having improved and the primary threat to the base resolved. It is the perfect opportunity to diligently hone his biological talents and reacquaint himself with several ordinary combat techniques he once mastered in the Earth Army. Upon returning to the security team, Chen Wuling promptly conveyed the news. These items should fetch several million at sale. Additionally, Wang Yunfei informed him that 3 vessels have found buyers, and the payment has been remitted. They merely await the end of the month to dispatch the goods. Initially, he had pledged to deliver half, amounting to 30 million, which has now been transferred to his account. With financial power in hand and strength on the rise, it is indeed a time when one feels buoyant amidst joyful events. That very day, Tian Xiao organized a grand feast. Utilizing a winning wager to serve the pancreas of the ripping wolf to Chen Wuling, Zhu Xiaotian, Lu Xuesong, Xiao Daji, Lin Hu, and Lu Fangyan, assisting them in their pursuit of H9. In the ensuing fortnight, Tian Xiao entered a mode of seclusion, devoting himself entirely to training on the field. The ordinary skills of the Earth Army soldiers are categorized into 4 primary types: the gun-flipping technique, which employs rapid forward movement to create a curved trajectory for the bullets, enabling strikes on targets obscured by obstacles, an exceptionally formidable skill indeed. Additionally, there are various techniques such as double gun technique and modified gun technique. In the training facility of New Moon City, one can witness the dexterity of finger techniques, which is but one of many. This is a form of hard qigong, enabling the practitioner to fortify their body parts to the resilience of metal. As one's physical prowess enhances, the lethality of the skills likewise escalates. Upon reaching a certain level of mastery, one can engage in direct combat with ferocious beasts and insect creatures. In his previous life, Tian Xiao had practiced the sword finger technique. Yet he took the most pride in thunder elbow and ghost leg, utilizing the elbow as a weapon with astounding explosive power and the leg for unexpected strikes. The third category focuses primarily on medical skills, while the final one remains shrouded in mystery. Some assert it pertains to mental prowess, whilst others claim it involves computational abilities. A realm Tian Xiao has yet to explore. At present, Tian Xiao is honing his skills in gun combat technique, gun whipping technique, and ghost leg. Within the shooting range, he stands alone, wielding dual Desert Eagles, the sounds of gunfire echoing incessantly. Bang, 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 bang. The roar of the Desert Eagle is thunderous, and the recoil is significant. However, in Tian Xiao's hands, both firearms remain as steady as an old dog. Shell casings swiftly eject from the chambers, landing with a crisp thud. In mere moments, the Desert Eagles expel a dozen rounds, emptying their magazines. Tian Xiao's speed in reloading is ghostly, as the gunfire continues unabated, as if there were never a pause or need for a magazine change. After exhausting 20 magazines, Tian Xiao emerges from the scene. The training facility reports his performance. The custom scenario concluded with a total of 300 fierce beasts, 37 injured, 221 killed, and 42 fled. With a shooting accuracy of 86, a lethality rate of 73.6, and a miss rate of 14, resulting in a grade of C. Tian Xiao approached the gun platform and requested 20 more magazines, paying the fee of 1,000 without hesitation. He meticulously loaded each magazine with bullets and secured them onto his tactical belt, wielding 2 desert eagles as he initiated a custom training scenario once more. In the vast expanse of the prairie, Tian Shao stood alone, thrust into a den of wolves. The air was punctuated by the sounds of gunfire, bang, bang, as he unleashed a flurry of shots, targeting the ravenous beasts. Each bullet found its mark, splattering blood as the wolves fell, collapsing in their advance. The new book received a rating of 7.1, a verdict that Tian Shao refuted with a scoff. We'll see about that, he mused. In chapter 76, he reflected. Aside from their unattractiveness, there is little else to complain about. Mastery of gun combat relied heavily on the ammunition at one's disposal. Tian Shao even disabled the computational abilities of Qing Long, opting to immerse himself in the visceral experience of being amidst the wolves without the aid of chips. The assault of the wolves intensified. Tian Shao knew he must cultivate an instinct for survival rather than remain a mere puppet of technology. The nearby Tyrmouth wolves were perpetually the most perilous adversaries. The bullets discharged from the desert eagles were relentlessly aimed at the nearest threat, dispatching wolf after wolf. Yet more continued to encircle him, applying relentless pressure. He recalled his struggles from half a month prior, when 100 rounds would fail to suffice against the onslaught, resulting in an abrupt end to his custom training. Now, however, his speed in changing magazines had reached a seamless perfection, and his mindset grew ever more composed. As another round of custom training concluded, the data reflected little change. Tian Shao resembled a tireless machine, unfazed by fatigue, methodically exchanging magazines and embarking on yet another round of training. The barrage of bullets swiftly dissipated. Upon departing the shooting range, his lethality rate had risen by a percentage point, signifying that he had dispatched an additional 3 Ripper wolves during the session. With the extensive ammunition training concluded, Tian Shao seamlessly transitioned to mastering the ghost leg technique. Within the confines of the 18th training hall, the striking bags of 2 accompanying robotic sparring partners reverberated like thunderous roars. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless sound echoed through the air. It was inevitable. These sparring robots were modeled after Grade H warriors. Having fully assimilated the pancreatic tissue of the chameleon lizard, Tian Zhao's muscle strength and agility had both surpassed 18.5, elevating him to the G6 realm. The robotic partners felt as though they had been struck by a small bridge truck. Just days prior, Shen Wuling had attempted to join the training, but, after enduring a few kicks, she had not ventured into the 18th training hall since. With only half a month remaining, Tian Shao was determined to make the most of his time. He immersed himself in rigorous practice, placing great importance on the mysterious and enigmatic actions of the dragon-slaying youth. On this particular day, an unexpected visitor entered the 18th level. The resounding impacts immediately captured this individual's attention, revealing Tian Shao unleashing a fierce barrage of firepower upon the robotic sparring partners. Tian Shao? Came the voice of Wang Yunfei, recognizing the individual, Tian Shao, whose well-proportioned muscular form concealed explosive power, retreated the sparring robots while remarking, "The esteemed General Wang, the foremost commander of the base, has come to peruse the training grounds. Shall we practice?" Wang Yunfei approached with an air of enthusiasm, donning his boxing gloves. Tian Shao was well aware of Wang Yunfei's prowess. A month prior, he had been superior. However, after a month, his strength had stagnated at G3, while Tian Shao had surpassed him. Mr. Wang was eager to test his limits, and as a subordinate, Tian Shao knew he must accompany him without hesitation. Tian Shao assumed a defensive stance as Wang Yunfei tossed over some protective gear. "Put this on," he instructed. Initially, Tian Shao considered declining, but recalling that his opponent hailed from the prestigious Tianlong Military Academy, he prudently donned the equipment. "Here he comes." Wang Yunfei lunged forward with an explosive stride, delivering a powerful punch. Bang! Tian Shao staggered back 2 or 3 steps, feeling a tightness in his chest. The force behind that punch nearly matched his own. It was evident that Wang Yunfei had indeed mastered close-quarters combat techniques. Every movement was executed with remarkable precision, showcasing a refined mastery of power accumulation and release, with an intensity far surpassing G3. Impressive. Tian Shao managed to maintain his ground. Seizing the moment, Wang Yunfei called out. Again, practicing both boxing and kicks, Wang Yunfei's blows were heavy and forceful, his leg techniques equally fierce. In a flurry of strikes, he unleashed 13 successful blows within a mere 7 seconds, each one landing with purpose. Such skill was commendable. Tian Shao defended silently, alternating between his hands, legs, and body to absorb the impact, maintaining a stable stance and effectively fulfilling his role as a sparring partner. Combat techniques were heavily taxing on one's biological energy. After 7 relentless minutes of bombardment, Wang Yunfei found himself utterly spent, collapsing onto the ground in sheer exhilaration. That was invigorating. It has been ages since I felt this alive. It is not immediately apparent that your defensive skills are so formidable. Wang Yunfei was aware that Tian Xiao had undergone specialized training for sparring. As Tian Xiao removed his protective gear, he inquired, "What brings you to the training ground today? This isn't typical of your character. How long have you been resting?" Tian Xiao paused, scrutinizing Wang Yunfei with a keen gaze, pondering whether the event he referred to was the Dragon Slayer Youth Initiative. The timing indeed aligned perfectly. However, it was inappropriate for Tian Xiao to inquire further. Any breach of confidentiality could not only jeopardize one's eligibility, but also lead to repercussions. Wang Yunfei, true to form, refrained from being explicit, merely stating that it was an opportunity arranged by his family. He elaborated, "I simply don't resonate with this planet. I believe it's best for me to depart. If he performs admirably in this event, he might secure a direct opportunity to board a starship, and at that moment, he could offer you a chance to oversee this resource-rich planet." How does that sound? Quite brotherly, isn't it? Indeed, it is quite brotherly. While Tian Xiao expressed agreement, his conviction grew that Wang Yunfei was indeed alluding to the Dragon Slayer Youth Initiative, an operation orchestrated within the Yunsheng Group that bore no connection to the Wang family. Nonetheless, Wang Yunfei's proposition intrigued him. To have comprehensive control over the daily operations and security affairs of a resource planet would bestow considerable authority. However, being intrigued was one thing, but it would ultimately be futile. Fei and company would never allow such an occurrence. Tian Xiao instructed the sparring robot to bring him 2 bottles of fine liquor. "We may as well consider ourselves acquaintances born from this encounter. If you leave so soon, I will be faced with an unfamiliar individual in the future, and I will have to navigate the complexities of our relationship all over again. It's exhausting. What's wrong? Do you not want me to leave?" Wang Yunfei chuckled. Tian Xiao nodded in agreement. "Now that I think about it, aside from your unfortunate appearance, everything else about you is quite acceptable. Get lost." Wang Yunfei retorted with a laugh. Upon hearing Wang Yunfei's aspirations, Tian Xiao couldn't help but chuckle softly. Wang Yunfei, ever sensitive, turned his head sharply. "Are you mocking me?" Tian Xiao hastily waved his hand in denial. "No. I just suddenly recalled how everyone in the security team wished to trample your face into the ground when you first arrived here. I never imagined you harbored such lofty dreams, aiming for the stars. That is indeed mockery." Wang Yunfei gritted his teeth. Tian Xiao shrugged. "If you insist on perceiving it that way, there's little I can do. But honestly, how can someone who lounges in the command center smoking cigars like a feudal lord still entertain such grand ambitions? Are you truly serious?" Tian Xiao laughed heartily for a while. "Enough." Wang Yunfei turned away, sulking and refusing to speak. After a moment, he took the initiative to speak. "In half a month's time, barring any unforeseen circumstances, the company, including our group, will undergo a significant reshuffle. A new cohort of capable elites will emerge. This presents both a challenge and an opportunity for you." Tian Xiao understood that Wang Yunfei, through the Wang family, and Vice President Yan Qing, surely possessed deeper insights. He was subtly warning him. He was also aware that when the Yunjin Cup concluded, many elites would rise to prominence, stepping into pivotal roles. "How shall we proceed?" Tian Xiao feigned ignorance while persistently questioning. Wang Yunfei, with a hint of discretion, remarked, "Every year around this time, a certain cohort rises within the group. If you possess a genuine interest in the history of the organization, you might notice some patterns. Moreover, following November each year, as the year draws to a close, the group undertakes planning for the forthcoming year's actions and deployments." Tian Xiao pondered this revelation. Indeed, it is customary for major conglomerates to reflect on the coming year at the end of each year, simultaneously amassing strength for future expansion. The new generation of recent graduates infuses these corporations with fresh vigor, providing a substantial impetus. Wang Yunfei did not elaborate further. Instead, he deftly shifted the conversation to his current role in talent acquisition. Next year, numerous newly constructed vessels will be launched. Consequently, there will be a significant recruitment drive, and many capable individuals will be sought after for opportunities aboard these ships. Having established a reputation within the company, you may find yourself embarking alongside your predecessor, Luo Fei, into the fleet. Upon hearing this, Tian Xiao felt a flicker of excitement. Joining the fleet. This would mean he could accompany the armada on its journeys. encountering a myriad of experiences in deep space, and would be presented with greater opportunities to confront formidable beasts, insectoid creatures, and interstellar marauders. He would also have chances to encounter powerful star beasts lurking in the shadows. I will take heed, Tian Xiao nodded. He understood that Wang Yunfei genuinely regarded him as an ally, which was why he had cautiously taken the risk to offer such a hint. Wang Yunfei remarked, "With your qualifications, what you truly lack now is the experience of the highest base commander. It would be ideal to secure a position within this month and assume the role promptly. Otherwise, entering the ship as the head of the security team will place you at a significantly lower starting point compared to entering as the highest base commander." "I understand," Tian Xiao replied. "Boss Luo Fei Luo mentioned to me that entering the ship as the head of the security team only leads to the future competition for the vice captain responsible for security. Only those who hold the title of the highest base commander, only by becoming the overall commander, will have the qualification to contend for the captaincy in the future. Just as long as you comprehend," Wang Yunfei stated before rising from his seat. "I also wish you a triumphant start." Tian Xiao smiled as he watched Wang Yunfei depart. Though Wang Yunfei's visit appeared to be a chance encounter, Tian Xiao was aware that it carried an implication of guidance and an olive branch extended towards him. However, Wang Yunfei possessed a ticket to the dragon-slaying youth operation, and he was confident in his ability to emerge alive from it, thereby potentially earning a significant promotion and perhaps the opportunity to directly assume the role of captain in the coming year. Like Luo Fei, Wang Yunfei also needed to recruit various elites to forge a reliable team to strengthen his fleet. Tian Xiao, with his exceptional abilities and strategic acumen, was an outstanding candidate in Wang Yunfei's eyes. Yet, he refrained from taking action. On one hand, due to Luo Fei's arrangements. On the other, because Tian Xiao's brilliance was too glaring. And finally, due to Wang Yunfei's own lack of sufficient strength and boldness. Thus, their paths were destined to merely cross. What Wang Yunfei remained oblivious to was that Tian Xiao had also secured an entry ticket to the Dragon Slayer Youth Initiative at the Cloud Cup. Consequently, they were likely to find themselves competing on the same stage. Wang Yunfei refrained from addressing this directly. Tian Xiao, bound by confidentiality protocols, could not divulge such information. Nevertheless, the missed opportunity to ascend as the highest authority of a certain base was indeed a thorn in Tian Xiao's heart. As time progressed and the date of October 10th approached ever closer, Tian Xiao recognized that the company could no longer assign him to any base at this juncture. Thus, he resolved to concentrate on his training, wholeheartedly refining his marksmanship. After nearly a month of arduous practice, during which he expended over 20,000 rounds of ammunition and countless resources amounting to tens of thousands of alliance credits, Tian Xiao finally elevated the lethality rate of the Desert Eagle to an impressive 93. On October 7th, a shocking email from the company reverberated throughout the entire base. The commander, Wang Yunfei, and the leader of the security team, Tian Xiao, were reassigned to headquarters for specialized training, temporarily relinquishing all their duties. The highest authority at the base was to be temporarily assumed by a senior executive from headquarters, while Chen Wuling took over as the leader of the security team. With Zhu Xiaodian as the deputy leader, there was no time for farewell gatherings. That very day, an aircraft descended upon the base, whisking Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao away. Wang Yunfei stared in bewilderment at Tian Xiao, who was preparing to take a vacation on the same aircraft, nearly choking back his disbelief. Many gathered to bid them farewell. But the conglomerate evidently had no intention of allowing them to reveal more, hastily sealing the cabin door. Inside the cabin, Wang Yunfei could no longer contain himself. "Did you receive an invitation to?" "What invitation?" Tian Xiao blinked innocently, continuing to feign ignorance. Wang Yunfei clenched his fists. "I really want to take action." Tian Xiao remained indifferent, gazing out at the swiftly vanishing meteor belt beyond the window, remarking, "The corporation seems to place considerable importance on this Cloud Cup, to the extent of arranging a Class D small aircraft to fetch us." Wang Yunfei instantly grasped the situation, reclining into the plush sofa and scoffing. "You, my friend, possess extraordinary prowess and skill, particularly with insect beasts. It is indeed unreasonable not to include you. The higher-ups of the corporation are not blind. Who would have imagined we would end up as rivals? The corporation never stipulated that acquaintances could not form teams." Tian Xiao sighed. Wang Yunfei paused, taken aback. "You're mocking me again." Chapter 78. Slumbering for 3 days in this slumber, it was unclear how long he had slept. Tian Xiao was roused by someone shaking him. Wang Yunfei, rubbing his slightly swollen head, exclaimed, How did I fall asleep? Tian Xiao, wake up quickly. The aircraft has landed. We arrived. Tian Xiao opened his eyes. His expression grave. Damn it, I've been drugged. However, the assailants' methods were exceptionally sophisticated. They likely employed gas and food in a reactive combination, rendering him utterly incapable of discernment or analysis, and leaving no opportunity for resistance. The Azure Dragon rescanned the cabin. The interior had been thoroughly cleaned, pristine and devoid of any evidence. Tian Xiao rose and followed Wang Yunfei down the aircraft, only to behold a medium-sized base city illuminated by lights akin to a starry sky. A combat-clad bionic robot stood on the ground to greet them, explaining, "Gentlemen, you are participating in the Cloud Cup Dragon-Slaying Youth Operation. To ensure that the mission location and identity information remain confidential, we administered a mild sedative during your flight. The base is equipped with large-scale jamming devices to preclude any external transmission of information and prevent any incoming signal tracking. Furthermore, you will be resting at this base until all personnel have arrived, at which point we will escort you to the competition venue. Allow me to show you to your accommodations." With that, the bionic robot turned and led the way. Wang Yunfei followed without a flicker of emotion. Yet he was inexplicably aware of a subtle tension and exhilaration rising within him. The meticulous selection process, the D-class small aircraft for transportation, and the highly confidential flight en route, all elements underscored the Cloud Group's commitment to secrecy regarding this dragon-slaying youth operation. The more the Cloud Group emphasized the importance of this mission, the more Wang understood that those who excelled in this endeavor would undoubtedly ascend to great heights, gaining abundant opportunities and resources. Lost in contemplation, Tian Xiao followed suit. Wang Yunfei engaged the bionic robot in casual inquiries, such as the total number of participants, how many had already arrived, the duration of their stay, the apparent lack of personnel at the base, and whether they were still within the bounds of the Pegasus Galaxy. The bionic robots paid no heed, leading the two individuals to a towering, unmarked edifice shrouded in darkness. "You may choose any room within. Feel free to reside as you wish. There is food available, and the specific time for action will be communicated to you later," stated the bionic robot before departing. "Damn it, who does it think it is, acting so superior?" Wang Yunfei grumbled, feeling disgruntled and venting his frustrations. Tian Xiao gazed up at the imposing structure, which soared over 100 meters, his expression shifting to one of intrigue. "Qinglong, verify the interference range." "Apologies, unable to calculate," came the response. Tian Xiao fell silent, realizing that this base indeed housed significant interference devices, rendering them incapable of contacting the outside world. There was something amiss with this bionic robot. Tian Dao's mind raced. "Qilong, under the condition of substantial interference devices within the base, how will they communicate with us?" He pondered, feigning understanding. At that moment, Wang Yunfei had already stepped through the entrance, and, noticing Tian Xiao lagging behind, questioned, "What is the matter?" Lost in thought, he had fully embraced the arrangements of the Yunzhong group, absorbing and accepting all the information provided by the bionic robot. Indeed, the naivete of the inexperienced was evident. Fresh from academia, such individuals often retained an unblemished innocence, having yet to face the harsh realities of life. Tian Xiao, having suffered betrayal by a bionic robot in the past, understood that the higher-ups of the group were far from benevolent. Upon entering any unfamiliar environment, one's vigilance invariably heightens, leading to meticulous scrutiny of any incongruities. The robot had not expressly forbidden exploration within the base, prompting me to contemplate a stroll through the city. It was late at night. Why wander aimlessly without rest? Wang Yunfei protested verbally, yet he nonetheless stepped outside. Within the base, numerous buildings blazed with light, and a variety of shops lined the streets, all operating around the clock, staffed entirely by bionic robots. Priced at 500,000 each, these artificial beings, once equipped with basic information, could tirelessly perform their duties, maintaining the stores with impeccable order, far more reliable than human workers. Tian Xiao entered a convenience store and casually purchased a carton of fresh milk, glancing at the date before noticing a news broadcast on the large screen behind the clerk. It reported an incident involving space pirates attacking a major corporation's transport ship in the Orion system, complete with a date display. He silently completed his transaction and departed. They had been in a state of unconsciousness for a full 3 days. Although Wang Yunfei was somewhat slow on the uptake, he remained alert to pertinent information. Exiting the convenience store, his expression shifted slightly. They had indeed slumbered for 3 days. The news was from the Orion system, Extraordinary. The Orion system represented the front line of the Earth Alliance's expansion efforts. The Yunzhong group had delivered them to the forefront. Wang Yunfei finally found his focus. At this juncture, he finally turned to Tian Xiao for confirmation. Did you suspect something from the very beginning and insist on venturing out to gather intelligence? In unfamiliar territory, is it not a common practice to collect information? Tian Xiao's question left him momentarily speechless. Wang Yunfei stammered, initially defending that this was an arrangement from above. However, as the words lingered on his lips, he sensed the impropriety of his justification. Tian Xiao took a sip of fresh milk, slightly furrowing his brow. Let us proceed. We still need to gather more intelligence. Where to? Wang Yunfei found himself struggling to keep pace. Tian Xiao offered no explanation. But his earlier ease had dissipated as he began to jog down the street, passing by an array of dazzling shops, all the while disregarding the astonished glances of passers-by. Eventually, they arrived at a store specializing in weaponry, and he pushed the door open with determination. Hello. Our system recognizes you both as legitimate citizens of the Earth Alliance, possessing legal rights to carry firearms. We can provide suitable products for you. The shopkeeper, a trustworthy-looking man with a square face, stood before a neatly arranged display of over 80 types of firearms, from handguns to assault rifles, from compact submachine guns and shotguns to sniper rifles. Wang Yunfei regarded these ordinary weapons, priced in the thousands or tens of thousands, with disdain. He wielded a modified Desert Eagle worth 1 million, with a single clip of armor-piercing bullets costing more than many assault rifles. Tian Xiao, undeterred, directly inquired of the shopkeeper, "Do you offer custom weaponry?" "Indeed. But there is a waiting period of a few days," the shopkeeper replied with a professional smile. "Then that means there is none available," Tian Xiao concluded. Tian Xiao let out a faint sigh. Chapter 79, A Brand New Base. 2 Desert Eagles, for magazines, an assault rifle, for magazines, a shotgun, and a standard shotgun shell belt. You should prepare a set as well. After listing a series of names, Tian Xiao turned to inquire about the weapons Wang Yunfei usually preferred. It was then that Wang Yunfei finally assumed a serious demeanor. "Give me what you purchased." Though he was unaware of what Tian Xiao had discovered, he recalled the chameleon red lizard and the chameleon demon lizard infiltrating the base, during which he too had been oblivious until it was too late. 127,000 Alliance coins. The clerk swiftly presented all the weapons. After the two made their payment, the clerk thoughtfully asked if they wished to test the firearms in store. Tian Xiao shook his head. Although the Qinglong is severely disrupted, it still possesses basic computational abilities regarding its surroundings. The firearm components are brand new, with deviations within the factory's acceptable range. Do you have biological stimulants? Yes. They are 500,000 each. I'll take 2. Tian Xiao completed the transaction. The biological stimulants were the size of a pen, making them convenient for transport. Although Wang Yunfei was unaware of the unfolding situation, he also procured 2. He then inquired if they sold armor-piercing ammunition. No. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei participated in this Yunchong Cup dragon-slaying youth operation, knowing they would soon resign. Apart from a combat suit, Wang Yunfei had only brought a customized Desert Eagle. Everything else belonged to the company. Upon exiting the weapon shop, Wang Yunfei could no longer contain himself. In a hushed tone, he sent a brief message through his chip. What exactly is happening? It remains uncertain. However, what we can assert with confidence is that we now find ourselves on the front lines, having succumbed to slumber aboard the aircraft for 3 consecutive days. I am aware that Wang Yunfei is perplexed. I too am unsure if I am overthinking, yet upon arriving at the front, devoid of an aircraft nearby and lacking sufficient ammunition, I feel an unsettling sense of insecurity. Furthermore, given the meticulous nature of the Yunzhong Group's operations, 3 days have elapsed. And at this juncture, the dragon-slaying youth initiative should have commenced. Tian Xiao's words utterly astonished Wang Yunfei. The latter's eyes widened, and he immediately shook his head vigorously. Are you implying that the operation has already begun? The competition has commenced? How could that be? We are still within the base. Wang Yunfei was exceedingly agitated. Tian Xiao pulled him to the corner of a building, gesturing towards a height of the 2nd floor. See for yourself. What? The illumination here is rather dim, and in the shadowy ambience, only a few lines of varying sizes are vaguely discernible. Engineering, completion date. Wang Yunfei strained his eyes for an extended period before finally discerning the content above. Subsequently, his pupils dilated in shock. The completion date was 3 days prior. Wang Yunfei's expression shifted dramatically. He then hastily sprinted to locate the completion information for several nearby buildings. Indeed, the completion dates for all surrounding edifices were the same. What does this imply? This base is newly constructed. Is this base the designated assembly point for the Yunzhong Cup Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative? Wang Yunfei dared not delve too deeply into his thoughts. Tian Xiao, however, was unrestrained. He remarked to Wang Yunfei, if this were merely a gathering point, would it warrant such extravagant expenditure? This base operates seamlessly, with a meticulously arranged layout that resembles a genuine military installation. The financial investment, manpower, and computational capabilities required are staggering. Were it up to me, I would prefer to deploy a vessel in space, perhaps for incidental use, and once the Yunzhong Cup concludes, it could be officially commissioned. Wang Yunfei still hesitated to entertain another line of thought. Tian Xiao ruthlessly dismantled his perceptions. How do you explain why the group has specifically positioned us within the most discreet yet robust bastion of the base? What are they apprehensive about? Wang Yunfei found himself at a loss for words once more. Each base is fortified with 8 bastion towers strategically placed in 4 cardinal directions to thwart potential invasions. These structures possess formidable strength, capable of resisting corrosive substances unleashed by monstrous creatures and enduring frontal assaults from larger beasts. They can even withstand the relentless onslaught of fissure worms and high-temperature corrosive entities for several hours, buying precious time for the base during urban combat. The group's decision to place them within the bastion tower indeed suggested an air of peculiarity. Inside the tower, all doors were firmly shut. A red sign indicated restricted access, suggesting that occupants were already present. Green rooms were available for permission requests. Tian Xiao accessed a room on the highest floor near the emergency exit, while Wang Yunfei took up residence next door, only to swiftly slip over moments later. I believe your analysis is indeed accurate. This base emanates an aura of the uncanny. For the sake of safety, we shall remain together. Should any unforeseen circumstances arise, we can support one another. Wang Yunfei spoke with conviction. Tian Xiao, however, paid him no mind, instead retrieving a nutritional bar from the refrigerator in the room, replenishing his strength. He now felt certain that there existed over an 80% probability that the objective of the Dragon Slayer youth operation at the Cloud Cup was to safeguard this base. Glancing at the clock, it was 1 a.m. On October 10th, Tian Xiao consumed 3 nutritional bars in succession, restoring his biological energy to peak condition. Then closed his eyes to meditate and began to rest. Clad in his combat uniform, he secured 2 Desert Eagles in the tactical holsters at his waist, held an assault rifle in his hand, and slung a shotgun and a belt of ammunition across either side, opting to sit while resting to avoid disrupting his repose. Wang Yunfei observed in astonishment. At that moment, he felt as though, despite being a semi-military personnel graduated from a military academy, he was merely an outsider in the presence of Tian Xiao, who exuded expertise. As they switched off the lights, the two, fully armed, faced one another, creating a striking visual contrast against the brightly lit, serene base outside the floor-to-ceiling windows. Tian Xiao, Wang Yunfei began hesitantly. There are times when I genuinely question whether you are the one who graduated from a military academy. However, having perused your dossier, I find your alma mater rather unremarkable. Yet your combat aptitude and military acumen surpass mine significantly, akin to that of a true soldier, which is quite disheartening for my confidence. Wang Yunfei sensed an undercurrent of unease. Tian Xiao raised his hand to signal silence, then pointed towards the window. Wang Yunfei swiftly cast aside the doubts that had just escaped his lips and focused intently on the scene beyond the window. The world outside was enveloped in utter darkness, rendering visibility impossible. Just as Wang Yunfei believed that Tian Xiao was toying with him, he turned to find Tian Xiao fixated on a glass perched by the window. The surface of the glass rippled gently, creating subtle waves. Chapter 80. Full-scale invasion. Wang Yunfei's pupils contracted slightly. The ripples on the glass, seemingly mundane, were anything but ordinary in such a still and silent environment. A second wave arose, followed closely by a third. The frequency of the ripples intensified. Wang Yunfei sprang to his feet, excitement and tension coursing through him. Indeed, it had manifested. The crisis at the base was real. His instincts had not led him astray. Tian Xiao rose, weapon in hand, and approached the floor-to-ceiling window to survey the entire base. Suddenly, several red points of light erupted from the highest floor at the center of the base, followed by chaotic explosions that transformed the air into a dazzling display of fiery fragments, reminiscent of a breathtaking firework barrage. Boom! A dark object collided with the fiery display, illuminating the area with an overwhelming brilliance akin to a blackened ovary, which then unleashed a terrifying radiance and shockwave. A blinding light erupted above the base. Boom. The initial wave of violent shockwaves struck the entire base forcefully, shattering nearby walls and glass. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei instinctively raised their hands to shield their eyes, their faces paling in disbelief. Electromagnetic egg. D-class electromagnetic nightmare. As the two recognized the identity of the assailants targeting the command center of the base, another series of explosive sounds and blinding light ensued. Boom, boom, boom. The command center has come under a frenzied assault from electromagnetic orbs. The terrifying brilliance illuminated the entire base as if it were midday. In an instant, the newly constructed facility lay in ruins, overwhelmed by the immense electromagnetic forces that extinguished all lights. Nearby, several towering buildings were doused in a noxious corrosive liquid, emitting plumes of white smoke. However, thanks to the formidable firepower of the command center, it remained unscathed. The walls were sturdy, and a diluting liquid began to spray from within. The barrage of electromagnetic orbs jolted everyone inside the base to alertness. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei heard the hurried footsteps echoing through the floors. Tian Xiao did not rush to act. The enormous floor-to-ceiling windows were battered by a fierce storm, leaving them riddled with cracks. With a swift motion, Tian Xiao smashed the glass with his rifle and witnessed dozens of Qingniao vessels swiftly appearing around the command center. Whoosh! The Qingniao darted low, heading towards the direction from which the electromagnetic orbs had come. They could not allow the electromagnetic monstrosities to launch a second barrage against the base. However, at that moment, one of the Qingniao suddenly snapped in two, and the scattering sparks illuminated a lithe figure. Qinglong, currently engaged in analysis, confirming that the assailant of the Qingniao was the G-class insect beast black flood dragon. Accompanying the black flood dragon was the F-class insect beast white phosphorus giant winged insect. Wang Yunfei also took notice. A multitude of dark spots appeared in the sky above the base. Upon ascension, the Qingniao failed to immediately detect their presence, resulting in numerous black flood dragons descending upon them. Crack, crack, crack. One after another, the Qingniao were annihilated. Boom, boom, boom. Flames erupted, either plummeting to the ground or colliding with nearby buildings in explosive bursts, adding to the chaos and urgency enveloping the ravaged base. Wang Yunfei was utterly bewildered as he witnessed a multitude of white phosphorus giant winged insects advancing towards the facility. His pallid visage betrayed his alarm as he shouted, "The command center is in danger. We cannot afford to lose the command center. Invasion by the insect beasts was imminent. There are D-class electromagnetic monstrosities. The command center must not fall, or else our base will lose its capacity for self-defense. Tian Xiao, we must rush to the command center." As Wang Yunfei attempted to charge forward, Tian Xiao seized him with a firm grip. "Do not be hasty. Is this the time for such recklessness?" His words faltered as he met Tian Xiao's composed gaze. The white phosphorus giant winged insects were classified as F-level monsters. The weapons we possess cannot harm them. If we rush in, we would only be walking to our demise. It is far more prudent to remain calm and consider what we can realistically do for the base. Wang Yunfei, in his eagerness, finally recognized the gravity of their situation. This was not his base. They were neither the highest authorities nor the leaders of the security team here, lacking aerial vehicles and effective means to combat the insect beasts. Their sole arsenal consisted of low-grade military arms recently acquired from a weapons store. Tian Xiao released his grip. Wang Yunfei could only offer so much insight. The base was under siege, a scenario he had anticipated, yet he had not foreseen the Cloud Group's audacious strategy. The deployment of D-class electromagnetic monstrosities, alongside swarms of F-level aerial insect beasts, was sufficient to suppress the Qingniao. Additionally, the ground was teeming with G-class black flood dragon beasts. Madness. This is a formation capable of annihilating the entire base. The Zerg offensive continues unabated. A torrent of gunfire pours down from the skies onto the streets. Rat-a-tat-tat. The heavy machine guns at the base command center roar to life, echoing through the night. The dense barrage illuminates the darkened sky. The white phosphorus giant moths, attempting to assault the command center, are met with a hail of bullets, their blood splattering as they retreat. Some, however, crash into the command building, where the gunfire erupts like firecrackers. The firepower is ferocious. For the moment, the command center remains unscathed. Yet, Tian Xiao's gaze shifts downward, to the ground. On the base's streets, numerous individuals have armed themselves and charged out. A tide of darkness engulfs the scene. Countless black serpentine beasts descend, joining a throng of swiftly moving insectoids as they invade the outer streets and alleys of the city, storming into nearby skyscrapers. Gunfire erupts on the streets. Tian Xiao inwardly laments the bravery of these individuals. With the base's lights extinguished, the environment favors the insectoids. Any soldier who dares to emerge from cover to fire is unlikely to survive. Just as this thought crosses his mind, a soldier below unleashes 2 close-range shots from a shotgun, only to be overwhelmed by a black serpentine beast leaping from the second floor. Shadows swarm around, and the corpse inadvertently squeezes the trigger, releasing a cacophony of bullets in a futile spray, accompanied by the hollow clicks of empty chambers. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei have already raised their assault rifles to the windowsill, aiming at the mass of insectoids scavenging in the streets, yet they hesitate to fire. There is no hope of rescue. The insectoids are too numerous. Nearby, several individuals meet the same grim fate, their faces rendered unrecognizable, their bodies unidentifiable. Within the base, the sounds of gunfire multiply. However, in a remarkably brief span, the sound of gunfire began to wane. This exemplifies the brutal reality of war. In the absence of aerial vehicles and more formidable weaponry, humanity finds it exceedingly challenging to confront the insect beasts at close quarters. Tian Xiao imparted a harsh lesson to Wang Yunfei. It dawned upon Wang Yunfei that his reckless descent would surely lead to a fate akin to that of those below, perished. At that moment, an announcement echoed through the room. The Cloud Cup Dragon Slayer Youth Initiative is officially underway. Eliminate an H-level insect beast for 1 point. Eliminate a G-level insect beast for 10 points. Eliminate an F-level insect beast for 100 points, and so forth. Should the command base be destroyed, the mission will fail, and points will be reset to 0. All personnel will initiate an evacuation mission, tasked with surviving for 48 hours in a base occupied by the insect race. Awaiting potential reinforcements. Act swiftly, youth. Endure even the 7-2 challenge. We seek your support. Chapter 81, Nightmare Difficulty. Damn it. With the base in such disarray, you want us to safeguard the command center? With what? A mere broken pistol? In the rooms of the 8 fortress towers, everyone reacted furiously to the announcement from the Cloud Group. Contact the security team. Do you truly believe that last batch of bluebirds were merely a coincidence? The security team has suffered significant losses, leaving only a scant few to defend the command center dam. Another aircraft down. This is undoubtedly a nightmare start. Despite the harsh words exchanged, those participating in this operation are indeed the elite from the headquarters and branches of the Cloud Group. A coalition has formed, establishing a localized shared network to assess the number and distribution of nearby insect beasts and to initiate their actions. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei, from their elevated vantage point, overheard a conversation in the escape passage below. Team formation. Old Chun, number 1. I am number 2. Feng Hong, number 3. Zhao Han, number 4. Our objective is the aerial vehicle on the rooftop. First, we must eliminate all insect beasts on the roof. Move. The 4 swiftly ascended to the top floor. Gathering near the security door, Wang Yunfei gestured to Tian Xiao from behind the door, inquiring whether they should join forces with these individuals. The firepower of the aerial vehicle considerably surpassed that of their lightweight weapons. Tian Xiao shook his head. Following the explosion of the electromagnetic X, the entire base reverberated with chaos, and he was uncertain if any insect beasts had descended upon the rooftop. Furthermore, numerous white phosphorus giant winged insects hovered above the base, possessing keen eyesight. Thus, venturing to the rooftop was not a prudent choice. However, during the dragon-slaying youth operation, he had no authority to dictate the will or plans of others. All he could do was wish them well. The security door opened, and the 4 rushed out of the escape passage. The leader wielded a shotgun, while the other 3 were armed with handguns, tactically following behind. The rooftop was deserted, devoid of any insect beasts. The glass ceiling obscured the external view, and a bluebird aircraft was stationed at the very center of the rooftop, beneath a large emblem. Move. The 4 quickened their pace towards the command center. I hereby apply for the unlocking of the number 78 Azure Bird and assume control over its operations. The hatch opens. Excellent. The command center has activated the automatic authentication of the aircraft. For individuals stream into the cabin. The power engine roars to life. The glass ceiling of the bastion swiftly retracts. Quickly. Ascend. draw closer to the command center. The azure bird spreads its wings, barely 20 meters off the ground. A sudden sight catches the attention of a group. Several dark spots approach rapidly. White phosphorus giant-winged insects. Open fire. Repel them. The azure bird deftly maneuvers through the air, launching volley after volley of artillery shells, weaving an intricate web of defensive fire. Truly, the elite selected by the Cloud Group demonstrate remarkable piloting prowess, managing to bring down two of the white phosphorus giant-winged insects, swiftly nearing the vicinity of the command center. However, at that moment, a faint, unusual sound emanates from the exterior of the azure bird. Its agile maneuvers falter, and suddenly, something yanks it, sending it spiraling down towards a nearby skyscraper. This is dire. Quickly, open the hatch. Eject. A crimson glow envelopes the cabin as the aircraft trembles. The alarm blares incessantly. Woo, 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 woo. The hatch remains sealed. The conditions for ejection are not met. Brace for impact. Boom. The azure bird crashes onto the rooftop of a nearby edifice. Crack. A monstrous nine-eyed spider, towering 2 stories high, effortlessly pierces the cabin with a razor-sharp limb. It withdraws its appendage, and torrents of blood cascade down. This is but a mere fragment of the battlefield's chaos. Upon the opening of the rooftop of the Bastion building, a colossal white phosphorus moth took flight, emitting a piercing shriek that resonated above. In an instant, a tumult of various insect beasts surged towards the entrance from all directions. Some creatures, such as the black serpent insects, hastily ascended through the shattered glass walls, immediately lunging into the rooms upon spotting the presence of the living. The cacophony of gunfire intensified throughout the floors of the Bastion building. The escape routes quickly filled with people, all ascending in a frantic retreat. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei found themselves trapped behind the rooftop's safety door. The chaotic sounds of gunfire and the approaching footsteps mingling with the howling winds created by the flapping wings of the white phosphorus moth outside. Sweat beaded on Wang Yunfei's forehead. The situation orchestrated by the group was a veritable deadlock. In such an environment, those who managed to survive would have tales to tell for a lifetime. Remaining here was untenable. They had to devise a means to break free. The white phosphorus moth outside posed the greatest threat, serving as the commander of the nearby insect beasts. We must address it first, Tian Xiao urged Wang Yunfei. The latter's eyes widened in disbelief. How do we resolve this? The white phosphorus moth, an F-rank insect beast. The heavy machine guns at the command center couldn't bring it down, which speaks volumes about its tenacity. Its weakness lies in its eyes. We'll use armor-piercing rounds and strike together. I'll take the left, you take the right. Before Wang Yunfei could respond, Tian Xiao shoved him forward, and instinctively, he brandished his desert eagle, aiming at the white phosphorus moth as it turned to face him its left eye. Wait, is it to the left of it, or to my left? Never mind. Both will do. Wang Yunfei swiftly squeezed the trigger. Bang! Simultaneously, another gunshot echoed in his ears. In the blink of an eye, as the white phosphorus giant moth turned its head, 2 figures burst forth from the safety door, firing without hesitation. Bang! Bang! Tian Xiao fired once. Wang Yunfei discharged 2 rounds. Both of the moth's eyes were pierced, the bullets shattering its line of sight and tearing through numerous neurons. Although not fatal, it was sufficient to disrupt its balance. The white phosphorus giant moth staggered and began to tumble towards the ground. Can this really work? Wang Yunfei had rushed into action without considering that this tactic would actually prove effective. Sheathing his modified Desert Eagle, Tian Xiao stepped aside, closed the rooftop shield. The once open rooftop shield sealed once more. Wang Yunfei's eyes sparkled. Now, the bunker building truly resembled a fortress. The shield might not hold for long. Stay here and keep watch for any intruding insects. If any come in, eliminate them while I descend to assist. Understood. Wang Yunfei nodded. The escape stairwell was in chaos, with insects occasionally bursting in from various floors, crowding into the escape passage. As Tian Xiao descended to his level, he saw a safety door forcibly torn down, revealing a black serpent insect charging downwards. The sounds of gunfire echoed from the floor below. Chapter 82, Steady as a Rock. Bang! The black serpent insect was forcefully pinned against the wall by dozens of powerful forces, blood gushing from numerous wounds. The formidable recoil was firmly restrained by Tian Xiao, the muzzle remaining steadfastly aimed at the grotesquely surprised and enraged mandibles of the black serpent insect beast. He pulled the trigger for a second time. Bang! The creature's face was a gruesome mess of flesh and blood. A massive shell ejected forcefully from the gun's chamber. Bang! With a bloodied visage, The black serpent insect beast let out a furious roar and charged at Tian Shao. Yet, it proved futile. Bang! The impact of the shotgun was tremendous. The stairwell walls were riddled with charred bullet craters, and the air was thick with the acrid scent of gunpowder. The black serpent insect beast howled in rage. The vitality of G-class insect beasts was extraordinarily resilient. Even at close range, enduring 4 shots from a shotgun without succumbing instilled a chilling sense of helplessness and horror. Without hesitation, Tian Shao aimed for the creature's head once more with his 5th shot. One side of its skull had already been caved in. Finally, the beast lost all awareness of its surroundings, crashing against the wall, its forelimbs frantically slashing at the stair railing and walls, while its sharp tail lashed wildly. Sparking against the surface, Tian Shao swiftly drew his desert eagle. Bang! A bullet pierced directly through the mangled brain of the black serpent insect beast. Its brain matter sprang onto the wall, which quickly began to corrode and smoke. The creature's movements became utterly rigid, and after a full half-second, it collapsed to the ground as if devoid of support. 10 points secured. Just then, footsteps echoed from behind. Tian Shao retreated and sidestepped, catching a glimpse out of the corner of his eye as another black serpent insect beast entered the corridor outside the safety door, undoubtedly attracted by the recent gunfire. Seeking to ambush from behind. Before the outcome could approach the safety door, a shotgun was thrust against the forehead. Bang! Dozens of steel pellets, propelled by gunpowder, crashed into the face of the second black serpentine beast, producing a cacophony of sound that momentarily disoriented it. With a devil-may-care flourish, Tian Shao discarded the shotgun and drew his desert eagle, firing 2 shots in quick succession. Bang! Bang! The first bullet penetrated the gaping wound in the creature's forehead, spilling forth a torrent of blood, while the second shot pierced directly through its skull. The several hundred-pound black serpentine beast collapsed, never to rise again. Tian Shao swiftly exchanged weapons, darting into the escape stairwell, leaping down to the lower level, where the shotgun was once again firmly in his grasp, the movement fluid and seamless. At the stairwell's entrance lay 2 beast carcasses and 1 human body. Within the corridor, a burly man was vigorously wielding the safety door, exuding an imposing presence as he repelled the assault of the black serpentine beasts, whose tails, like daggers, continually shifted angles in an attempt to breach his defenses. One of the beast's legs was evidently injured. However, in the corridor's depths, other black serpentine beasts were relentlessly assaulting the door, having already created a massive hole with their tails. As Tian Shao emerged from the safety door, he immediately captured the attention of the 3 men. Brothers, help! They had indeed heard the gunfire from the escape stairwell and were aware that someone was inside, yet they had not anticipated such a swift emergence. In response, a dull shotgun blast echoed. With a swift maneuver, Tian Shao struck at the base of the black serpentine beast's tail, leaving it caught in a pincer attack, compelling it to pivot and charge towards him. Be careful. Tian Shao remained unperturbed. Under the cover of gunfire from 3 allies, they advanced rather than retreated. Bang! The black serpent beast halted. Bang! The creature staggered backward. Bang! Its visage was a grotesque blend of blood and flesh. Bang! Tian Shao maintained his composure, firing 4 consecutive shots with remarkable steadiness. The shotgun was aimed squarely at the beast's face, mere 5 meters apart. Bang! The tremendous force of the impacts inflicted damage upon the beast's neural system, rendering it unsteady and causing its movements to become frantic and sluggish. Thud. Crash. Simultaneously, another black serpent beast finally burst through the door, appearing behind the trio. They quickly braced themselves to defend. Tian Shao swiftly changed his weapon, dispatching the beast before him with 2 precise shots. The massive figure collapsed. Observing this, the 3 hastened to converge from both sides. Brother, lend me a gun, called the man wielding the door panel. Without hesitation, Tian Shao tossed over his shotgun along with the ammunition belt. There are 3 rounds left in the magazine. Use them sparingly. Got it. The burly man beamed, swiftly reloading with the expertise of a seasoned professional. The other 2, one brandishing a Desert Eagle and the other an assault rifle, cast inquiring glances at Tian Shao. He tossed over a handgun magazine and a magazine for the assault rifle. If you need more ammunition, head to the elevator shaft. There's an armory next to the bunker building's elevator shaft. We just came from there, but the insect beasts have already attacked that area, and all the weapons inside have been destroyed. One of them spoke with a grave tone. Then we shall proceed to the next floor. Each floor of the fortified building is equipped with a separate armory. Without further ado, they proceeded to investigate. The escape stairwell remained the safest and most suitable location for engaging enemies. As the four descended to the second floor, the battle scene appeared particularly brutal, with 3 corpses dragged from the security door to the nearest room. The door was wide open, and the large floor-to-ceiling windows bore 3 massive gashes, allowing the cold wind to rush in and revealing the silhouettes of creeping insect beasts outside. The burly man swiftly shut the door and took the lead. The other 2 assumed tactical positions, moving stealthily toward the elevator shaft. It was evident that these 3 were acquainted. Tian Xiao, now devoid of his shotgun, wielded 2 Desert Eagles and took on the rear guard. The group moved with remarkable speed, making not a sound. A turn at the end of the corridor led them to the elevator shaft. However, the sight that met their eyes nearly caused them to regurgitate their last meal. The elevator shaft had been entirely obliterated. Nearby lay 3 human corpses, 2 bionic robots partially melted by a highly corrosive substance, and the remains of a lizard claw insect. Retreat. To the next floor. The 4 hesitated not for a moment. As Tian Xiao departed, he quickly rifled through the bionic robot's combat suit pocket, retrieving a rifle magazine. Chapter 83. Request for fire support. Tian Xiao seized a moment to contact Wang Yunfei. What is the situation above? 3 insect beasts have appeared on the rooftop, currently assaulting the protective shield. We can hold for another half hour. What about your side? Having located 3 companions, yet failing to find an intact armory, preparations were underway to scavenge for resources below. Please keep an ear on the emergency stairwell. Should you hear any sounds of the insectoid creatures, notify me promptly so I can rush to your aid. Understood. The communication ended. The trio ahead had already engaged the insectoids in combat. A lizard claw insect was effortlessly reduced to a gruesome pulp. The group exited through a secure door, and the corridor was filled with the incessant sound of gunfire, as a dozen individuals were actively banding together to repel the onslaught of insectoids infiltrating through the windows. Should we provide support? One individual inquired. Tian Xiao then noticed that this seemingly diminutive warrior was, in fact, a lady, with hair cropped short to less than 10 centimeters, presenting an appearance reminiscent of a delicate youth. Were it not for her voice, one might easily mistake this for an all-male squad. The burly man appeared to be the team leader. He decisively shook his head and turned away. They are fortunate. They have secured weapons and ammunition from the armory. There is no immediate danger. Remaining here would only deplete our ammunition. We shall continue our descent to gather more firearms and supplies. By the way, I am Lei Ao. This is Miss Ku Jingjing, and this is Glasses. May I ask how to address you? The man wearing gold-rimmed glasses appeared quite resigned to the nickname assigned by the captain and nodded. Tian Xiao. And then, there was silence. This was not the time for idle chatter. Knowing how to address one another was sufficient. The ad hoc team of 4 swiftly searched the mechanical storage on the 5th floor and, at last, discovered an armory that had not been breached. This level was remarkably pristine, as if no one had chosen to venture here. Tian Xiao glanced at the floor indicator, 13. It was no wonder, for many on Earth harbor an aversion to this number. Given the option, most would steer clear. It was unexpected, however, to find that the creatures also avoided this level. Upon opening the armory, he discovered 12 Desert Eagles, 6 assault rifles, and 6 shotguns, each equipped with a standard quantity of ammunition. While it was not in abundance, it sufficed for the 4 of them. Lei Ao effortlessly hoisted a pair of shotguns and assault rifles, along with a tactical backpack filled with ammunition, weighing close to 300 pounds. Tian Xiao chose to take only 1 shotgun and fill the tactical backpack with magazines. The 4 of them cleared the armory of all firearms and ammunition. Tian Xiao, do you have brothers on the top floor? Yes. Join my squad. We have secured a drone to share intelligence, and together we will identify the weaknesses of the insect beasts, break through, and escape from here. Lei Ao did not hastily rush to the floor above. Tian Xiao nodded in agreement, accepting on behalf of the team, and brought Wang Yunfei into Lei Ao's squad. The combat suits projected a vivid 9D image, showcasing the rapidly moving scene around the bunker building. Numerous insect beasts were scaling the exterior walls. On the rooftop, more creatures were relentlessly assaulting the protective shield. Inside the building, the insect beasts swiftly advanced toward the sound of gunfire. 3 locations erupted with intense gunfire, teeming with creatures. Lei Ao was indeed remarkable. While Tian Xiao processed the information, Lei Ao had already seized the communicator within the building and established contact with the command center. This is Lei Ao. The bunker building number 8 was besieged by monstrous insects, necessitating fire support. While speaking, The operator diligently uploaded drone footage of the bunker to the command center. In the next moment, several menacing lines of fire erupted from the command center, with two locations near the outer wall facing a barrage of heavy machine gun fire. The sound of gunfire echoed as large-caliber bullets effortlessly shredded a group of black serpentine insects. The remaining creatures, struck by fear, hastily retreated. The survivors on the battlefield breathed a sigh of relief. Lei Ao was taken aback. So quickly they dispersed? I expected a commander to issue some reprimands. Turning to his comrades, he remarked, "We are fortunate. This building lacks an insectoid commander, significantly easing our burden. Let us seize the moment to eliminate the remaining insects within the building and prepare to regroup for a breakout." Unbeknownst to Lei Ao, the insectoid commander had been eliminated at the onset by Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei's combined efforts. Had there been a commander present, the tactical support Lei Ao called for would not have been so effortlessly effective. Let us move. The firepower of the dozen individuals on this floor was beginning to wane. This was the last battlefield without support from the command center, as they unfortunate found themselves behind it. With the addition of 4 more fighters, the firepower surged dramatically. Armed with shotguns, they promptly blasted away 4 insectoids attempting to charge in from outside. A chilling breeze swept in. Bang, 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 bang. A monstrous insect creature was violently propelled from the building by the powerful impact of a shotgun. Although its demise was not guaranteed, the situation had undoubtedly shifted dramatically. Tian Xiao did not linger on this floor. The circumstances within the fortified edifice had stabilized. The moment to break through had arrived. However, Tian Xiao did not perceive the clustering of individuals as a prudent strategy. A densely packed crowd would present a substantial target, potentially attracting even more insect creatures, including the airborne white phosphorus giant-winged insects and commander-level monstrosities, which could lead to dire consequences. Tian Xiao remained steadfast in his original purpose, the Dragon Slayer's mission. This was merely one of their assignments. Upon reaching the top floor, they encountered an increase in the number of insect creatures assaulting the protective shield, now totaling 8. The shield was riddled with numerous cracks. Wang Yunfei, with gun in hand, surveyed the scene, his mind taut with tension. What was happening below? The time to break free had come. They could abandon this position. Why stay any longer? Just calm me down. Lei Ao and his team would serve to draw fire, allowing them to assist by alleviating their concerns. Wang Yunfei nodded in tacit agreement. In such an environment, aiding a comrade equated to creating an opportunity for oneself. He understood. Tian Xiao gestured with a slight nod, opened the protective shield. The already battered shield on the top floor suddenly retracted from the center towards the sides, causing the black serpentine insect creatures outside to plummet downwards. Retreat. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei fired while guiding them into the emergency stairwell. Chapter 84, E-Class Black Widow Suddenly. The protective shield atop the bunker building opened, allowing 8 black serpent beetles to dash into the emergency stairwell unimpeded. This scene was captured perfectly by a drone. The drone was operated by a bespectacled individual, who adjusted his spectacles and warned the captain, "Our rear is no longer secure. Tian Xiao has opened the shield, and we now have 8 black serpent beetles above us." Lei Ao hesitated momentarily before accessing the shared data link, which displayed the footage of the beetles pursuing into the escape stairwell. Tian Xiao intended to ensnare the beetles in the confined space. Let him proceed with that plan. The drone was redirected to continue monitoring the surroundings and calculating an escape route. All right, Jingjing, take 2 brothers to the stairwell entrance and prepare for support. If Tian Xiao cannot hold them back, you are responsible for establishing a defensive line to contain the beetles within the passage. Understood. Jingjing decisively withdrew. The pressure on Lei Ao lessened considerably. Without the guidance of the insectoid commander, the beetles assaulting the number 8 bunker building were mere sporadic entities. However, the gunfire and the drone's presence were drawing an increasing number of individuals from within the building. Now, more than 30 people had gathered around Lei Ao. Though some had resolutely chosen to act alone, scouring the various floors for usable weapons and ammunition. In the escape stairwell, the thunderous blasts of shotguns echoed continuously. The black serpent beetles faced significant resistance as they advanced through the narrow space. Upon entering the safety door, one beetle was shot through the skull and collapsed at the entrance, momentarily impeding the progress of the following beetles. Bang! Bang! Wang Yunfei wielded dual shotguns. Seizing the moment of the black eelworm beast's hesitation, Tian Xiao fully manifested the essence of gunplay. The Desert Eagle found its mark. relentlessly pouring bullets into the creature's mouth and wounds, shattering neurons. In an instant, 2 more black eelworm beasts fell to the ground. Wang Yunfei maintained a barrage of firepower, while Tian Xiao delivered a decisive strike. In less than 10 seconds, all 8 black eelworm beasts lay lifeless in the escape stairwell, corrosive liquid disfiguring the surrounding walls and floor. Haha, a delightful collaboration. Wang Yunfei was particularly exhilarated. It was his first encounter with such a scene, annihilating a group of G-class insect beasts at close range. What a thrill. You go and reset the protective shield. I will descend to find an escape route, Tian Xiao instructed. Wang Yunfei complied, rushing to the rooftop. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Xiao swiftly sliced through the bodies of 2 black eelworm beasts, extracting their pancreas and stowing it in the pocket of his combat suit. Upon reaching the 4th floor, he encountered Ku Jingjing, who was forming a defensive line with 2 other soldiers. They exchanged glances, each displaying expressions of astonishment. Tian Xiao halted and addressed Ku Jingjing. What about you? Aren't you coming with us? Ku Jingjing inquired. Tian Xiao shook his head. I am not accustomed to operating with too many people. Let us part ways here. Please convey to Lei Ao that we will proceed ahead. Very well, Ku Jingjing, having witnessed Tian Xiao's prowess and understanding that many individuals possess their own inclinations, did not press further. The trio returned to their formation, and Lei Ao said nothing in response. At this moment, the glasses had already charted a course. Uploading feedback to the information network of all squad members, the route has been established, skillfully avoiding the gaze of the white phosphorus giant moths. Along the way, we may encounter some insect beasts, but they will be within our capacity to withstand. Move out. Without a moment's hesitation, Lei Ao commanded, go. He left 2 individuals behind to provide cover while the others swiftly advanced towards the northern window. Confronted with the unshielded corridor, where the cold wind rushed in, Ku Jingjing and 2 others followed Lei Ao and leapt out without a flicker of hesitation. In midair, they resembled ants. The 4 remained remarkably composed as they squeezed the triggers toward the opposite side. The grappling guns were firmly anchored into the walls of the adjacent building, pulling them forward. The 4 dashed into the unoccupied floor, rolling upon landing. They rapidly established a defensive line in the corridor, the sound of the grappling guns embedding into the walls resonating continuously. A throng of individuals emerged one after another from the bunker building, continuing to follow Lei Ao. A drone zipped by, reporting the potential numbers and locations of insect beasts on each floor. After soaring over several skyscrapers, they drew closer to the building housing the command center. Suddenly, a scream erupted from behind. Lei Ao rushed to the window, only to witness 2 unfortunate souls having landed atop the roof of a neighboring building. There, a spider the size of a house stood, its jaws swiftly severing the soldier wrapped in webs, blood gushing forth. 3 sets of eerie, cold eyes loomed above, surveying their floor. E-tier Black Widow. Lei Ao inhaled sharply, articulating a name that sent shivers down the spines of all present. The E-class insect beast, Black Widow. The adversary was notorious for its expertise in stealth and assassination. The Black Widow's web was astonishingly agile, capable of effortlessly ensnaring small aircraft, while its formidable strength allowed it to draw its prey close. Glasses. Immediately upload the Black Widow's coordinates to the command center. Request fire suppression. As Lei Ao issued his command, the command center erupted once more, unleashing 4 ferocious tongues of flame directed at the Black Widow perched atop the opposite rooftop. The Black Widow's speed was not particularly swift. Under the relentless barrage of heavy machine gun fire, it was quickly drenched in blood, emitting anguished cries. However, the creature's body was filled with corrosive fluid, causing the bullets to shrink upon impact, rendering the heavy machine gun's ammunition incapable of delivering a fatal blow. Furthermore, as the Black Widow lowered itself, its limbs rose like shields before it, deflecting bullets that struck with the force of a cannon against a fortified stronghold, sending sparks flying. Clang, clang, clang. The 4 lines of fire converged. Numerous shallow craters rapidly appeared on the Black Widow's legs. This scene was thoroughly recorded by a drone, capturing the ferocity and resilience of the E-class insect beast, instilling profound dread in everyone, including Lei Ao. Let us move. While the Black Widow is ensnared, we must hasten to the command center. Observing that the Black Widow could not be exterminated, Lei Ao urged the others to resume their journey with increased urgency. However, as they moved towards the next building, a flurry of white objects was hurled into the command center by the white phosphorus giant moth. Boom, boom. The central floor of the command center was instantly engulfed in flames. The 4 heavy machine guns fell silent simultaneously. White Phosphorus Scourge. Chapter 85. On the Brink of Collapse. The entire floor of the command center was transformed into a sea of fire, and the gunners were incapacitated. This scene was vividly visible from all directions of the base. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei remained in the number 8 bunker building, and upon witnessing this spectacle, their hearts sank heavily. This is disastrous. During the suppression of the toxic widow in the command center, the white phosphorus giant moth seized the opportunity. The burning white phosphorus, along with its toxic fumes, posed a lethal threat to those within several nearby floors. Tian Xiao gazed intently at the command center building, his expression grave. Personnel losses began to emerge, and floors were falling into disarray, indicating a deteriorating situation within the command center. Their time was running out. Tian Xiao, you were right. Even if we reach the command center, with our strength, we can at most contend with G-class insect beasts. We cannot kill the white phosphorus giant moth, nor can we threaten the E-class black widow, not to mention the D-class electromagnetic nightmare hidden somewhere. Wang Yunfei stared at the command center, illuminated by flames. His eyes filled with confusion. How could this be? Tian Xiao turned to Wang Yunfei with a smile and said, "Is the great Captain Wang, who aspires to lead the fleet to annihilate billions of insect tribes, faltering now? This is merely a minor setback." A minor setback? Wang Yunfei turned around, his anger flaring. Over 70% of the base's security team has perished. This signifies the demise of our external operational forces. The exterior walls of the command center are in ruins, with at least 10% of personnel casualties reported. This indicates a critical emergency regarding the base's security. We have now lost air superiority and lack any external reinforcements. At this moment, we are even oblivious to the precise strength of the insectoid enemy. The disparity in power between us and them is fundamentally imbalanced. How are we to conduct this battle? Who claims there are no reinforcements? If this were our own base, where would we find several hundred or even 1,000 elite warriors? Wang Yunfei stood speechless, at a loss for words. I ask you again. Tian Xiao retorted to Wang Yunfei. If this were our base and you remained the commanding officer, what would you do in this situation? If I were still the commanding officer, then you would still be the leader of the base's security team. The defense of the base falls under my purview, while the task of repelling and annihilating the enemy seems to rest upon your shoulders. Tian Xiao smiled. Therefore, I kindly request that you adhere to my command. Do you have a plan? Wang Yunfei's eyes brightened. Tian Xiao nodded. If we were to solely employ the Dragon Slayer youth strategy to break the deadlock, the issue is quite straightforward. The organization cannot indefinitely deploy hordes of insectoids to assault the base. There is a finite number of these creatures. We merely need to eradicate a sufficient number of H-class insect beasts and G-class insect beasts. And what remains are fewer than 100 F-class white phosphorus giant winged insects along with a few E-class black widows. Would the base still fall? Alternatively, if we were to annihilate all the white phosphorus giant winged insects, the insect beasts would turn against one another, and they too would eventually be exterminated. The final approach is to venture forth and locate the electromagnetic nightmare insects, annihilating them before the adversary can accumulate their second wave of biological energy. Utilizing the firepower of the command center alongside our remaining elite warriors, I firmly believe we can emerge victorious. Wang Yunfei listened intently as Tian Xiao eloquently articulated several strategies to save the base, leaving him astounded. You make it sound simple. Annihilating all G-class insect beasts. Do you have any idea how many there are within the entire base? Just the aerial white phosphorus giant winged insects alone number in the multitude. Each task seems almost insurmountable, he retorted. Is it not? Tian Xiao countered. Wang Yunfei mirrored his skepticism. Is it not? He harbored little faith in Tian Xiao's ability to accomplish such feats. The G-class and H-class insect beasts number at least in the tens of thousands, presenting an enormous task. They had previously eliminated a single F-class white phosphorus giant winged insect, but that was largely due to fortuitous circumstances. As for the E-class black widow and D-class electromagnetic nightmare insects, the thought was simply too daunting to entertain. Since the commander has decided to delegate the task of repelling external invasions to the leader of the security team, you shall follow my orders in the ensuing operations. Tian Xiao observed as several heavy machine gun fire lines erupted from the two-story command center, driving away the white phosphorus giant winged insects that attempted to launch a new wave of attack. Seizing the opportunity, the suppressed black widow vanished once more. I will heed your commands. But you must inform me of your plan, Wang Yunfei insisted. First, we shall seize a Qingmiao, Tianxiao replied, already formulating a concrete strategy. Although the Bluebird is merely a security-grade combat aircraft, it is nonetheless equipped with a 6-barrel Gatling gun and artillery capable of effortlessly annihilating G-class insect beasts, thus posing a significant threat to F-class creatures. Wang Yunfei entered a state of focus. Currently, the Bluebird stationed at Bunker 8 has been destroyed. Due to the presence and pressure exerted by E-class venomous widows and F-class white phosphorus giant-winged insects, the Bluebirds and other bunkers have remained in their hangars. As long as the protective shields have not been breached, they should remain intact, allowing us to attempt an infiltration to seize a Bluebird. Another alternative lies with the security building, which typically houses several backup Bluebirds. Both routes are relatively close. Inspired by Tianxiao, Wang Yunfei also felt a surge of indomitable spirit. The security building could be ruled out, as it is an ammunition supply center and would undoubtedly be ambushed by E-class venomous widows and F-class white phosphorus giant-winged insects, making it excessively perilous. Tianxiao pulled up a map of the area surrounding Building 8. My target is the nearest Bunker 1 and Bunker 7. Bunker 1 is situated along the main assault route of the insect beasts and bears the brunt of their attacks. It is likely to have fallen, and the probability of finding a Bluebird there is extremely low. Therefore, our only option is Bunker 7. If the Bluebird at Bunker 7 no longer exists, we will proceed along this route to search for Bunker 6. All right, Wang Yunfei nodded. I will follow your lead. Without drones to assist in route planning, the two could only rely on instinct and their ability to adapt to the situation at hand. They burst forth from the 8th bunker, needing to traverse 3 grand edifices and 4 thoroughfares. It was not an extensive distance. However, on this battlefield where monstrous creatures could emerge from above at any moment, it was a path fraught with peril. A harpoon shot from the window, piercing the expansive glass of the opposite building and embedding itself within the wall. Wang Yunfei and Tianxiao simultaneously rolled into the fray. The sounds of the insectoid beast's footsteps and shattering windows rapidly filled the interior. A long, sharp tail sprang in through the window, forcefully embedding itself into the ceiling, as the black serpentine creature hung upside down, gracefully pursuing the two into the room. The scent and aggression of the black serpentine beast were equally formidable as it slithered into the room and confronted Tianxiao, who had just rolled to his feet, and Wang Yunfei, locking eyes in a tense standoff. Bang! At that moment, Wang Yunfei maximized the reflexes of a G-class warrior, propelling himself backward with a powerful push. The immense recoil sending dozens of steel projectiles to momentarily halt the creature's advance. Bang bang! The Desert Eagle in Tianxiao's hand erupted as well. In such a critical moment, he dared not hold back his strength. With the situation on the upper floor uncertain and only 2 of them against a horde of insectoid beasts, escaping their encirclement was a daunting task. They had to reach the 7th bunker building without delay. The timing was impeccable, as a barrage of steel pellets struck the black serpentine beast, eliciting a pained roar. 2 bullets from the Desert Eagles accurately penetrated its maw, shattering the crucial neurons within its skull. The black serpentine creature tumbled backward, plummeting out of the window. Wang Yunfei remained oblivious to the demise of the black centipede beast, as he witnessed his adversary being hurled out of the window. He turned only to see Tianxiao charging into the corridor. The sound of footsteps echoed rapidly down the stairwell, accompanied by the sharp noise of objects slicing through the walls. Move, Tianxiao commanded, leading the way with his firearm in hand. Wang Yunfei, clutching his shotgun, sprinted with fervor. Suddenly, a black centipede beast burst through a door from a nearby room with a thunderous crash. Don't stop. Tianxiao remained composed. Bang, bang. He fired 2 shots behind them, one striking the beast in the eye, the other hitting its knee. The latter was thrown into disarray, crashing against the wall and tumbling away. Wang Yunfei exhaled a sigh of relief. Seizing the moment, the 2 raced through the corridor and into an open room, where the next building awaited their escape. With a swift whoosh, a grappling hook was fired ahead. Tianxiao and Wang Yunfei were nearly pulled out simultaneously. Suspended in midair, they glimpsed dozens of ferocious faces of the insect beasts below, their expressions twisted in a menacing snarl. Oh no! Wang Yunfei's heart sank. The hunting instincts of the insect beast were formidable. Upon spotting figures soaring overhead, they instinctively surged into action, scrambling up the building with astonishing speed, using both their limbs. Run, run, run. Don't stop. We must not be caught. Wang Yunfei shouted in midair, as dozens of insect beasts climbed the structure. The creatures within the building began to join in a frenzied assault. Some of them, from upper-level windows, clawed their way down the walls, sliding rapidly toward the ground. As the two individuals, having just entered the building through the armory, burst into the corridor, a swarm of over a dozen insect beasts suddenly invaded from various windows. With a thunderous crash, 3 black serpentine insects, accompanied by 4 clawed lizards, charged into the corridor just as they were about to break free. Damn it! Wang Yunfei's face turned pale as he quickly halted his steps and declared, to the emergency stairwell. His logic was sound. Yet he failed to recognize that the architectural layout here differed significantly from that of a fortified building, and the wall strength was far inferior. The escape passage, at best, could only be deemed a fire escape, vulnerable to breach. Tian Xiao, unable to prevent Wang Yunfei's decision in time, communicated through the team, "Be cautious and hide in the stairwell. I will head to the office area." He had discerned that the center of the building housed a vast office space, spacious and open. With a sudden resolve, he sprinted forward, pursued by the insect beast from 2 directions. Bang! Bang! As he advanced, the desert eagle roared in his hands, laying waste to the lizard-clawed insects in its path. The H-class insect beasts presented a mortal threat, yet their vulnerable spots were all too easily exposed. In the face of skilled marksmanship, they were utterly ineffectual. However, the black serpentine insects possessed remarkably tough exoskeletons, capable of withstanding several rounds from a shotgun, proving to be quite a formidable challenge. With a resounding crash, the black serpentine insects surged into the expansive office area, surrounding Tian Xiao from all sides, placing him in dire peril. Yet, unbeknownst to the encroaching beasts, the desert eagle in Tian Xiao's grasp had undergone a transformation. One of the weapons had been replaced by a slightly larger handgun. Confronted by 7 black serpentine insects, Tian Xiao remained unfazed. He steadied his aim and squeezed the trigger. Bang! 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 The gunfire resonated louder. The recoil intensified. With each shot, a black serpent beast met its demise, its head exploding. The lifeless bodies collapsed to the ground. This was the modified desert eagle. This was the $1,000 armor-piercing bullet. In a heartbeat, Tian Xiao swiftly adjusted his aim and fired 7 consecutive shots with unerring precision. All 7 black serpent beasts fell. Wang Yunfei, unaware of how he had rushed over, found himself witnessing Tian Xiao standing in the center of the office hall, surrounded by the chaos wrought by the carcasses of the beasts. Holy hell, every shot a headshot. Wang Yunfei realized something was amiss only after entering the escape passage and hurriedly emerged, regrettably missing the most thrilling moment. However, the scene before him was enough to convey the ferocity of Tian Xiao's earlier actions. Without hesitation, Wang Yunfei tossed his modified desert eagle and a magazine over. Don't waste it in my hands. Tian Xiao did not hesitate, weighing the 2 modified desert eagles, one with 7 rounds remaining and the other with 13, along with 2 spare magazines. He deemed it sufficient. Just then, more beasts burst through the windows, their footsteps echoing ominously. Wang Yunfei's expression shifted as he gripped 2 shotguns, aiming towards the left corridor, a glint of madness in his eyes. Damn it! Bring it on! With a sufficient supply of armor-piercing rounds, Tian Xiao felt increasingly relaxed, as if he had entered a training grounds custom mode. With both hands poised, he aimed one gun to the left and the other to the right. Bang! The moment the first black serpent beast charged into view, the gun fired, delivering a fatal, armor-piercing headshot. Tian Xiao was remarkably decisive. Bang! Bang! The desert eagle roared as he fired with both hands, the gunfire echoing through the air. 3 black serpent insects collapsed to the ground. Wang Yunfei finally witnessed the thrilling spectacle he had previously missed, understanding Tian Xiao's intentions. The shotgun fell silent, only to unleash a barrage of fire when the lizard claw insect appeared, triggering a violent eruption of crimson mist as he pulled the trigger. Bang! 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 Tian Xiao commenced a relentless onslaught, piercing through skulls with precision. The black serpent insects fell lifelessly as they exposed themselves. The lizard claw insect, leaping onto the corpses of its fallen brethren, was reduced to a sieve before it could even approach. Wang Yunfei collaborated seamlessly with Tian Xiao, their teamwork evident as they continued to fire. As the ammunition ran dry, the magazine slid out. With a swift motion, the tactical ammo pouch's magazine sprang up, perfectly loaded. Tian Xiao did not lower his gaze. His arm trembled slightly as he disengaged the safety. He pressed on with the onslaught. Wang Yunfei was astounded by his lightning-fast reloading technique. Bang! Bang! Soon, an increasing number of corpses littered the ground, the sound of footsteps dwindling. When the last black serpent insect fell, Tian Zhao's magazine contained fewer than 10 rounds. In under a minute, they had annihilated all the pursuing insects. Wang Yunfei felt the strain in his arm from firing the shotgun, and as he reloaded, he scanned the wall of insect corpses, exclaiming, "I suddenly believe that with enough armor-piercing rounds, you could eradicate all the G-class insects in this space." Tian Zhao rolled his eyes, remarking that if the weapon shop had armor-piercing bullets, he would have emptied it long ago. However, the magazine was now empty. He extracted the remaining 8 armor-piercing rounds and loaded them into his handgun. Seizing the moment while Wang Yunfei was distracted, Tian Zhao skillfully dissected a black serpent insect beast, consuming its pancreas with a measured deliberation. During training, deviations in the art of gunplay were permissible, thus he refrained from harnessing the power of the Chip Azure Dragon. However, in the crucible of genuine combat, he could not afford any slip-ups. His biological energy had already diminished by a full 50 points. The consumption of the pancreas would replenish his vitality. With purpose, Tian Zhao equipped himself with 2 ordinary Desert Eagles, and the duo proceeded to the windows. Firearms at the ready. Following their recent skirmish, the streets surrounding the building were notably less populated by insect beasts. This was likely due to the structure's lack of intrinsic value, rendering it outside the primary zones of insect beast assault and surveillance. Devoid of any insect commander overseeing the area, upon successfully entering the 3rd building, they immediately sensed an unusual atmosphere. Gunfire erupted within. There were survivors. The sounds of human footsteps intermingled with the scuttling of insect beasts, accompanied by the sharp reports of gunfire and the hissing of corrosive liquids devouring the floor and walls. In stark contrast, the gunfire from the adjacent Fortress Building No. 7 had fallen silent. Positioned at the entrance to Fortress Building No. 7, they gazed through the floor-to-ceiling windows across the way. There, above the rooftop, a white phosphorus giant winged insect beat its wings ominously. Flames raged across 3 floors of Fortress Building No. 7, thick black smoke billowing skyward. The gravity of the situation weighed heavily upon them. It was evident that conditions were dire. The white phosphorus giant-winged insect had made its presence felt, and the inhabitants within the fortress had likely met with a grim fate. Even if some still drew breath, their chances of survival were perilously slim. Should they proceed to Building No. 6? Wang Yunfei had already condemned the souls within Fortress Building No. 7 to their fate in the recesses of his mind. Tian Zhao shook his head, reminding, "Let us not forget, our objective is the Bluebird. The situation at Building 6 is likely akin to that of Building 7. Instead, we should devise a strategy to neutralize the phosphorus giant moths at Building 7. Which tactic shall we employ?" Wang Yunfei inquired, raising his modified Desert Eagle. "The issue lies in our inability to infiltrate Building 7 unnoticed, let alone approach it without alerting the monstrous insects. Let us ascend to the rooftop and draw them over," Tian Zhao suggested, pointing upwards. Wang Yunfei grasped his intention, a chill running down his spine. This is madness, provoking F-class phosphorus giant moths. However, given that the security team leader had spoken, he had no choice but to comply. This had been their arrangement from the outset. Tian Zhao would formulate the plan while Wang Yunfei executed it. The duo swiftly located survivors within the building. 3 armed personnel were being pursued by 2 black serpentine beasts. The structure of the edifice was intriguing, resembling a labyrinth with staircases on either side. They continued to hold their ground, buying time. To Tian Zhao's astonishment, these 3 armed figures were not human, but rather biosynthetic robots. Their movements were precise, their reactions swift. Seemingly oblivious to fatigue, Tian Zhao and Wang Yunfei assisted them in dispatching the pursuing black serpentine beasts. The trio of robots immediately saluted, declaring, "Base Security Robot Unit 11." Awaiting further instructions from headquarters, Wang Yunfei was taken aback. G-class security robots? I had not anticipated such advanced equipment within this base. The speaking robot promptly responded. At the frontline base, the allocation of security personnel is 3 to 10 times that of the rear resource base, with approximately 60 security robots designated. Indeed, the situation at the forefront changes daily. The knowledge we acquire at the academy becomes outdated the moment we step outside its gates. Wang Yunfei felt a mix of astonishment and delight. Tian Zhao, lacking the inclination to engage in idle chatter with the robot, promptly integrated it into the squad as the team leader, thereby acquiring command authority. The 3 G-class combat robots proved to be invaluable on the battlefield. They can serve as firepower operators, expendable units, or undertake perilous missions. They were renamed 1, 2, and 3. The 3 robots swiftly took their positions. Tian Zhao continued to issue commands, Report the parameters of weaponry and equipment. 1 shotgun with 35 rounds, 1 assault rifle with 170 rounds, 2 Desert Eagles with 70 rounds, 3 drones, 1 stun grenade, 1 high explosive grenade, and 1 alloy electromagnetic knife. 1 shotgun with 36 rounds, 1 assault rifle with 155 rounds, 2 Desert Eagles with 70 rounds, 3 drones, 1 stun grenade, 1 high explosive grenade, and 1 alloy electromagnetic knife. 1 shotgun with 33 rounds, 1 assault rifle with 150 rounds, 2 Desert Eagles with 70 rounds, 3 drones, 1 stun grenade, 1 high explosive grenade, and 1 alloy electromagnetic knife. The robot's weapon configurations exhibit certain noteworthy features. In addition to the shockwave bombs and high explosive grenades, several drones were remarkably deployed. Wang Yunfei felt a surge of excitement. With the drones paving the way, their safety would be significantly enhanced. Just then, an intense explosion erupted outside the base. The deafening roar reverberating through the building and sending a wave of warmth even to those within. Qinglong deduced, based on the direction of the explosion's sound, it can be inferred that the incident occurred at the security building involving the Qingyao, with the type of explosion being an ammunition detonation. In short, the security building has been compromised. All Qingyao at the base have lost their supply point. Without a supply point, their firepower is severely limited. The base will not be able to hold out for long. Wang Yunfei turned to the sky and remarked with a smile, "You were right. There was indeed an ambush. Now, we can only seize the number 7 Bastion building to capture the Qingyao and strive to save the base. Units 1, 2, and 3 await instructions." The bionic robots possess self-analytical capabilities and respond autonomously. In the code of the bionic robots, the utmost directive is to protect the base. Unit 1. Deploy 3 drones to conduct long-range surveillance of the number 7 Bastion building's white phosphorus giant moss, analyzing and calculating the number and location of the insect creatures on each floor, and identifying the floors of the number 7 Bastion building that are unaffected by toxic gas, providing us with real-time intelligence. Unit 2. Release drones to monitor enemy activity around the other buildings and streets. Unit 3. Follow me to the top floor. Upon completing his instructions, the 3 robots promptly sprang into action, rapidly relaying a wealth of information back. As Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei arrived at the rooftop exit with robot number 3, number 1 completed the enemy analysis of the 7th Bastion building. On the opposite edifice, a mere 57 insect beasts remained, 24 of G grade and 33 of H grade, posing a minimal threat. Chapter 88. Slaying insects to seize the azure bird. Tian Xiao pressed the watch. Beep. The countdown commenced. The bionic robot number 3 peered over the edge of the building. The white phosphorus giant winged insect, known for its heightened vigilance, immediately turned to lock onto number 3, noticing the assault rifle gripped in its hands. Tat-tat, tat-tat. The bionic robot number 3 unleashed a precise barrage at the white phosphorus giant winged insect. Without fear or hesitation, the bullets flew forth with textbook accuracy, striking the insect's visage. While the insect's eyes were exceedingly fragile, its face was encrusted with jagged, white formations that absorbed the projectiles as effortlessly as granite. Robot No. 3 continued its relentless fire. As one magazine was expended, it swiftly replaced it with another, demonstrating a patience akin to grinding an iron pestle into a needle. Sparks erupted across the face of the white phosphorus giant winged insect, which, increasingly agitated by the incessant harassment from this diminutive creature, began to lose its composure. With a sudden swoosh, the white phosphorus giant winged insect flapped its wings and dove from the sky, casting a massive shadow akin to a fighter jet as it aimed to crush number 3. In response, number 3 tactically retreated, discarding the assault rifle in favor of a shotgun, and pulled the trigger. Boom, boom. The powerful recoil illustrated number 3's indomitable spirit and resolve. To the white phosphorus giant winged insect, number 3 appeared as an insignificant ant, easily crushed, especially since its monitored area was void of activity. It regarded this encounter as mere amusement. A fierce wind swept down. The shotgun pellets proved to be of little consequence against the colossal phosphorus moth, whose size rivaled that of an aircraft, failing entirely to deter its advance. The action of number 3 pulling the trigger appeared to be a futile act of defiance, reminiscent of a last gasp. Yet, beneath the barrage of shotgun fire, the phosphorus moth closed its eyes, oblivious to the silhouette emerging from the safety door behind number 3. Bang! Bang! Amidst the thunderous roar of the shotgun, the ferocious growl of a desert eagle intermingled. Two armor-piercing bullets pierced through the steel spheres, striking the unsuspecting moth's eye sockets with unerring precision, rendering it trapped in a deadly snare. Its neurons were obliterated, and a shriek erupted. The phosphorus moth lost its balance, reeling in agony as it was flung away in a state of panic. At that moment, the seemingly insignificant number 3 suddenly surged forth, leaping to meet the descending moth and seizing its neck. With a thunderous crash, the phosphorus moth was slammed against the rooftop of the building. A resounding boom followed, accompanied by a violent explosion. The rooftop caved in abruptly, sending both the moth and number 3 plummeting into the top floor of the edifice through a gaping hole created by a high-explosive grenade. The commotion drew the attention of nearby insect beasts. However, by the time other phosphorus moths gazed over from a distance, the rooftop had been rendered barren. Tian Xiao followed into the building. The phosphorus moth, having crashed inside, flapped its wings in a desperate attempt to rise, but found its movements and sensory capabilities severely diminished due to the neural damage. The height of the building's floors hampered its every effort. Clang! Bang! A blast from a detonating grenade erupted beside the white phosphorus giant moth. The creature found itself in a dire predicament. Wang Yunfei burst forth from the room, leveling his assault rifle at the gaping wound on the moth's face, unleashing a torrent of fire. Rat-a-tat! Rat-a-tat! The third member slid down from the moth's body, drawing a desert eagle as flames erupted from the barrel, splattering blood from the moth's eyes. Trapped within this meticulously laid snare, the white phosphorus giant moth struggled in vain to escape. Despite the gaping hole above offering a potential route to freedom, it remained oblivious. Tian Xiao joined the fray. The moth's mind became a chaotic haze, its cranial cavity riddled with countless bullets, the damage compounding until it finally succumbed to rigidity, breath extinguished. An F-class white phosphorus giant moth is worth 100 points. We shall each receive 50. How exhilarating! Wang Yunfei stood before the corpse of the moth, his arms raised in triumph, trembling slightly. This was the most formidable beast he had ever faced at such close quarters. An F-class insect beast. Once, he had envisioned standing atop the carcass of such a colossal creature. Now, that dream had become a reality. Number 3 immediately summoned numbers 1 and 2. Prepare to enter the number 7 bunker building. Commander Wang, do not linger. The command center has little time left, and we must swiftly seize the bluebird. Tian Xiao felt a pang of regret. The pancreas of the F-class white phosphorus giant moth would have been a significant boon, promising substantial assistance. However, the process of extraction would prove cumbersome and time-consuming. The white phosphorus giant-winged insect exudes a noxious gas and corrosive venom, making it exceedingly difficult to extract its pancreas without specialized tools, unlike the ease of obtaining it from the black beetle beast. Reluctantly, they abandoned the attempt. Let us go. The 2 individuals, accompanied by 3 robots, hurriedly approached the vicinity of the 7th Bastion building. 5 grappling hooks silently embedded themselves into the floors devoid of insect beasts. The 5 swiftly infiltrated the 7th Bastion building. The sin of the living immediately attracted the attention of the insect beast within. No need to rush. Without a Zerg commander, we shall proceed at a measured pace. First, let us lure them in and eliminate them. Under Tian Hao's command, the group found a room to use themselves as bait, systematically eradicating the approaching insect beasts. The drones confirmed that all threats within the building had been neutralized and verified that the rooftop shield and safety door were intact. Excellent. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei ascended to the rooftop, automatically assuming control of the Qingyao. They did not act impulsively. Remembering the previous mishap with the Qingyao at the 8th Bastion building, they remained cautious. Following the violent detonation at the base's security building, air superiority had been irrevocably lost. Launching the Qingyao now would invite immediate assault from nearby white phosphorus giant-winged insects and expose them to the gaze of the lurking E-class black widows within the base. A perilous situation indeed. Drones 1, 2, and 3 commence reconnaissance and expand the search area. As Tian Xiao issued commands, he transferred control of the Qingyu to Qinglong and ordered the release of the drones. 50 drones soared into the sky from the 7th Bastion building. Though the white phosphorus giant-winged insect has gained control of the base's airspace, the drones, diminutive in size, devoid of vitality and sound, ascend to great heights and swiftly disperse, capturing the entirety of the base's surroundings within their keen observation. Dozens of split screens adorn the main display, showcasing the azure birds amidst raging flames. Insects scuttle in and out of the base, while gunfire echoes from various directions, predominantly from close-quarters combat. The blaze at the command center has been extinguished. Yet heavy machine gun fire intermittently erupts, repelling the encroaching white phosphorus giant-winged insects, akin to an infirm patient feebly fending off ravenous hyenas. Nearby, 5 azure birds continue to circle, representing the last vestige of aerial strength for the base. The azure dragon swiftly processes the data for reporting. Chapter 89. The electromagnetic nightmare insect. The structural integrity of the command center stands at 71%. The remaining personnel within the command center number 177. Currently, there are 23 remaining heavy machine gun firing points and 5 azure birds. The base is left with 422 G-class combat personnel, 171 H-class combat personnel, and 41 bionic combat robots. The Azure Dragon rapidly conveys the current statistics. The confirmed number of H-class insects exceeds 23,700. G-class insects tally at 3,722. F-class insects amount to 43. E-class insects remain unspecified, and D-class insects are also undetermined. Wang Yunfei, too, has heard this. Haha, splendid. The panoramic view of the base is now in hand. Within the base, there exist over 600 combat units. If these individuals can be assembled, there remains a genuine possibility of preserving the base. Wang Yunfei's confidence has significantly restored following the establishment of a comprehensive network surveillance system. Tian Xiao remained silent, continuing to make meticulous adjustments to the drones. The limited number of drones proved inadequate for the extensive task of monitoring the entire base, inevitably leading to some oversights. Moreover, the most pressing threat loomed from outside the base. The D-class electromagnetic abominations beyond the perimeter posed a substantial risk to the command center. Wang Yunfei's optimism seemed rather premature. As the drone's lenses were fine-tuned, Tian Xiao expanded the surveillance to encompass the night sky beyond the base. The electromagnetic monstrosities could launch attacks within a range of 40 kilometers inside the atmosphere. However, beyond the atmospheric boundary, their striking range might exceed 100 kilometers. This pertains only to the ordinary electromagnetic abominations. Within the insectoid hierarchy, these creatures are afforded significant protection, and the likelihood of mutation is considerable. Should such a mutation occur, their range and destructive capability could pose a threat to Class C vessels and even those of higher classifications. In his previous life, while serving in the Earth's Sky Army, he dreaded encounters with these electromagnetic abominations, as they had the potential to annihilate the terrestrial army in the depths of space, rendering them an insurmountable challenge, a reality where their lives rested entirely in the hands of the ship's captain, a dismal predicament indeed. Thus, during the Dragon Slayer initiative, from the moment the electromagnetic eggs commenced bombardment on the command center's edifice, he has not ceased contemplating strategies to counteract the electromagnetic abominations. As of now, he has merely acquired a tool for engaging with these formidable adversaries. The journey to confront the electromagnetic monstrosity stretches far ahead, a daunting distance yet to be traversed. The drone soars through the night sky with remarkable speed, yet the elusive electromagnetic pests remain unseen. Fortunately, their maximum range within the atmosphere does not exceed 40 kilometers, allowing the drone to reach them in merely 7 to 8 minutes. Moreover, it is certain that the pests will not initiate their assault at the extreme edge of their range. A more accurate estimate would be around 30 kilometers, where they can be more easily detected from a higher vantage point. In this direction, utilizing the map stored by the Bluebird, Tian Xiao discerns a singular region where the adversary is concealed. As minutes pass, Tian Xiao glances at his watch intermittently. Wang Yunfei notices that the watch displays a countdown. What is this? He queries, noting that only 1 minute remains. Unable to contain his curiosity, Wang Yunfei presses on, as a graduate of a military academy. You must know the standard energy storage cycle of the electromagnetic pests. In other words, the interval between their strikes? 1 hour, Tian Xiao affirms with a nod. Indeed, 1 hour. Initially perplexed, Wang Yunfei's expression swiftly pales as he gazes towards the command center. It appears that nearly an hour has elapsed since the electromagnetic pests commenced their initial barrage on our base. This is dire, Wang Yunfei exclaims, cradling his head in his hands. It dawns on him why Tian Xiao refrains from activating the Bluebird and instead adjusts the drone. Moments later, as the drone approaches a towering peak, it spots several massive figures perched atop it. Their eyes gleam with recognition. They have found their target. Electromagnetic nightmare. As soon as the words left his lips, a faint glow began to emerge upon the darkened peaks. Streams of luminescence, traversing through some transparent meridian, swiftly illuminated the area, intensifying from a feeble flicker to a brilliant blaze. Under the burgeoning radiance, the elongated form of the electromagnetic nightmare, stretching over 100 meters, gradually unveiled itself. Resembling a miniature vessel, the creature's body resembled a colossal light bulb rapidly charging with energy, growing ever brighter. The electromagnetic nightmare slowly unfurled its wings, akin to a fighter jet revealing its weapon bay, as waves of blue electromagnetic halos pulsated and advanced from its surface. Buzz! A dark object materialized within the immense light bulb. Zzz. Zzz. The creature's abdomen began to swell like a balloon, as if something were poised to emerge from within. Witnessing this scene, Wang Yunfei was struck with terror. The Azure Dragon swiftly reported, based on the trajectory of the electromagnetic nightmare, we deduce that its target is the command center of the base. Initiate interception protocols. Failure. There are no conditions for interception. Predictive analysis indicates that the electromagnetic egg will strike the command center within 1 minute. Given the defensive strength of the command center, it is conjectured that the building may endure devastating damage, with structural collapse exceeding 30%. Further analysis predicts that the base will once again suffer an electromagnetic radiation impact, causing all electronic signals and energy sources to falter for over 3 seconds. It is forecasted that the command center will lose all Azure Bird aircraft. The analysis predicts that all heavy artillery points of the base will be obliterated by the white phosphorus giant moths. It is also anticipated that the command center of the base will face an invasion by the monstrous creatures. Furthermore, the command center is expected to fall within 10 minutes. Qinglong relayed a series of chilling and brutal messages, leaving Wang Yunfei pale and Tian Zhao's expression equally grave. At that moment, the countdown reached its conclusion. The electromagnetic egg was prepared for launch. Sighing, Tian Zhao commanded Qinglong to swiftly move the surveillance footage. The drones monitoring the electromagnetic monstrosities entered a state of adaptive hovering, awaiting reconnection. With all arrangements complete, the electromagnetic egg was launched. Tian Zhao issued a warning to the command center. The second round of electromagnetic eggs has been fired, targeting the command center. Impact in 5 seconds. Please prepare for defense. Then, they could only do their utmost and leave the rest to fate. Chapter 90. Full Fire Interception. Rat-a-tat-tat. Rat-a-tat-tat. Following Tian Zhao's alarm to the command center, the last 5 Qingyao aircraft circling the command center seemed to have detected the electromagnetic eggs racing through the night sky, unleashing a barrage of fire. But that was not the end. A more terrifying beam of light emerged from the highest level of the command center. Its firing rate was swifter, its beam thicker, and its momentum far more ferocious. Nearby, 2 white phosphorus giant moths were instantly torn to shreds, with blood raining down from the sky. Their cries silenced before they could even escape their lips. An F-class close-in weapon. The base possessed such a formidable asset. Witnessing the scene, Wang Yunfei felt a mixture of shock and delight. Tian Zhao also displayed an expression of astonishment. Just a moment ago, he had steeled himself for the inevitable fall of the command center, yet he was utterly unprepared for the revelation of a formidable weapon concealed within. The automatic interception capabilities of the F-class close-in weapon system far surpassed those of heavy machine guns. Its rate of fire and destructive power posed a significant threat to the D-class electromagnetic monstrosities, as the F-class weapon unleashed its fiery barrage. The shells of the incoming electromagnetic eggs clearly rippled under the onslaught, as thousands of rounds were consumed in the blink of an eye. The electromagnetic eggs detonated mid-air, near the first bunker tower. Boom, boom. 1, 2, 3. 3 electromagnetic eggs were obliterated before they could reach their target. The insect beasts below were immediately engulfed in catastrophe, subjected to the full force of the electromagnetic storm, their forms charred and smoking. A deluge of liquid cascaded down like rain, as nearby buildings succumbed to the corrosive heat, emitting hissing clouds of white vapor. The surrounding insect beasts scattered in alarm. The remaining 2 electromagnetic eggs, however, did not detonate. In a swift turn of events, 2 Bluebird engines surged forth with terrifying power, forcing their bodies to intercept the electromagnetic eggs head-on. Boom, boom. The Bluebirds were pierced through midair. The electromagnetic eggs detonated prematurely, resulting in a scene of utter devastation. A powerful electromagnetic pulse swiftly engulfed the entire base. 3 Bluebirds simultaneously lost momentum, spiraling out of control as they plummeted downward. The insect beasts remained unaffected. In the blinding aftermath of the ferocious electromagnetic pulse, all the white phosphorus giant-winged insects let out a piercing cry, rallying their kin to launch a fierce assault on the command center. In an instant, the entire base erupted into chaos, with swarms of insect beasts bursting through the windows. From the depths of the building, from the alleys, and from the underground bunkers, they surged forth unerringly towards the command center. In the sky, the silver-winged giant insects launched their assault. Although the command center successfully intercepted the second wave of electromagnetic eggs, 5 of the bluebirds had succumbed, resulting in the loss of a significant asset. This emboldened the insect beasts, prompting an all-out offensive. Crash! Smash! The insect beasts stormed into the command center, shattering windows as they entered. In the next instant, a cacophony of gunfire erupted from the lowest level of the building. Simultaneously, the 7 stories of the command center unleashed a barrage from high, medium, and low zones, targeting the throngs of insect beasts surrounding the edifice. Buzzing. After a brief silence of 3 seconds, the F-class close-in weapon system erupted with a sound that instilled terror in the insect beasts. The silver-winged giant insects displayed expressions of sheer horror, unable to evade the onslaught. At such close range, they were pierced through, sustaining numerous gaping wounds. One by one, the silver-winged giant insects shrieked in agony as they plummeted to the ground. Witnessing this, Wang Yunfei and Tian Xiao exchanged looks of astonishment and elation. Incredible! The firepower of the command center has been preserved. All F-class silver-winged giant insects are finished. The tide of battle has turned, Wang Yunfei exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Without a moment's hesitation, Tian Xiao reactivated the bluebirds, deploying all drones to take flight and re-establish surveillance over the base, securing comprehensive monitoring. The battle within the city raged fiercely, with tens of thousands of insect beasts charging forth as the command center unleashed its full firepower. The first floor of the building was engulfed in a fierce barrage of gunfire, clearly indicating that the defensive forces had concentrated their efforts there. As the operations of the Assault Command Center commenced, the warriors participating in the dragon-slaying mission became acutely aware that the base was at a critical juncture for survival. They emerged from various directions to launch an offensive against the nearby insect beasts. In an instant, the city was alive with the sounds of gunfire, bustling with fervor akin to a festive celebration. Through the infinite connection, Tian Xiao observed the entirety of the battles unfolding within the city, soon uncovering a startling revelation. Although the blue birds had been annihilated, they possessed little in terms of ammunition capacity to begin with. Their destruction had minimal impact on the defensive capabilities of the command center. The insect beasts believed that the second round of electromagnetic eggs would undoubtedly obliterate the base's command center. However, the eruption of the F-class close-in weaponry swiftly eradicated all F-class white phosphorus giant-winged insects, dismantling the command structure of the insect beasts. Without the guidance of the white phosphorus giant-winged insects, the remaining insect beasts would continue their relentless assault on the command center, fighting until their very last member perished. Did this not imply that the battle was nearing its conclusion? Wang Yunfei realized. Tian Xiao nodded in affirmation, aside from a few E-class black widows posing some threat. The remaining insect beasts stood no chance of breaching the command center, although he had never held the position of the base commander. He was acutely aware of the formidable defensive capabilities of the frontline command center, with each level fortified with high-intensity shelters that were intelligently controlled, easy to defend, yet challenging to attack. What are we waiting for then? Let us harness the blue birds to strike, Wang Yunfei urged in a state of urgency, realizing that the operation was nearing its conclusion. He contemplated seizing a few more points. Buzz. The Qingniu ascended. Yet Tian Xiao chose not to advance towards the fiercely contested command center tower, but instead directed his course towards the number 5 bunker tower. At that moment, the only Qingniu that remained undestroyed within the entire base was the one stationed at the number 5 bunker tower. Upon reaching his destination, Wang Yunfei leapt directly from the cockpit, seizing control of the Qingniu formation. The appearance of the 2 Qingnius elicited expressions of envy and astonishment from many within the city. These 2 veterans had only just taken to the skies. Armed with the weaponry aboard the Qingniu, their efficiency in harvesting the insect beast would undoubtedly accelerate. How shameless! Is there no sense of timing, emerging only now? Many voices echoed in outrage. However, they soon realized that the Qingnius were not heading towards the command center. Rather, they had turned to soar beyond the confines of the base. Expressions of disbelief surfaced among the onlookers. On the street, Lei Ao and Ku Jingjing turned in unison, watching as the 2 Qingnius burst forth from the base and into the boundless night sky. These 2 exhibited a certain audacity, Their target was, astonishingly, the D-level electromagnetic nightmare insect. The D-level electromagnetic nightmare insect is worth 10,000 points, murmured Glasses in awe. Ku Jingjing replied, having just endured a barrage of firepower. The electromagnetic nightmare insect's body is relatively weakened. However, it is still beyond the capability of H-level aircraft to destroy. Foolish. Lei Ao's gaze was profound as he remarked. In a true battlefield, all they need to do is lock onto the coordinates of the electromagnetic nightmare insect and complete the guidance. They would achieve merit. The pilots of the Qingyu possess significant experience. Chapter 91. Conclusion and evaluation. Lei Ao was indeed correct. Tian Zhao's objective was the electromagnetic nightmare insect. To ensure a decisive victory against the electromagnetic nightmare insect, Tian Zhao and Wang Yunfei swiftly approached the vicinity, sharing the precise location of the insect with the command center. A beam of light descended from outer space, instantly leveling the area where the electromagnetic nightmare insect was located. The annihilation mission at the command center was nearing its conclusion. Beep, beep. The main screen displayed a half-length image of a middle-aged man who solemnly announced, "All insect beasts within and outside the base have been eradicated. The Cloud Cup Dragon Slayer operation is officially complete." Yes, while Tian Zhao failed to recognize the man's identity, Wang Yunfei was already bubbling with excitement, his expression brimming with exhilaration. As the figure vanished, Wang Yunfei remained immersed in overwhelming joy and enthusiasm. It was actually the executive director of the group. The Dragon Slayer operation for the Cloud Cup was personally overseen by our executive director. My goodness! Executive director? Tian Zhao still did not recognize him. There was no information about the man in his memory. Observing Tian Zhao's bewildered expression, Wang Yunfei was astounded. You don't recognize him? He is the most renowned and accomplished executive director of our cloud group, as well as the youngest A-class chip owner in our organization. Years ago, he single-handedly discovered a perilous large resource planet for the cloud group and achieved the annihilation of an entire star region. What is his name? Li Jianheng. Wang Yunfei rolled his eyes, now completely certain that Tian Zhao was indeed woefully uninformed. Upon hearing the name, Tian Zhao felt a flicker of recognition. This individual. He had heard of him. In his previous life, he had held a brief position at Cloud Group before disappearing from public view. No wonder he had no strong recollection of him. The other party had only recently assumed the role of executive director for merely half a year. And if all went as anticipated, he would resign from this position in a few months, leaving Cloud Group without a trace. The ascension of significant figures is often incomprehensible to the ordinary person, and Tian Zhao did not dwell on it. The appearance of this heavyweight figure indicated that the post-battle scoring of the Cloud Cup had commenced. Every survivor who persevered until the end would receive an appropriate evaluation. Two Azure Birds began their return journey. Through the footage captured by drones, the crowd had gathered at the highest level of the command center building. Surveying the newly constructed base, which had suffered nearly catastrophic damage, Wang Yunfei remarked to Tian Zhao, "Thanks to your contributions, our score is certain to be the highest. We might even receive a C-level or perhaps even a B-level evaluation." Noticing the bewildered expression on Tian Zhao's face, Wang Yunfei quickly elaborated. "I heard from my elders that every year during the Cloud Cup Dragon Slaying Youth Initiative, there is an evaluation system that assesses participants based on their performance. The grading spans from H-level to S-level. The lowest tier is H-level, and to date, no one has ever achieved this rank. Upon the vanquishing of a G-grade insect beast, or the slaying of 10 H-grade insect beasts, one is rewarded with a G-grade evaluation. During this process, our valor, wisdom, loyalty, selflessness, and command skills will be assessed, resulting in a multiplicative score that can reach a maximum of 150 times. A commendation for valor grants a 10-fold multiplier, while a commendation for wisdom bestows a 20-fold multiplier. Loyalty yields a 30-fold multiplier, selflessness a 40-fold multiplier, and command a 50-fold multiplier. Should one receive multiple commendations simultaneously, they will accumulate, potentially culminating in the highest multiplier of 150 times. Wang Yunfei elucidated this thoroughly, leading Tian Zhao to a sudden realization. He estimated that he could amass over 20,000 slaying points. However, he remained uncertain about the conditions for commendations and the rewards associated with the final evaluation. Nevertheless, it mattered little. For him, the Yunjung Cup had already become an unexpected stepping stone. If he could leverage this opportunity to elevate himself to the position of the highest authority within the base, he would have achieved a height that had taken him 2 years to reach in his previous life, gaining a springboard for rapid ascension to even loftier ranks. While contemplating this, two azure birds flew into the base. The drones observed the pinnacle of the command center, where nearly everyone turned their gaze. Hundreds of eyes, filled with envy, were directed toward them. They were already aware that these two azure birds were the heroes who had guided the base's external forces in the annihilation of the D-grade electromagnetic nightmare insects. Claiming the highest score among all participants in this operation, the azure bird hovered atop the building. Two individuals emerged from the cabin, merging with the crowd. Among the throng, Lei Ao and Ku Jingjing, both wearing glasses, displayed expressions of astonishment. Tian Xiao? It is indeed him. I knew it. They had not seen him earlier, only to discover that he was the pilot of the azure bird. After a moment of shock, Lei Ao shook his head with a wry smile. Never anticipating that these two sharp blades could vanquish the D-class electromagnetic nightmare insects. Tian Xiao, along with Wang Yunfei, also spotted Lei Ao and the others, nodding in acknowledgement. Excellent. The group is complete. We shall now proceed with the final assessment. All your kills, including your performances during the base invasion, have been meticulously recorded and compiled. We will distribute this via email to your private inboxes. You may now check your scores, the accolades received, and your specific rankings from this operation. Given the limited time, we will only reveal the performances of the top 3 highest-rated individuals, along with their corresponding scores, awards, and rankings. The figure of Executive Director Li Jianhang materialized around the building, as 4 luminous screens projected, capturing everyone's attention. Tian Xiao felt a slight shock. He had not expected Lei Ao to be the first to appear. The scene unfolded as Lei Ao was jolted awake by a tremendous explosion. Just as countless shards of glass surged into the bedroom, with a deft roll, he utilized the bed as a makeshift shield. A swift response, immense strength. The scene shifted to Ku Jingjing and the bespectacled individual rushing into the corridor, only to encounter 2 black serpent beetles crashing in from the outside. Bang! Amidst the cacophony of gunfire, Lei Ao forcefully brandished a door panel, sending a black serpent beast soaring. His combat suit transformed into formidable gloves, allowing him to seize the beast's tail with ruthless efficiency. Observing the crisp and decisive actions displayed on screen, Lei Ao couldn't help but smile in satisfaction. The scene shifted, revealing a group of individuals following Lei Ao, engaged in a fierce confrontation with the insect beast within the towering edifice. Lei Ao sustained multiple injuries in the fray. The narrative pivoted once more, showcasing the Black Widow on the rooftop, unleashing her webbing to ensnare a nearby bionic robot. Quick-witted and agile, Lei Ao grasped a high-explosive grenade and hurled it at the robot, which caught it with a firm grip. In a startling moment, the robot, along with the grenade, was absorbed into the Black Widow's form. Boom. The footage concluded with Lei Ao's score at 2,139 points. Accolades for valor, strategy, and loyalty, a 60-fold multiplier. His total score surged to 128,340 points, earning a C-grade evaluation and placing him third. Chapter 92, Dual-Wielding Bluebird, second place. It was evident that Lei Ao had amassed considerable renown during this mission. As the scores and evaluations were revealed, voices erupted from the crowd. Captain Lei's bravery is undeniable. Yet he only received a C-grade evaluation and ranks third? No commendations for command or selflessness. Indeed, it's certainly preferable to those who exploit shortcuts to claim the final kill. Isn't it? Absolutely. Some individuals barely show themselves until the end, only to snatch a bluebird. If this continues, who will dare to battle valiantly on the front lines? Some individuals following Lei Ao, subtly alluding to the situation, expressed their discontent on his behalf. Lei Ao, Ku Jingjing, and the bespectacled individual find themselves unable to intervene. At this moment, the identity of the second-place contender emerges. Surprisingly, it is not any of the pilots of the Bluebird, but rather a girl with long purple hair and an oval face, clad in a combat uniform. She appears at the entrance of the security building with striking poise. The explosion at the command center has plunged the entire city into a state of alert. The purple-haired girl deftly maneuvers into the security building, evading the initial wave of shock, seamlessly blending into the area where the Bluebird aircraft are stationed. Witnessing this, the crowd stands in stunned silence, their expressions frozen in disbelief. This girl has remarkably appeared at the security building's entrance, directly commandeering a Bluebird. A phenomenal start. Many present cannot help but drool with envy. The combat personnel at the security building take to the skies, granting full access to all Bluebird privileges, which the purple-haired girl effortlessly acquires. But that is not the end of it. After seizing control of one bluebird, she astonishingly takes over the privileges of another nearby, forming a coordinated flight, a godly maneuver that dazzles the onlookers, including Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei. Wang Yunfei, aghast, exclaims, "Is it even possible to play like this?" While he also pilots a bluebird, he realizes that his absence from the top three is justified. The operational prowess of this girl borders on the realm of cheating, mastering 2 aircraft simultaneously. The 2 bluebirds ascend in formation, unleashing a textbook-like suppression of the nearby street monsters with heavy machine guns, achieving an impressively high rate of ammunition accuracy as the kill count escalates rapidly. In merely a few minutes, the points surpassed those of Lei Ao. Lei Ao and Ku Jingjing were left utterly astonished, their glasses reflecting their disbelief. This was a battle of an entirely different dimension. How remarkable! Everyone held their breath, captivated by the aerial combat skills of the purple-haired maiden. The 2 flying machines executed a seamless and mesmerizing flight path, exhibiting annihilating capabilities that rendered those who had previously defended Lei Ao utterly silent. This prowess was off the charts. The accolades for bravery and strategy were assured. Lei Ao's achievements were simply incomparable, especially when the majority of the bluebirds were obliterated by the white phosphorus giant moth's assault. The purple-haired maiden's duo emerged unscathed, retaining half of their ammunition while steadfastly guarding the command center's edifice. Impressive, Lei Ao murmured to himself. The last few bluebirds relied heavily on his firepower suppression. Without her diversion, the command center would have long succumbed to the relentless onslaught of the insect beasts. Indeed, an increasing number of onlookers began to acknowledge her capabilities. At that moment, the scene shifted. As the second wave of electromagnetic eggs surged forth, the purple-haired maiden resolutely deployed her bluebirds, intercepting the final 2 electromagnetic eggs. She ejected herself, her combat suit enveloping her, only to be overturned and sent crashing into the command building by the tremendous shockwave. The final image depicted her body, marred and battered, covered in lacerations. The scene concluded. All eyes, in unison, turned toward a particular corner. 2 medical robots were diligently tending to the purple-haired maiden, whose pale profile remained silent, her back swathed in white bandages, facing the crowd. Among the spectators, many were deeply moved. Unconsciously, some individuals saluted the girl with purple hair. And soon, more followed suit, creating a solemn atmosphere. Tian Xiao cast a glance at Wang Yunfei, who was also bowing to the purple-haired maiden, Li Keqin. His demeanor revealed genuine admiration. Ultimately, the evaluations were released. Li Keqin scored 16,732 points, receiving commendations for valor, wisdom, loyalty, and selflessness with a 100-fold multiplier. Her score escalated to 1,673,200 points, earning a B-grade evaluation and securing second place. At that moment, no one paid attention to Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei. In their eyes, these 2 underperformers were certainly unworthy of prominence. However, as the scene shifted, Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei's faces finally appeared on screen. The base was enveloped in a chilling night. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei stood in a weapons store, procuring arms, leaving a crowd bewildered. Focus returned to them, as no one anticipated that the ultimate victor would emerge from these 2. Witnessing their acquisition of firearms, many began to seethe with frustration. The scene transitioned, and Tian Xiao uttered a shocking statement. Given the meticulous nature of the Yunzhong group, 3 days have elapsed, and the date indicates that the Dragon Slayer's operation should have commenced. He pointed towards a building in the night, indicating a section completed 3 days prior. Inside, silence reigned, including among Lei Ao and his companions, who could hardly believe it. No wonder they hastened to acquire weapons. They had sensed the operation's initiation even before it began. Everyone's expression changed as they realized who the first place referred to. Looking further down, Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei sat in a dimly lit room, a cup of water placed beside them. As ripples formed in the cup, the command center building came under attack from electromagnetic eggs. This was their first experience witnessing the entire assault on the command center. Standing by the drafty floor-to-ceiling window, Tian Xiao observed the phosphorus giant moths swooping into the base, saw countless insect beasts rushing inside, and witnessed the horrific scene of many individuals blindly rushing out of the building, only to be dismembered. The atmosphere was overwhelmingly oppressive. Tian Xiao made a motion to raise his gun but ultimately halted. The 2 rushed toward the rooftop. The Qingniao. Everyone comprehended the situation. However, the Qingniao had already been seized by individuals from higher echelons. A 4-member team piloted the Qingniao to take off. But as they evaded the phosphorus giant moths approaching the command center, they were shot down by an E-class Black Widow. The scene shifted. The two targeted the nearest phosphorus giant moth. 2 shots rang out, hitting its head. Everyone's spirits lifted. Immediately afterward, they sealed the rooftop's protective shield and plunged into the escape passage. The close-range shotgun fired relentlessly as they pressed forward. Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei coordinated their advance downward. Encountering Lei Ao and his team engaged in fierce combat in the corridor. It was only later that Lei Ao's team realized it was Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei who had ambushed the black eel insect beasts from behind, alleviating Lei Ao's crisis. "Give me the gun. Form up." The camera lingered particularly long on the first place. The team grew stronger. Tian Xiao broke away from the group, returned to the rooftop, and deactivated the protective shield. 7 black eel insect beasts were ruthlessly eliminated by Tian Xiao's formidable marksmanship within the escape passage. Chapter 93. Grade A Evaluation. The lens of Tian Xiao continued to roll. Without the command of the white phosphorus giant winged insect, the protective shield closed, rendering the No. 8 bunker completely secure. At this juncture, everyone realized that Tian Xiao's earlier performance was nothing short of valorous, cunning, selfless, and loyal, greatly enhancing his score. The subsequent contribution of guiding artillery fire against the electromagnetic nightmarish insects undoubtedly surpassed the million-point threshold, securing a B-level evaluation, with his score already exceeding Li Kachin's. However, in terms of spectacularity, they deemed it rather mediocre. Just as this thought emerged in the minds of the spectators, the scene shifted, revealing Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei leaping between 2 skyscrapers, only to be besieged by a multitude of insect beasts. The predicament of the two was far more perilous than that of Lei Lao and his group, who faced swarms of these creatures. Wang Yunfei dashed into the escape stairwell, a sight that caused him to cover his face and bow his head in embarrassment. It was a disgrace. Meanwhile, Tian Xiao rushed into the spacious office hall, dual-wielding desert eagles, positioning himself at the center, arms outstretched, confronting the corridors on either side with a stance that embodied a fearless resolve to kill. The crowd inexplicably felt a surge of heat. Lei Ao fixated intently on the scene outside the building. The desert eagle trembled slightly as a shell clattered to the ground, and a protruding black serpent insect was pierced through the forehead, a result of the desert eagle's rapid fire. Tian Xiao remained steadfast, continuously adjusting his position and firing. The first wave of a dozen insect beasts was swiftly annihilated. With Wang Yunfei joining the fray, Tian Xiao quickly seized a second modified desert eagle, unleashing an even more ferocious assault. In less than a minute, the desert eagle swiftly changed magazines and continued its relentless barrage. Dozens of insect beasts formed a wall of corpses around the office hall. Gunplay. Impressive. Lei Ao murmured to himself. The gazes of those watching Tian Xiao shifted dramatically. At that moment, no one dared to doubt Tian Xiao's prowess any longer, nor did anyone question whether Tian Xiao was the concealed strategist who had bided his time until the final moment. This singular battle marked the pinnacle of their confrontation. The scene transitioned. Behind Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei stood 3 bionic robots atop the building. The onlookers witnessed Tian Xiao and Wang Yunfei executing their roles with precision, luring the phosphorus giant winged insect and utilizing high-explosive grenades to preemptively undermine the structural integrity of the floor. They dragged the off-balance phosphorus giant winged insect into the narrow confines of the next level, achieving a stealthy kill. A spellbound audience could hardly divert their eyes. They had not anticipated that following a spectacular display of gunplay, Tian Xiao would also vanquish an F-grade phosphorus giant winged insect. The Bluebird did not engage, but instead unleashed a multitude of drones to comprehensively monitor the entire base. A wave of suppressed gasps ensued, prompting the violet-haired girl, Li Kachin, who was receiving treatment, to lift her head, revealing her smooth cheek marred by bloodstains as she focused on the unfolding images outside. Command. How did I not think of deploying drones? A reward 50-fold. Gasps erupted from the crowd, in the face of the admiration and envy projected from all directions. Tian Xiao remained unflinching. The drones located the electromagnetic nightmare. The sight of the electromagnetic nightmare charging for an attack sent a wave of anxiety through everyone. The drones monitoring the electromagnetic nightmare entered a state of adaptive hovering, awaiting reconnection after disconnection. Ultimately, Tian Xiao issued a warning to the command center. The second wave of electromagnetic eggs had been launched, targeting the command center, with a collision expected in 5 seconds. This message once again astonished everyone. No one could fathom how Tian Xiao, after completing the reconnaissance mission, swiftly calculated the precise timing of the second wave of electromagnetic eggs. In that moment, everyone, including Li Keqing, comprehended who had provided the base with the accurate intelligence, enabling them to seize the opportunity to establish a robust firepower network and deploy anti-aircraft artillery, successfully intercepting 3 electromagnetic eggs. Thus, the narrative surrounding Tian Shao remained far from concluded. As the second wave of electromagnetic egg attacks commenced, the Qingyu drones were redeployed to monitor the entire base, with 2 drones simultaneously launching towards the outer base. The H-level Qingyao, a close-range electromagnetic nightmare, guided the base to its final stand. A single plasma cannon obliterated all the electromagnetic nightmares. Tian Zhao's evaluation was released. Tian Shao, 15, 5,589 points. Commendation for valor. Commendation for intelligence. Commendation for loyalty. Commendation for selflessness. Commendation for command. A multiplier of 150. The score surged to 23, 338, 350 points, an A-level rating. First place. All mysteries were resolved. Yet a new wave of skepticism erupted among the crowd. 5D-level electromagnetic nightmares totaled 50,000 points, yet his original score inexplicably reached 150,000. How was this calculated? Indeed, this scoring was somewhat perplexing. According to standard scoring metrics, it should only amount to a little over 8 million points, meriting a B-level evaluation. Among the crowd, there are always some contrarians. At that moment, the figure of Executive Director Li Jianhang reappeared. Very well. Given the confusion among you, I shall take it upon myself to provide clarification. In a last-ditch effort, Tian Shao managed to avert disaster, preventing the fall of the command center building and safeguarding all personnel within, earning a reward of 100,000 points. Do any of you still harbor doubts? Li Jianhang's gaze was imposing, exuding an air of undeniable authority. No one dared to voice any dissent. At this juncture, Tian Shao raised his hand. However, before he could say anything, Wang Yunfei seized his arm. What are you doing? Wang Yunfei was utterly terrified. Tian Yao's reputation had soared, and his ascendance was now a foregone conclusion. He certainly did not wish for this individual to confront the true powers within Yunzhong Group at such a critical time. I want to ask you, having acted alongside me, why did you fail to even make it into the top 10? I damn well wish to. Who are you to dictate? Brother, you are my dear elder brother. I implore you, please do not cause a scene. Do you want the chairman to release my footage to humiliate me? Although Wang Yunfei had shared many dangers with Tian Shao and had contributed to numerous eliminations, he was acutely aware of his own performance in this battle, which paled in comparison to Tian Shao's, and was far inferior to that of Lei Ao and others. Without Tian Shao leading the team, it was improbable that his presence would have been noted in the footage. Chapter 94. 3 addresses. Wang Yunfei's final score was 1,438 points, earning him accolades for loyalty and valor, ultimately ranking him at 47th. In stark contrast to Tian Zhao's points and ranking, the difference was nothing short of astronomical. However, Wang Yunfei felt a sense of satisfaction. Initially, he truly believed himself to be quite remarkable, confident that a place in the top 10 was assured, and perhaps even a C-grade evaluation could be within reach. Yet, upon witnessing Lei Ao and Li Keqing's disconnection, Wang Yunfei endeavored to maintain a low profile, avoiding the scrutiny of those around him. Embracing reality, he found contentment in his current ranking. After all, he had survived and secured a relatively favorable position. With stability, he stood a chance of gaining entry into the fleet and receiving focused cultivation from the Legion. There was even a possibility of receiving the Brave Warrior Commendation. When Tian Shao raised his hand, Wang Yunfei swiftly restrained him, saying, "Brother, remain calm." He implored Tian Shao to refrain from causing further disturbances. As Li Jianhang had already transitioned to the next topic, within 2 months at the latest, you will receive the latest assignments from headquarters. Upon hearing this, the more than 500 survivors felt a surge of spirit, standing in unison, chests out, their ears perked up. The participants of the Dragon-Slaying Youth Initiative were precisely here to seize the fast track to the Group S advancement. Wang Yunfei and Tian Shao observed the imagery intently. Li Jianhang continued, "This year, our group has opened over 2,000 resource planets, recruiting and cultivating hundreds of thousands of talents, including captains, warriors, engineers, and various specialists, while enlisting over 10 million personnel to propel the group's development." The sense of a corporate presentation was palpable. Yet, this information and data were profoundly relevant to each individual present. Everyone listened with exceptional seriousness. Li Jianhang, the head of the navigation channel, announced. As we usher in the new year, the group intends to expand the resource planets in the Orion constellation, aiming for a 30% increase compared to this year, reaching a total of 3,000 resource planets. The demand for talent will be even greater than this year, and you, as the young talents nurtured by the group, are destined to bear this significant responsibility. The crowd stood tall, their breaths noticeably heavier. Tianxiao was no exception. At its peak, the Yuncheng group commanded over 100,000 resource planets, not accounting for the lost colonial planets beyond the reach of the Earth Alliance. During its zenith, the personnel scale of the Yuncheng group soared to hundreds of millions, with the number of robots exceeding 100 million. They boasted their own munitions factories, robotic assembly lines, weapon supply depots, and independent jump points. At that time, the Yucheng group was so formidable that the Earth's celestial military had to schedule appointments in advance to enter their territory as a mark of respect. This is the essence of the Yucheng group. The highest authority of a Yuncheng group base could directly assume the role of a company commander in the Earth's celestial military during exceptional times. Yet real power resided above that rank. Li Jianhang, the executive director of the Yucheng group, held a position comparable to that of a general in the Earth's celestial military. This encapsulates the Yuncheng group. Perhaps, Li Jianhang's voice continued to resonate in the ears of the assembly. In the future, there is a significant likelihood that you will become the heads of a base. And perhaps, you will serve as the captains in the group's endeavors to expand and conquer new territories, becoming heroes of our organization. But I hope you remember today. Remember, valor, wisdom, loyalty, selflessness. Only by possessing these qualities can one become a competent commander, capable of gallivanting through the vast cosmos. Here, I, in my capacity as the executive director of the Cloud Group, extend my heartfelt congratulations to you all for overcoming numerous challenges and forging a stellar path for humanity. Salute. Li Jin's ceremonial gesture freezes the moment. The Dragon Slayer's mission concludes as a colossal vessel descends. Everyone boards the ship and discovers it filled to the brim with D-class spacecraft, one for each individual. With spirits high, they embark on their journey. Tianxiao responds with a smile as he enters the vessel. Inside, a bionic robot greets him, stating, "Mr. Tianxiao, since you have resigned from your previous position, we can provide you with 3 addresses for your return journey. Rest assured, regardless of your new role, the group will personally arrange for a ship to escort you, sparing you the burden of travel." The Cloud Group's foresight is commendable. Upon hearing this, Tianxiao feels a bit bewildered. The pride and sense of accomplishment he experiences, even after 2 lifetimes, stirs his heart. If this were to be showcased at his alma mater, it is easy to foresee that many younger students would be captivated. Overflowing with admiration, the male students would be inspired, setting forth on their own paths towards the Cloud Group, embarking on diligent careers in mining and construction. The group certainly possesses a clever strategy, winning hearts while attracting a multitude of fans from the Cloud Academy into its fold. As for the final address, Tianxiao hesitates before making a choice. The bionic robot replies, "The last address is your company address, the headquarters of the Cloud Group." The bionic robot placed its hands respectfully on its abdomen and stated, "Tianxiao has rendered his final decision." "Very well, Mr. Tianxiao." The bionic robot bowed. Chapter 95. Another one, a heartfelt request. Inside the ship, in the immense command center, Li Jianhang stood before a colossal screen, exuding authority and solemnity. Dozens of personnel, unmistakably identified as rapid response bionic robots, were diligently processing feedback from over 500 vessels. Unit 239 has opted to proceed to the corporate headquarters for further study. Unit 110 has chosen to return home for rest. Unit 091 has decided to attend a lecture at the school. Unit. All participants in the Dragon Slayer initiative remained unaware that the decisions they made upon task completion were also part of the evaluation conducted by the organization. Once all personnel made their selections, they would be categorized into different tiers. Those who opted for the school lecture were placed in the lowest tier. Those who chose to advance to the corporate headquarters for study were assigned to the second lowest tier. Over 500 individuals had nearly finalized their choices. Li Jianhang regarded the selections of all present with a neutral expression. With a clang, the security door of the command center slid open, and a purple-haired girl, her arms wrapped in bandages, entered and approached Li Jianhang directly. "Li Kachin, the second-ranked participant in this Dragon Slayer initiative," she declared. "You promised to become the first in this endeavor, yet you have faltered. The first place is not meant to be ordinary," Li Kachin remarked. Based on my analysis of his historical records and capabilities, his skills and experiences are insufficient to justify such an impressive performance at the base. There are no parasites in his mind. Li Jianheng responded with a hint of sarcasm. Li Keqing retorted with a cold snort, I will uncover the truth. This individual undoubtedly harbors undisclosed secrets. You may investigate, but the wager between us, father and daughter, is one you cannot renege on. Li Jianheng turned his gaze, scrutinizing his daughter. Li Keqing, the daughter of Li Jianheng, the executive director of Yuncheng Group, is 24 years old and a graduate of the prestigious Tianlong Military Academy. This esteemed institution is reputed to be a cradle for generals and sovereigns of small nations. Having graduated from Tianlong Military Academy, Li Keqing initially believed she would excel in the Dragon Slayer youth operation, outshining all contenders. To her dismay, she was bested by an ordinary individual with an unremarkable background. The stakes of Li Keqing's wager with Li Jianheng hinged on whether she would align her future with Yuncheng Group or the Earth's Celestial Army. Very well. Li Jianheng smiled. Li Keqing coldly fixed her gaze on the large screen. What is this? Why categorize them differently, and what is the underlying intent? Naturally, Li Jianheng would not conceal anything from his daughter, since she had agreed to remain with Yuncheng Group. He was eager to impart all knowledge. The participants selected through the Dragon Slayer youth operation are assigned a scoring rank. However, we place greater emphasis on their hidden qualities and character. The group has granted them time to bid farewell to their hometown, which serves as a test for them. What kind of test? Li Keqing inquired. Li Jianheng's gaze grew profound, to venture into the depths of space, where the heavens are vast and the emperor distant. Only those who harbor a deep affection for their homeland and kin can truly be of use to us, lest they stray down a misguided path. Within our organization, there have been 37 instances where captains succumbed to the life of interstellar marauders, leading a band of outlaws. The most terrifying are those high-ranking officials of bases who have lost their sense of self in the vastness of space, posing an even greater threat. He did not elaborate further. Li Keqing understood. The leaders at the frontline bases, caught between life and death, have forgotten their true purpose. Some are willing to forsake everything for their own sake, while others even choose to collaborate with the insectoid species in the face of mortality. Numerous horrific examples exist, yet they have been concealed by the Earth's military and various major organizations. In the shadows where darkness prevails, only by rectifying oneself can one remain untouched by malevolence. At this point, Li Jianheng gestured towards the group at the very bottom. Li Keqing nodded in understanding. Li Jianheng then pointed to the second-to-last tier. What about them? They have chosen not the lecture, but the company, which should be considered a more optimistic choice. This is a particularly ambitious group, striving diligently with clear objectives. We will promote and employ them, but they will also be closely monitored and carefully evaluated before any appointments. Li Jianheng answered every question posed to him. This group possesses a unique bond, and our organization will prioritize their selection, offering rewards and incentives as deemed appropriate. Before the words could fully escape his lips, a new name unexpectedly appeared above the current ranking. The previous highest rank was now relegated to second place. The name at the forefront bore only a single numeral, 1. Li Keqing's expression turned grave as she cast a sidelong glance at her father. Li Jianheng, momentarily taken aback, then erupted into applause, exclaiming, "Bravo! Excellent! This is precisely the individual I have long desired to uncover." Li Keqing inquired, "What did he choose?" "All options." Li Jianheng replied without hesitation, his hands rubbing together in delight. "Is that even permissible?" Li Keqing was taken aback. "Why wouldn't it be? I never specified that only one choice was allowed." Li Jianheng beamed with joy, stating, "If this young man has not undergone a similar ordeal, he is truly someone who perceives problems from an unorthodox perspective. He is a genuine talent, possessing both connections and the ability to alleviate our talent shortage while seizing opportunities for personal growth." At this juncture, he turned to his daughter and said, "Aren't you meant to investigate him? I shall provide you with an opportunity. I will arrange for you to join him in the corporate training camp. Take this chance to thoroughly understand this individual. You may indeed uncover some secrets." A gentle reminder, it is time to take action. Chapter 96. No Markings Galactic T Cardon Star, City Base 370. This city, home to over 1 million souls, is nestled around a picturesque lake, flanked by 2 majestic mountains. Waterfalls cascade gracefully, and birds soar above, fulfilling the idyllic fantasies of nature's beauty. It is a remarkably livable tourist destination. The inhabitants here possess a heart that yearns for travel, beauty, and the pursuit of freedom, with few inclined to delve into military academia. Tian Xiao descended from low Earth orbit into the city and boarded a circular sightseeing train, meandering through the landscape twice, savoring the breeze. Breathing in the sweet, pure, and unpolluted air, he gazed upon the harmonious expanse of the lake merging with the sky, and felt a profound sense of liberation. This place boasts breathtaking vistas unattainable by resource-rich planets, and offers an enchanting living environment. Every man and woman on the train appeared as if they had just emerged from a grand banquet, their features refined and their attire striking. Reminiscent of protagonists in a film, clad in a jet-black combat uniform, Tian Xiao felt conspicuously out of place. At that moment, a porcelain-skinned little girl with black gemstone eyes approached, clutching a doll. "May I sit with you?" "Of course," Tian Xiao replied with a smile. The girl, no more than 6 or 7 years old, exuded charm. "Are you a soldier?" she inquired, tilting her face with the curiosity of a little adult. "Yes," Tian Xiao nodded. Then asked, "Where are your parents?" "Mom and Dad are up front taking pictures." The young girl glanced back. Tian Xiao followed her gaze and saw a pair of seemingly youthful individuals posing for photographs in a designated car of the tourist train, striking various poses. Tian Xiao shook his head in resignation. This was the reality for many young people during the new year. They were accustomed to visiting different planets, capturing their images against diverse landscapes, and then showcasing their experiences on social media. The 370 Bay City is indeed a renowned tourist destination, yet it fails to retain its visitors. The inhabitants are a collection of free-spirited wanderers, including Tian Xiao's parents. Years ago, after sending him to Yuan Academy, they would only reach out to him once a month to provide a stipend for his living expenses, and over the course of a year, it became difficult to hear from them, as if they had vanished from this world. In a few years, this girl, once she reaches 7th grade, will likely follow the same path, sent to a school by her parents, embarking on a life of collective existence. Perhaps it is best not to share frightening tales with the young ones. "Big brother, are you here to travel like Yuan, or do you live here?" "I used to live here," Tian Xiao replied, considering that he had already seen the local sights multiple times. He decided to indulge the little girl in conversation, fulfilling his duty as a local host. "Do you know what the birds in the sky are called?" Yuan pointed to the distant mountains where tiny black and white dots were faintly visible. Tian Xiao glanced and responded, "Those are called red-crowned cranes, ornamental birds cultivated from Earth. Aren't they beautiful?" Yuan nodded vigorously. However, the red-crowned cranes were ill-suited for survival in this environment. The batch that was relocated here many years ago had mostly perished, leaving behind only the lifelike machines crafted by local technology companies. Such thoughts were only whispered in Tian Xiao's mind. He could never voice them to Yuan. "Look, there are fish in the water, big brother," Yuan exclaimed with great enthusiasm, pressing her face against the window and beckoning Tian Xiao excitedly. He casually explained, "Those are dolphins, genetically modified mechanical dolphins engineered to thrive in inland freshwater lakes." And more. Yuan bubbled with exuberance. Fortunately, Tian Xiao had not experienced such tranquility and ease in years. He found no annoyance in her chatter and engaged with her joyfully, displaying remarkable patience. It was not until the tourist train completed its circuit and arrived at the final destination that Yuan's parents finally remembered they had a daughter, calling out for her as they searched. "Why bother?" Tian Xiao mused. Her parents could easily locate her through the signal from her biological chip. The two actors in this scene were oblivious to the reality of their playful performances. Tian Xiao rose to bid farewell to the family as they exited the train. Hesitating momentarily, suddenly sensing that this birthplace felt somewhat artificial, which diminished his desire to continue the journey. He stepped out of the tourist train. The sun shone brightly outside, and a refreshing breeze swept through the air. "Perhaps I should head back," he thought, traversing the platform and exiting the station. Upon his exit, he spotted Yuan's family preparing to board a small flying vehicle. Beep. He noticed the unregistered small aircraft, which bore no alliance identification markings. As a law-abiding citizen, it is advisable to report any suspicious activity. Suddenly, Qilong spoke up. Tian Xiao quickly noticed a faint red glow appearing on his retina, outlining a family of 3 boarding a flying vehicle. A black vehicle? Tian Xiao immediately heightened his vigilance. In the tourist city base, incidents involving black vehicles were not uncommon. Some would lure unsuspecting tourists under the guise of leading them to popular social media hotspots, only to extort exorbitant fees. Such monetary losses were considered fortunate, better to suffer financial setbacks than more dire consequences. However, there were cases involving human trafficking and organ trade. The image of Yuan's porcelain doll-like face and her beautiful, Jewel-like eyes flashed through Tian Xiao's mind. It was too late to intervene. The family of three boarded the flying vehicle, which swiftly ascended into the sky. Tian Xiao dashed from the station, seeking an unmanned flying vehicle waiting outside, skillfully taking over its controls. The craft navigated with a deliberate pace, circumventing the path of the other vehicle and opting for a relatively quicker route leading outside the city. Black vehicles faced numerous restrictions on the main thoroughfares within the city and were relegated to the narrow alleys, where surveillance cameras were often vandalized. Nevertheless, Tian Xiao understood that if the intent was to prey on victims, the crime scene would undoubtedly be outside the city limits. Arriving early to wait outside was undoubtedly the right choice. Sure enough, Tian Xiao piloted the vehicle to a mountaintop outside the city, gaining a vantage point. Soon, Qinglong noticed the earlier unregistered flying vehicle leaving the city, deviating from its usual course and heading toward a secluded valley in the outskirts. Tian Xiao had chosen an excellent location. The route taken by the departing vehicle was entirely within his line of sight. Until the other party delved into a dense thicket, Tian Xiao could still discern that they were emerging from the aircraft. A group of individuals huddled together in panic, and from the forest emerged four burly men. Chapter 97. Request for firearms. The unfolding situation began to instill a sense of unease in Tian Xiao. After these two adults exited the aircraft, shockingly, two of them were knocked unconscious and fell to the ground. The melodious cries of Yuan reached Tian Xiao, even from several kilometers away. A band of scoundrels. Tian Xiao swiftly comprehended the gravity of the situation. These individuals sought more than just the tourists' money. There appeared to be more sordid and unscrupulous dealings at play. Since fate had intertwined their paths, inaction was not an option. Qinglong, call the police. Let the professionals handle this matter. The response time of the tourism city's police force was remarkably swift. Upon receiving word of a criminal gang abducting tourists outside the city, four aircraft swiftly descended upon the scene, encircling the area in no time. A dozen officers clad in tactical gear leaped down, exuding agility and competence. Tian Xiao had already prepared to leave. Unexpectedly, bang, bang. The gunfire was brief but alarming. Danger, Qinglong warned. The response team has been completely decimated. The strength of the criminal group has been reassessed, with an overall capability of at least G3 level. The accuracy of the armed assailant's shooting was commendable. It is advised that the master evacuate, while citizens are obligated to report crimes and intervene in the face of armed bandits. The chip will also suggest measures for self-preservation based on the circumstances. Tian Xiao could not retreat. The sacrifice of these dozen police officers is inextricably linked to him. He remains oblivious to the fact that they are a formidable band of criminals. Tian Xiao decisively established contact with the nearest four police aircraft via drone. I am the reporting party, Tian Xiao, former head of security for the Cloud Group. Combat Strength G7, requesting arms support. Whoosh. A police aircraft swiftly verified his identity in the emergency call, promptly approaching. The cabin opened to reveal a tearful policewoman, her eyes red with emotion, who hastily tossed two assault rifles into Tian Xiao's hands. The assailants have been alerted and are preparing to flee. Board my aircraft. We must apprehend them and ensure they do not escape into unregulated underground passages. Each planet is vast, and beyond the cities lie illicit tunnels dug by criminals to evade the laws of the Earth Alliance. Inevitably, these individuals don human masks, fake ocular lenses, and gloves. Once they vanish, they re-emerge in the city under a different, legitimate identity, eluding law enforcement. The policewoman is determined that her colleagues should not perish without cause. Tian Xiao climbed into the cabin, and the police aircraft swooped down towards the valley. The vehicle's exterior is far more resilient than combat armor, impervious to handgun bullets. Alas, the police aircraft is not equipped with heavy machine guns or cannons. Otherwise, well, they have a hostage. Tian Xiao observed the policewoman, approximately 25 years of age, spirited and resolute, now driven by vengeance, intently piloting the craft into the valley in pursuit. On the main screen, four burly men armed with firearms were fleeing in the same direction, holding a hostage. Not far away, there lay a cavern. As the aircraft approached the mouth of the cave, with the cabin door facing it, it paused for a brief moment. Can you manage that? Tian Xiao asked, feeling the weight of the police-issued assault rifle in his hands. The female officer did not hesitate. Simple. The police drone soared over a group of individuals, swiftly suppressing them with precise shots, effectively blocking the cave entrance. The cabin door opened. Taking advantage of the drone's cover, Tian Xiao leapt down. The police drone ascended rapidly. The gaze of four burly men followed the rising drone, but then their peripheral vision caught something amiss. Bang! Tian Zhao's shots were remarkably steady and accurate. In two swift pulls of the trigger, he eliminated the two assailants holding hostages, the bullets piercing directly through their foreheads, leaving no room for the tactical gear they wore to offer any protection. The remaining two men brazenly returned fire. Tian Zhao raised his left arm to shield his chest, while his right hand expertly squeezed the trigger. Bang! The bullets from the three shooters struck their targets simultaneously. However, Tian Zhao remained crouched, his chest-to-head area completely shielded by a barrier composed of black particles. As bullets collided with the tactical gear, sending sparks flying, the last two assailants also fell. Bullets lodged in their foreheads. Yet, there was no trace of joy in Tian Zhao's heart, for behind these four criminals lay the lifeless bodies of 12 police officers, each met with a fatal shot to the forehead. The return fire from the adversaries was executed with remarkable proficiency, their movements calm and composed, revealing a background steeped in the crucible of combat. Such individuals are not easily forged by ordinary criminal organizations. The female officer piloted the police drone to the ground. The other three police drones also landed, and their crews emerged to tend to the victims and assess the condition of their comrades. The three hostages, having been kidnapped, had succumbed to unconsciousness. Tian Zhao approached Yuan, detecting a faint scent of ether. He procured clean water to revive the three individuals. Yuan's parents were utterly terrified. Yet, in contrast, Yuan, upon seeing Tian Zhao, sweetly called out to him as big brother. Tian Zhao gently patted her little head, his mind wandering to the thought that, after all she had endured, she might perhaps be able to accept realistic simulations of a red-crowned crane or a dolphin. Mr. Tian Zhao, a female police officer, approached, her eyes glistening. In light of your brave actions, our police department has officially recorded your heroism and will acknowledge it publicly. A letter of gratitude will also be sent to your organization, thanking you for your courageous deed. Furthermore, once the case is concluded, we will provide you with a summary of our findings. The police had proactively obtained all the footage from Tian Zhao's drone. The female officer's eyes were moist as she turned away. In a tourist city, such significant cases were rare. Who would have anticipated that such misfortune would befall these individuals? Tian Zhao piloted the drone away. Throughout the ordeal, Yuan's parents remained oblivious to Tian Zhao's pivotal role, weeping uncontrollably, while only Yuan stood below, vigorously waving goodbye. It felt rather peculiar. This little girl seemed remarkably perceptive. Encountering such an incident during a visit home could dampen anyone's spirits. After hastily tidying up, Tian Zhao spent a couple of days in his hometown before he was met by the aircraft sent to collect him. He resolutely set off for his alma mater, Yuan Academy, Branch 151, where a lecture awaited him. Chapter 98. Lecture at the Academy. As I departed from my hometown planet, the image of a little girl named Yuan grew increasingly vivid in my mind. For reasons unbeknownst to me, I felt she possessed a maturity and mindset uncommon among ordinary folk. Having just concluded my dragon-slaying escapade, one would presume that my demeanor, aura, and the unmistakable scent of danger surrounding me would deter others. Adults typically kept their distance, yet this young girl approached me without a trace of fear, eager to engage in conversation. Moreover, had I chosen to remain in the vehicle, I would have missed witnessing a family of three whisked away by an unregistered flying craft. Tian Zhao found himself lost in contemplation, grappling with the unsettling notion that he had been maneuvered by unseen hands. This girl, Yuan, was undoubtedly extraordinary. Regrettably, I could only bury this suspicion deep within my heart. After 2 days and nights of travel, I finally arrived at the Fairy Star System, reaching the Yuan Academy's 151st branch. Arranged by the Yuan Group and the Academy, I checked into the hotel's accommodations, with the lecture scheduled for 2 days hence. It was indeed a rare event for a distinguished upperclassman, skilled in the art of combat, to deliver a lecture at an institution renowned for cultivating talents in geological analysis and engineering. The Yuan Group had made grand preparations, meticulously editing a series of clips showcasing my athletic prowess and the gripping scenes of my mission, rendering them even more thrilling than cinematic portrayals, thus garnering me a wave of admirers in advance. On the day of the lecture, the largest multimedia hall of the Academy was filled to capacity. Over 5,000 students filled the venue, with individuals occupying the steps on both sides and in the center, many activating their recording devices, resembling a scene of eager spectators. Tian Zhao remained undaunted. Under the host's guidance, he recounted his journey from graduating and departing from Yuan Academy to to joining the Feiyin Company within Yinchong Group, where he began as an unassuming miner. Although his tenure as a miner was brief, his experiences were diverse. He endured trying times and even tasted the sweetness of sudden wealth. When the name Wang Jingyi was mentioned, he merely glossed over it, stating that his assistance to her was purely a matter of camaraderie. His entry into the security team was prompted by the awakening of his combat talents. As he spoke on this topic, he noticed a palpable surge of excitement and eagerness among the audience, with many leaning in, clearly captivated by this aspect. Seizing the opportunity, Tian Xiao subtly hinted that the starting salary for security team members was thrice that of ordinary miners, emphasizing the significance and rarity of combat expertise, a field in which Yinchong Group faced a considerable shortage. Through his relentless efforts, he had ascended from a member of the security team to its leader, earning an annual salary in the millions. Furthermore, the group was preparing to promote him to an even higher position, potentially sending him to the front lines to explore uncharted territories and engage in combat with authentic local insect beasts and numerous ferocious creatures. The atmosphere in the venue escalated with fervor. Many individuals rose to pose questions, and amidst the throng of thousands, at least several hundred hands shot up. The host busily unlocked microphone permissions, caught up in the excitement. Many inquiries revolve around the transition from miner to security team member, or the process of joining the security team. Tian Xiao is always ready to respond. This is quite simple. One must enhance their physical fitness and acquire a citizenship to submit their application for employment. Even if the submission to Yunzong Group does not succeed, one may still explore opportunities with other companies, as I am aware that there is a significant demand for combat and management talent across various sectors. Tian Zhao's statement caused a subtle shift in the host's expression, as he was an instructor invited by Yunzong Group. This fellow. Of course, my knowledge is primarily limited to Yunzong Group. For any inquiries regarding their affairs, feel free to consult me. But I may not be able to assist with matters concerning other companies. The host wiped the sweat from his brow and continued to invite questions. At that moment, someone stood up to pose a rather substantive query. Senior Tian, as far as I know, after reaching adulthood, the enhancement of physical fitness occurs at a rather sluggish pace, unless one resorts to gene-enhancing serums, which are exceedingly costly. How did you manage to progress from H level to G level in just a few months? This question struck at the heart of the audience's concerns. Tian Xiao smiled gently. Actually, I forgot to mention something. I am uncertain if it is appropriate to disclose. This remark heightened the host's tension. After tantalizing the audience, Tian Xiao pointed to the screen behind him, which displayed a loop of his formidable physique. He explained, "Some of the ferocious beasts and insect creatures depicted here were encountered during our missions. The company permits us to dispose of their corpses as we see fit. However, rather than entrusting them to the company, we will contact a transport ship to sell them at market price. An H-class beast or insect can fetch between 100,000 to 500,000, and G-class creatures are even more valuable. Thus, over the course of several months, I have been fortunate enough to acquire a few vials of gene enhancement liquid." A murmur of realization swept through the audience. Tian Xiao continued, "Ordinary methods of physical training can indeed be challenging, but my colleagues and I in the security team have devised a more effective approach to enhance our strength. Senior brother, could you share some insights?" One voice called out, "Yes, senior brother, may we see your six-pack abs?" Another chimed in, the enthusiasm of the crowd palpable. The atmosphere became electric, with waves of eager inquiries rising above the host's attempts to maintain order. Unfazed, Tian Xiao rose and unzipped his combat suit. "All right, since all of you here are my junior brothers and sisters, and not outsiders, I shall offer you a complimentary lesson today. Please, could someone bring out some simple equipment?" The stage transformed into a miniature gymnasium, as Tian Xiao removed his final shirt. His 8 well-defined abdominal muscles and pronounced V-line were revealed, prompting an eruption of gas from the female audience, who covered their mouths in astonishment. The male attendees, in that moment, found their lifelong aspiration, watching intently. 150 kilograms, he announced. Chapter 99. The Li sisters in the training hall of the Cloud Group, Li Kachin, with her striking purple hair, moved agilely through the dilapidated factory, surmounting obstacles with remarkable speed. Nearby, mechanical insect beasts, meticulously crafted to resemble the deadly black serpentine creatures, surged forward with a menacing aura, relentlessly pursuing her. With a deft motion, Li Kachin executed a swift drift, her shotgun discharging 2 shells into the air. Bang! Bang! The powerful recoil caused her to furrow her brow slightly. Numerous steel pellets struck the visages of the two mechanical beasts, yet with her third shot, the trajectory faltered, causing half of the pellets to miss their mark. The third mechanical insect whizzed past her, its blade halting a mere 2 centimeters from her body. Another failure. This marked her 100th failure. Engaging in close combat with a horde of G-grade mechanical insects in a relatively spacious environment, she sought to replicate the fierce battle that had transpired between Tian Xiao and the structures of the 7th and 8th bunkers. Li Keqing was well versed in the art of gunplay. The physical prowess of G-grade beings was not inferior to that of Tian Xiao. However, in identical circumstances, she realized that she could not surpass him. Although Tian Xiao wielded a modified Desert Eagle, with armor-piercing rounds that dealt lethal damage to G-grade insects, Li Keqing endeavored to conquer this challenge using standard firearms, striving to surpass Tian Xiao. Yet, regardless of her relentless training over the past few days, such a feat seemed utterly unattainable. At that moment, a woman with cascading red waves and a form-fitting black dress that accentuated her curves entered, her high heels clicking rhythmically as she swayed her hips with undeniable allure. Take a moment to rest. I wish to see if your delicate skin has healed, my dear. Scars have no place on a young lady's visage. The woman's voice resonated with a magnetic allure. Li Keqing cast her a cold glance, replying, "My affairs are none of your concern. What brings you here? How chilly. Little Qing, you are becoming increasingly fierce. After all, we are half-sisters, united by blood. And as the elder, it is my duty to care for you." Li Keqing raised her hand, and the 4 G-class mechanical insect beasts nearby were reactivated, their tails flicking like predators that had caught sight of their prey. "Very well, I shall refrain from unnecessary chatter. Your father has sent word to inform you that the individual you seek, number 1, has concluded their lecture at the Union Academy branch and is en route to the corporate headquarters." Why did he not simply send me a message? Li Keqing paused momentarily. "Because the class you both are to join happens to fall under my tutelage," the woman with the vibrant red waves declared, striking a serious pose that accentuated her S-curve. Li Keqing's expression shifted dramatically. "You? On what grounds?" The woman with the crimson waves playfully ran her fingers over her alluring red lips, embodying a blend of innocence and sultriness. "Indeed. What gives me the right to mentor you two newcomers? I suspect it may be related to the training methods announced by number 1 during the lecture." "What training methods?" Li Keqing inquired. "You speak of investigating number 1, yet deep down, you hold him in utter disdain. Truly, you are the proud princess of the executive director." "Stop rambling," Li Keqing retorted, her charming face growing cold, resembling a feisty little wildcat provoked. Li Xiangyuan let out a helpless sigh and said, turning to leave, "Considering that your physical fitness is quite commendable, as your elder sister, I shall personally assume the role of your instructor, responsible for guiding you through practical training. Prepare yourselves and report to training ground number 1 tomorrow morning, my dear sister. Tardiness will not be tolerated." Li Keqing remained behind with 4 mechanical insect beasts. She swiftly accessed the lectures from the Yun Academy and located the latest entry by Tian Xiao. As the lecture commenced, the initial content flowed smoothly. However, as it progressed, the atmosphere became electrifying when Tian Xiao shed his combat uniform for a T-shirt, eliciting shrieks from the female audience that nearly toppled the podium. Unfazed, Tian Xiao adjusted his load of 150 kilograms and began to run. As he exercised, he shared insights on his breathing frequency, regardless of whether the students absorbed his teachings. His movements were impeccably precise and executed with great diligence, which Li Keqing observed with utmost seriousness. To her astonishment, she discovered that pulling the progress bar revealed an astonishing 4 hours of content. Tian Xiao switched between several different pieces of equipment, enduring lengthy workouts that collectively spanned 4 hours. Many in the audience grew restless, yet Tian Xiao persisted with high-intensity training, pushing himself to the brink of exhaustion. The noise in the lecture hall diminished significantly, yet the number of attentive spectators increased. Everyone could tangibly sense the difficulty of this training method, grasping Tian Xiao's formidable prowess and the depth of his abilities, while recognizing the sincere intentions of their senior. When Tian Xiao received a massage from the therapist to ease his strained muscles, everyone rose in unison to applaud. This reflects profound respect for the senior. As she continued to observe, Li Keqing displayed a look of confusion. This bore a striking resemblance to the extreme training methods of the Earth's celestial army. It became evident why this individual experienced such rapid enhancement in physical prowess. However, She pondered the purpose behind his dissemination of this training regimen. Li Keqiang was perplexed. The extreme training methods of the Earth's celestial army were not suitable for everyone, but rather tailored for a select group of exceptionally strong-willed adults. Nevertheless, she chose not to dwell on it further. At that moment, Li Keqiang noticed an email in her inbox. Upon opening it, she discovered it was from her father, originating from a police station in the Milky Way. As she read on, her expression changed dramatically. The content appeared mundane, though Tian Xiao's performance was somewhat remarkable. However, the analysis from the group yielded a different insight. The girl named Yuan seemed to exhibit peculiarities, suggesting she possessed extraordinary mental abilities. Li Keqiang, being a graduate of the Tianlong Military Academy, had encountered individuals of this nature before. Their potential for growth was immense from a young age. They could subtly influence the will of others and, with training in adulthood, could wield even more formidable powers. Locate this girl, Li Keqiang instructed, promptly reaching out to her father. This girl likely possesses psychic abilities. I recommend that Yunzong Group engage with her and cover her expenses for the next several years. It would be prudent to sign a confidentiality agreement with her parents, ensuring she becomes a member of our Yunzong Group. Chapter 100. The Unexplained Assault. The following day, Tian Xiao rose at the break of dawn. The group's aircraft awaited him just outside. The headquarters of the Yunzong Group was an immense establishment, with the entire planet belonging to them, meticulously designed and planned in every corner, from the residential areas to the training facilities, which required the use of Class D aircraft. A rather luxurious arrangement. However, considering the planet's size, which was 10 times that of Earth, such specifications did not seem excessive. From the window, one could gaze down upon numerous towering edifices protruding from the clouds, while various aircraft traversed above. With keen eyesight, one might even discern a multitude of tiny black dots in low Earth orbit. The headquarters of the Yunzong Group boasted its own jump wormhole, equipped with military strength equivalent to that of a regiment. The security forces present instilled an omnipresent sense of safety. Mr. Tian Xiao, a robotic companion within the cabin, cheerfully announced, "We have arrived at our destination, training ground number 1. As the cabin door opened, Tian Xiao stepped out to behold an endless expanse of ruin. Countless aircraft and remnants of land-based artillery were embedded within a city that resembled a desolate wasteland. Thick plumes of smoke swirling around, evoking a strong sense of apocalyptic foreboding. Is this truly training ground number 1? Tian Xiao pondered, skepticism flooding his mind. How could such devastation exist in such a short span of time? It felt as if he had traversed from the headquarters straight into the front lines of the Orion Galaxy. What on earth was happening? As he disembarked from the aircraft, the palpable desolation of the ravaged cityscape behind him intensified the feeling of stark loneliness. Whoosh! At that moment, a projectile, whose origin remained a mystery, struck the D-class aircraft behind him with pinpoint accuracy. Boom! The aircraft erupted into a conflagration. Tian Xiao, caught entirely off guard, was propelled backward by an overwhelming wave of searing heat, tumbling across the ground several times. As he rose,